A blood-red moon like a giant single eye hung coldly above the Gothic spire of a cathedral. The entire, eternal night capital was shrouded in a thin layer of blood-red light, adding an extra layer of eeriness to this already gloomy city. On the execution ground of Green Prison, a cold wind swept up, a smell mixed with rust and decay. Lord Warden, it's about to break free. A jailer's voice was distorted by fear, the long halberd in his hand trembling uncontrollably, the cold gleam of its blade flickering in the blood moonlight. In the center of the execution ground, a huge iron cage was violently twisting and deforming. Locked inside the cage was a creature that should have appeared in the story of the Three Little Pigs. A big gray wolf. But now it had none of the fairy tale's ridiculousness. Its body had swollen to over 3 meters, its fur falling off, revealing skin covered in pus-filled boils and strange black patterns. Its eyes were not the cunning of a wolf, but pure, bloodthirsty madness. Drool dripped from the corner of its mouth onto the bluestone floor, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. This was the product of contamination by eerie. Worthless. A cold, magnetic voice sounded devoid of any emotion. Everyone looked up. A tall, straight young man was walking slowly. He was called Lin Ye, 23 years old, the highest authority of Green Prison, the Warden. Lin Ye's appearance could be called handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, a high-nosed bridge, and deep eyes like a cold pool, as if they could see through people's hearts. He was wearing a tailored black uniform with gold trim, the collar fastened immaculately, and the silver epaulets reflected a cold gleam in the moonlight. In his hand he held a staff made of thorn wood with a deep blue gem set in the head, which added to his mystery and authority. This calm and oppressive aura, so out of place with his age, made the fearful jailers around him instinctively quiet down, as if they had found their anchor. No one knew that behind this awe-inspiring warden's soul was a transmigrator from another world. 3 years ago, Lin Ye had inexplicably arrived in this world called Fairy Tale Continent. This was a strange land woven from countless fairy tales. However, at some unknown time, a mysterious force called eerie began to spread, twisting the roots of fairy tales, turning pure and beautiful stories into something dark, bloody, and terrifying. Sleeping Beauty, after sleeping for 1,000 years, awoke as a plague-spreading wraith. Cinderella's glass slipper became a cursed artifact that imprisoned souls. Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother was disemboweled and replaced by a monster wearing human skin. And on the day of his transmigration, Lin Ye awakened a golden finger called the Purification System. With this system, he had risen from an ordinary person step by step to the position of the highest prison warden of the capital. The position sounded glorious, but it was like walking on thin ice. The royal family had long been corrupt. They needed a sharp knife to deal with the contaminated troublemakers. And Lin Ye was this knife. Used well, he was a hero, but once out of control, he would be the first scapegoat sacrificed. His predecessor had been torn to pieces on the spot for failing to purify an A-grade contaminant. Stay back, Lin Ye said calmly to the jailer beside him, his eyes fixed on the raging pollutant. In his right eye, a faint blue data stream flickered, invisible to normal people. Ding. System scan initiated. Contaminant information: name Gluttony Wolf, variant source Fairy Tale, The Three Little Pigs, contamination level D, elite status, severe contamination, berserk weakness, spirit core, at the center of the forehead, purification method, contact, and destroy its spirit core. Roar. With a deafening roar, the sturdy iron cage was finally torn apart. The Gluttony Wolf lunged at the nearest Lin Ye with a bloody wind, its sharp claws drawing several black afterimages in the air. The jailers let out a collective gasp, some even closed their eyes in fear. However, Lin Ye's expression did not change at all. He did not even take a step back. Just as the wolf's claws were about to touch his face, the thorn staff in his hand gently flicked. Click. A soft sound, the staff separated in the middle, and a silver chain shot out, like a venomous snake, accurately wrapping around the Gluttony Wolf's neck. The chain tightened rapidly, the other end still connected to the half-staff in Lin Ye's hand. Lin Ye exerted force with his wrist and pulled down sharply. Bang! The several hundred-gene Gluttony Wolf was forcibly dragged to the ground by a tremendous force, shaking the entire execution ground. Whimper. The Gluttony Wolf let out a painful whimper, struggling wildly, but the seemingly delicate chain was incredibly tough, digging deep into its flesh. The surrounding jailers watched in stunned silence. That was a D-level contaminant that could easily tear through steel. In the hands of the warden, it was subdued like a disobedient wild dog. Was this the strength of a silver-level purifier? Contamination levels: EDCB-AS, corresponding to Fodder, Elite, Boss, Lord, Calamity, Apocalypse. Purifier levels: Apprentice, E, Bronze, D, Silver, C, Gold, B, Holy, Judgment, A, Oracle, S. All eyes showed a mix of fear and worship. Lin Ye ignored their astonishment. He strode forward with long legs, stepping with steady steps, until he stood before the Gluttony Wolf, looking down at it. In my prison you must learn to be quiet. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. He slowly extended his left hand, covered in a black leather glove, ignoring the Gluttony Wolf's frantic biting, and pressed it precisely on the center of its forehead, the location of its spirit core. System prompt contact with contamination core detected. Initiate purification. Purify, Lin Ye said in his mind. A soft, holy white light burst out from the center of his palm. The huge, twisted body of the gluttony wolf convulsed violently, letting out a piercing scream unlike any living creature. The black, strange patterns covering its body under the illumination of the white light melted away like snow in the sun. Just a few seconds later, the huge monster vanished, and in its place a worn-out big gray wolf doll lay quietly on the ground. At the center of the doll's forehead, there was a faintly glowing fragment. Ding. Purification successful. Obtain purification points 100. Obtained fairy tale source fragment Big Gray Wolf X1 system. Prompt purification points can be used to upgrade personal level and skills. Fairy tale source fragments can be used to exchange synthesize special items or abilities related to the fairy tale. Lin Ye did not pay attention to the system notifications. He bent down, picked up the doll, and looked at it thoughtfully. Then he turned and walked towards the depths of the prison, his figure gradually disappearing into the darkness. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. The dim candlelight flickered, casting long shadows on the stone walls. The prison seemed to breathe, a living organism of steel and stone. He paused at the door, his hand on the cold iron handle. A faint glow emanated from the fragment in his pocket. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled. The night was still young. Lin Ye bent down and picked up the shard of primordial essence. It transformed into a stream of light in his palm and merged into his body. After finishing this, he straightened up and swept his gaze across the entire room with a scrutinizing look. The guards who met his gaze all felt a chill in their hearts, lowering their heads, not daring to look back at him. Clean this place up. If such a mistake happens again, you'll go inside and keep them company. Yes, Warden. The guards trembled in fear and quickly responded. Lin Ye turned around, ready to leave this unpleasant place. Just then a communication mirror engraved with the royal crest in his bosom suddenly vibrated, emitting an urgent call. Lin Ye frowned slightly and answered the communication. A panicked face appeared on the mirror, the chief steward of the imperial palace. Warden. Bad news. Princess Snow White. Something has happened to Princess Snow White. The steward's voice was sharp and fearful. She has locked herself in the Crystal Palace. We heard strange sounds from inside. Just now a guard tried to force the door and was instantly devoured by a black force. The court mages detected that the contamination index inside the palace is rising sharply. Already about to break through B level. Lin Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. Princess Snow White. His mind involuntarily conjured an image. A peerless maiden with snow-white skin, a waterfall of jet-black hair, and crimson lips. As the princess of the Snowfall Kingdom, she had come to the imperial capital for a political marriage half a year ago. Every time she saw Lin Ye at royal banquets, she would bow politely with a hint of curiosity, her voice as crisp as an oriole's. How could such a pure and beautiful existence be contaminated by evil? And if it is contaminated, why is it directly B level? This is illogical. There is a vast difference between D level and B level. Ding. Emergency mission triggered. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Mission name: Prelude to the Bloody Wedding Gown. Mission type: Main Quest. Phase 1 mission objective: enter the Crystal Palace, investigate the truth behind Snow White's contamination, and contain her. Mission reward: purification points 1000, random fairy tale, item, chest X1. Failure penalty: royal interrogation, loss of warden position, becoming a wanted fugitive throughout the city. Lin Ye's eyes instantly sharpened. A main quest. This was the first time. And the failure penalty was so severe, clearly a huge conspiracy behind it. This is a mission that cannot fail. I understand. Lin Ye closed the communication mirror, his voice returning to a calm, unruffled tone. Prepare the carriage. To the palace. He commanded the adjutant behind him, then strode out of the prison. The blood-red moonlight stretched his shadow long like a deity, walking through purgatory. Name: Lin Ye. Title: Warden of Green Prison. Purifier level silver. Initial purification points 100. Items: Thorn Staff. With Binding Chains. Communication mirror. Fairy tale. Primordial fragment. Big Bad Wolf X1. Current quest. Main quest: Prelude to the Bloody Wedding Gown. Incomplete. The specially made carriage to the palace rode extremely smoothly. The interior of the carriage was spacious, made of top-grade ebony with magic crystals embedded in the corners to absorb vibration, ensuring no outside noise could be heard during the ride. The air was filled with a faint, calming fragrance of spices. This was the warden's private carriage, a symbol of status and privilege. Lin Ye leaned back on the spacious soft leather seat, his eyes closed as if dozing, but in reality, he was rapidly organizing all the information he had just received. Sitting opposite him was his adjutant Lilith. Lilith was wearing a modified female guard uniform today. The fitted black short-sleeved shirt accentuated her soft yet firm upper body curves, as if a slight movement would cause the stunning fullness to burst out. The lower half was a tailored black skirt and black stockings wrapping a pair of long, shapely legs. She sat upright, her back straight, revealing a breathtaking curve that converged at her firm, lifted buttocks. A pair of shiny black high-heeled boots made her appear tall and capable. Unlike ordinary humans, she had a pair of fluffy cat ears which now trembled slightly, with the gentle sway of the carriage adding a touch of exotic charm. Her emerald green pupils like a cat's glistened with agility in the dim carriage. Lilith had once been the most outstanding member of the Cat Claw Thieves Guild, and had fallen into Lin Ye's hands by accident. Instead of throwing her into prison, Lin Ye saw her talent for intelligence gathering and keen insight, and promoted her to be his personal adjutant. Since then, this wild little cat had retracted all her claws and willingly became the Warden's most loyal subordinate. At this moment, she was holding a document and looking at Lin Ye with a mixture of admiration and reverence, reporting in a crisp voice, "Warden, here are all the public documents regarding Princess Snow White. Snow White von Frostfall, 18 years old, sole heir of the Snowfall Kingdom in the north. 6 months ago she came to the Eternal Night capital as a political marriage to form a military alliance. Her marriage partner is the Grand Prince of the capital, and the wedding is set for 1 month from now." Lilith paused slightly, observing Lin Ye's reaction. Lin Ye still had his eyes closed, only tapping his fingers rhythmically on the head of the thorn staff, producing a steady tap-tap sound indicating she should continue. Receiving the silent permission, a flicker of joy passed through Lilith's eyes, and she unconsciously leaned forward, causing the scenery on her chest to sway slightly. According to intelligence, Princess Snow White's situation in the palace is not good. Her Majesty the Queen. You know, the one who masters potion knowledge seems to have a subtle hostility towards this princess from the north. Although the Queen shows her affection in public and private, the princess's maids and guards have been replaced several times, and now almost all are the Queen's people. This means the princess is virtually under house arrest in the Crystal Palace. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze lingering for a moment on Lilith's beautiful face and attractive figure, then shifted away. That means everyone around her could be a source of contamination. His voice was calm, but it sent a chill down Lilith's spine. The Warden's focus. Always so precise and lethal. Yes, my lord. And Lilith's tone grew somewhat grave. This corruption incident is very peculiar. It erupted too swiftly and with too much intensity, completely inconsistent with the normal patterns of corruption. I suspect this is deliberate man-made corruption. Well done, Lilith. Lin Ye praised lightly. That single sentence alone made Lilith's adorable cat ears perk up with excitement, and a charming blush spread across her cheeks. For her, earning the Warden's approval brought her more joy than any reward. Lin Ye, meanwhile, was pondering something else entirely. Man-made corruption targeting Snow White, whose identity was so sensitive. Behind this was probably far more than a clandestine palace intrigue between the Queen and her stepdaughter. Shuaman Kingdom, the Northern Territories, military alliance. These words strung together made Lin Ye sense a vast conspiracy. It seemed this main quest was far more perilous than it appeared on the surface. The carriage rolled to a gentle stop. "My Lord Warden, we have arrived at the Imperial Palace." The coachman's respectful voice came from outside. Lin Ye straightened the collar of his uniform, pushed open the carriage door, and stepped down first. Lilith followed close behind. But the moment they stepped onto the white stone plaza before the Imperial Palace, a group of people blocked their path. At their head was a man as massive as a bear. He wore a crude suit of armor stitched together from various monster hides, a huge battle axe, as wide as a door plank resting on his shoulder, and an expression of undisguised feral arrogance. Behind him followed over a dozen burly men, equally muscular and radiating a fierce aura, each gripping a heavy crossbow or hunting knife as they stared at Lin Ye with hostile eyes. This was the Royal Hunter Corps, a unit specifically tasked with exterminating wild, corrupted creatures beyond the imperial capital. Their style of conduct matched their appearance, rough, forthright, and revering strength above all. Well, who do we have here, if it isn't our honorable Warden? The burly man at the lead, Buck, captain of the Hunter Corps, spoke in a strange, mocking tone, his eyes brimming with contempt and provocation. "Buck, this is not the desolate wilds outside the city for you to raise a ruckus." Lilith stepped forward, shielding Lin Ye behind her, and delivered a cold rebuke, dangerous green light flickering in her eyes. Buck, however, burst into loud laughter, his gaze sweeping boldly over Lilith's curvaceous figure. "Yo, isn't this the little wildcat from the Cat Claw Thieves gang? What's the matter? Tamed by our Warden, now you've become a guard cat." His coarse words drew raucous laughter from the hunters behind him. Lilith trembled with rage, the fur on her cat ears standing on end, and she was about to strike. "Lilith." Lin Ye's calm voice came from behind her. Those two words alone instantly calmed Lilith, who was on the verge of exploding. She took a deep breath and retreated to Lin Ye's side, her emerald cat eyes still glaring fiercely at Buck. Lin Ye stepped forward, his gaze meeting Buck's squarely, who stood a full head taller, his expression indifferent. "Captain Buck, are you blocking the main road to the Imperial Palace with your men intending to rebel?" He did not raise his voice, but the weight behind his words made the very air around them stagnate. Buck's smile froze on his face. Rebellion. A charge that heavy was more than he could bear. "Don't try to pressure me with that kind of talk." Buck snorted with feigned bravado. "Lin Ye, let me tell you something. The princess has been corrupted. That means she's become a monster. Hunting monsters is the duty of the Hunter Corps. This matter is beyond the purview of a jailer who spends all day with prisoners. I suggest you take your little kitty and crawl back to your gloomy prison. Otherwise, once the fighting starts, blades have no eyes. If we end up hurting your delicate fair-skinned warden, that wouldn't do you any good. He deliberately emphasized the word jailer, dripping with contempt. A jailer was a lowly profession, even if Lin Ye was a warden of higher rank than a jailer. In his eyes, Lin Ye was nothing more than a pretty boy who had risen through petty cleverness and royal favor. He himself, by contrast, was a true warrior who had fought his way through fire and blood. He envied Lin Ye's position, and envied even more that Lin Ye could receive a mission that offered both immense prestige and generous royal rewards. Today he had come precisely to steal the glory. In the face of Buck's bluster, Lin Ye's expression didn't change in the slightest. He merely looked at the man like a buffoon, then slowly drew something from his bosom. It was a golden badge engraved with the king's seal and the cross swords insignia of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. By royal decree and authorized by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Jelen Prison has full authority to handle this corruption incident at the Crystal Palace. Lin Ye raised the badge to Buck's eyes. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly across the entire plaza. Captain Buck, my authorization document is here. Now show me yours. You. Buck's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Of course, he had no authorization document. He had only heard the news and rushed over with a surge of impulsive zeal and greed. Or perhaps, a faint icy smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Do you intend to defy the king's order? The imperial guards around, who had merely been watching the spectacle, all changed expression upon hearing defy the king's order. In unison, they aimed their spears at Buck and his hunter corps. The atmosphere instantly became as taut as a drawn bowstring. Buck's hand gripping the battle axe bulged with veins. He stared at Lin Ye, breathing as heavily as an enraged bull. But in the end he did not dare to actually make a move. Defying the king's decree was a felony punishable by the execution of one's entire clan. We're leaving. Buck ground out those 3 words from between his teeth, shot Lin Ye a vicious glare as if to carve his image into his memory, and then extremely unwillingly led his men aside to clear the way. A conflict that seemed about to erupt was defused by Lin Ye in the simplest and most effective manner, without a single drop of bloodshed. He didn't even spare Buck a second glance. Leading Lilith, he walked straight past them and headed toward the Crystal Palace, shrouded in an ominous aura. Lilith followed behind, watching Lin Ye straight and imposing back, the admiration in her emerald eyes nearly spilling over. This was her warden. Always so calm, always so powerful, whether facing the most intractable corrupted creatures or the most arrogant provoker. He always managed to keep everything under his elegant, unhurried control, as if it were all held in the palm of his hand. The massive doors of the Crystal Palace, carved with water lilies and swans, stood slightly ajar, releasing an unsettling aura that mingled cloying sweetness with the stench of decay. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ye reached out and slowly pushed the doors open. A grating creak echoed through the hall. The heavy doors emitted a piercing screech as they swung inward, revealing a sight that made even Lilith, accustomed to bizarre spectacles, draw a sharp breath. The once glorious and sacred hall had transformed into a monster's lair. The translucent crystal floor was now coated in a sticky black substance resembling melted syrup. Vines like blood vessels crawled up the walls, bearing strange, eyeball-like berries. The cloying sweetness in the air originated from the multicolored syrups oozing from the corners and pillars. With a thunderous slam, the doors behind them abruptly shut, sealing off all light and sound from the outside world. Magical candelabras around the hall ignited with eerie green flames, illuminating the shadows lurking in the darkness. A rustling, grating sound filled the air. The scattered gingerbread dolls on the floor turned their button eyes a blood red, their grinning mouths sprouting razor-sharp fangs of frosting. They rose unsteadily, brandishing short limbs made of candy canes. Then strawberries with spider legs emerged from a pile of cream cake, and cherries atop cupcakes opened their single eyes, spewing viscous jam. Hundreds of candy monsters surged from all directions, forming a nauseating, colorful tide. D-rank candy guards. Plenty of them, though. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the faint red text hovering above the monsters, his tone as calm as if he were appraising a dessert. He couldn't even be bothered to act himself. Lilith, he said, his eyes fixed on the closed bedchamber door deep within the hall, clear away these troublesome sweets. As you command, my warden. At the order, a flicker of bloodthirsty excitement gleamed in Lilith's emerald cat-like eyes. The long-suppressed wildness was unleashed in that moment. Her entire aura transformed. No longer the obedient maid, but a panther lurking in the night, poised to hunt. With a sharp whoosh, Lilith vanished from her spot, becoming a black blur of incredible speed that plunged into the wave of candy monsters. She wielded no large weapons. Instead, a pair of enchanted daggers gleamed coldly in her hands. Each swing left a silver crescent trail in the air. Every turn was a graceful yet lethal dance of death. The fearsome gingerbread men crumbled like rotten wood under her blades, scattering into clouds of cookie dust. The spider-legged strawberries never got close. A precise dagger throw pinned them to the wall, bursting into a sweet, sticky jam. Her movements were swift, precise, and ruthless, not a single wasted motion. In less than half a minute, the entire hall's candy monsters were annihilated. Lilith landed steadily before Lin Ye, sheathing her daggers and breathing lightly. Her full chest rose and fell in a tantalizing curve. She licked a smear of cream from the corner of her mouth, her eyes still carrying a trace of lingering excitement, as if what she had just finished was not a battle, but a refreshing warm-up exercise. Warden, the path is clear. Lin Ye gave a slight nod and strode through the scattered remains of sweets, stopping directly before the bedchamber door carved with rose motifs. On the door, visible black mist coiled like a tangible force. A powerful wave of spiritual contamination surged violently from behind it. "My lord, let me break it open." Lilith moved forward, but Lin Ye raised a hand to stop her. He placed his gloved left hand gently against the cold door panel. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, attempting to establish a faint connection with the presence inside. "Snow White, it's me, Lin Ye. Are you still conscious?" His voice filtered clearly through the thick door. A moment of dead silence followed. Seconds later, a girl's voice, fragmented with immense pain and fear, replied, "Lin Ye, go away. She's watching. Don't come in." "Who is she? What happened?" Lin Ye pressed further. It's a gift. From Mother. A sweet black apple." Snow White's voice suddenly turned shrill and manic. It hurts so much. Get away. These legs. These things. They're not mine. They're not mine." "Ah." After a piercing, inhuman scream, only mad beast-like roars and thuds echoed from within. "Black apple. The queen, eh?" Lin Ye opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in his gaze. The clues were sufficient. He hesitated no more and signaled Lilith to step back. Then, grasping the door handle, he channeled a purifying force from his palm, instantly dispelling the dark energy clinging to the door. With a click, the lock yielded. Lin Ye pushed the heavy door open. The scene before him made even his battle-hardened pupils contract slightly. The luxurious princess's bedchamber was a wreck. Expensive furniture torn to shreds, the walls covered in savage claw marks. And in the center of the room, the once immaculate, beautiful maiden knelt on the floor, her back to the doorway. Her pristine white gown was tattered, her raven black hair, like a waterfall, hung in disarray, obscuring her face. She clutched her head, emitting muffled, agonized sobs, her delicate frame trembling incessantly. The most horrifying sight was this: from behind her, above her slender waist, 8 metallic, gleaming spider legs of pure shadow were slowly, one by one, tearing through her skin. Each extension of those legs drew a pained groan from the girl. Beauty and terror, sanctity and aberration. In that moment, they fused into a grotesque, startling harmony. She heard the door open. Slowly, she turned her head. That face, as it turned, half was heaven, half was hell. The left side remained the pure, innocent princess Lin Ye remembered. Skin like fresh snow, delicate features a sapphire, eye brimming with tears and endless agony reflecting his stern figure. But the right side was like a canvas stained with ink. Web-like black runes spread from the corner of her eye to her jaw, her skin a sickly pallor. His right eye had completely turned into a bloodthirsty scarlet, flickering with a madness and brutality that was not human. Half angel, half demon. "Lin Ye, Warden." Snow White's delicate lips trembled, emitting broken sounds as 2 distinctly different tones eerily intertwined. One was her own crisp plea, the other a cold, hoarse growl. From her clear left eye, the last tear of despair trickled down. "Kill me, before I completely turn into a monster. I beg you." This plea seemed to drain the last shred of her human rationality. As the words fell, the scarlet in her right eye surged violently. Roar. A guttural, inhuman roar filled with brutality erupted from the depths of her throat. In that instant, the consciousness of Snow White was utterly suppressed. What replaced it was the pure, tainted instinct to kill. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 8 grotesque shadow spider legs behind her snapped like springs released from tension. With a shriek that tore through the air, they transformed into 8 pitch-black afterimages, stabbing simultaneously at Lin Ye's vital points from 8 different treacherous angles. So swift was the assault that it even scraped sparks across the hard crystal floor. This was the true strength of a B-grade pollutant. "My lord, be careful," Lily C exclaimed, her figure flickering as she moved to intercept the fatal attack for Lin Ye. "Stay where you are." Lin Ye's voice rang out at the same moment. Calm and beyond question. Lily C's body froze mid-step, anxiety etched on her face, but her absolute obedience to commands kept her from advancing further. Facing this onslaught capable of instantly killing an ordinary silver-rank purifier, Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged. His body leaned back at an angle defying physics, while his feet slid sideways like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, the 8 lethal spider legs grazed past his uniform, the sharp wind lifting the black hair from his forehead. Boom! The spider legs struck empty air, slamming heavily into the wall behind Lin Ye. The sturdy palace wall was pierced like tofu, leaving 8 bottomless holes. Failing to land a hit, the corrupted Snow White grew more frenzied. She let out a piercing shriek. The 8 spider legs turned into a torrent of whip-like shadows combined with her claw-like hands, unleashing a storm of attacks on Lin Ye. Lin Ye's figure dodged continuously within the relentless assault like a small boat in a raging sea, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet always evading every strike with minimal movement at the critical moment. But he knew this couldn't go on. Snow White's power was still climbing. A prolonged confrontation would be extremely disadvantageous for him. More importantly, he couldn't strike hard. The mission was containment, not destruction. Moreover, this involved the Queen's conspiracy. He needed a clear-minded Snow White as a witness. Conventional methods won't subdue her. Lin Ye's thoughts raced. System, is there a way to suppress her movements instantly without causing permanent damage? Ding. Detected host request. Generating plan. Detected host holds fairy tale essence fragment Big Bad Wolf X1. Its inherent fear and intimidation traits can effectively shock mental type pollutants. Consume fairy tale essence fragment Big Bad Wolf X1 and 100 purification points to temporarily synthesize skill mental intimidation. Synthesize. Lin Ye made the choice without hesitation. Synthesis successful. Temporary skill mental intimidation acquired. Duration 10 seconds. Uses 1. Now. Seizing the moment when Snow White's attack missed, Lin Ye stopped dodging and stood firm. A deep glint flashed in his eyes. A woo. A desolate wolf howl, not from the mouth, but directly resounding through the entire space and into the depths of the soul, exploded suddenly. Behind Lin Ye, a massive phantom of a gray wolf's head formed from pure spiritual energy materialized. The wolf's head had crimson eyes and bared fangs, exuding the most primal predator pressure from the top of the food chain. This mental shock struck Snow White's consciousness like an invisible hammer. Oh! Snow White let out a pained scream, and her frenzied attack abruptly ceased. She clutched her head, falling to her knees in agony. The 8 spider legs behind her twitched uncontrollably, losing their threat. Only one chance. Lin Ye's left palm glowed white, and a thick beam of purification light shot out, striking Snow White's back with precision. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The moment the holy purification beam touched Snow White's body, it seemed to encounter a barrier. Most of the energy was repelled and dissolved by an invisible dark force field, with only a tiny fraction penetrating, yielding little effect. System warning: the target's corruption core is deeply bound to its soul and strongly protected by the Black Apple Curse. Standard purification methods are ineffective. Special purification condition triggered. Purification plan updated. Must perform zero-distance contact purification. Explanation: the host must channel purification power directly into the target through extensive physical contact, e.g. an embrace, bypassing the curse barrier to strike the corruption core. The closer the contact, the higher the purification efficiency. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. An embrace. He glanced at Snow White writhing in pain on the ground, her scarlet right eye temporarily numbed by the mental shock, beginning to refocus. The wolf howl's intimidation effect was about to fade. Time was running out. There was no hesitation. Lin Ye strode forward. Under Lily C's shocked gaze, he crouched down, ignoring the still twitching grotesque spider legs, and extended his arms to tightly, gently embrace the beautiful girl struggling on the brink of mutation from behind. As Lin Ye's arms encircled the trembling, slender body, a bone-chilling coldness struck him first. The girl in his arms was as stiff as an ice sculpture, with countless tiny things writhing beneath her skin. Roar! The pollutant let out an even more furious roar at the close contact. Snow White began to struggle violently. The remnants of human instinct and the provoked eerie power made her erupt with astonishing force. She slammed her elbows, shoulders, and the back of her head wildly against Lin Ye's chest, trying to break free from this embrace that felt lethally threatening. Lin Ye let out a muffled grunt. Yet his arms tightened even more, like a prison forged of steel, locking her firmly in place. Be still. His low magnetic voice, as if imbued with some strange enchantment, resounded in her ear. The next instant, a soft and pure purifying light no longer emanated solely from his palm. Instead, it radiated from Lin Ye's entire body, like a warm sun, enveloping them both completely. The holy radiance pierced the invisible barrier of the curse. Lin Ye's purifying power, like a raging flood, forcefully poured into the Snow White's body, surging straight toward the core of darkness that had been corrupted. The Snow White let out a heart-wrenching scream. The 8 hideous shadow spider legs behind her began to convulse violently under the holy light, melting away, emitting black smoke and a sizzling sound of corrosion. At the very moment the clash of powers reached its peak, Lin Ye's consciousness resonated with the Snow White's for a fleeting instant. Countless chaotic fragments of her memories surged into Lin Ye's mind like a tidal wave. He saw, in the opulent reception hall, the elegant, dignified queen with a tender, motherly gaze handed a black apple, dark as night, yet exuding an enticing fruity aroma, to the Snow White. My dear child, this is a blessed fruit I specially prepared for you. Eat it, and it will help you adapt better to life in the royal capital. The queen's voice was filled with an irresistible allure. Lin Ye felt the Snow White's flattered gratitude at that moment. The scene shifted. In her own bedchamber, the Snow White took a delicate bite of the black apple. The peak of sweetness lingered on her tongue only for a second, then transformed into a frigid, foul, cold current that instantly spread through her limbs and body. Lin Ye experienced her shock, confusion, agonizing pain, terror, and finally the despair of being swallowed by boundless darkness. The final scene was her blurry consciousness through distorted vision, seeing the queen standing at the door of the bedchamber, her gentle mask gone, replaced by a cold, cruel, triumphant smile. My dear child, enjoy this wedding gift well. The memory ended there. These were irrefutable proof. Almost at the same moment, the purification reached its final stage. With a crisp sound like breaking glass, the 8 spider legs behind the Snow White completely dissipated into nothingness. The web-like demonic runes on her body also receded like a tide, restoring her skin to its original pure white. The violent, struggling force vanished. The rigid, delicate body in his arms suddenly went limp. As if all her bones had been removed, she collapsed weakly, her entire weight leaning against Lin Ye's embrace. The purification was complete. Due to the intense energy impact, her already tattered princess gown was now even more shredded, revealing large expanses of snowy, delicate shoulders and smooth back. Lin Ye could clearly feel the astonishing softness and warmth of her body in his arms. Just as he was about to release his hold, the girl, who had just regained a sliver of consciousness, as if subconsciously seeking a final shred of security, actively nestled deeper into his warm embrace. Her breathtakingly beautiful face unconsciously pressed against Lin Ye's chest, her rosy lips slightly parted, and she uttered a dreamlike murmur of infinite attachment. So warm. Then she fell completely unconscious. And this scene was witnessed clearly by Lilith not far away. Her emerald cat-like eyes widened first in shock, then when she saw the Snow White's dependent posture and the Warden's calm, downcast profile, an inexplicable, unsettling emotion surged within her. It felt like someone else had touched her most precious treasure. A little sour, a little bitter. Just then a series of system notification sounds echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Warning detected: high concentration residual energy of the Black Apple Curse. Energy type unique, cannot be fully dispelled. System attempting to absorb and convert. Absorption successful. Conversion complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the passive trait Curse Corroded Body initial stage. Effect: you gain an additional 5 resistance to curse-type spells, and when purifying contaminated entities imbued with curse energy, there is a chance to absorb trace residual energy, permanently enhancing your spiritual power. An unexpected bonus. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. This trait was practically tailor-made for him. Then the settlement reward for the main quest followed. Main quest, the Omen of the Bloody Wedding Gown, has been completed. Quest completion rating S level, perfect containment obtained, key, clues, no additional damage cost. Rewards doubled. Reward: purification points, 2,000. Reward: special fairy tale item, Snow White's first tear. Description: a crystal imbued with the power of a pure soul can resist 1 fatal mental attack, or be used as a high-grade alchemical material. Reward: special skill, True Love's Kiss, status sealed. Unsealed conditions: Snow White's affection reaches 100, until death do us part. Ding. Affection panel for character Snow White unlocked. Current affection 60,100. Trust dependence. Generous. Unprecedentedly generous. Lin Ye's mood lightened considerably. This adventure had yielded a bountiful harvest. Yet before he could savor the joy of these gains, bang! The already damaged door of the bedchamber was kicked open from the outside with extreme brutality. Amid flying splinters, a young man in ornate armor with golden hair and blue eyes, handsome, yet his face twisted with rage, stormed in with a squad of fully armed palace guards. He was the first prince of the royal capital, the Snow White's nominal fiancé, Edward. The moment he entered, the sight before him made his eyes instantly bloodshot. His betrothed, the beautiful Snow White, was disheveled, unconscious, held tightly in the arms of another man. And that man was none other than the Warden he had always despised, Lin Ye, who exuded an aura of coldness. Jealousy and fury at this moment completely shattered Prince Edward's reason. Lin Ye. He let out a beastly roar, pointing at Lin Ye, his voice trembling with extreme rage. Release my fiancée. What? What have you done to her? Facing Prince Edward's bloodshot eyes blazing with jealousy and anger, Lin Ye's expression remained utterly unruffled. He did not even rush to explain. With extreme caution, he cradled the unconscious Snow White in his arms, his movements as gentle as if handling a priceless treasure. Then he turned and gently laid her on the soft and scathed bed, carefully pulling a thin blanket over her bare shoulders exposed by her torn garments. This series of calm, even tender actions was perceived by Prince Edward as a blatant provocation and a declaration of ownership. I told you to let her go. Are you deaf? Edward's sanity was completely consumed by rage. He could no longer endure being ignored. Guards, seize him. He abruptly drew his ornate sword, pointing its tip at Lin Ye. This man trespassed into the princess's chamber with malicious intent and suspicious behavior. Apprehend him on the spot, throw him into the dungeon, and await judgment. Yes. The well-trained palace guards behind him, those sensing something amiss, obeyed the prince's absolute authority. They responded in unison and instantly formed a battle formation. Clang, clang, clang. Rows of gleaming halberds thrust out from behind shields like a forest of steel, converging on Lin Ye from all sides. The air was instantly filled with a murderous aura. Protect the warden. Lilith cried out, her figure turning into a black shadow as her poisoned daggers slid from their sheaths, ready to meet the guards. Stand down, Lilith. Lin Ye's calm voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable command. Lilith's movement halted. She gritted her teeth and reluctantly retreated to the corner, but her emerald cat-like eyes remained fixed on the throats of every guard, ready to strike a fatal blow. Lin Ye slowly straightened up, turned around, and finally looked directly at Prince Edward. His gaze was icy and profound, like a frozen, unfathomable lake. Your Highness, I am here on royal orders to handle the contamination incident. Are you ordering your guards to attack a royally authorized warden, hoping to sample the cuisine of Green Prison yourself? Let's talk. Edward was enraged by his contemptuous look. I suspect you are the source of the contamination. I'll have you arrested first. Before his words faded, the front row of guards launched their attack. Halberds struck like venomous snakes, aiming for Lin Ye's chest, throat, and limbs, sealing off every possible escape route. Yet Lin Ye did not even move. Just as the halberd tips were about to touch his body, an invisible aura burst forth from him with abrupt force. It was a chilling aura, a mixture of the silver tier purifier's pressure and the peculiar characteristics of the cursed erosion physique, enough to make one's heart tremble. The foremost guards felt as if they had suddenly fallen into an ice cave of fear, gripping their hearts from the depths of their souls. Their movements froze for an instant. In a duel between experts, a single moment decides everything. Lin Ye moved. His figure, like a phantom, advanced, instead of retreating, charging directly into the forest of halberds. The onlookers saw only a series of lightning-fast afterimages. Then came a rapid succession of crisp cracks. The guards could not even see how Lin Ye struck. They just felt a numbness in their wrists and a clever force causing their halberds to slip from their grasp and fly away. Lin Ye's movements did not cease. He moved like an elegant leopard, weaving through the crowd. Each strike was a simple hand blade or elbow blow, precisely hitting the weak joints of the guard's armor or vital points. Thump, thump, thump. After a series of muffled impacts, more than a dozen fully armed elite guards collapsed to the ground, within 3 seconds, groaning and clutching their pain-racked bodies, completely incapacitated. Throughout it all, Lin Ye never even drew his thorned cane. The entire chamber fell into a dead silence. Lilith watched with sparkling eyes, her admiration for her master deepening. As for Crown Prince Edward, he was utterly stunned by the scene before him. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly. He knew Lin Ye was a purifier, but he had never imagined that a purifier's close combat skills could be so formidable. This was beyond human capability. Just then a gruff voice broke the silence. Your Highness, see, I told you this man had ill intentions. Buck, the hunter team leader, squeezed in through the kicked-open door with his trusted subordinates. Having heard the commotion outside, he immediately realized this was a perfect opportunity to kick someone when they were down. As he entered and saw the groaning guards and Lin Ye standing alone, he instantly put on a righteous and indignant face, shouting at Prince Edward, Your Highness, you saw it with your own eyes. This man not only defiled the princess, but also brazenly attacked the palace guard. That's treason. I, Buck, have long disliked him. A pretty boy who stays in prison all day has no right to handle such important matters. In my opinion, he should be executed on the spot along with the princess as a contaminant. His venomous words aimed to nail Lin Ye to the cross of guilt. Stirred up by Buck, Prince Edward's momentary hesitation born of fear vanished, replaced once again by fury. He blustered, That's right. Lin Ye, what do you have to say? You are a traitor. Lin Ye cast a cold glance at Buck, who was like a clown, his gaze devoid of any warmth, as if looking at a dead man. Then he turned his eyes back to Prince Edward. Are you done? He walked slowly, step by step, toward the prince. He walked slowly, but each step seemed to press upon the heartbeat of everyone present, bringing immense pressure. You? Don't come any closer. Prince Edward, intimidated by his terrifying aura, stumbled backward, his sword trembling in his hand. I warn you, I am the prince. If you dare touch me. Just then a weak but unmistakably clear cough came from behind them. Cough, cough. Everyone turned to look and froze. On the large bed, Snow White, who should have been unconscious, had somehow sat up. She wrapped her slender figure in the thin blanket, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Though her face was still pale, her sapphire-like eyes had regained their former clarity and brightness. Her gaze swept past the furious prince, the fallen guards, and the groveling sycophant, finally resting on the tall, upright back that had shielded her from everything. Then she spoke. The voice was not loud, yet it was enough for everyone in the bedchamber to hear it distinctly. It was Warden Lin Ye, who saved me. What attacked me was a black apple sent by Mother the Queen. Snow White's two clear testimonies struck like a thunderbolt exploding in the silent bedchamber. One sentence cleared Lin Ye of all suspicion. The other pointed an invisible sword straight at the most honored woman in the entire kingdom, the Queen. Prince Idiwa's face instantly turned from furious red to a pallid white, as if his lie had been publicly exposed. He looked at Snow White on the bed, whose eyes were clear and mind lucid, then at the groaning guards on the floor and the unscathed Lin Ye. He felt his cheek burning, as if an invisible hand had slapped him hard. Especially when he saw that Snow White's gaze, filled with dependence and gratitude, remained fixed on Lin Ye, without even a single glance at him, her fiancé. The flame of humiliation, mixed with jealousy, nearly scorched through his chest. There must be some misunderstanding. He squeezed out a dry sentence, trying to find a way to save face. The hunter team leader Bake was even more terrified, out of his wits. He never expected the princess to wake up so soon. When he met Lin Ye's gaze, cold and devoid of any emotion, a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to his crown, and his legs nearly gave way beneath him. Your Highness, there must be something fishy here. We should report to His Majesty first. Yes. Investigate thoroughly. Bake scrambled to hide behind the prince, shouting frantically. Exactly. Investigate thoroughly. Prince Idiwa, as if grasping at a lifeline, immediately straightened his back and put on a businesslike expression. This involves Mother the Queen. It's no small matter. Warden Lin Ye await the king's summons. With that, he intended to take his men and slip away. Your Highness, please stay. Lin Ye's unhurried voice like a spell froze their steps instantly. Prince Adhua turned impatiently. What else do you want? Nothing much, Lin Ye said calmly. But before you leave, there are a few accounts we need to settle. He raised one finger, pointing at the shattered bedchamber door. First, the prince violently entered a crucial crime scene without permission, damaging evidence. The Internal Affairs Department will record this. He raised a second finger, pointing at the guards scattered on the floor. Second, without evidence, you publicly ordered guards to attack the warden who was executing the king's decree. This is contempt of royal authority and obstruction of duty. The king's royal judge will be very interested in this. Finally, his gaze fell on Prince Idiwa's increasingly grim face. Third, and most importantly, your recklessness and slander have caused irreparable damage to my personal reputation and that of Green Prison, which I represent. So, a cold curve curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. I need compensation. Compensation. Prince Adhua could hardly believe his ears. This insignificant warden dared to demand compensation from a prince in public. Exactly, Lin Ye said in a tone that brooked no argument. I don't want gold coins. Those vulgar things are beneath your highness's status. I need 3 things. A pass allowing my deputy to freely enter most areas of the royal palace. A batch of mithril for reinforcing the prison's defenses, and the highest level access to the royal archives on ancient black magic and curses. With each item, he listed. Prince Idiwa's face darkened further. These were all invaluable, especially the archive access, something money couldn't buy. But looking at Lin Ye's eyes that seemed to see through everything, and then at Snow White silently watching from the bed, he knew that if he didn't agree today, and this matter went to the king, he would only lose even more miserably. Fine, I agree. Prince Adhua gritted out the words through his teeth. He shot Lin Ye a venomous glare, as if etching the man who had humiliated him into his bones, then led Bake and the others away in utter disgrace. The bedchamber finally fell silent. Lin Ye walked to the bedside where Snow White was now able to sit up on her own, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Warden. If it weren't for you. Just call me Lin Ye, he interrupted. I was only doing my duty. He paused, lowering his voice to a volume only she could hear. During the purification, I saw part of your memories, about the black apple and the queen. Snow White's delicate frame trembled, a flicker of fear in her eyes, but more than that, a sense of relief at being understood. She nodded, biting her lower lip. Yes, everything is as you saw. When you see the king later, you know what to say, Lin Ye reminded her. I saw it, but that can't be evidence. Only you, the victim, can testify against her. I understand. Snow White's gaze grew resolute. I won't be a lamb for slaughter anymore. Lin Ye nodded slightly and turned to leave. Rest well. I'll have Lilisai send a few reliable female guards to watch over you. Until the king's judgment comes, this place is more dangerous than you think. With that, he pulled open the broken door and walked out. Then he looked at Lilisai, who was following closely. Seeing Lin Ye's gaze, her fluffy cat ears twitched nervously. Warden, are you all right? Just now. She reached out a small hand, carefully checking his uniform for any creases or damage from the earlier conflict. When her cool fingertips inadvertently brushed against Lin Ye's hand, both of them stiffened slightly. Lilisai snatched her hand back as if shocked, a lovely blush spreading across her delicate face, her words stumbling. I was just worried. I'm fine. Seeing her adorable expression, Lin Ye's mood inexplicably lifted and his tone softened. Go arrange for 2 of the most reliable people to guard the princess, then we'll return to the prison. Yes, sir. Lilisai immediately resumed her capable deputy demeanor, though the faint redness at the tips of her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the palace within the alchemy tower, the queen, dressed in a luxurious black gown, silently gazed at the enormous magic mirror before her. In the mirror, everything that happened in the princess's bedchamber was clearly reflected. When she saw Princess Bai Shui awaken and point her finger at her, her well-maintained, beautiful face showed no sign of panic or fluster. She merely let out a soft, slightly disappointed sigh. What a useless little thing can't even withstand this much pollution. And that Lin Ye, the new warden of Jelen Prison, is an interesting variable. She picked up a glass of wine as red as blood from the table, gently swirling it. The crimson liquid traced elegant arcs on the glass walls. She drained the glass in one gulp, a sinister and cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She walked to the other side of the tower, where 7 life-size dwarf statues carved from obsidian stood. The statues were in various poses, some carried pickaxes, some held miners' lamps, but without exception their faces bore stiff and wicked smiles. The queen extended her slender fingers, gently tracing the cheek of one statue, and murmured in a lover-like tone, "My dear little ones, after sleeping for so long, it's time to get up and stretch your limbs." The moment her words fell, the eyes of the 7 statues simultaneously lit up with an ominous crimson glow. Within just half a day, the events at the Crystal Palace spread like wildfire, fermenting into 2 completely different versions among the upper society of the Eternal Night imperial capital. The prince's faction's version, Warden Lin Ye, coveted the princess's beauty, used forbidden arts to forcibly purify her with despicable means, and a heart deserving death. However, more people heard a version closer to the truth from the escaped mates. The queen poisoned her stepdaughter, the princess mutated into a monster, and the new warden, entrusted with a mission in crisis, single-handedly and forcefully suppressed it. For a time, the name Lin Ye, along with his handsome and cold image in the Jelen prison he represented, became the hottest topic of conversation at all aristocratic gatherings at an unprecedented speed. On the morning of the 2nd day after returning from the palace to Jelen prison, a summons personally signed by the king and sealed with wax was delivered to Lin Ye's desk. It was not sent through any internal affairs department, but directly delivered by the king's most trusted royal guards. The location was not the solemn throne hall, but the king's study. The implication was self-evident. When Lin Ye, guided by the guards, stepped into the room filled with the scent of books, he saw a monarch completely different from his imagination. The king of the Eternal Night Kingdom, Yace Jelen. He was not dressed in elaborate royal robes, but in ordinary dark casual clothes. He appeared somewhat aged, with deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and graying hair that was slightly thinning, but his azure eyes remained sharp as an eagle's, embodying the wisdom and majesty tempered by time and political scheming. He was sitting behind a large rosewood desk, playing with an antique pure gold badge, which was the symbol of the warden of Jelen prison. "Warden Lin, ye have a seat." The king's voice was hoarse, but full of vigor. Lin Ye slightly bowed in salute without any hesitation and calmly sat down on the chair opposite the desk. No need to stand on ceremony. Here there is no monarch and subject, only a father troubled by family matters and an expert who can solve problems. The king got straight to the point, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Lin Ye's face. "I've heard about everything that happened in the princess's bedchamber, and I also know the foolish deeds of that idiot Ai Dehua." Lin Ye did not respond, only quietly waiting for what was to come. The king placed the badge on the table and slowly pushed it over. This badge was passed down from the first warden. Besides being a symbol of status, it also represents a forgotten power, proxying the king's authority. When dealing with any matters related to the kingdom's security and eerie contamination, the bearer of this badge is equivalent to my presence. The king's gaze became meaningful. "I am old and many things are beyond my power. The queen's family has deep-rooted influence in the southern part of the kingdom. One move affects the whole. I cannot easily move against her." The helplessness and murderous intent in his words were undisguised. This was a transaction. The king, constrained by politics, could not personally deal with his wife, so he needed a sharp knife not bound by the rules of the chessboard. And Lin Ye was the knife he had chosen. "I need to see evidence, Lin Ye." The king's voice was extremely low. "Conclusive evidence that leaves her family with nothing to say, enough to nail her to the cross of treason." "I understand, your majesty." Lin Ye calmly reached out his hand and took the heavy, magically infused pure gold badge into his pocket. This gesture signified his acceptance of the dangerous commission. "Very good." The king's face finally showed a satisfied smile. "As an advance payment, what Ai Dehua promised you will be delivered to your prison in double. Go, my warden, do what you must. The shadows of the imperial capital are long overdue for a cleansing." Leaving the king's study, Lin Ye did not return to the prison, but instead walked directly to the other side of the palace, the royal archives. This was the treasure trove of the entire kingdom's knowledge and the burial ground of the most secrets. In charge of the archives was an old duke whose hair and beard were so white they almost dragged on the floor. He was rigid and strict, notoriously unapproachable. When he saw Lin Ye and heard his request to enter the highest level, forbidden archives, his cloudy old eyes widened, and he was about to scold. Lin Ye simply and silently placed the newly acquired pure gold badge, symbolizing the proxy of the king's authority, on the table. The old duke's reprimand instantly stuck in his throat. He stared at the badge for a full 10 seconds. Then, with an expression of utmost shock and reverence, he looked at Lin Ye, tremblingly rose, and personally opened the heavy stone door, made of magic silver and engraved with protective runes. Inside the forbidden archives, there was a strange odor mixed with dust and magical energy. Lin Ye walked slowly between rows of bookshelves. Every book here contained knowledge enough to overturn people's understanding or even bring disaster. His curse erosion body trait. At this moment it played a subtle role. He had an extraordinary perception of items imbued with dark and cursed auras. Finally his steps stopped in the most inconspicuous corner. From the lowest shelf of the bookshelf he pulled out a heavy ancient tome with no title, its cover made from the leather of some unknown beast and emanating a faint rank smell. He opened the pages. The contents made the cold gleam in his eyes grow even sharper. The book recorded in detail a dark cult long forgotten by the world, the Fate Weavers, which worshipped the ancient spider god Arak. And on one page a delicate female portrait was painted prominently. That face was the queen in her youth. The text beside the portrait read Elvira von Vantray, the last descendant of the Vantray family, the final candidate for the saintess of the Fate Weavers. The Vantray family was precisely the fallen southern noble house that the queen had claimed to the outside world. He continued, flipping toward the back of the book. The entry on the black apple also appeared. Its true name was the Gift of the Spider Mother, a sacred relic used by the Fate Weavers to transform high-ranking converts. Those who consumed it would have their souls polluted by the spider god's will, and their bodies would gradually mutate, eventually becoming a powerful and bizarre creature known as the Spider Queen, serving as the spider god's agent and killing machine in the world. So that's how it is. Lin Ye closed the book. Everything fell into place. The queen's poisoning of Snow White was not out of a wicked stepmother's jealousy, but a long premeditated evil transformation ritual. She wanted to turn Snow White, who possessed the royal bloodline, into a powerful B-grade contaminant that would obey her. Its purpose was self-evident. When he returned to Jellin prison carrying this weighty intelligence, night had already fallen. Lilith had already prepared hot tea and dinner for him. Just as Lin Ye sat down to sort through his thoughts, a female prison guard he had assigned to watch over Snow White hurried in and handed him an object carefully wrapped in a handkerchief. "Warden, Her Highness the Princess asked me to secretly deliver this to you." Lin Ye opened the handkerchief. Inside was a small, delicately woven lucky knot made of silk threads. In the center of the lucky knot was a tiny, tightly folded note. When he unfolded it, he saw Snow White's elegant, yet resolute handwriting. "Thank you so much. Every month on the night of the full moon, my mother the queen goes alone to the black forest outside the city near the abandoned wishing well. She calls it feeding her little pets. Please be careful." Black forest, little pets. In Lin Ye's mind, the 7 special beings from the fairy tale, closely connected to Snow White, flashed instantly. At the instant he connected every clue: the queen's identity, the gift of the spider mother, the secret meeting on the full moon night, and the phrase, little pets. An ice-cold system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. A complete chain of key clues has been detected. Main storyline quest triggered. New main quest: Whispers of the 7 Shadows. Quest background: the saintess of the Fate Weavers, Queen Elvira, is awakening the pawns she has hidden for years. Using the power she stole from the Spider Mother, she has corrupted the native or spirits of Cheesy Mine, twisting them into 7 shadow miners, filled with resentment and malice. At the upcoming Festival of 10,000 Lanterns, she plans to drive them to simultaneously detonate the 7 core magic nodes beneath the imperial capital, thereby destroying the royal city's guardian array and creating the conditions for the spider god's descent. Quest objective: before the Festival of 10,000 Lanterns arrives, go to Cheesy Mine, purify the 7 shadow miners, and reclaim the corrupted core or vein, the heart of the mountain. Quest reward distributed according to quest completion rating. Quest danger level B. Festival of 10,000 Lanterns. Miners. So it wasn't the 7 dwarfs after all. Lin Ye looked up and glanced at the calendar on the wall. There were less than 10 days until the Festival of 10,000 Lanterns. Time was extremely pressing. He stood up, walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the imperial capital, glittering with lights, yet unaware that crisis was already brewing beneath its feet. His gaze was calm and sharp, and new fangs had already begun to grow silently. "Lilith, at your command. Prepare Eclipse-class combat equipment and assemble the personnel. At dawn tomorrow we're going mining." The morning sunlight filtered through the massive Gothic stained glass windows of the Warden's office in Jellin prison, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow. The air was filled with the fragrance of black tea from the cloud mist mountains in the south brewed by Lilith's own hands. Everything seemed serene and orderly. Lilith placed a neatly compiled briefing on the recent activities of the various factions in the imperial capital on Lin Ye's desk. Her movements were light and focused, and her crisp adjutant's uniform perfectly outlined her slender, yet powerful waist. "Sir, these are the documents you requested." Lin Ye leaned back in the wide chair, gently tapping the desk with his slender fingers. Yet his gaze was not on the documents, but on Lilith, who was meticulously pouring hot tea for him. Her fluffy cat ears twitched slightly with her focused movements. Her fair neck set off by the black uniform appeared even more delicate, like porcelain. As if sensing Lin Ye's gaze, Lilith paused briefly in her movements and looked up. A trace of confusion flickered in her emerald cat eyes, then a charming blush quickly spread from the roots of her ears to her cheeks. "Yes, sir. Is there something I've done wrong?" Seeing her so flustered and adorable, Lin Ye's taut heart, strained by the impending battle, relaxed a little. "No, you're doing very well." He lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. "I was just thinking that once this matter is over, I should give you a vacation." Lilith was stunned at first, then shook her head emphatically, her cat ears becoming a blur. "No, sir. That won't be necessary. To be able to work for you is the best rest for me." Her tone was extremely determined, and her eyes shone with undisguised fervent adoration. Lin Ye smiled and said nothing more. This rare tranquility was soon broken. "Sir, the Eclipse-class combat equipment you requested is ready." Lilith resumed her brisk adjutant demeanor and led Lin Ye to his private equipment room. In the center of the room, a mannequin quietly wore a set of equipment that would make any man's blood boil. It was a pure black long trench coat. The fabric was not ordinary cloth, but an alchemical material called shadow weave fiber, cold and silky to the touch. At the collar and cuffs, the thorn emblem of Jellin Prison was embroidered with magic silver thread, understated yet luxurious. Equipment: Dark Raven Trench Coat, Eclipse Class. Effect 1, it provides 20 additional damage reduction against curses and mental-type spells. Effect 2, when merging into shadows, can greatly reduce the user's presence. Beneath the trench coat lay a form-fitting combat suit crafted from supple black dragon leather reinforced with specially treated obsidian plates at key joints, seamlessly balancing defense and agility. A pair of military boots named Silent Walker had soles engraved with silencing runes, enabling footsteps as light as snow without leaving a trace. Most striking, however, were the gloves. The gloves were made from the feathers of a newborn thunderbird with a refined purification crystal embedded on the back of the hand. When Lin Ye wore them, channeling his purifying power, his energy consumption decreased by 10, while its potency increased by 10. Excellent. Lin Ye changed into this gear, and his entire demeanor shifted in an instant. If he was usually a peerless blade sheathed in its scabbard, now he was that very blade unsheathed, gleaming with deadly cold light, a weapon of slaughter. The form-fitting combat suit perfectly accentuated his tall, lean figure, complemented by his cold, handsome face, causing Lilith's heart to throb uncontrollably. Preparations complete, they arrived at the underground training ground of the prison. Their 20 elite guards, clad in standard black armor and carrying alchemical firearms and demon-slaying longswords, stood in rigid formation awaiting orders. They were the core armed force of Green Prison, the Raven Squad. Every member was either a battle-hardened retired soldier or a powerful purifier with a criminal record, personally selected and subdued by Lin Ye, fiercely loyal and formidable in combat. When they saw Lin Ye, now transformed and exuding an imposing aura, their eyes burned with fervent reverence. Lin Ye swept his gaze across their faces, offered no lengthy pre-battle speech, and simply said, "The rot in the imperial capital needs to be cleansed. Gather your tools and move out." "Yes, Warden." A unified roar echoed through the underground space. Yet, just as the Raven Squad was about to march toward the city gates, Lin Ye made a decision that stunned everyone. He altered their route, heading straight for the Hunters Guild in the imperial capital. Inside the guild, it was the busiest time of the day. Hunters boasted loudly about their exploits, gulping down ale. The center of conversation was undoubtedly Buck. Surrounded by a crowd, he was embellishing his tale of how he had bravely confronted the Warden and seen through the latter's conspiracy. "I'm telling you, that pretty boy Lin Ye is all show. If the prince hadn't stopped me, I'd have made him kneel and call me grandpa." Buck ranted, foam flying, until he believed his own lies. Just then the noisy guild door was kicked open. Sunlight streamed in through the doorway, silhouetting a tall figure and 20 black-armored soldiers emanating murderous intent. The boisterous guild fell instantly silent. All eyes focused on the man in the eclipse sun, black suit, slowly entering the door. Lin Ye. Buck's drunkenness evaporated instantly. Staring at Lin Ye, then at the well-equipped hostile Raven Squad behind him, his legs gave way, and he slid off his chair onto the floor. Lin Ye. What do you think you're doing? This is the Hunters Guild." Lin Ye paid no heed to his bluster, calmly taking out a pure gold emblem that represented acting royal authority and raising it high. "By royal decree, His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every corner of the guild. Hunter Buck colluding with Prince Edward to frame a royal official and obstruct purifying duties. The evidence is conclusive. His hunter status is hereby revoked. He is to be taken into custody at Green Prison and tried at a later date. The golden emblem gleamed in the sunlight, stinging everyone's eyes. The surrounding hunters glancing at the emblem and then at Buck's ashen face scattered like startled birds desperate to avoid any association with the unlucky man. No, you can't do this. I'm the prince's man. His Highness will save me. Buck let out a desperate howl. 2 Raven squad members approached expressionlessly, hoisting him up like a chicken. Lin Ye walked up to him, looking down with eyes devoid of anger, only icy indifference. The prince. He can't even save himself now. With that he turned away, not sparing a glance at the broken dog. Take him away. Under countless shocked, awed, and fearful gazes, the Raven squad escorted the wailing Buck away, leaving behind a legend of the new Warden's overwhelming power and ruthless methods. On the road to the city gate, a secret carriage arranged by Lilith awaited. Lin Ye boarded, lifted the curtain, and inside sat Princess Bai Shui, dressed in plain servant attire, yet still radiating stunning beauty. You're here, she said, a hint of delight in her voice. I've come to say goodbye and to collect my reward. Lin Ye's voice was calm. Princess Bai Shui nodded. She had already learned certain news, for instance the purpose of Lin Ye's journey. From a pocket close to her chest, she carefully took out an amulet woven from ancient silk threads and handed it to Lin Ye. Dangling from the amulet were 7 small oars, each a different color. When I was very young, the 7 true minor grandfathers gave this to me. They said the 7 oars mountain's veins are connected, and as long as you carry this you can feel the pulse of the mountain's heart in the deepest mines and never get lost in the complex tunnels. Her eyes dimmed slightly. I don't know if it will help you, but it's the only thing I can do for you. Lin Ye took the amulet, feeling a warm energy emanate from the 7 small oars. He knew this item was far more valuable than Princess Bai Shui imagined. Thank you. Take care of yourself. Wait for me to return. Lin Ye gave her a long look, then turned and descended from the carriage. The convoy finally rolled out of the imperial capital's gates. But as they entered the Black Forest Canyon, the only route to the 7 Oars Mountain, swish, swish, swish. From the dense woods on both sides of the road, hundreds of crossbow bolts gleaming with a dark green poison shot out, like a torrential rain blanketing the convoy. Simultaneously, nearly 100 mercenaries wielding curved blades, their faces ferocious, burst from the forest. Leading them was none other than Prince Edward's most trusted guard captain. With a savage grin he roared, by the prince's secret order, slay Lin Ye and his men, leave none alive. Ambush, form a shield wall. Lilith's sharp cry cut through the screeching arrows. The well-trained Raven squad reacted with lightning speed. The 10 soldiers on the outer flank instantly dismounted, dropping to one knee and slamming their specially crafted tower shields, engraved with defensive runes, into the ground, interlocking them to form an impenetrable semicircular steel bulwark. Clang, 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 thud, thud. A dense volley of crossbow bolts struck the shield's surface, bursting into showers of sparks. Those venom-tipped arrows, gleaming with a sinister green light, could not penetrate the magic-patterned tower shield in the slightest, falling weakly to the ground. Yet this was merely the first wave of assault. Nearly 100 mercenaries wielding curved blades like wolves, catching the scent of blood, roared and charged from the dense forests on both sides. Split up, fire at will, suppress the flanks. Lilith's eye commanded coolly. Behind the shield wall, the Night Raven squad members immediately knelt and rose, extending alchemical rifles through the shield's firing ports, aiming at the surging enemies. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening roar of gunfire echoed through the canyon. Each bullet, driven by purified crystal, precisely pierced a mercenary's body, exploding into a small burst of holy light, instantly grievously wounding them, or even directly purifying the minds tainted by faint demonic chi. But the enemy's numbers were simply too great. Many mercenaries still broke through the hail of fire, brandishing their curved blades, slashing fiercely at the shield wall. Just then, within the carriage, Lin Ye, who should have been the primary protected target, lifted the curtain and stepped down slowly. He did not even spare a glance at those minor soldiers. His gaze, like a hawk's, locked directly onto the captain of the guard, who was commanding with calm authority amidst the mercenaries clad in exquisite armor. To capture the chieftain, first capture the king. Whoosh! A stray arrow shot from some cunning angle flew straight toward Lin Ye's brow. Lin Ye did not even raise his eyelids. Just a hair's breadth before the arrowhead touched his skin, the thorn insignia embroidered with demon silver thread on the collar of his dark crow coat suddenly gleamed. A shadow barrier nearly imperceptible to the naked eye materialized instantly. A soft sound was heard. That powerful poison arrow, as if striking a piece of soft yet resilient leather, had its tip firmly stuck, unable to advance a single inch further. Lin Ye casually pulled the arrow from the barrier, discarding it like a useless twig. The passive defense capability of the dark crow coat. How terrifying. This sight made the distant captain who had loosed the arrow narrow his eyes sharply. Before he could react, Lin Ye's figure moved. The silent walker boots beneath his feet made no sound. His form transformed into a straight black line charging directly into the thickest cluster of the battle, courting death. Several mercenaries at the forefront seeing this grinned maliciously. Their curved blades, accompanied by sharp, whistling winds, slashed simultaneously from 3 different directions, at Lin Ye's neck, waist, and legs. Confronted with this encirclement that sealed all escape routes, Lin Ye neither dodged nor evaded. He simply raised his right hand clad in the purification gloves. With the purification crystal on the glove as the core, a dazzling, yet coherent holy orb of light instantly took shape in his palm. Purification light. Lin Ye's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. He stepped forward directly, using his body to crash into the attack range of the 3 mercenaries. The 3 sharp, curved blades struck his body solidly. Yet the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. At the moment the blades contacted the dark crow coat, a grating creak sound was emitted as if striking the hide of some extremely tough magical beast, leaving only a few shallow white scratches. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's hand, glowing with holy light, had already pressed against the chest of the mercenary in the middle. Sizzle. A sound like a hot iron searing flesh rang out. The grin on that mercenary's face instantly froze, replaced by boundless terror and agony. The sacred light forcefully poured into his body, purifying his soul, tainted by dark power, along with his very life force. He let out a scream, his body instantly shriveled and withered, as if drained of all moisture, collapsing limply to the ground. A single strike, instant death. Lin Ye's palms moved swiftly, and amid the terrified gazes of the other 2 mercenaries, he pressed them left and right onto their chests. 2 more screams followed. In the blink of an eye, 3 elite mercenaries had turned into 3 desiccated corpses. With his powerful equipment and his silver-rank strength, Lin Ye was now like a god of death walking among mortals. This display utterly intimidated all the mercenaries who had charged forward. The ferocity on their faces faded, replaced by a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. Seizing this opportunity, the Night Raven squad reorganized their formation. The alchemical rifles roared once more, precisely picking off every hesitant foe. The tide of battle had turned in an instant. At the same time, deep within the palace, the magic potion tower. Queen Iwila was lounging comfortably on her throne with the magic mirror before her, like the highest definition live broadcast screen, clearly reflecting everything in the Black Forest Canyon. When she saw the ambush sent by Idiwa, a contemptuous sneer curled at the corner of her lips. Foolish waste, only capable of such petty, underhanded tricks. She had originally watched out of sheer amusement, curious to see how much weight this warden, who had repeatedly thwarted her plans, truly carried. Yet when she saw Lin Ye's eclipse-grade equipment, especially when he effortlessly slaughtered 3 mercenaries, the smile on her face slowly froze. Dark crow coat. Purification crystal. As the saintess of the Fate Weavers, her knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary nobles. She recognized the origin and value of these items at a glance. That old bastard of a king actually bestowed such great equipment upon him. It seems he's determined to use him as a blade against me. The queen's gaze gradually turned somber and icy. It appears I must accelerate the pace. I need to fully awaken them before he reaches the mine. She extended her slender fingers and lightly tapped the magic mirror. The scene in the mirror shifted, revealing a pitch-black, deep mine shaft. Deep within the mine, 7 pairs of eyes, each gleaming with a sinister light of a different color, slowly opened. Inside the crystal palace within Snow White's bedchamber. Although protected by the female wardens, Lin Ye had since Snow White remained restless and uneasy. She had changed back into her resplendent princess gown, but her former innocence and cheerfulness were gone. Her beautiful sapphire blue eyes were filled with lingering anxiety. Through a young maidservant she had planted beside the prince, she had already learned of Idiwa's ambush plan in advance. Now all she could do was silently pray for that man in her heart. Lin Ye, you must return safely. She clutched tightly a small silver cross hanging from her chest, her knuckles whitening from the strain. She knew that man was now her only hope to counter the queen and reclaim her own life. This concern and reliance, even before she herself realized it, had quietly fermented into a deeper, more fervent emotion. On the battlefield, the fight was nearing its end. With Lin Ye serving as an unstoppable spearhead, the Night Raven squad swept through all resistance. The mercenaries' morale completely collapsed, and they began to flee in all directions. The guard captain, sensing the tide turning against him, abandoned his men without hesitation. He vaulted onto a fine warhorse, one pitch black in color and clearly specially trained, and attempted to flee the battlefield. Trying to leave, Lin Ye snorted coldly. Pushing off the ground with explosive force, he shot into the air like a cannonball, cutting a graceful arc through the sky before landing precisely on the back of another riderless warhorse, one equally magnificent. These were Blackhoof warhorses capable of mountainous combat and possessed only by the mercenary leaders. Lin Ye squeezed his legs against the horse's flanks. The Blackhoof warhorse let out a fierce neigh, its hooves churning as it turned into a black streak of lightning thundering off in the direction the guard captain had fled. I'll go hold him back. The rest of you don't bother chasing. Lin Ye's icy voice drifted back from afar. Yes. Lilith and the Night Raven squad acknowledged in unison, then began swiftly sweeping the battlefield and gathering all the unattended magnificent Blackhoof warhorses together. This ambush had not only failed to harm them in the slightest, but had instead delivered a batch of urgently needed fine mounts. Truly a generous gift from the prince. In the canyon of the Black Forest, fierce winds howled. The guard captain's mount was already a 1 in 100 Blackhoof warhorse, but at this moment, he felt his pursuer behind him like a maggot clinging to his bone, a deadly shadow he could never shake off. He dared not look back. He could hear the equally rapid hoofbeats, unhurried, always maintaining a distance that made his heart pound wildly. That was not a chase, it was pure mockery. The guard captain's heart was overwhelmed with boundless terror. The horsemanship, an exquisite warhorse he once prided himself on, seemed laughably childish before this man. His mind kept replaying that horrifying scene. The man descending like a heavenly deity, impervious to blades and spears, treating 3 elite mercenaries like weeds and reducing them to withered corpses with a mere smile. That was not power any human could possess. That was a demon. Desperate, he yanked the reins and actually tried to turn his horse around for a final desperate struggle. Yet the moment he moved, a black shadow flashed past his side at a speed even greater than his own. Lin Ye's mount, as if teleporting, cut across and blocked his path. The dying light of the setting sun gilded Lin Ye's dark raven trench coat with a blood-red golden trim. He sat calmly on horseback, one hand lightly holding the reins, the other resting on the thorn cane at his waist, his gaze as placid as if he were looking at a rabbit already caught in a trap. Run, then why did you stop? Lin Ye's voice was soft and weightless, yet like a heavy hammer it pounded hard against the guard captain's heart. The guard captain's throat was parched, and he could not force out a single word. Before absolute power, any struggle or excuse seemed utterly pale and powerless. He cast down his scimitar, swung off the horse, and fell to his knees with a heavy thud. His forehead struck hard against the stone-strewn ground. Warden, please spare my life. Spare me. I was only following orders. It was the prince who forced me. He wept with tears and snot streaming down his face, shifting all the blame onto the man who had long since cast him aside as a disposable pawn. Lin Ye looked down at him from his elevated position, not a single ripple in his eyes. By the time Lin Ye leisurely rode back, leading 2 magnificent Blackhoof warhorses, the battle had long since concluded. Lilith was directing the Night Raven squad, efficiently sweeping the battlefield and collecting usable arrows and supplies. Seeing Lin Ye return safely, the heart that had been suspended in her chest finally settled back into place. She hurried over to meet him, her emerald cat-like eyes carefully scanning Lin Ye from head to toe. Her fluffy cat ears tense with anxiousness pressed tightly against her hair. "My lord, are you all right? Are you hurt?" As she spoke, she reached out a small hand to brush away dust that did not exist on Lin Ye's dark raven coat. When her slightly cool fingertips touched the cold shadow-weave fibers of the coat, her movements paused briefly, and her pretty face flushed red against her will. This subordinate was just. "Next time do not act like this again, my lord." Then suddenly summoning her courage, Lilith murmured in a tone half reproachful and half tinged with lingering fear, "Pursuing alone was too dangerous. You are the pillar of us all, what if?" Looking at her eyes filled with genuine worry, Lin Ye's heart was inexplicably stirred. He raised his hand, intending to pat those cute cat ears as he usually did. But this time his hand paused midair, then finally landed on the top of her head and gently tousled her hair. "I see." His voice carried a gentleness he himself had not noticed. Lilith's body instantly froze as an indescribable warmth flowed from the top of her head straight into the depths of her heart. Her cheeks flushed so deeply they seemed ready to drip blood. Her mind went completely blank, leaving only the soothing warmth transmitted through Lin Ye's palm. "Your Majesty, you have already seen it." While the group was resting, Lin Ye activated the communication mirror. In the mirror appeared King Arthur's imposing yet weary face. Lin Ye displayed before the mirror a specially made crossbow bolt, taken from the guard captain and engraved with Prince Edward's personal eagle crest. "This is physical evidence. As for the witness, I have already secured him." The king in the mirror remained silent for a long time. His eyes seemed to blaze with fury. It was not merely rage over the assassination of an official, but also bitter disappointment and fury at his son's irredeemable foolishness. "Well done, my warden." The king's voice was hoarse and icy. "This matter ends here. Execute the guard captain on the spot. There is no need to bring him back to the imperial capital." Then he issued an unmistakable command to someone beyond the mirror. "By my decree, the eldest Prince Edward, unstable of temperament and erratic in conduct, is hereby stripped of his royal guard command and all military posts. He is confined to the Crystal Palace, and without my command he shall not take half a step outside." The image in the mirror quaked violently from the king's roar, apparently, as guards hastened to carry out the order. With that concern resolved, Lin Ye cut off the communication, his expression unchanged. To him, this was merely pulling out an annoying nail. The real threat still lay ahead. An hour later the group regrouped. Riding the captured Blackhoof warhorses, they made significantly better speed. By the time darkness had fully descended, they finally reached their destination, the Seven Suns Mine. The sight before them made every member of the Night Raven squad instinctively tighten their grip on their weapons. Here there was no trace of any living creature. The once bustling mining village now lay in ruins, nothing but crumbling walls and collapsed houses like silent skulls gaping with dark, empty mouths. Weather-beaten wooden fences twisted like the outstretched arms of the dying. The air was thick with a strange, sorrowful miasma blended with decay and sulfur. The entire mountain range was shrouded in a deathly silence, as if even the wind had ceased its wailing. Such a dense concentration of resentment. Lilith wrinkled her delicate nose, her emerald feline eyes brimming with vigilance. They died in great agony. Lin Ye dismounted and walked slowly to the entrance of the village where a broken wooden sign still stood. The words, "Welcome to Happy Miner Village," had long since faded beyond recognition. He took out the 7-ore talisman gifted by Snow White. Gently he infused it with purifying power. A hum resonated, and the 7 small ores on the talisman lit up simultaneously. 6 of them emitted a soft, pure white glow. Only the leftmost, or the crimson one symbolizing irascibility, now radiated an ominous, congealed blood-like dark red light. Moreover, this light pointed clearly toward the entrance of Mine No. 1, half hidden by vines and rubble not far away. That was their first target. Activate night vision, 3 per team, advance in mutual cover. Lilith, lead the first team and watch your step. Lin Ye's voice echoed at the entrance of the dead silent Mine No. 1, clear and calm. Yes, sir. Lilith and the members of the Night Crow squad pulled down the visors on their tactical helmets. A faint green magical glow flickered across the lenses, instantly rendering the pitch-black mine shaft in sharp outlines. Lin Ye did not wear such equipment. When he stepped into the pure darkness, a barely perceptible silver light shimmered in his deep, profound eyes. This was another passive ability granted by his curse-eroded body. In darkness or environments saturated with polluting energy, his vision was greatly enhanced. The scene inside the cave was even more sinister than imagined. The air was thick with a pungent, rusty, dusty odor. Thick dust lay underfoot, muffling every step. The walls of the tunnel were not ordinary rock, but a kind of crystal or containing faint energy. In the night vision scope, they emitted a ghostly green light, like will-o'-the-wisps. Abandoned tools littered the place. Broken pickaxes, rusted shovels, overturned wheelbarrows. Most chilling of all were the walls. They were covered with chaotic, uneven scratches. Those scratches did not look like tool marks. They seemed more like the desperate, frantic clawings of countless people in extreme pain and despair using their fingernails. The team advanced in silence, only the faint sounds of footsteps and gear rubbing. The oppressive atmosphere gripped everyone's throat like an invisible hand. Suddenly Lilith, who was at the front, stopped and made a gesture of caution. Lin Ye followed her gaze. Not far ahead, around a corner, a miner's skeleton, long, turned to bone, was leaning against the wall. His clothes were tattered and worn, but in his hand he still clutched a thick diary, tightly wrapped in oilcloth. Lin Ye signaled the squad to hold their positions while he walked over slowly. He did not touch the diary directly. Instead, he extended his right hand, gloved in purification gear, and gently pressed it onto the miner's skull. The characteristic of the curse-eroded body activated passively. A faint but immense energy filled with endless resentment and unwillingness flowed through Lin Ye's fingers into his body. In an instant, fragmented, noisy black and white images flooded into his mind like a tide. Memory fragment: in the image, a burly miner with a full beard was excitedly boasting to those around him. "Did you hear? The queen herself sent someone. They've taken a fancy to the ore from our 7 ores mine and want to sign a big order with us." The scene shifted. A messenger dressed in ornate robes with elegant manners arrived amidst a crowd of miners, bringing the queen's blessing, large barrels of a deep purple wine exuding a strange fruity fragrance. "This is the wine of power bestowed by Her Majesty. Drink it, and you will have inexhaustible strength to dig out more ore," the messenger announced loudly, a strange smile on his face. The miners cheered and drank deeply of the so-called wine. The bearded miner also drank a large bowl. He wiped his mouth, feeling unprecedented power surging through his body, his bones crackling. The scene shifted again. Deep in the mine, the miners who had drunk the wine began to undergo horrifying changes. Their skin turned rough as rock, their stature shrank, but their muscles bulged like steel. Their eyes glowed with an ominous red light, reason fading, replaced by an endless manic urge to dig and destroy. The bearded miner clutched his head in agony, trying to resist the terrible transformation, but his body was beyond his control. He saw the messenger standing not far away, watching coldly, as if enjoying an amusing play. "Why? What?" He let out a desperate roar. The messenger smiled and mouthed 2 words to him, "A blessing." At the end of the memory, the bearded miner, using the last shred of his sanity, wrapped his diary in oilcloth and hid it in his bosom. Then endless darkness consumed him. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, his gaze icy cold. So the so-called pollution was a complete conspiracy and deception against these innocent miners. The queen, using the spider mother's blessing diluted into poisoned wine, collectively transformed them into digging monsters, shadow miners. "Sir, are you all right?" Lilith asked worriedly, looking at Lin Ye, whose face had paled. "I'm fine." Lin Ye shook his head, then bent down and took the diary from the skeleton's hand. The diary was thick and heavy, recording the miner's daily life from his hiring to before the mutation. It contained his longing for his wife and children, his hopes for the future, and his gratitude and praise for the queen's blessing. All of this made the tragedy even more ironic. "Keep it safe," Lin Ye said, handing the diary to Lilith. "When everything is over, find a place to bury him and this diary together." "Yes, sir." Lilith accepted the diary solemnly. Just at that moment, a shrill, inhuman scream, without any warning, came from the depths of the mine tunnel. This sound seemed to explode directly in everyone's mind. Some of the less resolute Night Crow members staggered violently, feeling a stabbing pain in their heads as if pierced by needles. "Mental attack. Everyone steady your minds," Lin Ye shouted sharply. His voice, like a morning bell, instantly alleviated the stabbing pain in their minds. Immediately afterward, from the pitch-black tunnel ahead, a dozen translucent, twisted humanoid phantoms drifted toward them, carrying endless resentment and wails. "Conventional weapons are ineffective. Use purification bullets." Lin Ye immediately gave the correct order. The members of the Night Crow squad quickly changed magazines, and the alchemical firearms roared once again. Bang! Bang! Each bullet, shimmering with holy white light, precisely struck those ghostly apparitions. The struck apparitions let out even more piercing screams. On their translucent bodies, as if drenched in concentrated sulfuric acid, plumes of black smoke rose, making them even more ethereal. But there were too many of them, and their movements were erratic. Several still broke through the fire net and charged close to the formation. "Watch out!" A phantom suddenly pounced on a Night Crow member positioned on the flank. Although that member resisted desperately, he still felt his consciousness being eroded by a cold, despair-filled emotion, and his movements became sluggish. Just as the phantom's ethereal claws were about to touch his face, meow, a soft, almost inaudible cat's meow, sounded in his ear. Immediately, a small black figure like a ghost appeared between him and the phantom. It was Lin Ye. She had somehow already drawn the twin short swords at her waist. A faint silver radiance flowed on the blades, a demon-slaying weapon coated with holy silver. Her movements were so fast they dazzled the eyes. With an elegant spin, the twin swords in her hands traced two perfect silver arcs in the air, precisely piercing through the phantom's body. Hiss! The phantom let out a scream more piercing than any before. Its entire body, like a burning newspaper, instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated into the air. At this moment, Lin Ye displayed her extraordinary personal strength as the adjutant. Her emerald cat eye shone astonishingly in the darkness, allowing her to easily track the movements of these phantoms. And her innate assassin skills were the absolute bane of these incorporeal beings. Having succeeded in one strike, she did not linger. Her figure merged into the shadows again, appearing silently behind another phantom. With both swords, she cleanly executed another kill. Under her leadership, the squad's pressure dropped sharply. They quickly stabilized their formation and eliminated the remaining mine apparitions one by one. "Well done." Lin Ye nodded approvingly. Lin Ye, slightly panting, smiled with a hint of seeking praise and bowed to Lin Ye. "It is my duty to share your worries, my lord." After passing through the last narrow tunnel, the view suddenly opened up. A huge underground cavern as large as half a football field appeared before them. Countless jagged stalactites hung from the cavern's dome, and in the very center stood a massive crystal or pillar over 5 meters in diameter. But at this moment, this crystal, or which should have been translucent, was wrapped in a viscous dark substance that seemed alive. Black veins spread inside the crystal like dark blood vessels. The entire pillar was pulsating lightly and rhythmically at a strange frequency, emitting a nauseating aura of corruption. Clang! A deafening crash interrupted their observation. They saw a figure standing before the polluted core, or mechanically and frantically swinging a tool in his hand. That was a miner. He was no more than 5 meters tall, even a head shorter than Lin Ye, but his body was disproportionately massive. His bare upper body had muscles bulging like granite, and his skin was a grayish rock-like color. In his hand, he held a giant mining pick almost as tall as himself. The pick's head glowed with an ominous dark red light. Each swing tore through the air with a howling sound, heavily striking the core or vein. Clang! Another heavy blow. Sparks flew. He was one of the 7 shadow miners. The embodiment of wrath. Everyone spread out. Free fire, aim for his joints. Lin Ye issued the order immediately. The 20 Night Crow members quickly spread out, taking advantageous positions, and their alchemical firearms spat fire simultaneously. Bang! 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 Specially enchanted armor-piercing bullets, trailing white streaks precisely shot toward the Wrath Miner's knees, elbows, and other key joints. However, a shocking scene occurred. The bullets struck his rock-like skin as if hitting the hardest steel, deflecting off and leaving only shallow white marks. Roar! The attack completely enraged this furious monster. He stopped digging and slowly turned around. It was a face long, twisted, and inhuman. In his eyes burned two pure savage dark red flames. The Night Crow Squad's attacks were merely mosquito bites to him. Cease fire. Lin Ye's calm voice rang out. He gestured for everyone to retreat, then stepped forward slowly, alone, facing the monster whose height was disproportionate to his, but whose oppressive aura was overwhelming. My lord. Lily C's voice was full of concern. Lin Ye did not look back, only raised his hand to reassure her. He wanted to try where the defensive limit of the Eclipse great equipment bestowed by the King lay. Rohair. The irate miner clearly lacked that much patience. He regarded Lin Ye, this minuscule creature daring to approach, as a provocation. He let out a deafening roar, his thick legs stamping the ground with such force that the entire cavern trembled. His massive body charged forward at a speed that defied his colossal frame, holding his giant mining pick high above his head. The pick glowed with a fierce dark red light, then with the force of 1,000 June it came crashing down upon Lin Ye's head. This blow could have flattened an armored carriage into a metal pancake. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Lin Ye neither dodged nor evaded. He simply stood there calmly, not even assuming a defensive stance. The hearts of the Night Raven team members leaped into their throats. Lilith instinctively tightened her grip on her twin swords, ready to charge in at any moment. The next second, boom! The enormous mining pick landed squarely on Lin Ye's body. A thunderous roar like a giant bell being struck echoed through the cavern, and the shockwave sent shattered stones flying across the ground. Yet, the anticipated scene of blood and flesh never appeared. Lin Ye remained firmly rooted and placed the ground beneath his feet, not even a single crack. That massive mining pick was held fast by his dark raven coat, and the soft dragon leather combat suit beneath it. A layer of shadow barrier rippled across the coat's surface, dissipating more than 70% of the impact force. The remaining force was completely absorbed by the resilient dragon leather and obsidian armor plates. Where the pick head met his shoulder, a series of dazzling sparks erupted like the most intense blacksmith's forge. The members of the Night Raven squad were all stunned. Lilith's beautiful cat-like eyes were wide open, her small mouth slightly agape, her face a mask of disbelief. He actually tainted, completely unharmed. At that moment, Lin Ye appeared to them like an invincible, unshakable war god. Growl. Even the irate miner's chaotic mind registered a flicker of confusion. He felt as if he had struck a mountain. Lin Ye looked up, brushed a speck of non-existent dust from his shoulder, and a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, force. Now it's my turn. The moment his voice fell, his figure vanished from where he stood. The Silent Walker combat boots made him as swift as a ghost. The next second he appeared behind the irate miner, his right hand clad in the purification gloves glowing with holy light, and struck a powerful palm print onto the miner's back. Light of purification. Sizzle. Intense holy light like molten magma instantly melted through the miner's tough skin. Roar. The irate miner let out a heart-rending scream, his massive body stumbling for the first time. Lin Ye pressed his advantage without mercy, moving around the miner at high speed, unleashing palm after palm of the light of purification, as if it cost nothing, each strike landing on different parts of the miner's body. Against absolute speed and the armor-piercing power of purification, the miner's pride, his strength and defense, became the greatest joke. He was like a clumsy bear toyed with by a swift leopard. Finally, Lin Ye leaped into the air, brought his palms together, and condensed a dazzling, enormous light sphere, a miniature sun, that descended from the sky, completely enveloping the battered irate miner. Rest in peace. Growl. In the extreme holy light, the miner's twisted body gradually ceased its struggle. The wild red light in his eyes slowly faded, revealing a trace of relief and gratitude. Then his body dissolved into countless golden light particles, gently dispersing. In his place remained only a pair of ancient metallic glowing gauntlets and his giant mining pick. At the same time, a series of pleasant system notifications rang in Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Successfully purified. No. 1 shadow miner. Irate. Main quest whispers of the 7 shadows progress increased to 17. Gain purification points, 5,000. Obtain special drop item irate miner's gauntlets, silver rank. Purifier rank experience greatly increased. Current rank silver rank peak. Lin Ye picked up the gauntlets from the ground. Equipment irate miner's gauntlets quality silver rank effect increases strength attribute by 15. Activates irate strike next physical attack power increased by 50, cooldown 1 hour. A good find. And the moment he completed the purification, the entire cavern began to undergo a wondrous transformation. The core mineral vein pillar once wrapped in dark matter saw its black slime recede like a tide, revealing the pure crystalline body beneath. A soft and holy white light radiated from the vein, dispelling all the gloom and stench within the cavern. The eerie atmosphere of the entire one mine diminished significantly, and the crystals on the walls emitted a gentle luster, illuminating the cavern as bright as day. Lin Ye took out the 7-gem talisman and glanced at it. Sure enough, the dark red gem, representing the irate, had now returned to its normal pure crimson. First target cleared. Inside the cavern, the holy light gradually softened. Lin Ye stood before the purified core vein, idly toying with the newly acquired irate miner's gauntlets brimming with explosive power. Just as he was about to stow them away, a pale, blue holographic panel materialized before him without warning. It was a notification from his unique purification system. Detected that the host possesses equipment of the same slot, but different traits: purification gloves special, and irate miner's gauntlets silver rank. Do you wish to enable the trait fusion function? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. A new function. Enable, he thought. Trait fusion. By consuming a certain amount of purification points, you can extract the core trait of one piece of equipment and attempt to fuse it onto another main equipment. Note 1. The extracted equipment will be destroyed. Note 2. Fusion has a chance of failure. A failure will result in loss of purification points, but will not damage the main equipment. Note 3. You can choose to fuse either a passive trait or an active skill. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly burned with intensity. This function was practically tailor-made for him. His purification gloves were highly versatile, the core of his purification power. Meanwhile, the irate miner's gauntlets provided a straightforward physical boost. Using either alone would be a waste. But if he could fuse the latter's traits onto the former. Please select the core trait to extract from the irritable miner gloves. Option A, passive trait, strength increased by 15. Option B, active skill, irritable strike. Lin Ye did not hesitate even for a moment. I choose B, irritable strike. A mere boost in strength meant little to him. But the skill, irritable strike, which could amplify the power of his next attack by 50, was an undeniable burst of excellence. Whether used in conjunction with purification light, or as a purely physical attack, it could deliver a decisive blow at critical moments. Active skill, irritable strike, has been selected. Purification points required for this fusion, 3,000. Success rate, 85. Confirm fusion. An 85 success rate was worth the gamble. Confirm. Purification points minus 3,000. Trait extraction in progress. Fusion commencing. The irritable miner gloves in Lin Ye's hand instantly transformed into a pure volatile mass of red energy brimming with ferocity. The purification gloves on his left hand materialized, automatically radiating a holy white light. The red orb, as if drawn by an unseen force, hurtled straight into the white gloves. The moment they merged, a blinding light erupted. The entire process lasted about 10 seconds. When the radiance faded, the irritable miner gloves had vanished. Lin Ye's purification gloves, however, showed little change in appearance save for a faint magma crack-like dark red rune encircling the purification crystal on the back of the hand. Ding. Fusion successful. New equipment: enhanced purification gloves, silver grade. Effect 1, purification power consumption reduced by 10, power increased by 10. Effect 2, new, can activate irritable strike, increasing the power of the next attack by 50, whether physical or purification force, with a cooldown of 1 hour. It worked. Lin Ye clenched his fist in satisfaction, feeling the power within the gloves. A perfect fusion of ferocity and sanctity, ready to be unleashed. Sir, are you alright? Lilith's voice pulled Lin Ye back from the system interface. She and the Night Crow squad members were staring curiously at the gloves that had just glowed out of nowhere. It's nothing. Just some residual energy from the battle. Lin Ye explained calmly. He looked around. The purified cavern was bathed in pure energy and serene tranquility, an ideal place to rest and regroup. Everyone rest for 30 minutes. Check your equipment, replenish ammo. Yes, sir. Lin Ye walked aside and took out the 7 or amulet once more. The fiery red, or representing irritability, had regained its pristine luster. Now the deep blue, or next to it representing sleepiness, was flickering with an ominous black light, faintly pointing toward another exit of the cavern. That passage led to the second, or mine. Just as Lin Ye was planning his next move, Lilith approached with a military canteen, her steps as light as a cat's. She handed him the canteen, her emerald cat eyes sparkling with admiration and curiosity, fixed intently on the gloves he had just upgraded. The mighty figure of her lord, standing firm against that terrifying strike, was now deeply etched in her heart. My lord. That strike was so powerful. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Lin Ye glanced at her, seeing through her little scheme, and couldn't help but smile. Wanna try? Lilith's cat ears perked up excitedly, and she nodded vigorously. Lin Ye removed the gloves and handed them to her. As the gloves touched her hands, Lilith realized they were unexpectedly heavy despite their seemingly light appearance. She imitated Lin Ye, slipping her slender fair hand into the gloves, which were far too large for her. Focus your mind and feel the power within. Lin Ye guided her. Lilith closed her eyes and followed his instructions. The next moment her eyes flew open in astonishment. She felt an indescribable violent force surging endlessly from the gloves. With just a gentle wave of her hand, she produced a sharp gust of wind. As so powerful. She gazed at her own hand in delight, then looked up at Lin Ye with adoration. It was unimaginable that her lord wielded such formidable equipment and fought with unwavering composure. Just how powerful was he? This admiration almost overflowed from her beautiful eyes. Half an hour later the rest period ended. The squad regrouped refreshed and with high morale. Under Lin Ye's leadership, they traversed the cavern and entered the passage leading to the second, or mine. It was a stark contrast to the gloomy dry first, or mine. Here it was warm and humid. A strange cloying fragrance filled the air. The walls of the mine tunnel were no longer covered in cold crystals, but were adorned with clusters of colorful, faintly glowing mushrooms. They were beautiful, yet eerily so. Everyone be careful. The spores in the air have a hypnotic effect. Hold your breath, or activate the circulation system. Lin Ye issued the warning immediately. The Night Crow squad members activated their helmet's built-in air filtration system. Yet only about 100 meters into the tunnel, a dense rustling sound came from the darkness above. Everyone looked up, and their scalps tingled. Hanging upside down from the cavern ceiling were hundreds of bats. These bats were larger than ordinary ones, their eyes glowing with the same dark red ferocity as the irritable miners. They were clearly monsters deeply infected and mutated by the hypnotic spores. Squeak. The lead giant bat opened its mouth and emitted an invisible piercing sonic wave. The sonic wave penetrated the physical defense of the helmets. Boom. Every Night Crow member felt as if their head had been struck by a heavy hammer, stars flashing before their eyes, their consciousness momentarily blurred. Taking advantage of this, the swarm of bats like a black tide of death swooped down upon the defenseless group. Squeak. The sharp, invisible sonic waves like poison needles pierced deep into the minds of every Night Crow member. Ugh. My head. In an instant, more than half of the squad members clutched their heads in pain, staggering, their vision going dark. The helmet's built-in defense system was nearly useless against such pure mental attacks. The formation instantly fell into chaos. Lin Ye's cursed corrosion body granted him high resistance to mental attacks. Though he felt a strong discomfort, he was far from incapacitated. However, the swarm of bats pressing down like a black canopy was far too swift. He had just begun to raise his hand to cast Purification Light. "My lord, be careful." A tender cry tinged with a trembling voice rang out beside his ear. The next instant, a petite black figure slammed into him recklessly from the side. It was Lilith. Her furry cat ears, contorted by excruciating pain, pressed tightly against her hair strands. Her pretty face was deathly pale, yet those jade-green cat pupils blazed with an unyielding determination. Her feline race's extraordinary instinct for danger allowed her to perceive the lethal crisis just a tenth of a second before her consciousness was completely overwhelmed. The true core of the bat swarm's attack was Lin Ye, the most formidable presence in the team. Bam! Knocked off balance by the tremendous force, both of them tumbled backward. Lilith, seizing the momentum, used her petite, yet resilient body to pin him down firmly beneath her, forming the most primitive shield, forged from flesh and blood. Thud, thud, thud. Almost at the very same instant, the first wave of diving mutant bats struck Lilith's back like a torrent of black rain. Their sharp claws and fangs scraped across her exquisite leather armor, producing a series of piercing screeches and showers of sparks. Ugh! Lilith let out a muffled groan, her body trembling violently. Lying on the ground, Lin Ye could feel the softness and warmth of the body atop him, and her uncontrollable trembling. A scent that mingled a maiden's fragrance with a faint trace of blood filled his nostrils. He could even clearly feel her heart racing wildly from tension and agony pressed tightly against his own chest. This foolish girl. A flicker of tenderness and fury, unnoticed even by himself, passed through Lin Ye's eyes. He abruptly flipped over, pinning Lilith beneath him, and with a single push of his right hand against the ground, the two of them sprang upright in an instant. "Step back." In an unyielding tone, he shoved Lilith, still dazed, behind him. Then he raised his head and gazed at the black tide of death in the sky, which was regrouping, preparing to launch its second assault. His eyes were as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. "Very well. You have successfully provoked my wrath." He slowly raised his left hand, the reinforced purification gauntlet that had been fused with new power. "Activate Berserk Strike." Whoosh. The dark red magic runes on the gauntlet, resembling cracks of molten magma, flared to life. A pure, violent, destruction-hungry torrent of power surged forth from the gauntlet, coursing through every fiber of Lin Ye's being. He could feel his strength being forcibly elevated to a brand new, terrifying level in that very moment. He did not waste this power. Instead, he channeled it all into his purification force. "In my name." Lin Ye raised his gauntlet left hand, high fingers spread wide. Purification light. The next second, a sphere of light, more massive and radiant than anything before, erupted into existence in his palm. It was no longer the pure sacred white. At the core of the orb burned a blazing, wrathful crimson sun, one that seemed eager to incinerate every impurity in the world. Blazing sun. Lin Ye uttered the final two words. That red and white intertwining, little sun, shot forth like a cannonball hurtling straight toward the cavern's ceiling. Then at the very center of the bat swarm it exploded with tremendous force. Boom! A blinding, indescribable light instantly engulfed the entire mine tunnel. In that moment the whole world lost its sound and color, leaving only that raging red and white radiance, enough to purify everything. Those mutant bats couldn't even let out a single shriek before being instantly evaporated and vaporized in the raging tide of light and heat like snow in high summer, leaving not even a wisp of ash behind. Such was the terrifying power of a single strike. When the brilliance faded, the mine tunnel had returned to a deathly silence. In the air, fewer than a tenth of the bats remained, scattering in panic in every direction. The members of the Night Raven squad had recovered from the mental assault. They stared dumbfounded at the scene before them, then at the godlike man, slowly lowering his arm. In their eyes now blazed nothing but fervent adoration. So this is the true strength of the Warden. My lord, you. Lilith gazed at Lin Ye's back, her beautiful eyes shimmering with boundless wonder. Mop up the rest. Lin Ye didn't look back. He simply gave the order in a calm voice. He fixed his gaze on a mutant bat that had fallen to the ground, its wings scorched by the edge of that radiance, desperately struggling to flee. He walked over, yet instead of crushing it with brute force as he had done before, he extended a finger and released a wisp of relatively gentle pure white purification light at the bat. The white light slowly enveloped the bat. Squeak, squeak. The bat let out a painful screech, its body convulsing violently. Wisps of visible black chi were forcibly expelled from within its body, dissipating into the air. After a moment its convulsions ceased. The fierce glint in its dark red eyes gradually faded, replaced by the timid black bean-like gaze of an ordinary bat. It seemed to stare at Lin Ye with a hint of confusion, then flapped its injured wings and hobbled into a crevice in the rock, vanishing from sight. At the same time, a new notification flashed before Lin Ye's eyes. Ding! You have successfully purified a mutant cave bat. You have obtained a new material, hypnotic spore gland X1. A glint of understanding passed through Lin Ye's eyes. He reached out his hand and a pigeon egg-sized translucent jelly-like gland materialized in his palm. Hypnotic spore gland quality. Common description: a special organ produced within creatures that have been eroded by hypnotic spores over an extended period. Contains faint spiritual energy. It is a key material for crafting mental resistance potions or hypnotic dust. Just as he thought, purification, not mere destruction, was the key to obtaining these extraordinary spoils. This world's reward mechanism seemed to encourage him to save rather than simply slaughter. This filled him with a new sense of anticipation for the journey ahead. The raging light and heat slowly subsided. The mine tunnel was steeped in a scorched aroma, its walls glowing red as if a fire had just swept through. After a brief moment of stupefaction, the Night Raven squad members swiftly regained their professionalism, clearing the battlefield and maintaining a vigilant perimeter. But as their gazes swept over that lone towering figure, each of them carried a reverence that was almost fanatical, born from the very depths of their hearts. Lin Ye paid no heed to the commotion behind him. He turned around and walked straight up to Lilith. At this moment the cat-eared adjutant was leaning against the wall, breathing in short, soft gasps. Her usually sly and spirited face was now deathly pale, and in her emerald cat eyes lingered a trace of lingering fear and stubbornness. You're injured. Lin Ye's voice was calm without a ripple, yet it was like an unquestionable command. I'm fine, my lord. It's just a minor scratch, nothing serious. Lilith instinctively straightened her back, trying to prove herself. But the movement pulled at the wound on her back, causing her to let out a faint groan of pain, and her delicate brows knitted tightly. Lin Ye said nothing more. He simply reached out a hand, and with a gentle yet irresistible force turned her around, so she faced the wall. Don't move. His voice carried a rare, commanding hoarseness. Lilith's body instantly froze. She could feel a warm, strong hand gently tearing open the leather armor on her back, already shredded by the bat's claws. The cold air instantly touched her smooth back, making her involuntarily shiver. Then she heard Lin Ye take a sharp, suppressed breath. Through Lin Ye's eyes one could see 3 deep bone-exposing claw marks clearly imprinted on that snow-white, delicate and tender skin. Crimson blood was seeping from the wounds, dyeing the surrounding white skin a shocking scarlet. This foolish girl had endured such a heavy price to protect him. An indescribable mix of anger and tenderness surged within Lin Ye. He took out from his bosom a bottle of the highest grade holy light healing ointment specially supplied by the Alchemy Association. He unscrewed the cap and used his finger to scoop out a large chunk of the cool, faintly glowing white ointment. Then under the gaze of the furry cat, ears trembling violently with extreme tension, he gently pressed his ointment-covered finger onto the wound. Lilisai's body tensed up sharply. The cool ointment meeting the burning wound brought a strange sensation, a mix of stinging pain and soothing comfort. But what truly made her almost stop breathing was the finger of her lord gently spreading the ointment on her smooth back. His movements were very light, very slow, with an unprecedented focus and gentleness. The slightly rough masculine touch from his fingertips along with the scent that made her feel incredibly safe instantly blanked Lilisai's mind. A burning hot current surged from her tailbone straight to the crown of her head. Her cheeks, neck, and even her adorable cat ears became scalding and flushed red at a visible speed. "And my lord." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, carrying a hint of tears, whether from pain or the unspeakable shyness and palpitation. "Don't talk." Lin Ye's voice remained low. "And don't let there be a next time. My back doesn't need your protection." These words sounded like a reprimand, but Lilisai detected within them a hint of clumsy concern hidden beneath the domineering tone. She obediently murmured, burying her burning cheeks deep into the crook of her arm. She felt as if her entire being from body to soul was about to be completely melted by her lord's tenderness. After the wound was dressed, the team continued onward. Lilisai followed behind Lin Ye, her steps a bit unsteady, not daring to look up at him. Passing through the cleared bat area, the air ahead became warmer and more humid. Faintly they could hear the gurgling sound of water. Finally they arrived at the core area of the No. 2 mine. It was a huge naturally formed stalactite cave. Unlike the No. 1 mine, there were no cold mineral veins here, but a vast underground hot spring continuously emitting misty steam. The spring water should have been clear. But now in the center of the hot spring, on a stone platform resembling an altar, a spring was constantly spewing out viscous pitch-black, polluted liquid. These liquids had stained most of the hot spring into a nauseating black. That was the pollution core of the entire No. 2 mine, the polluted slumbering spring. Beside the spring, the second shadow miner was lying quietly. He looked like an ordinary dwarf miner who, exhausted from overwork, was lazily soaking in the hot spring. He leaned against the spring, his body gently rising and falling with the ripples, breathing rhythmically as if lost in the deepest, sweetest dream. A satisfied, serene smile even lingered on his face. Yet everyone knew that beneath this tranquility lurked deadly danger. He was the guardian representing slumber. Shadow miner slumber. See aberrant creature description: a miner deeply polluted by the spider mother's blessing, guarding the pollution core. He himself is not very aggressive, but his body continuously emits powerful hypnotic ripples, causing any creature that approaches to fall into an irresistible deep sleep. Everyone halt. Lin Ye raised his hand, stopping the team from approaching. He could sense that the seemingly peaceful area ahead was permeated with an invisible wave-like mental force constantly surging. That force was constantly tempting his mind, telling him, "So sleepy, so tired, lie down and take a nap." Just as Lin Ye frowned, pondering how to break this wide-ranging, persistent mental influence, buzz. The communication mirror in his bosom suddenly vibrated violently and lit up without warning. Lin Ye's heart tightened. The king would never contact him for no reason at such a time. He signaled the team to stay on guard, then stepped aside and activated the communication mirror. In the mirror appeared the dignified face of King Ye, now filled with exhaustion and anxiety. "Lin Ye." The king's voice was direct with an unprecedented urgency. "Forgive my intrusion, but the situation in the capital has taken an unexpected turn. The queen. She has begun to move. I don't know what method she used, but she is secretly eroding my power, currying favor with the wavering nobles. I feel an invisible net tightening around me." The king's eyes were bloodshot. "We have no time. I need you, Lin Ye. I need you to purify that damn mine as soon as possible and bring back those 7 pure core ores. They are not only the key to purifying the queen, but also a crucial chip to consolidate my power. Spare no expense, complete it with the utmost speed. The future of the entire kingdom may rest on your single thought." As his words fell, the communication was unilaterally cut off. Lin Ye, holding the gradually cooling communication mirror, remained silent. He raised his head, gazing at the enemy still in slumber ahead, then looked at the spring, eye constantly spewing filth. His gaze little by little turned cold and sharp like a drawn blade. The faint warmth and ambiguity that had just arisen were utterly crushed by this sudden heavy pressure concerning the kingdom's fate. Now was not the time for romantic entanglements. He must go all out. The light of the communication mirror slowly faded. In the mine, a deathly silence. King Ye's urgent and weighty words pressed like a 1,000-pound boulder on the hearts of everyone present. The members of the Night Crow squad dared not even take a deep breath. For the first time, they so clearly felt the weight of the task on their shoulders. It was no longer merely purifying anomalies, but a matter of the entire kingdom's fate. Lily C walked to Lin Ye's side. Her beautiful cat-like eyes were filled with worry and an unreserved trust. She asked no questions, only quietly awaited her lord's command. She knew that from this moment on any hesitation would be a betrayal of the monarch's trust. Lin Ye's silence lasted only 3 seconds. When he raised his head again, all warmth and probing had vanished from his deep eyes. In its place was an absolute calm and decisiveness that could freeze the soul. No time for puzzle games. His cold voice echoed in the cavern. Lily C., at your command, take half the men guard the entrance and clear any remaining creatures that try to approach. Yes. The other half form a defensive formation around me. No matter what happens, do not step within 50 meters of the hot spring ahead. Yes. The orders were brief and clear. After receiving the king's urgent command, Lin Ye instantly abandoned all steady conventional strategies. Persistent mental influence. A boss mechanic requiring special items to counter. In the face of absolute power and absolute speed, all these become meaningless. He slowly raised his left hand. On the enhanced purification glove, the ring of dark red magma, runes began to emit an ominous glow. The target is not that sleeping guy. Lin Ye's gaze like a hawk's locked onto the center of the hot spring. The slumbering spring eye that was constantly spewing filth. It's that. Capture the leader first, strike the snake's vital spot. Since the core of this area is this spring eye, as long as we destroy it at its source before it completely hypnotizes everyone, all problems will be solved. Activate. Furious strike. Lin Ye let out a low roar in his heart. Buzz. A force more violent and pure than ever before burst forth from the glove. His entire body emitted a series of cracking sounds from the infusion of power. This time Lin Ye did not convert this 50 amplified force into a large-scale radiant sun. Instead, he compressed and condensed it wildly in a nearly barbaric manner. The holy white light on his raised left hand was no longer a soft orb. Under extreme compression, it was stretched and shaped, finally forming a 2-meter-long spear made entirely of pure light, its tip burning with destructive crimson flames. Holy light spear. On the spear, 2 opposing forces, holy and violent, achieved a delicate and terrifying balance. The entire cavern was completely shrouded by the pressure emanating from this spear. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, 1,000 miles away, a lavish court banquet was in full swing in the queen's palace. Melodious music, mellow wine, well-dressed nobles chatting and laughing. Here it was like a completely different world from the gloomy mine. The aged finance minister Duke Ali's son stood in a corner, holding a glass of red wine, watching coldly. His gaze swept over those colleagues who were fawning around a woman, his eyes full of contempt and deep worry. That woman was the absolute center of the banquet, the queen. Tonight she was undoubtedly dressed in her finest. An elegant black gown outlined her mature and voluptuous curves to perfection, with a neckline cut just right, revealing a large expanse of fair, delicate skin and exquisite collarbones. The necklace of black pearls around her neck further accentuated her snow-white complexion, noble and mysterious. On her incomparably beautiful face was a lazy, enchanting smile, with shimmering light in her dark purple eyes. Every glance was enough to make any man infatuated. She was a most lethal black rose blooming at the pinnacle of power. Ladies and gentlemen, the queen slowly ascended the dais, and the hall instantly fell silent. She raised her glass and spoke in a voice full of magnetism and allure. I'm sure you've all heard many rumors lately about His Majesty the King's ill health. Her face showed just the right amount of pitiable sorrow. As his wife, I am more heartbroken than anyone. But a kingdom cannot be without a ruler for a day. During His Majesty's convalescence, the kingdom's operations must not have any flaws. Then she abruptly changed her tone. In her beautiful eyes, a sharp light belonging to a ruler suddenly burst forth, sending a chill down one's spine. Therefore, I hope everyone here will join me in contributing to the stability and prosperity of the kingdom. I promise that everyone's efforts will be rewarded most generously. The speech was flawless. It expressed concern for the king while smoothly drawing power into her own hands. Duke Ali's son let out a cold sneer in his heart. He knew that the queen dared to be so blatant because her greatest reliance was that she believed her most powerful pawn, prison warden Lin Ye, had been completely trapped by the gift she arranged at the cheesy mine. As long as Lin Ye couldn't extricate himself in a short time, she would have enough time to complete the erosion of power over the royal capital. For the queen. A bribed high nobleman was the first to raise his glass and shout. For the queen. For the prosperity of the kingdom. The shouts rose and fell. Watching the nobles whose minds were clouded by power and desire, the queen's seductive red lips curled into a victorious mocking arc. She raised her glass, facing the crowd. Then everyone, let us drink to this. Inside the mine, Lin Ye's right arm, gathering all his strength, bulged with muscles and protruding veins. His legs slightly bent, his body leaned back like a drawn bow. Then, under Lilith's gaze full of admiration and adoration, he hurled the holy light spear in his hand with all his might. Break! Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering boom, only a piercing shriek that tore through the air. That holy light spear transformed into a meteor piercing through the darkness, instantly crossing nearly 100 meters. Before the sluggish perception of the sleepy miner could react, it precisely and fiercely stabbed into the heart of the hot spring, the polluted spring itself. Royal Capital Banquet Hall. The queen was bringing the goblet filled with victory and ambition to her seductive lips, ready to drink it elegantly in one gulp. Boom. The next second, inside the mine, that holy light spear detonated with a roar. An indescribable light of purification, a mixture of violence and sanctity, swept wildly from the core of the spring in all directions. The spring that had been constantly gushing filth was instantly evaporated and vaporized in the light, leaving not even a single piece of gravel. And that sleepy miner lying beside the spring as its guardian, without even opening his eyes, was completely disintegrated by this purifying power in his sleep, turning into countless specks of light. Instant kill. Crack. A crisp, untimely shattering sound rang out in the noisy banquet hall. Everyone looked on in astonishment. On the high platform, their esteemed queen, the crystal goblet in her hand, had without warning cracked open from the middle with a spiderweb-like fissure. The crimson wine slowly dripped along the crack, tracing a glaring mark on her snow-white hand. The queen's body froze. Her originally triumphant, smiling face instantly froze. A sudden, soul-deep agony of forcibly severed connection made her mind go blank. Then came uncontrollable, overwhelming shock and rage. How could this be? When the annihilating light faded, the entire cave fell silent, leaving only the gurgling sound of the hot spring. The water, once dyed pitch black, had now miraculously returned to crystal clarity. Warm steam rose in wisps, carrying a pure, refreshing energy that cleansed the fatigue from everyone. The source of pollution had been completely eliminated. Ding. Successfully purified. No. 2. Shadow Miner sleepy. Main quest. Whispers of 7 Shadows. Progress increased to 27. Obtained purification points 8,000 points. Obtained special drop item Dream Flower X1. Purifier level experience greatly increased. Promotion conditions met. Congratulations. Purifier level increased. Current level gold initial. A series of system prompts exploded in Lin Ye's mind. Gold level. Lin Ye could clearly feel a surge of power far more vast and pure than before, flowing and sublimating through his limbs and body. His cursed corrosion body had undergone a qualitative leap in perception and resistance to eerie aura. He could even feel that his control over the purification force had become more adept, as if it were his innate instinct. He opened his palm, and the so-called Dream Flower materialized out of thin air. Dream Flower quality gold special description: a dream flower born from the fusion of the sleepy miner's final obsession and the pure spring water's power. When worn, it greatly increases mental resistance and allows the wearer's spirit to slowly recover even during sleep. A nice auxiliary item. Lin Ye casually placed it into his bosom, and his gaze fell again on the 7 or talisman. The blue or representing sleepy had returned to purity. At this moment, a brilliant golden or representing pride was frantically flashing with ominous black light, pointing the way to the next target. My lord, we. Lilith stepped forward, about to suggest whether they needed to rest. No rest. Lin Ye interrupted her. Set off immediately, head to mine. No. 3. His voice carried no emotion, yet was filled with unyielding authority. The situation in the royal capital was urgent. He must crush all obstacles here at the fastest speed, just as Lin Ye led the Night Crow squad toward the next target. 1,000 miles away in the royal capital, in the king's study, a secret meeting was reaching its climax. The aged finance minister Duke Harrison, along with several generals holding military power, stood solemnly before King Arthur. Unlike his anxiety hours ago, the king's eyes now burned with a vengeful, sharp flame. Just a moment ago, the king's ring on his finger sent a clear, powerful pulse. The resonance between him and Lin Ye's 7 or talisman, an ironclad proof that the second pollution source had been purified. Gentlemen, the king's voice was low and forceful. Warden Lin Ye has once again worked a miracle for us. His speed of progress far exceeds our expectations, and also exceeds that woman's expectations. His gaze swept over every trusted confidant present. Just now her banquet ended abruptly due to an accidentally shattered goblet. I can imagine her shock and rage at this moment. And this is our opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance where she thinks she has everything under control, but in fact her own backyard is burning. Duke Harrison stepped forward, a sharp glint flashing in his aged eyes. Your Majesty, please give the order. Good. The king slammed the table. Harrison, I authorize you to immediately, in the name of the Royal Finance Committee, freeze all assets of the Cliff family and the Norton family on charges of suspected treason. Cut off her money bags. General Marcus, you are to immediately lead the Royal Guard to take full control of the defense of the 4 main gates and the central arsenal on the pretext of preventing assassins. Take the sword back into our own hands. The operation must be completed before dawn. We must press the blade against her throat before she can react. Understood. Your Majesty. The resounding reply echoed through the study. A swift and fierce counterattack against the Empress had quietly begun with Lin Ye's assistance. The entrance to the third mine was completely different from the first two. There was no gloom or dampness here, instead it was resplendent and magnificent. On the walls of the tunnel instead of ordinary rock were embedded thick, glittering veins of gold. My God, a Night Raven squad member couldn't help but exclaim. As the team advanced deeper, the sight before them left even these battle-hardened elite warriors completely speechless. This was no mine at all. It was a colossal treasure vault buried deep underground. Countless gold coins were piled into small mountains. Diamonds and rubies the size of human heads were carelessly discarded in corners. On the walls grew clusters of crystals and multicolored gemstones, shimmering like rainbows. Endless wealth assaulted everyone's eyes in the most direct and brutal way. Even the air was filled with a cold, intoxicating fragrance of money. Everyone, keep your eyes and hands to yourselves. Lin Ye's icy voice was like a bucket of cold water dousing the burning hearts of the crowd. His body, which had ascended to the gold-tier curse-corrupted form, could clearly sense a sinister, arrogant, and eerie aura lurking beneath the brilliant golden light. It was silently seducing the most primal greed in every heart. This was not a treasure vault. It was a trap that devoured souls. Just then Lilith walked over to Lin Ye. She didn't even glance at the treasures that would drive any king mad. In those beautiful emerald cat eyes, only Lin Ye's figure was reflected from beginning to end. My lord, her voice was soft yet firm. This place is dangerous. Please let Lilith walk ahead of you. Even if it's a trap, I should be the first to step on it for you. Hearing this, Lin Ye felt the softest part of his heart gently touched. He turned and saw Lilith looking up at him with an incredibly earnest, almost reverent gaze. For Lilith. The cat-eared adjutant's pretty face flushed slightly, but she mustered her courage and whispered, all this gold on the ground is not as precious as a single strand of your hair. The treasure I most desire is already right here. This burning pure love that remained unchanged even under the test of life, death, and desire caused a flicker of warmth in Lin Ye's heart, which had grown cold from killing and scheming. He reached out, said nothing, but out of habit rubbed the pair of fluffy cat ears that were trembling slightly from nervousness. We'll go together. Holding her hand, he stepped forward. At that moment they saw the scene in the middle of the passage ahead. Several golden statues in various poses stood silently there. Some were in a pouncing posture, their hands clutching desperately at a pile of gold coins on the ground. Others were kneeling as if kissing a huge natural gold nugget. Their faces still bore the twisted expressions of extreme ecstasy and greed from their final moments. Those were the miners who had entered here before. They had all become the very thing they most desired. Greed is a contagious plague. But Lin Ye's authority was an iron fist capable of suppressing that plague. Holding Lilith's hand, he walked at the front of the team. His gold-tier aura, like an invisible mountain, suppressed the restless thoughts beginning to stir in the hearts of the Night Raven squad members. They walked past those lifelike golden statues, each step like treading on the edge of human nature. Finally, they reached the deepest part of this gold mine. It was a breathtakingly vast domed cavern. In the center of the cavern stood a giant throne haphazardly built from the purest gold and the most brilliant gems. On the throne sat the third shadow miner. He was completely different from the filthy savage image of the previous two. He was clean. He was short in stature but wore a gem-studded cloak that seemed woven from starlight, and on his head was a crown roughly twisted from a huge natural gold nugget. He was Pride. He did not look at the crowd. He sat sideways on the throne with a bored, contemptuous posture, propping his cheek on one hand, arrogantly staring at a point in the void, as if the living people before him were nothing but dust not worth a glance. Shadow Miner Pride be class aberration. Description: John the Foreman Miner, deeply corrupted by the Spider Mother's blessing, whose twisted soul believes he is the sole king of this golden kingdom. He will not engage in physical attacks, but he controls the rules here, initiating an irresistible game of desire against all plebeians who step into his domain. Rule-based enemy. Lin Ye's brows furrowed slightly. This kind of enemy was often 100 times more troublesome than those who only knew brute force. At the same time as Lin Ye confronted Pride, thousands of miles away in the capital, the deepest darkness before dawn was being utterly torn apart by a sudden storm. The king's orders, like the most precise scalpel, carved deep, bone-deep wounds into the power map that the queen thought was impregnable. By order of Duke Harrison, Minister of Finance, Cliff Manor is suspected of funding treason and is hereby sealed immediately. Teams of royal tax collectors escorted by the royal guards stormed into the mansions of nobles who had supported the queen. The caught-off guard nobles watched helplessly as their gates were sealed and their treasuries forcibly taken over. The sound of wailing echoed through the entire noble district all night. By order of General Marcus, to prevent petty troublemakers, the central armory is now fully taken over by the royal guard. All personnel stand by. The troops loyal to the king quickly took control of the capital's military lifelines. Some officers belonging to the queen's faction attempted to resist, But in the face of overwhelming numerical superiority, their resistance only earned them pools of cold blood and shackles. For a time, the entire capital was in a state of panic. The nobles who had been swearing loyalty to the queen at banquets just days ago were now like frightened birds. They couldn't understand why the king's counterattack had been so swift and deadly in just one night. They still could not understand why Her Majesty the Queen had been so utterly unprepared for this. A shadow of civil war pressed down in a death grip over the royal capital. The nobles were afraid, weighing which side they should choose. In the queen's chambers, the beautiful queen stood quietly before the tall window. She watched the faint flickering firelight in the distant streets and listened to the muffled uproar mingled with screams of terror and agony. On her stunning face, there was no longer any trace of the earlier shock or loss of composure. Only a calm that was cold to the absolute extreme remained. Worthless. A pack of worthless fools, she murmured under her breath in a voice only she could hear. She knew that her plan had already revealed a fatal flaw because of that accident at the mine. And Arthur, her seemingly frail husband, was seizing that flaw and launching a frenzied counterattack against her. Lin Ye. She softly spoke the name, murderous intent seething in her dark violet eyes. You are very good. Since these nobles are all fence-sitting turncoats. A cruel arc curled across her red lips. Then, kill them all. Send my hunters out ahead of time. Let fear help them make their final choice. Inside the mine shaft, that haughty monarch upon the throne finally slowly drew his lofty gaze away from the void and cast it down upon Lin Ye and the others below. That gaze was filled with unconcealed, condescending contempt. Vile insects. His voice echoed through the hollow cavern, carrying a strange, bewitching power. You dare to defile the most sacred land of my golden kingdom with your filthy boots. Every breath you take pollutes my noble air. He paused briefly, then a seemingly merciful expression appeared on his face. But I, John, the most generous sovereign of the golden kingdom, am willing to give you pitiful wretches a chance. A chance to obtain wealth and happiness that your barren, pitiful lives could never begin to grasp. Looking down from on high, he stretched out a single finger and pointed at the nearest night raven soldier. You. The young soldier's body trembled violently. Kneel. The voice of pride rang directly in his mind like a divine oracle. Swear your loyalty to me, accept my generous gift, and you shall possess everything your heart desires most. The words had barely faded. An inconceivable scene unfolded. In front of the young soldier, the air warped, and a lifelike illusion appeared out of nowhere. It was a warm little cottage in the countryside. His aged, sickly mother, now dressed in magnificent silk, sat beside the fireplace with a ruddy, healthy glow. His younger brothers and sisters, once skin and bone from poverty, were joyfully playing around a long table piled high with roast chicken and bread. And beside the cottage, chest after chest of gold coins rose like mountains. Accept it. The seductive voice of pride sounded again. All of this will become reality. You will no longer be a lowly soldier, but a hero your family will be proud of. All you have to do is nod. The young soldier's breathing instantly became harsh and heavy. His eyes began to glaze over, losing focus. He saw his mother's desperate, longing eyes. His knees began to weaken uncontrollably, and his body truly started to bend slowly downward. Night Raven. At that instant, Lin Ye's voice, cold as a blade, exploded like a thunderclap by the young soldier's ear. Lift your head. Answer me. What is the first creed of the Night Ravens? The sudden shout carried Lin Ye's gold-ranked spiritual pressure. The young soldier's body went rigid. A flicker of struggle appeared in his unfocused eyes. His lips began to tremble beyond his control. In a hoarse, almost instinctive voice, he recited the creed that had long been carved into his very marrow loy. Alti above all, our glory belongs only to. With immense difficulty, his gaze traversed that magnificent illusion and fell upon the figure standing at the head of the formation, like a divine pillar anchoring the sea. Only to the Lord Warden. When those final words were torn from his throat with a roar, the illusion before him, one that could corrupt anyone, burst apart like a pricked bubble with a sharp pop. The young soldier's body went limp, and he gasped for breath, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. So close. A mere breath more, and he would have become a golden statue in this place forever. On the throne, the merciful expression on Pride's face vanished. In its place was a cold, sinister fury at having been offended. At last his gaze left the young soldier, and for the first time looked directly at Lin Ye. Oh, it seems that among the insects one has slipped in. One a little stronger than the rest. Merely the ringleader. Then what about you? You leader of the insects. What does your filthy base heart crave? You leader of the insects. What does your filthy base heart crave? Pride's voice, brimming with contempt and mockery, echoed through the hollow cavern. It was full of confidence. Within its domain of rules, no living creature could resist the manifestation of the deepest desires hidden in its heart. Every living thing had desires, and where desire existed, it was invincible. Hearing this, Lin Ye did not grow tense. Instead, he let out an extremely contemptuous sneer from his nose. That laugh was even more arrogant, even more disdainful than Pride's voice. My desires. Lin Ye slowly raised his head, and for the first time his deep eyes met those of the diminutive king upon the throne. A base existence like you. Are you even worthy to pry into them? Before the words faded the air before Lin Ye suddenly twisted. Visions, 1,000 times grander, 1,000 times more real than what the young soldier had seen, burst open in full force. It was the throne hall of the royal capital. The peerlessly beautiful once haughty queen was now kneeling at his feet in utter disgrace. Her face was etched with humiliation and unwillingness, yet she was forced to squeeze out a fawning smile as she tremblingly kissed the tip of his boot. Gentle and kind Snow White, dressed in a pure white gown, was nestling against his chest with a face full of happiness, entrusting her entire being to him. The mighty King Arthur was personally holding the crown that symbolized supreme authority and offering it before him with reverence, begging him to ascend the paramount throne. Power, beauty, status. Everything that every man in the world could ever dream of was at this moment transformed into the most tangible illusion presented before him within arm's reach. Arrogance laughed. It laughed with immense satisfaction. Look, how filthy, how greedy, how honest are these desires. Come, accept it. Just nod and all of this will be yours. Yet its laughter came to an abrupt halt, because it saw that Lin Ye merely cast a cold, indifferent glance at the illusion that could make any hero fall and any king lose their mind. Then he made a move that arrogance could not comprehend. He raised his hand, and with the casualness of swatting an annoying fly, he waved it forward. Slap! A crisp, resounding noise. That illusion of the world's most supreme desires, built from power, beauty, and status, shattered like fragile glass under his slap, instantly disintegrating into nothingness. What a arrogance! Gasped in shock, leaping to its feet from the throne. Impossible. No one had ever been able to refuse their own inner desires. Is that all? The disdain on Lin Ye's face grew even more pronounced. With a gaze that looked at garbage, he stared at the utterly stunned diminutive king on the throne and spoke word by word in a tone even more arrogant and haughty than its own. Listen well, base false king. What you call rewards are nothing but worthless, easily obtainable trinkets to me. What I want I will take, conquer, and seize for myself. Do I need the likes of you to reward me? Are you even worthy? Boom. When the last word fell, a golden level pressure belonging to Lin Ye, trillions of times more powerful, real, and pure than the false king's aura of dominance, erupted like a flood bursting a dam or a volcano exploding, crushing down upon the arrogance on its throne in reverse. This was not mere mental pressure. It was a higher dimensional absolute arrogance originating from the depths of the soul. Your wealth is false. My authority is real. Your throne is an illusion. My decrees are reality. Your arrogance is a disguise for inferiority. But my arrogance is the embodiment of absolute power. On the throne, the diminutive king was struck as if by lightning. Its body, constructed from eerie energies, emitted a groaning sound of unbearable strain under this pure higher dimensional impact of will. The golden crown on its head cracked. Its gem-studded cloak shattered into pieces. Its so-called domain of rules, which it prided itself on, collapsed instantly, like paper before Lin Ye's unreasonable absolute self-will. No. Impossible. I am the king. Black viscous fluid began to flow from its 7 orifices, and its body trembled violently. Lin Ye had defeated its arrogance with his own arrogance, just as Lin Ye was about to crush the guardian of the third mind pit with his domineering stance. In the royal capital, the true hunt began. Unlike the king's open scheme that still adhered to charges and rules, the queen's counterattack was pure, unadulterated terror, steeped in blood and fire. Count Buffett's mansion in the western part of the city. During the previous night's turmoil, the count had neither responded to the queen's secret orders nor sworn loyalty to the king. He chose the most cunning path, waiting on the fence. Now he paced anxiously back and forth in his study. Suddenly, a whoo, a piercing howl, utterly inhuman, erupted from the courtyard, immediately followed by the terrified screams of guards and the chaotic sounds of weapons being knocked away. What's going on? Count Buffett rushed to the window and looked down. In an instant, the blood in his veins seemed to freeze. He saw 3 hounds, each as large as a calf, covered in black carapace, with thick saliva dripping from their jaws, rampaging through his estate at terrifying speed. They were no ordinary beasts. Their eyes burned with ghostly green flames. Wherever they passed, elite guards and sturdy stone walls alike were torn to shreds by their razor-sharp claws and fangs. They were the Queen's hounds, pure killing machines forged from the most advanced alchemy and the most malevolent, eerie contamination. Protect me. Come protect me. Count Buffett, terror-stricken, scrambled toward the study door. Bang! The next second, the heavy oak door was smashed inward by a tremendous force from outside. A black blur lunged in like lightning. Count Buffett let out a short, shrill scream before being pinned to the ground by the hound. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The hound did not immediately bite his throat. It merely used its massive barbed tongue reeking of blood to lick Count Buffett's face twisted in extreme terror over and over again. Then a cold, utterly emotionless female voice drifted from behind the hound. Count Buffett. A woman in a tight black leather suit wearing a crow mask appeared silently in the shadows of the study like a specter. She was the handler of the hounds, a member of the Queen's most mysterious assassin unit, Nightingale. Her Majesty asked me to bring you a message. The woman's voice was melodious, but her words chilled Count Buffett to the bone. She said that fence-sitters have no right to live to see the sunrise tomorrow. Therefore she graciously decided to help you make the final choice. Amid Count Buffett's inhumanly shrill screams, the hound opened its blood-soaked jaws capable of tearing anything apart. At the same time, similar scenes unfolded simultaneously in over a dozen neutral noble mansions within the capital. Fear like a plague spread madly through the capital before dawn. The Queen was telling everyone in the bloodiest, most direct way, "Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall die." There was no third path to choose. No, I am the king. On the throne, that diminutive ruler was on the verge of collapse beneath the crushing impact of Lin Ye's higher-dimensional absolute arrogance. The gorgeous disguise woven from that strange aura was peeling away inch by inch, revealing beneath it the small, hunched form of the mind foreman, John's true body, a face filled with self-abasement and unwillingness. A wretch who dares not even acknowledge himself, yet has the audacity to call himself a king. Lin Ye's voice was cold and merciless like a final verdict. Without wasting another word, he raised his left hand high. The sacred and violent light of purification gathered once more. No. Amid John's despairing, unwilling roar, dazzling white light came crashing down, completely devouring him along with the throne built from false wealth. When the radiance faded, everything returned to calm. Ding. Successfully purified. No. 3 Shadow Minor. Pride. Main quest. Whispers of the 7 Shadows. Progress increased to 37. Purification points obtained 15000. Special drop obtained. Golden King's Ring X1. Lin Ye opened his palm. A ring forged entirely of gold set with a blood-red gemstone, ancient and imposing in design, lay quietly in his hand. Golden King's Ring. Quality gold tier. Cursed equipment. Effect 1. The King's Contempt passive. The wearer naturally exudes the pressure of a superior, creating an instinctive deterrence against enemies whose level or will is lower than their own. Effect 2. Edict of Desire active. Consumes mental energy. Can issue an irresistible Edict of Desire to one enemy, forcing them to execute a simple command. Kneel, disarm, attack allies, etc. The success rate and duration depend on the difference in willpower between the two parties. Can be used once per day. Curse while enjoying the conveniences brought by power. The wearer's inner arrogance will also be slowly nourished. Curse. Lin Ye read the final line and sneered with disdain. To others this might be a venomous poison capable of corrupting one's mind. But to him it was nothing more than icing on the cake. Without the slightest hesitation, he slipped the ring onto the index finger of his right hand. An icy cold and overbearing power surged into his body in an instant, merging flawlessly with his own aura. He glanced at the talisman once more. The green, or representing envy, and the gray, or representing sloth, flashed wildly at the same time, pointing toward the same direction. Move. Without pausing for even a moment, Lin Ye led the team and rushed to the next location. The entrance to Mine No. 4 was cold, damp, and narrow. But as they passed through the long, gloomy tunnel, the scene before them made everyone gasp. They seemed to have arrived at a city built of mirrors. Above, below, left, right. In every direction, everything was made of smooth, mirror-like black crystals of unknown origin. Yet these mirrors did not reflect their figures. Instead, like the most faithful scroll of images, they clearly and mercilessly revealed the envy hidden in the deepest, most secret recesses of every heart. A Night Raven squad member stared fixedly into a mirror, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. What the mirror reflected was not himself, but another comrade standing not far away. In the mirror, his comrade was wearing a gleaming medal of merit and receiving the king's personal commendation, yet that credit should have rightfully belonged to him. Another team member, face pale as death, watched in the mirror as his beautiful wife embraced and laughed with a man more handsome and wealthier than himself. Envy, like venomous serpents, ran wild in every heart. Don't look at the mirror. Steady your minds. Lin Ye's thunderous shout jolted several team members who had nearly lost control back to their senses. He himself also subconsciously glanced at the mirror beside him. In the mirror he saw not himself, but a familiar palace bearing the royal crest. Inside the palace, the gentle Snow White was smiling as she raised a slice of cake she had cut herself to the lips of another man. The man was none other than Prince Edward, whom he had personally thrown into prison. An indescribable, furious rage erupted from the depths of Lin Ye's heart in an instant. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand, about to shatter the accursed mirror with a single punch. But at that moment, a soft, warm little hand tightly gripped his. Lin Ye froze, turned his head, and met Lilith's emerald green cat eyes filled with worry and trust. My lord, those are all illusions. Her voice was gentle yet firm. That call instantly restored Lin Ye's clarity. He took a deep breath, suppressed the inexplicable rage, and inwardly grew vigilant. That was close. Even he had nearly been affected by this eerie power in that single moment. He looked back at Lilith and noticed that she too was staring at a mirror before her. Her delicate cat ears drooped feebly and her body was trembling slightly. Lin Ye followed her gaze. In the mirror in front of Lilith, the reflection was unmistakably Lin Ye himself. But in that reflection, the person Lin Ye held in his arms was not her. It was Snow White. In the mirror, Lin Ye was dotingly ruffling Snow White's hair with a tenderness Lilith had dreamed of receiving all her life. Then a voice filled with seduction and malice came directly from the mirror into Lilith's mind. Look, you pitiful substitute. You gave everything, you sacrificed everything, and you were even willing to die for him. But the one truly enshrined in his heart will always be that lofty princess. What are you? A convenient tool? A pet? Kill her. As long as that princess dies, you will be his one and only. This vicious whisper, like a poisoned sting, stabbed fiercely into the softest and most self-abasing place in Lilith's heart. Her pupils began to constrict violently. Her breathing grew short and rapid, just as the fire of envy inside the mind was about to explode. In the royal capital, inside the queen's palace, the bloody massacre had already come to a halt. Those wavering fence-sitters either completely sided with the queen out of fear, or had become supper for the hounds. The queen was very satisfied with this efficiency. Holding a glass of scarlet wine, she walked gracefully to the enormous magic mirror and with a languid, triumphant air asked, Magic mirror, tell me, now upon this land, who is the queen who can command everything? Black ripples spread across the surface of the magic mirror. This time it remained silent for a long while. Then a hoarse, ancient voice devoid of any emotion echoed from within the mirror. It is you, my great queen. But, hearing that shift, the queen's brows knitted slightly. A man who has purified 3 shadows is shattering your chessboard with unstoppable force. I have seen it. He will soon return to the royal capital. When that time comes, he will descend before you carrying radiance more dazzling than the noonday sun, and the authority to judge every sin you have committed. He will take everything from you. Crack. The goblet in the queen's hand was crushed to pieces by her furious grip. The crimson wine mixed with glass shards cut into her delicate palm, yet she seemed to feel no pain at all. Lin Ye. Her exquisitely beautiful face was warped beyond recognition by towering fury and a trace of fear she herself had not realized. Inside the mine, a shrill scream suddenly erupted from the rear of the party. Lin Ye whipped his head around. He saw a black figure burst out of a mirror like a ghost, its sharp claws tearing straight through the heart of a stunned team member. Another figure then lunged out from another mirror. Holding a pitch-black iron staff, he lazily swung it at the back of another team member's head, slow yet carrying a heavy, irresistible force. 2 bosses. One was a tall, lean miner radiating a green aura of envy extremely fast. The other was a short, stout miner radiating a gray aura of sloth, slow-moving, but with brutal, heavy strength. They were actually twins. At the moment, everyone's minds were thrown into chaos by envy. They attacked simultaneously. A scream and a muffled thud rang out almost at the same moment. The shadow of death instantly engulfed the entire Night Crow squad. 2 bizarre bosses, perfectly coordinated with complementary abilities, unleashed a nearly perfect lethal ambush at the most chaotic moment for their foes. Had this been any ordinary elite squad, its doom would already have been sealed in that instant. But the one they faced was Lin Ye. At the instant the team member's heart was pierced by claws, and at the very moment the heavy iron staff was about to shatter another skull, Lin Ye reacted with blinding speed. He did not even look at the team member, who had been ambushed by the envy miner, and was already as good as dead. His gaze, like a falcon's at its most precise, locked fiercely onto the short, stout figure lunging from the other mirror, the sloth miner, holding an iron staff. No, not that. His real target was the Night Crow member, who was about to be killed by the sloth miner. Rage strike activate. Lin Ye snarled inwardly, and that wild power instantly flooded his entire body. He did not pour it into an attack. Instead, he converted every ounce of it into pure speed. Whoosh! His figure left a faint afterimage behind. Before the sloth miner's sluggish, almost slow-motion attack could land, Lin Ye crossed dozens of meters like a cannonball, just fired, seized the terrified team member by the back of the collar, and hurled him backward. At the same time, he raised his right hand. The ring of the Golden King just slipped onto his finger, and set with a blood-red gem suddenly flared with an eerie, heart-stopping crimson light in the gloom of the Mirror City. His gaze passed over the sloth figure and locked directly onto the swift, tall, lean black shadow that had already struck and was now hunting for its next target, the envy miner. Spiritual power surged crazily. An invisible, tyrannical, irresistible decree slammed into the envy miner's chaotic, resentment-filled consciousness like a branding iron. Desire decree, attack your companion. Hiss. The envy miner who had been about to pounce on another team member went rigid, his greenish body freezing in place. In his eyes, filled with madness and malice, flickered extreme struggle and confusion. But against Lin Ye's gold-rank will, far mightier than his own, his struggle was pale and powerless. This decree from the sovereign was absolute. The next second, the envy miner let out an inhuman shriek, whirled around, and his gleaming claws actually slashed, without the slightest hesitation, at his own companion, the sloth miner, who was just about to swing his iron staff in pursuit. Roar! The sloth miner obviously had not expected this turn of events. His sluggish mind left him no time to react effectively. All he could do was watch helplessly as his companion's claws carved several wounds deep enough to expose bone across his chest. Black, foul-smelling liquid sprayed out instantly. Well done. The other members of the Night Crow squad were overjoyed. They seized this golden opportunity, regrouped at once, and hacked without hesitation at the two monsters locked in infighting with their purification blades. The battlefield situation was reversed in an instant by a single command from Lin Ye. Yet there was not the slightest trace of relief on Lin Ye's face. He knew perfectly well that although the desired decree was powerful against a B-rank aberrant creature like this, the duration of control would definitely not be long. At most, 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds he had to take down one of them. Otherwise, once they recovered, relying on the twins' uncanny coordination and the mental suppression this mirror city exerted on everyone, they would be dragged into a bitter fight again, and might suffer even more casualties. End it quickly. That was the only thought left in Lin Ye's mind. His gaze swept rapidly between the two bosses. Sloth was slow-moving but thick-skinned and tough. His rolls of fat seemed to absorb most damage. And if that heavy iron staff so much as landed once, the victim would be dead or crippled. Envy was extremely fast and attacked like a ghost with uncanny, unpredictable strikes. But by the same token, his defenses had to be extremely fragile. He was the one. Lin Ye made his decision in an instant. He ignored the Night Crow members surrounding and attacking Sloth and focused all his attention on the envy miner, who was now savagely tearing into his own companion. His legs exploded with force as his body sank slightly, every inch of him like a cheetah poised to strike, brimming with explosive power. Then he moved. He did not choose to attack from the front or the flank. Instead, he deliberately placed his body within the attack path of the sloth miner, the one who, though harried by his companions, still flailed his iron rod in erratic, disordered sweeps. He intended to trade a wound for a life. "My lord, watch out." Lilith was the first to discern Lin Ye's insane intention and let out a blood-curdling scream. But it was already too late. Bang! A dull, heavy impact that could crack one's eardrums. The sloth miner's iron rod, empowered with colossal force, slammed viciously onto Lin Ye's left shoulder. Even protected by the dark raven cloak, even with the formidable golden tear curse-eroded body, Lin Ye still felt a piercing, bone-deep pain shooting from his shoulder. He could clearly hear the teeth-grinding crack of his own shoulder blade. A mouthful of blood surged instantly into his throat. But he did not retreat, nor did he even frown. He forcibly, with his own body, withstood that terrifying blow, one that could have pulverized even a heavily armored knight into meat paste. Then, harnessing the immense impact, his body shot forward like a cannonball. In an instant, he closed the final distance between himself and the envy miner. 0 distance. The two were nearly face to face. In the envy miner's green pupils, filled with venom and madness, was clearly reflected Lin Ye's face, pale from agony, yet burning with an even more frenzied and blazing killing intent. He seemed to have broken free from the grip of the decree of desire by a sliver. He seemed to want to step back to flee, but it was already too late. Die! Lin Ye forced those two icy words out from between his teeth. His left hand, the one clad in the enhanced purification glove, had long been charged with a truly terrifying amount of purification power. This time there was no spear, no arrow. Instead, it was the most primal, most pure, most unavoidable. A point-blank eruption of blazing sun. Boom! An indescribable, blindingly holy white light capable of purging all filth and resentment in the world exploded from Lin Ye's palm with a thunderous blast. The light was so dazzling, so pure. It instantly devoured the bizarre, lightning-fast envy miner completely. No scream, no struggle. Before such point-blank, unreserved purification power, his fragile body, formed of envy and resentment, could not hold up for even a second. It was utterly evaporated and vaporized at the molecular level. Instant kill. The blinding white light was still slowly fading. The envy miner's sharp, resentful aura had been completely erased from this mirror city. But the crisis was not yet resolved. Roar! A muffled, furious roar came from not far away. The sole survivor, the sloth miner, after a brief daze, seemed to finally realize that his twin brother was gone forever. An eerie aura, far heavier and more oppressive than before, erupted from his short, stout body. His already murky eyes turned completely blood red. Trouble! A Night Raven team member muttered through gritted teeth. This guy seems to have gone berserk. Just as he said, the sloth miner threw down the heavy iron rod and hammered his grotesquely fat chest with both arms like a furious bear. He no longer held his ground. Instead, with heavy strides, he charged at the group. Everyone spread out. Hit-and-run attacks. Don't engage him head-on. Lilith suppressed her worry for Lin Ye's injuries and immediately took command. Her voice, crisp and resolute, swiftly steadied the Night Raven squad, which had been thrown into disarray by the boss's berserk rage. The team members immediately scattered their purification blades, carving lethal arcs like phantoms from the sloth miner's flanks and rear. However, an eerie scene unfolded. One of the most agile members, after successfully carving a deep bone-exposing gash into the sloth miner's thigh, suddenly staggered, as if his feet had been caught by something. Immediately afterward, the expression on his face turned strange. It was extreme, irresistible drowsiness. He blinked hard, trying to stay awake, but a wide yawn escaped his mouth uncontrollably. How? What's happening to me? His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and the blade in his hand weighed like 1,000 pounds. He tried to speed up again, dodging the sloth miner's backhanded swipe, but his body felt as if mired in quicksand. Every move was agonizingly difficult. Watch out! Lilith's cry rang out. Bang! The exhausted team member in the end failed to dodge. The sloth miner's massive palm, like a palm leaf fan, backhanded him viciously, sending him flying to crash heavily against a black crystal wall, where he promptly fell unconscious. It's a curse. Lin Ye, clutching his still throbbing left shoulder, sharpened his gaze, and instantly saw through the crux. His attacks carry a fatigue curse. Anyone struck by him will fall into a state of utter exhaustion. As soon as the words left his mouth, another mutation occurred. The sloth miner, seemingly finding it too troublesome to attack one by one, suddenly halted, opened his mouth wide, and let out a low, dreamlike growl. A ring of gray, visible ripples exploded outward from him in all directions. Not good. It's an area attack. The team members' faces changed drastically as they scrambled back. But it was already too late. The gray ripples were not a shockwave. They carried no physical lethality, yet they possessed an effect far more uncanny than any attack. The moment the ripples swept across everyone's bodies, every Night Raven member, including the ever-vigilant Lilith, felt an overwhelming fatigue, one that sprang from the very depths of their souls, flood over them like a tide. One team member, even in the heat of battle, simply plopped down on the ground, leaned against the wall, and snored thunderously. The rest were hardly better off. Their weapons grew heavier and heavier, their steps slower and slower. Their will to fight was melting away at lightning speed like snow and ice beneath the scorching sun. Even Lilith's iconic, ever-vibrant cat ears now drooped listlessly, and a thick veil of drowsiness clouded her emerald cat eyes. She forced herself to stay awake, biting her lower lip hard, trying to use pain to keep her mind clear, but her eyelids still began to droop uncontrollably. This was the trap of sloth. He didn't need speed or strength. He merely stood there, turning his own sloth into the most venomous curse, spreading it to every enemy. He would turn all intruders who dared disturb his slumber into the same lazybones as himself, then shatter them one by one in the easiest way possible. This was a dimensional strike from the level of spirit and will. Damn it. Lilith's eyes stared at the massive figure approaching, step by step, a deep sense of powerlessness surging in her heart. She knew that fighting this curse born from the aberrant's essence with willpower was futile. Like a thirsty man cannot deceive his own body by sheer will. Fatigue was an instinct that could not be overcome by willpower. At this rate, all of them would sink into an eternal slumber within this strange mirror city. Yet at this moment of despair, a calm, even slightly mocking voice rang in her ears. Tired? Then you should rest, well, shouldn't you? Lilith's eye whirled around and saw Lin Ye. He was holding his shoulder, his face still somewhat pale, but his deep eyes were clear and bright, devoid of any drowsiness, instead glinting with a knowing, amused light. The gray aura of sloth seemed to have no effect on him at all. Because the curse-eroded body within Lin Ye was essentially a higher-level, continuous, powerful passive that could neutralize most low-level curses. My lord, you. Lilith's eye was both surprised and delighted. Shoo. Lin Ye raised a finger to his lips, making a gesture for silence. Then in front of everyone he made a move that no one could understand. He stopped trying to attack, stopped trying to resist. Instead, he slowly walked step by step toward the source of calamity and despair, the sloth miner. Roar. The sloth miner halted, tilting his massive head as if puzzled by what this last standing hard bone intended to do. A gentle, even compassionate smile spread across Lin Ye's face. He raised his right hand, which bore the Golden King's ring. The blood-red gemstone once again glowed with an eerie light. He looked at the sloth miner before him and spoke in a gentle, hypnotic, and seductive tone. You must be very tired, aren't you? Day after day guarding this place. It must be very hard, right? Seeing you so exhausted, it's truly heartbreaking. His voice seemed to carry a strange magic, causing even the frenzied crimson eyes of the sloth miner to become dazed. Then Lin Ye activated the ring's power. A desire edict, even softer, smoother, and more irresistible than the one used against envy, was injected into the sloth miner's consciousness. The edict contained only one word: rest now. This command was tailor-made for Sloth. It was not a command that required him to resist with his will. Instead, it was his deepest, most desired instinct. If told to fight, he might rebel, but to tell him to rest. This was the most generous and merciful boon from the king. The massive body of the sloth miner stiffened. The daze in his eyes instantly turned into ecstasy and relief. The ferocious expression on his face melted away, replaced by a relieved, utterly blissful smile. Then, thud, under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone. This terrifying boss, who had just been so ferocious and left the entire Yaya squad helpless, actually dropped all his defenses, sprawled on his back, and lay directly on the ground. Within 3 seconds, a thunderous, blissful snort echoed throughout the Mirror City. He was asleep, sleeping deeply and peacefully. All the Yaya members present, including Lilith, were petrified. Their minds had completely short-circuited. Could this even happen? Lin Ye smiled, stepped forward, and amidst the thunderous snoring gently placed his hand, which was already glowing with holy white light, and ready on the defenseless forehead of the sloth miner. Ding. Successfully purified. No. 4 Shadow Miner, Sloth. The holy white light completely dissolved the massive, obese body of the sloth miner. The strange, drowsy aura within the Mirror City dissipated along with it. Almost simultaneously, the cold system prompt sounded in Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Successfully purified. No. 4 Shadow Miner, Sloth. Ding. Successfully purified. No. 5 Shadow Miner, Envy. Main quest Whispers of the 7 Shadows completion increased to 57. Acquired purification points 20000. Acquired special drop item Boots of the Tireless March X1. Acquired special drop item Twin Blades of Resentment X1. As the prompts faded, 2 items glowing with a faint light floated silently in midair. One was a pair of simple-looking boots made of unknown black leather with a gray yawning-like rune branded on the side. The other was a pitch-black dagger with a greenish glow swirling on its blade. The hilt was carved with 2 faces intertwined in agony and malice. Lin Ye first looked at the boots. Boots of the Tireless March Quality Silver Set Component 12. Effect: wearer is immune to most fatigue and slow negative effects, and slightly increases own stamina recovery rate. Set effect inactive when equipped together with the Cloak of the Sleepless. Activates the Night Walker set effect. A set. Surprise flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. This was the first time he had obtained a set component. Such equipment taken alone might not be top tier, but once assembled, the effects they could unleash often far surpassed single pieces of the same grade. Without the slightest hesitation, he put on the battle boots. In an instant, a stream of cool air rose from the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of his feet, surging through his limbs and every bone. Even the searing, burning pain in his left shoulder caused by the hairline fracture seemed to ease considerably. The exhaustion accumulated from days of fighting was swept away, and he felt far more vigorous and alert. Next, his gaze fell upon the dagger, emanating an ominous aura. Twin Resentment Dagger Quality Silver Grade Outstanding. Effect 1 Twin. This dagger can split into 2 blades, allowing the wielder to perform dual-wielding attacks. Effect 2 Resentment Pursuit. On attack, there is a 5 chance to completely replicate the damage of the previous attack and ignore part of the target's defense. Duplicate damage and ignore defense. Lin Ye's eyes brightened slightly. This dagger's attributes could only be described as top tier. It was especially suited to Lilith's combat style, which pursued extreme speed and explosive outbursts. Once Resentment Pursuit triggered, it meant inflicting double or even greater damage in an instant. He turned his head and looked at Lilith, who was commanding the Night Crow squad in treating the wounded and cleaning up the battlefield. Lilith. Yes, my lord. Hearing Lin Ye's call, Lilith immediately jogged over to him. The pair of cat ears that had only just regained their vitality pricked up expectantly. This is for you. Lin Ye handed the twin resentment dagger to her. Off. Lilith froze, staring at the dagger that gave off an ominous aura, yet was clearly no ordinary weapon, at a loss for what to do. My lord, this is too precious. Take it. Lin Ye's tone brooked no refusal. Your combat style suits it best. Looking into her clear emerald cat eyes, his voice softened slightly. Besides, I need you to become stronger so that you can better protect yourself. Yes. Lilith no longer declined. With great care, she accepted the dagger with both hands. The moment her fingertips touched the cold hilt, the green light on the dagger seemed to come alive. It coiled around her arm like a living thing, and at last left a small twin star mark on the back of her fair hand before fading away. With a mere thought, the dagger instantly split into 2 identical gleaming blades, which she held steadily in her hands. A surge of power far greater than her previous standard-issue military sabers, and also far more attuned to her, flowed up from her palms. She raised her head, and in her eyes as she looked at Lin Ye, besides the original admiration and trust, there was now an indescribable burning gratitude and a resolve to devote herself entirely to him. If before she had been willing to give her life for Lin Ye, then now she was willing to offer him her very soul. Just as the squad's morale soared from obtaining powerful new equipment. A faint, nearly imperceptible vibration suddenly came from Lin Ye's chest. His expression shifted slightly as he took out the communication mirror the king had given him. The surface of the mirror was now emanating a faint glow, but it was not the king's signature golden light. Instead, it was a grayish-white light full of static. An emergency communication from the royal capital. Lilith's expression instantly turned grave. No, that's not right. Lin Ye furrowed his brow and raised the mirror to his ear. A crackling, static-filled noise as if the signal were failing came from within the mirror. Then a weak, utterly terrified and desperate female cry, completely unfamiliar, came through in broken fragments. Help! Help! This is the Royal Institute of Mineralogy, an exploration team. We're trapped. That thing is eating people. After a blood-curdling scream, a man's terrified roar followed. Run! Its suction is too strong. Everywhere. There's mucus and teeth everywhere. My leg. No. Crackle. Then the sound stopped abruptly. The communication was completely cut off. The entire Mirror City fell into dead silence. The members of the Night Crow squad exchanged stunned glances, their faces filled with shock and confusion. The Royal Institute of Mineralogy. That was the most elite academic institution directly under the royal family. How could their people have appeared in this sealed and eerily contaminated mine? Moreover, judging from their descriptions, they too seemed to have encountered a horrific monster attack. Lilith's face also turned somewhat pale as she murmured to herself, mucus, teeth, suction. Those words made her think of some extremely ominous presence. Lin Ye put away the communication mirror, his gaze turning incomparably solemn. This unexpected distress signal had completely disrupted all his plans. Now, not only did he have to purify the remaining 7 deadly sins, he also had an additional side mission to find and rescue the survivors. And as for the source of that signal, he glanced at the 7, or talisman. The orange, or representing gluttony, was now flashing with an unprecedented dazzling light guiding the direction they should take. It was in the exact same direction as the source of the distress signal. It seems we have a new objective. Lin Ye's voice was cold and calm. Everyone gear up and prepare to move out. Following the guidance of the talisman and the signal, the team crossed Mirror City and arrived before an even deeper and broader cavern. This was the entrance to Mine No. 5. However, the moment they stepped inside, a nauseating stench mixed with rotting flesh and acid slammed into them, causing several team members to instantly retch uncontrollably. The interior of the cavern overturned everything they had known. The walls here were no longer hard rock, but rather a kind of flesh-like wall that was faintly squirming and covered in revolting wrinkles. The ground was not ordinary soil either, but a sticky, bubbling, highly corrosive, digestive fluid. The entire cavern was like the stomach of some colossal creature. And in the deepest part of this stomach, a monster that made every one of them shudder stood with its back to them. It was a bloated, disproportionate giant formed from a miner's body fused with countless ores, dirt, and flesh. It had no legs, its lower body had already merged with this stomach. The only thing it possessed was a mouth, grotesquely huge, disproportionate, abyss-like, dominating its entire upper body. At this moment, with its malformed arms, it was frantically tearing chunks of the surrounding walls, the flesh, rock, and mineral veins, and stuffing them endlessly into that colossal mouth that could never be filled. With every bite it swallowed, its body visibly swelled a little more. It was the 5th deadly sin, gluttony. Within the stomach, a nauseating stench assaulted the senses. As the glutton, miner, its form swelling as it madly devoured the cavern walls, continued its rampage, the Night Raven squad's first probing attack ended in failure. Whether it was the blades imbued with purifying power wielded by the squad members or Lilith's daggers swift as a ghost, they could only spark a few inconsequential flashes against the boss's hide, a composite of ore and decaying flesh, leaving not a single decent wound. The boss did not even deign to glance back at them. With a casual vomit of thick, bubbling digestive fluids from its abyssal maw, it forced the team into a flustered scramble, leaping between narrow, safe footholds to evade the terrifying acid that could melt steel. This won't work. Lilith landed beside Lin Ye, gasping for breath, her beautiful face etched with gravity. Its defense is too strong, and the digestive fluid limits our movement. We can't even get close. Lin Ye remained silent, his deep-set eyes fixed on the massive figure, his mind racing at full speed. Direct attacks were ineffective. The enemy only kept eating. Wait, eating. A bold, even insane idea began to take shape in his mind. But at that moment, a thunderous crash erupted from the side and above the cavern. The team looked up sharply. The glutton boss, apparently tiring of the wall, thrust its malformed arm with brutal force against a massive rock overhead. With the shower of debris, the rock revealed a hollowed-out mountain platform behind it. And on that platform, several battered figures huddled together in terror. They were the survivors of the Wang Family Mineral Research Institute, the ones who had sent the distress signal. Their hiding place had been utterly exposed by the glutton's unintentional strike. Roar! The glutton paused. Its massive, nearly necklace head turned slowly. It seemed to have caught the scent of fresh food far more delicious than rock and soil. Quick! Attack it! Distract it! A woman's voice, though weak, was remarkably steady, rang out from the platform. Lin Ye's gaze was instantly drawn to its source. She was a tall woman with a voluptuous figure. She wore a white lab coat now disheveled with stains and tears. Her golden hair was tangled and draped over her shoulders, her face and arms smeared with blood and dust. Yet even in this wretched state, her innate intellectual elegance shone through, especially the gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, reflecting a calm light in the dim cavern. Behind those glasses, her blue eyes, though filled with fear, held more of a scholar's forced composure, analysis, and observation in the face of the unknown. Undoubtedly, she was the leader of the expedition team, the female doctor. Roar! The glutton would give them no chance. It stopped gnawing at the wall, aimed its abyssal maw at the survivors on the platform, and then inhaled sharply. Whoosh! A terrifying, irresistible suction force powerful enough to suffocate instantly engulfed the entire platform. Debris, sand, and the exhausted researchers were all dragged by this force, stumbling and sliding toward that gaping maw. Oh! The female doctor's foothold gave way. She cried out, lost her balance, and fell from the platform's edge, plummeting straight toward the seething green pool of digestive fluid below. Doctor! No! The surviving researchers screamed in despair. A flash of utter final hopelessness crossed the female doctor's eyes. She could already smell the pungent stench of acid that would dissolve her without a trace. But just as she closed her eyes awaiting death, a black blur like lightning-piercing despair shot forth at an almost imperceptible speed. It was Lin Ye. The moment he saw the female doctor fall, he unleashed his violent strike, without hesitation. All his power was instantaneously converted into maximum speed. He didn't even bother with the safe foothold, stepping directly onto the slippery, half-submerged rocks in the digestive fluid, as if on solid ground. In a few bounds, he reached the spot beneath the falling doctor. Then, extending his powerful arms, he caught her just before she plunged into the acid pool, his embrace tight and precise around her soft, remarkably supple waist. A warm, astonishing sensation transmitted through his arm. The female doctor felt herself fall into a firm, warm embrace. The anticipated agony of melting did not come. Instinctively, she opened her eyes to see a sharply chiseled face, strikingly handsome in the dim light, and a pair of deep eyes like obsidian burning with intense light. Time seemed to stand still. But the glutton's suction force had not ceased. Lin Ye, holding the doctor, kicked off the last sinking rock, launching himself upward to land steadily on a safe platform some distance away. Only when her feet felt solid ground again did the female doctor's mind, paralyzed by terror, start to function. She realized she was in an extremely intimate, almost embarrassing position, held tightly in the arms of a strange young man. She could even distinctly feel his strong arms pressing against her soft flesh beneath her short-sleeved shirt, through the thin fabric radiating an astonishing scorching heat. And his steady, powerful heartbeat clearly resonated through her entire body. A surge of mixed emotions, relief at surviving and an unprecedented shyness, rushed to her intelligent face, tinging her fair skin with a blush. You. She tried to speak, but her voice trembled. Lin Ye did not set her down immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the glutton boss. He felt the mature, alluring curve of the body in his arms as he gave Lilith a low, commanding order. Lilith, do you see those things hanging from the cave ceiling? Those things that look like boils? Lilith followed his gaze and nodded at once. I see them, my lord. From the roof of the stomach, where the gluttony boss dwelled, hung many eerie pustules of varying sizes like tumors. They were filled with extremely unstable, violent contamination energy. Very good. A cold, calculating smile curved at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. He lowered his head, looked at the female doctor, who was still in a daze, and said in an unquestionable tone, hold on to me tightly. What? The female doctor had not yet reacted when Lin Ye pulled her further into his arms, and then aimed toward the distant gluttony boss. Lilith and all-night Raven operatives, hear my command. Lin Ye's voice rang through the entire cave. Use your strongest ranged attacks, and pour every bit of purification power you can land into that largest piece of, or. He pointed to a colossal piece of, or beside the gluttony boss. One as large as a small house which it had been about to shove into its mouth. Yes. Though they did not understand Lin Ye's intent, the Night Raven squad and Lilith carried out the order without hesitation. Several slashes of white light shot from their hands, together with Lilith's purification-imbued throwing knives, and all of them sank precisely into that huge piece of ore. After absorbing a massive infusion of purification power, that ordinary piece of ore was transformed in an instant. It radiated a sacred and delicious aura. To aberrant creatures, that aura was like a desert traveler glimpsing an oasis. A starving beast catching the scent of fresh flesh and blood. It was an irresistible ultimate temptation. The gluttony boss, who was in the middle of draining the survivors, suddenly froze. Its eyes, almost devoid of intelligence, were instantly captivated by radiating that tantalizing fragrance. Without the least hesitation, it abandoned the little snacks on the platform, opened its giant maw, and swallowed the sugar-coated cannonball in a single gulp. Now, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He shifted the female doctor in his arms into a firm princess carry. Then with his left hand he aimed at the ore that had already been swallowed into the boss's belly, but was still resonating with his purification power. Blazing sun, detonate. A dreadful, muffled yet soul-shaking roar blasted out from within the gluttony miner's body. The sacred light of purification gave it no chance to react. It burst out from the inside of its stomach as if a miniature sun had been detonated within its body. Grah. Ugh. Oh. The gluttony boss let out the first and last clear scream of agony and disbelief in its entire existence. Its seemingly indestructible body began to crack apart inch by inch from within. Blinding white light erupted madly from every split in its flesh. But it was not over yet. Lin Ye's true killing stroke was a chain of schemes. Right there. One more. Just as the gluttony boss was writhing in agony and losing control of its body from the internal explosion, its massive frame crashed into the largest eerie pustule full of unstable energy hanging from the cave ceiling. Lin Ye gave it no chance at all. Another spear of purification power shot straight into the pustule. Boom. The internal explosion and the external explosion detonated at the exact same time. Purification power and contamination power, two utterly opposing violent energies, unleashed a ferocious annihilation reaction. A small mushroom cloud mingling sacred white light and filthy black mire rose slowly from the center of the gluttony's body. That arrogant colossus, which had left everyone helpless, could not even let out a complete mournful cry before the linked explosions. A true art of combined internal and external strikes, tore it into pieces that scattered through the air. Ding. Successfully purified. No. 6 Shadow Miner, Gluttony. Amid the flying debris and flesh, Lin Ye landed slowly with the shaken blonde female doctor in his arms. She stared at him in a daze as if she were looking upon a god. His robes fluttered untouched by a single speck of dust. The energy storm mixing purification and contamination power gradually subsided. The air still carried the strange stench of scorched protein. The once arrogant gluttony miner was now nothing more than charred scraps of flesh scattered across the ground, still wreathed in faint wisps of smoke. Lilith and the Night Raven squad looked at the scene as if a natural disaster had passed through, then looked at the figure who had landed slowly, robes fluttering, holding the blonde female doctor. Every pair of eyes was filled with indescribable shock and fervor. With wisdom as the bait and purification as the trigger, attacking from both inside and out. One strike, one kill. What a wildly imaginative plan, and what a thunderous decisive execution. Lin Ye set the still dazed female doctor down gently. The moment her feet touched the ground, her legs gave way, and she nearly fell again. The chain of events she had just experienced, falling, being rescued, being held by a strange man in such an embarrassing pose, and witnessing a miracle-like art of explosion, was too overwhelming for the peaceful heart that had long dwelled inside the research institute. Lin Ye steadied her by the arm, and could clearly feel that her mature, voluptuous body was still trembling. "Are you all right, doctor?" Lin Ye's voice was calm and magnetic, as though it carried the power to soothe the heart. I'm fine." Only then did the female doctor collect herself. She quickly steadied her body and flustered tidied her disheveled clothes and hair, trying to recover some scholarly dignity. But her face, already flushed scarlet and stamped with an intellectual air, thoroughly betrayed the turmoil within her. She adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose and looked at the man before her with a complicated gaze of gratitude, reverence, and curiosity. "My name is Angelina, Chief Researcher of the Royal Mineral Research Institute. Thank you so much, Lord Warden. You saved me and my team." She had clearly recognized the unique Warden's gold badge on Lin Ye's chest. Just then the cold system notification arrived belatedly. Ding. Special drop detected. Do you wish to retrieve it? Lin Ye's gaze swept past Dr. Angelina and fixed on the very center of the explosion. There, amid the gore-strewn ground, lay a semi-translucent blood-red lump of flesh the size of a fist, still squirming faintly like a beating heart. It seemed to retain the instinct of gluttony. The surrounding gravel and soil were being drawn slowly, bit by an invisible force toward its surface, where they were silently devoured and dissolved. This was the core of gluttony. Lin Ye's heart stirred as he chose reclaim. The writhing core instantly turned into a streak of light and flew into his body. Ding. You have obtained a special item. Gluttony Core, Dimensional Stomach. Gluttony Core, Dimensional Stomach. Quality Gold Tier Upgradable. Effect: this is a small dimensional stomach with its own independent space, providing about 100 cubic meters of storage space. It can store any non-living object. Trait 1: Greed. The Gluttony Core will slowly absorb ambient energy around it to sustain and expand its internal space. Trait 2. Digestion. The holder may choose to digest stored items, breaking them down into the purest energy or raw materials. Warning: the digestion process is irreversible. Storage space. A flash of wild joy appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. This was a godsend. The more things he acquired, the more glaring the disadvantage of having no storage equipment became. And this gluttony core not only possessed enormous space, it even had a heaven-defying function like decomposition. That meant the low-quality loot he had no use for would no longer be mere scraps. Instead, he could digest them into the purest purification points or rare materials. From now on, he would be a mobile, self-sufficient treasure vault. Lin Ye suppressed the joy in his heart and turned his gaze back to Dr. Angelina. Now it was time to find out why this female doctor and her team had appeared in a forbidden ground that the royal family had sealed off so tightly. Dr. Angelina. Lin Ye's tone turned serious. I want to know, why are you here? As far as I know, news of the mine being sealed off had spread throughout the entire royal capital half a month ago. Hearing this, Dr. Angelina's gaze clearly faltered. She instinctively pushed up her glasses and stammered, We were sent by the royal family to survey a very special and novel energy vein. Because the mission was highly classified, we entered through a secret passage. We did not know that this place had already been contaminated. This explanation sounded watertight, but Lin Ye caught the faint scent of a lie in her subtle expression and evasive eyes. He looked at her, his gaze turning sharp and profound, as if it could see through her heart. At the same time, without changing his expression, he quietly activated the innate commanding pressure of a higher authority that radiated from the Golden King's ring. An invisible, overbearing pressure so intimidating that one dared not meet his eyes instantly enveloped Angelina. She felt as if the man before her had suddenly become a lofty sovereign judging every lie in the world. Under his gaze, her little schemes had nowhere to hide, like snow beneath the sun. Her breathing grew rapid, and a fine layer of cold sweat seeped out on her forehead. Dr. Lin Ye's voice remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable icy pressure. Look into my eyes and say that again. Under Lin Ye's powerful aura, which rivaled a spiritual shock, Angelina's psychological defenses collapsed in an instant. She bit her lower lip and hesitated for a long time. Finally, like a deflated balloon, she lowered her head, and in a trembling voice that bordered on confession, revealed an earth-shattering secret. You're right. I lied. We were not sent by the royal family. The one who funded this operation is Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen. As soon as that name was uttered, even Lilith, who was not far away, sharply widened her eyes. Lin Ye's brows also knitted tightly. He knew that the Queen's reach was long, but he had never imagined that even the most elite academic institution in the royal capital had been infiltrated by her. What is the Queen's goal? Lin Ye pressed. Deep fear and remorse appeared on Angelina's face. Her Majesty told us that deep within this mine slumbers an otherworldly beast from beyond the heavens. The mother of these monsters you encountered. She ordered us at all costs to find that beast's offspring and capture them alive. She wants to use those offspring together with the Research Institute's latest alchemy technology to create a terrifying potion that can twist people's hearts, amplify their desires, and make those who take it utterly loyal to her. Boom. This secret blasted through Lin Ye's mind like a thunderclap. Mind control. What an audacious scheme. What a vicious plan. If she actually succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. She would have an army of absolutely loyal, death-defying madmen. By then, not to mention the king, even the entire kingdom would fall completely beneath her desires and ambition. Just as Lin Ye's heart was churning at this earth-shaking conspiracy, a crisp voice carrying obvious displeasure suddenly cut in from the side. Doctor, please stand steady. Both of them turned toward the sound and saw Lilith, who had already walked over at some point. On her pretty face, which was always wearing a sweet smile, there was now a layer of undisguised, icy hostility. Her gaze, like the sharpest blade, scraped hard against Dr. Angelina's hand, which was still unconsciously resting on Lin Ye's arm. Moments ago, while revealing the secret, Angelina had been so overcome with emotion that she had lost her footing again and once more, accidentally, leaned most of her body weight against Lin Ye. Lin Ye, out of politeness, had naturally supported her. To Lilith's eyes, this was unquestionably an extremely glaring sight. This golden-haired woman, who had appeared from nowhere and had a figure so unfairly perfect it was practically illegal, had been engaging in all kinds of intimate physical contact with her lord, whether deliberately or inadvertently, from the very beginning. This was simply the most bare-faced provocation against her status as first adjutant. Lilith could no longer hold herself back. She violently drove the twin daggers of resentment in her hands into the rock beside her, and the sharp clang of metal against stone successfully cut off the two people's conversation. Then she hurried forward, forcibly squeezing herself between Lin Ye and Angelina, using her petite but inviolable body to separate them. She raised her head, those emerald-green cat-like pupils glaring with unmistakable possessive hostility at Dr. Angelina, who was a head taller than her, and said word by word, "My lord, his wounds have not yet healed. Please, stay away from him." Her posture was just like a kitten with its fur standing on end, fiercely guarding its most beloved treasure. Confronted with Lilith's hostile proclamation of ownership, as fierce as a kitten guarding its food, the atmosphere in the air suddenly turned subtle. A faint trace of an involuntary smile tugged at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. He said nothing, merely watching with interest these two equally stunning women of completely different styles, curious to see how they would settle this. Provoked face to face in such a straightforward manner by a cat girl who was a whole head shorter than her Dr. Angelina was momentarily taken aback. But then in her wise blue eyes hidden behind her gold-rimmed glasses, instead of the slightest trace of anger or embarrassment, there flashed a meaningful smile, fleeting, as if she were looking at her own mischievous little sister. This was the effortless composure of a mature woman. Rather than being annoyed at being shoved aside, she took the opportunity to step back and keep a polite distance from Lin Ye. Then she lowered her head to look at Lilith, whose face was full of vigilance, and whose whole being screamed, "Strangers, keep away," and spoke softly in a gentle voice like a spring breeze tinged with a hint of teasing, "Little sister, thank you for the reminder. Just now I was indeed too excited I lost my composure." She smiled gently, and her mature intellectual charm radiated fully at that moment, as if it could melt all hostility under heaven. "Still having such a loyal and reliable adjutant as you, always guarding the Lord Warden. I can be at ease." This speech was seamless. It seemed to be a sincere apology, and it unsparingly praised Lilith's reliability and loyalty. In reality, however, it used a gentle redirection to redefine Lilith's aggressive provocation as nothing more than a subordinate's excessive protectiveness toward her superior. It not only dissolved her own embarrassment, but also from a senior perspective expressed understanding and appreciation for Lilith's behavior. This was a dimensionality-reducing strike. Lilith felt as if she had gathered all her strength only to punch into a soft, fluffy ball of cotton. Her seething jealousy and fury were stifled by that bland yet gentle knife blade of a remark stuck halfway up her throat, unbearably uncomfortable. She wanted to retort, but found that every word the other woman said was reasonable and even complimentary to herself. She could not find any excuse to flare up. In the end, the catgirl adjutant, who had just been declaring sovereignty, could only puff out her cheeks, her pretty face flushed red, and let out a defiant huff through her nose humph. Then she silently walked back to Lin Ye's side, and from the corner of her eye warily monitored that golden-haired woman who smiled like a fox. A war without gunpowder ended in Lilith's complete defeat under Lin Ye's watchful gaze. Dr. Angelina looked at Lilith's adorable appearance, and the smile at the corner of her mouth grew even deeper. But she knew very well that now was not the time to keep toying with the adorable adjutant. She understood that her own life, the lives of her team, and their future destiny were now thoroughly bound to the unfathomable man before her. To fully earn his trust, and to obtain his strongest protection from then on, she had to reveal a value even greater than her beauty and wisdom. She took a deep breath, and her expression turned serious once again. "Lord Warden, besides the Queen's secret to show my sincerity, I am willing to offer you all the legacy of our research institute from this operation." "Legacy?" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Yes." Angelina nodded, pointing toward a huge metal pod not far away that had survived the explosion and was half embedded in the rock wall. "Inside it is the mobile laboratory we brought. Besides a few core samples needed for the Queen's mission on this trip, we also discovered and collected a large amount of rare ores and alchemical materials that are unique to this mine. Materials that have long vanished from the outside world and are priceless." At the words rare ores and alchemical materials, Lin Ye's eyes instantly gleamed. These were all hard currency. Whether used to forge equipment or conduct alchemical experiments, their value was immeasurable. "But," Angelina changed her tone, and a trace of difficulty appeared on her face. "That laboratory is protected by multiple alchemical arrays and weighs several tons. The most critical problem is that its main energy core was damaged in the battle just now, so we cannot activate it." "What about backup energy?" Lin Ye asked immediately. "The backup energy source is a high-energy, or called Earthfire crystal." Angelina pointed toward the ore on the 7-ore talisman that represented the final boss, Wrath, the one glowing with a blazing red light. "According to our survey map, that special crystal can only form in the area where the geothermal energy of the entire mine is most concentrated. And that place is exactly the lair of the last strange monster." At last Lin Ye understood completely. This clever female doctor had bound their interests together deeply once again. She offered him a gift he could not refuse, but the key to claiming that gift happened to lie with the very target Lin Ye had to conquer next. This meant that Lin Ye's next boss battle was not only to complete the purification mission, but also to obtain an entire box of priceless treasure. The original main quest suddenly gained an extremely tempting side objective. "I understand." Lin Ye gave Angelina a deep look, and his opinion of this woman rose another notch. She was not only intelligent, but also decisive. She knew how to weigh priorities, and she knew even better how to maximize her own value. Someone like her, whether as a teammate or as something else, was far more useful than a beautiful vase with nothing but good looks. Everyone rest for 10 minutes, then move out toward the final objective. Lin Ye gave the order. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later the team reassembled. Angelina and her 3 surviving researchers temporarily joined the group, following at the rear. Guided by Angelina, the living map, they bypassed unnecessary detours and hazardous zones, soon arriving at a vast new 3-way intersection. One path exuded scorching air, the rock walls glowing with a dark, heat crimson sheen. Without a doubt this path led to the lair of wrath. The other path was dark and damp, the air carrying a faint, seductive, and cloyingly sweet exotic fragrance. This fragrance seemed to possess a strange, enchanting power. Several members of the Night Crow squad, their willpower weaker involuntarily, showed a dazed, entranced expression upon catching the scent, their steps unconsciously drifting toward that path. Wait, don't go. Hold your breath. Dr. Angelina's expression shifted abruptly as she shouted a warning. These are pleasure spores, a highly rare fungus that directly affects the nervous system, triggering primal desires and instincts. Hearing the warning, those soldiers snapped back to reality, their faces paling with fear as they quickly retreated. Lilith also frowned, sensing the fragrance causing her blood to flow uncontrollably faster. Pleasure spores. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, turning to Angelina. Her expression became unprecedentedly grim. Yes. According to our pre-expedition research and the mine's energy field map, the area with these spores should have been the territory of the lust monster among the 7 deadly sins. She adjusted her glasses, her eyes filled with deep confusion and unease. But it's strange. Now only these spores remain. The core BOSS, the source of contamination, has vanished without a trace. I can sense that its core aberrant energy is no longer here. This startling discovery sent a chill down everyone's spine. A powerful golden tier BOSS meant to guard this place had simply disappeared. Lin Ye's heart sank. He immediately thought of 2 worst-case scenarios. First, it had been devoured by some even stronger unknown entity. Second, and more terrifying, it had used some unknown means to break free from the mine's constraints, sneaking into the defenseless royal capital. A monster representing lust, capable of evoking the deepest primal desires, infiltrating the already chaotic and fearful city. Lin Ye dared not imagine the apocalyptic demonic scene that would unfold. The mysterious disappearance of the lust boss hung like a heavy dark cloud over everyone's hearts. A golden tier aberrant purification target had gone rogue, likely infiltrating the royal capital. This news tightened the crisis string in Lin Ye's mind to its breaking point. He realized he must resolve the last trouble in the mine as quickly as possible and return to the royal capital to take charge. No further delay. Move on. Lin Ye's tone was icy and resolute. He glanced at the path to Wrath's lair, radiating heat, and then at his status panel, showing 5700 purification points. A bold decision formed in his mind. Halt for rest. Everyone guard me. Lin Ye sat cross-legged, issuing orders. Milordy. Lilith and Angelina looked puzzled. On the verge of battle, why waste precious 10 minutes in a potentially dangerous spot? But Lin Ye didn't explain. He closed his eyes, sinking his mind into the system panel. Consume 500 purification points to upgrade purifier level from golden early to golden mid. Yes, Lin Ye confirmed without hesitation. Before the final battle, converting all resources into direct combat power was his consistent principle. Boom. A torrent of purification force, far more vast, pure, and violent than any previous upgrade, poured from the system's void into his every limb and bone. Lin Ye's body shuddered violently. He felt as if thrown into a furnace of energy, every cell being scoured, torn apart, and reassembled by the golden torrent. His skin involuntarily emitted blinding golden holy light, illuminating the dark cave like daylight. Vast energy waves radiated outward from him like a tsunami, spreading in concentric circles. The Night Crow members were forced back by the overwhelming pressure, their faces etched with horror. They had never witnessed such terrifying energy fluctuations during an upgrade. So, he's going to. Dr. Angelina's eyes flashed with extreme shock. She finally understood what Lin Ye was doing. A breakthrough on the battlefield. Facing the final BOSS, he chose to advance right then and there. What confidence, what boldness. But at the same time, a deep worry welled up in her heart. She knew that such an energy infusion, while granting a leap in power, would also render the recipient temporarily immobile and defenseless in a state of energy overflow. At that moment, he was like a gigantic energy source, wide open to the world, vulnerable yet lethally tempting. Everyone, highest alert. Dr. Angelina's intellectual face was etched etched with unprecedented gravity as she commanded the Night Crow members in an unyielding tone. Protect the Warden. Kill anything that dares approach. Lilith was already in motion. Holding twin resentful daggers, she stood like the most loyal and deadly guardian beast, one on each side guarding Lin Ye. Her jade-green cat eyes glinted coldly in the darkness, vigilantly scanning every shadow around. What they feared came. The pure purifying power radiating from Lin Ye, like an all-nourishing great tonic pill, was nothing short of an irresistible mouth-watering delicacy to the eerie creatures lurking in the darkness. Hiss! A teeth-grating sound of scales scraping across the ground came rapidly from the depths of the scorching cave, leading to the lair of wrath growing closer and closer. Then pairs of scarlet eyes brimming with greed and savagery lit up one after another in the darkness. Lava lizards. An aberrant creature lured and mutated by the geofire energy of wrath. They were not large, only the size of hounds, but their bodies were covered in hard carapaces like volcanic rock. They were incredibly fast, and their claws and fangs carried heat capable of melting stone. No fewer than a dozen lava lizards, lured from their slumber by Lin Ye's fragrance, formed a fearless charging squad and lunged madly at Lin Ye, the very center of energy and the most delicious presence of all. Face the enemy. The Night Raven squad members immediately formed a defensive line, their purifying blades meeting the first wave of impact without hesitation. However, these lava lizards were far more troublesome than any minor fiends they had faced before. Their bodies were extraordinarily tough. Ordinary purifying blades left only faint white scratches on their hides. Even more troublesome, the ember-laced saliva sprayed from their mouths carried a potent soul-burning effect. On contact, purifying power would be quickly ignited and consumed. In a single exchange, 2 Night Raven members had their arms gashed by the lizard's red-hot irons-like claws, and they let out pained grunts. The defensive line was about to be torn open. Out of the way. Dr. Angelina's voice suddenly rang out. From her bosom, she produced a compact pistol-like alchemical device and aimed it forward. Taste this. Ultra-low temperature freeze round. Bang. A muffled blast. A cloud of blue-white mist radiating bone-chilling cold burst from the device, precisely blanketing the largest open area ahead. Crack. Crack. The lava lizards charging at the front before they could react were instantly frozen by this sudden, soul-freezing Arctic air into lifelike ice sculptures. Immediately after, Lilith's figure transformed into a black bolt of lightning streaking past from the side. The twin resentment daggers in her hands traced 2 deadly graceful arcs in midair. Clang, clang, clang. With several crisp cracks, those ferocious ice sculptures instantly shattered into a ground full of ice crystals. One controlled the field, the other reaped the kills. Their first cooperation was unexpectedly seamless, absolutely flawless. Angelina, too, was astonished by Lilith's terrifying burst power and precise reaping ability. And for the first time, Lilith also gained a slightly different impression of this seemingly powerless female doctor. This woman, perhaps, was not just a piece of eye candy who used her tongue and body to seduce the Lord. But there were too many of the lizards. More lava lizards kept pouring out of the cave depths in an endless stream. They circumvented the frontal defense, racing up the rock walls on both sides like geckos. Their target remained Lin Ye, the energy source sitting at the very center, radiating irresistible allure. My lord! Lilith cried out in shock, wanting to turn back and defend, but she was held fast by several fearlessly defiant lizards. At that moment, the most agile lava lizard had already leaped high, its claws gleaming with lethal flames, about to grab down onto Lin Ye's head. In the nick of time, a warm, strong hand radiating golden light reached out from below like lightning and seized the lava lizard by the neck. Lin Ye opened his eyes. In his pupils, golden flames seemed to burn fiercely. Level up complete. Ding. Promotion successful. Current purifier level gold rank mid-tier. All attributes increased. Total purification power increased by 100. Mental strength increased by 100. A terrifying aura is several times more powerful than before, vast, as an abyss erupted from his body in a violent burst. He did not even use any skill. He simply applied pressure with his 5 fingers. Crack. The lava lizard's neck, hard as volcanic rock, was crushed into fragments by his effortless grip, as if it were a brittle cracker. Lin Ye slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping coldly across the entire scene. All the lava lizards, still charging madly, froze the instant they met his gaze, as if they were wild animals with their throats seized. In their crimson eyes, for the first time, appeared a primordial ultimate fear. They felt an absolute, immovable, crushing pressure stemming from a higher plane of existence. The next second, Lin Ye moved. A faint golden afterimage lingered where he had stood. Then came a dense, bone-shattering series of cracks, rising and falling without end. In less than 3 seconds, when his figure returned to its original place, the dozen or so lava lizards that had given the Night Raven squad and the 2 ladies such trouble had all become a field of twisted, smoking remains. Silence fell over the entire field. Lilith and Angelina stared blankly at Lin Ye, as if he were a monster. If the previous Lin Ye had been a peerless blade hidden in its sheath, then now, after his elevation, he was a divine weapon completely drawn from its sheath. one sufficient to sever the sun, moon, and stars. Lin Ye ignored everyone's shock. He rotated his joints, feeling the unprecedented surging power inside him, so full it seemed about to overflow, and a satisfied cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He turned around and looked at the bottomless cave radiating endless heat. Let's go. Time to meet our last old friend. The group advanced and soon arrived at the deepest part of the geothermal maze. A colossal circular cavern like the inside of a volcano appeared before them. At the center of the cavern lay a lake of churning molten lava. And at the very center of the lake, a massive oppressive figure hung, suspended in midair, tightly bound by countless thick geofire chains blazing with fierce flames that extended from the ground and the cavern roof. That was the last of the 7 deadly sins, wrath. He sat motionless, head bowed, like an ancient demon god imprisoned for 1,000 years. Yet from his body violent waves of a strange, heart-chilling aura brimming with destructive desire continually seeped out, warping the very air around him. He was in a sense a volcano accumulating endless fury. The arrival of the group and the energy imbalance caused by the disappearance of lust seemed to be the last straw, hastening the collapse of the chains that bound him. Crack, crack. Thin glaring cracks began to appear on the chains. Not good. Dr. Angelina let out a startled cry. The seal. It's about to give way. Once he breaks free, the rage he has stored for years will explode in an instant. When that happens, the entire mine will be leveled. We must reinforce the seal immediately. However, Lin Ye shook his head, a wild, overbearing brilliance burning in his eyes. Reinforce it. No, too slow. Staring at the terrifying figure on the verge of breaking free, he slowly raised his right hand, which blazed with golden light, and held all the power of his golden intermediate stage. Rather than wait for him to come out on his own, I'll send him on his way. The moment the words fell, he took the initiative and blasted a dense sword-like beam of purification light at the already overburdened core chain. Boom. With that precise lethal beam of purification light, the core earth fire chain binding wrath snapped and broke with a sharp crack. This was the last straw. Crack. Rumble. The chain reaction erupted in an instant. All the remaining earth fire chains, no longer able to withstand the towering rage accumulated over countless years, shattered into pieces simultaneously. Roar. A dreadful roar powerful enough to tear eardrums and even shake the soul, filled with endless agony, and the urge to destroy exploded from the figure that had broken free. Wrath, freed from its prison, was completely unleashed. His already colossal body began to swell as if inflated, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a hideous giant of flame over 10 meters tall, wreathed in dark red earth core fire. He had no true facial features. His entire face was a twisting, roaring vortex of fury. Warden, watch out. Dr. Angelina shrieked in terror. He has entered the endless fury state. In this state, all of his abilities reach their peak, and he is immune to most control effects. Before her words had even faded, Wrath's attack was already upon them. He made no unnecessary movement. He simply swung the blazing, battering ram-sized fist through the air fiercely in Lin Ye's direction. Whoosh! A visible fan-shaped wave of fury, molten rock, and a devastating shockwave intertwined, tore through the air and swept toward the group with irresistible force. Fall back! Lin Ye barked, unleashing the majestic purification power of his golden intermediate stage without the slightest reservation. He brought his hands together before his chest, and a huge, dense golden shield of the purest purification power materialized in an instant, standing firmly at the very front of the group. Boom! The wave of fury and the golden shield collided with devastating force. The violent energy battered the surface of the shield, producing a teeth-grinding creak like glass shattering. Lin Ye felt a monstrous, mountain-toppling force slam through his arms, sliding him backward several meters against his will and carving 2 deep furrows into the hard rock floor. So much power! Lin Ye's eyes instantly turned grim. A single casual strike had nearly shattered his full golden intermediate defense. This Wrath's raw strength was far greater than that of any of the previous 7 deadly sins. Roar! Having failed to land a blow, Wrath only seemed to grow more frantic. He suddenly opened his vortex-like mouth, and an invisible shockwave filled with negative spiritual energy burst outward. Fury graft! Lin Ye felt his mind plummet, and a savage, bloodthirsty, murderous craving to destroy everything before him arose, spread, and ran wild in the deepest recesses of his heart like a virus, without any warning. This was a mental attack, and the most troublesome kind. It did not forcibly control him, but infinitely magnified the faintest negative emotion in his heart, making him collapse from within. Damn it! Lin Ye grunted, forced to divert nearly half of his purification power to frantically scour his sea of consciousness and suppress the sudden, reason-burning fury. In that instant of divided attention, Wrath seized his chance. His silhouette vanished from where it stood, and the next moment he appeared before Lin Ye, as if by teleportation. The colossal fist, burning with earth core fire and powerful enough to crush mountains, came plummeting down at Lin Ye's head with world-destroying might. At this moment, most of Lin Ye's purification power was being used to defend against the psychic attack, and the small remainder was still maintaining the light shield that blocked the ensuing shockwaves. His physical body was in an unprecedented, almost completely defenseless, vulnerable window. "My lord." Lilith let out the most piercing, desperate scream of her life. She wanted to charge over, but the terrifying pressure fixed her firmly in place, leaving her unable to move. The shadow of death enveloped the scene in an instant. In that 10,000th of a second that could decide life and death, a graceful figure made a mad move that left everyone stunned. It was Angelina. In the eyes of this mature, intelligent female doctor, there was no hesitation at all, only a desperate, almost martyr-like determination. She knew that any physical defense was meaningless now. The only thing that could save Lin Ye was that. She rushed to Lin Ye's front, ignoring the heat that could bake a person alive and the deadly iron fist about to fall. She reached out and cupped Lin Ye's handsome face, which was twisted and slightly ferocious because of the tremendous pain he was enduring. Then, under Lilith's gaze that instantly widened to the absolute limit, incredulous, even what could be described as horror. Dr. Angelina rose on her tiptoes, tilted back her snow-white neck, and pressed her lips, coated with a special ointment, faintly fragrant, soft, and warm, firmly onto Lin Ye's lips. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. A breath mixing an orchid-like body fragrance with a cool, sweet scent of sedative pollen instantly surged into Lin Ye's mouth. Through the most direct exchange, between lips flowed through his limbs and bones, and finally rushed straight into the sea of his spirit that was about to be ignited by rage. The kiss of tranquility potion activated. Lin Ye felt an ultimate absolute tranquility, like jumping into a 10,000-year-old ice spring in the heat of summer. Instantly wash away all his brutality and madness. That towering fury was extinguished in an instant, as if doused by an unexpected downpour. His world became unprecedentedly quiet. This sudden absolute stillness also tore open a brand new gate to victory in his mind like lightning. Rage needs release. Attack only fuels the rage. Then, what if it is not released? What if all that was left in its world was absolute silence? Lin Ye's eyes snapped open. In his eyes there was no longer any madness, only a profound universe-like calm and wisdom. At that moment, the devastating iron fist was less than half a meter above his head. Step back. Lin Ye gently pulled Angelina, who still maintained her kissing posture, her face filled with resolve and shyness, behind him. Then he raised his head, faced the descending giant fist, and slowly opened his palm. Domain expansion. He uttered those 4 words in a voice that was almost a whisper, calm to the extreme. Absolute silence. In that instant, all sounds in the entire world vanished. The frenzied roars of wrath, the gurgling of the magma lake, the crackling of flames, and even the heartbeats of the crowd caused by extreme tension. All of it at that instant was forcibly erased. An invisible domain carrying supreme laws abruptly expanded with Lin Ye at its center, enveloping the entire cavern. Within this domain, light still existed, but it had lost its warmth. Energy was still violent, but it had lost sound. The giant fist about to strike still retained its overwhelming force, but it made no sound of splitting the air. This feeling was extremely eerie and awkward enough to drive any creature accustomed to synchronize sound and light completely insane. For the first time, Wrath's movements became stiff. It could feel that it was moving, but it received no feedback. Furiously, it opened its mouth wide, wanting to release the most ferocious roar. However, there was no sound at all. Its fury was like being trapped in a completely sealed, soundproof glass bottle. No matter how it crashed and struggled within, it could not transmit even the slightest sound to the outside. Unable to vent, unable to express, unable to prove its existence. This ultimate suffocation caused its fury to accumulate, expand, and compress within its body at an unprecedented exponential rate. Ugh, ugh. For the first time, a look of pain appeared on its twisted face. Like a madman, it pounded its body with its fists, trying to make a sound, yet still there was only dead silence. At last, boom. An ultimate explosion, one that existed only in concept and carried no physical sound, detonated violently inside its body. The towering rage accumulated over countless years and compressed to its limit by Lin Ye's absolute silence found no outlet and chose the most direct and tragic path, self-destruction. The flame giant's body silently cracked inch by inch, then turned into a sky full of silent, dazzling fireworks. Ding. Successfully purified. No. 7 Shadow Minor. Wrath. Main quest, Whispers of the 7 Shadows, completion increased to 77. Quest complete. Carrying out final settlement. Obtained 3000 purification points. Obtained special drop Earthfire Crystal quest item X1. Obtained special drop item Amulet of the Furious Roar X1. As the system notification faded, the domain of absolute silence slowly dispersed. Sound returned to the world. Lin Ye turned around and looked at the female doctor, head lowered, cheeks red enough to drip blood, ears turning pink, who did not dare meet his gaze. And Lilith stood not far away, as if petrified entirely. Her jade-green cat pupils were written all over with "world collapsing," and the twin grudge dagger in her hand was already humming from the excessive force of her grip. Dead silence. When the domain of absolute silence dispersed, and sound returned to the world, the entire enormous cavern fell into an eerie, awkward, dead silence. The members of the Night Raven squad shrank far into a corner, not daring to breathe. They looked at their warden, who was mighty and awe-inspiring, and had just killed the final boss in an inconceivable way. Then they looked at the golden-haired female doctor, whose head was lowered, cheeks burning as if about to ignite, and whose whole body exuded an alluring aura like a ripe peach. Finally, with a nearly sympathetic gaze, they looked at the cat-eared adjutant, standing not far away, as if her soul had been drained away and she had been completely petrified. Their usually lively, smiling adjutant. "It's over." The same word surfaced in everyone's mind. This time it was truly over. Feeling the atmosphere that could almost freeze the air, Lin Ye could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He knew that this situation was far more troublesome than the towering rage of wrath he had just faced. He had to deal with it immediately. Lin Ye's gaze first landed on Dr. Angelina. This bold woman, who had just dared to offer a kiss of tranquility beneath the destructive iron fist, now looked like a young girl in her first love who had done something wrong. She nervously twisted her hands in front of her, her intelligent blue eyes covered with a layer of mist, and she simply did not dare to meet Lin Ye's gaze. "Dr. Angelina." Lin Ye voluntarily walked over, his voice as calm as ever, as if that earth-shattering kiss had never occurred. Angelina's body trembled almost imperceptibly, letting out a faint mosquito-like response from her nose. "Thank you." Lin Ye's tone was sincere and earnest. "Without you, the consequences just now would have been unthinkable." He paused, offering her a way out. "I understand it was a necessary medical measure under the most urgent circumstances." Hearing this, Angelina's tense body relaxed slightly. She knew that this perceptive man had understood her actions and had given her an official explanation sufficient to preserve her dignity. She suddenly lifted her head, those beautiful blue eyes mustering courage to meet Lin Ye's gaze. The shyness in them had not yet faded, but what dominated was a fervent, unabashed admiration and affection blazing like a flame. It is my honor to be of assistance, Warden." Her voice still trembled slightly, but had regained some composure. Lin Ye nodded at her, signaling her to be at ease. Then, taking a deep breath, he turned and walked toward the true epicenter of the storm. Lilith. She still stood there motionless, but she had lowered her head, making her expression unreadable. The twin blades of resentment in her hand had long been sheathed. Instead, she was crouching on the ground, mechanically wiping another ordinary spare knife with a clean cloth over and over again. Her focused manner suggested that the blade bore some unparalleled pattern, but Lin Ye could see that her furry, adorable little ears were drooping weakly. Lin Ye walked over to her and crouched down. "Lilith." He tried to speak. The cat girl's movements paused, but she did not look up or respond. She merely continued her wiping motion. "You did well in the fight just now," Lin Ye added. Lilith shook her head, still silent. This wordless, cold rejection was far more heartbreaking and disheartening than a loud quarrel. Lin Ye looked at her slightly trembling, slender shoulders and sighed inwardly. "Explain." At such a moment, any explanation was futile. He said no more. Instead, he reached out his arms and gently from behind drew her petite, soft, trembling body into his embrace. Lilith's body stiffened abruptly. The cloth and knife in her hands clattered to the ground. She wanted to struggle, but found herself firmly yet tenderly trapped by an immensely solid, warm chest. "Stop it." Lin Ye gently rested his chin on top of her head, feeling her soft hair. His voice was very light, very soft, laced with a hint of helplessness and affection wafting into her ear like a feather. "My first adjutant." He deliberately emphasized the word first. "In my heart, no one can ever take your place." These words were like a spell of supreme magic. Lilith's stiff body instantly softened. A surge of immense, indescribable grievance mixed with a sense of relief found after loss swept through her like a floodburst, shattering all her pretense and fortitude. She could no longer hold back. Her drooping ears quivered violently, and then she let out a muffled sob thick with nasal congestion long suppressed. She did not turn around, but buried the back of her head deeper into that reassuring embrace, allowing the unbidden, scalding tears to soak his shirt. The storm had finally subsided for the time being. After pacifying the two heroines, Lin Ye stood up and clapped his hands. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, the battle is over. Now it's time to count our spoils." He forcibly steered the atmosphere back to normalcy. Lilith wiped her eyes, haphazardly blushing, and silently returned to stand behind Lin Ye. Though still wordless, her ears, now perked up and occasionally twitching, spoke volumes. Angelina also regained her scholarly composure and stepped forward, ready to offer professional advice. Lin Ye first opened the system panel to examine the greatest gain of this encounter. Amulet of the Roaring Fury, quality, gold slot necklace, effect 1, unyielding will. The wearer is immune to all fear and charm mental control effects. Your will is unshakable like burning steel. Effect 2, Berserker Soul. When the wearer's health drops below 30, it automatically triggers the Endless Wrath state, boosting all attributes by 50, with attacks gaining the Infernal Burn effect, but reason will steadily decline. Unless combat ends or health recovers above 50, the rage will not be extinguished. A fine item. A glimmer of delight flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. This amulet was practically tailor-made for him. Unyielding will perfectly compensated for the weakness he had exposed when facing the mental attacks of wrath. And Berserker Soul was a domineering trump card capable of turning the tables in dire straits. He didn't hesitate to put the amulet around his neck. A surge of scorching pure willpower flowed through the chain into his sea of consciousness, refreshing his mind. Doctor, it's time to retrieve your legacy. Lin Ye looked at Angelina. Yes, Warden. Angelina nodded, taking out a compass-like alchemical instrument from her bosom to begin positioning. The laboratory is... She stopped mid-sentence, her face showing extreme perplexity. Strange. The instrument's energy readings indicate the lab is just ahead, but the energy fluctuations inside are very chaotic and aggressive. The group followed her direction. In a corner of the cavern, the massive metal pod they had seen before lay quietly. But now it seemed unusual. The supposedly indestructible multi-alloy heavy hatch was now covered with bulging savage impact marks and claw scratches on the outside. As if during the battle just now something had been desperately trying to break out from inside. This is impossible. A surviving researcher let out an incredulous exclamation. The interior of the laboratory is absolutely sterile and energy inert. There cannot be any living thing inside. Lin Ye's brow furrowed deeply, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He stepped forward, reached out his hand, and pressed it against the cold, severely deformed hatch. Then with a forceful pull, creak, accompanied by a jarring sound of metal twisting, the thick hatch was torn open by him, revealing a massive gap. Beyond the gap, what unfolded before them was not the immaculate laboratory, neatly lined with rows of precious materials they had imagined. Instead, it was a mad, twisted, eerily vibrant monster nest. A superconducting coil originally meant to rest quietly on a shelf made of flexible memory metal now reared its head, like a venomous snake hissing menacingly at them. A piece of thunderstone, raw or once enshrined in an energy crystal casing, now had a single eye and 8 spider-like jointed limbs sprouting from its surface, frantically crawling on the inner wall of the casing. And the most outrageous sight was a full crate of alchemical potions of various colors placed in the center of the laboratory. They had long broken free from their test tubes, coalescing into a multicolored, constantly writhing toxic bubble spewing slime monster. Oh my God! Dr. Angelina's eyes were filled with horror and anguish. She understood instantly. It's wrath. His final curse. In the second before his self-destruction, he injected the purest, most unwilling source of pollution into the most energy-dense and unstable place nearby, our mobile laboratory. He turned all our hard work, all our legacy, into monsters. It's wrath. He turned all our hard work into monsters. Dr. Angelina's voice was filled with irrepressible grief and fury. These legacies, forged from the rarest materials in the world, were the hope that she and her team had painstakingly excavated from the depths of this cursed mine. Now that hope had been twisted into a mad, eerie nightmare by the final curse of wrath. Prepare for battle. Lin Ye's voice rang out calmly, instantly snapping everyone back to reality. These things, though they've lost their original forms, their essence remains those precious materials. Try to incapacitate them without fully destroying their cores. Yes. The Night Crow squad immediately acknowledged the order. At that moment, 2 distinct gazes silently converged in midair. One came from Lin Ye, who had just been soothed by Lin Ye's warm embrace. The other came from Dr. Angelina, who had left an indelible mark on Lin Ye's heart with her kiss of serenity. In the air, invisible crackling sparks seemed to flicker. The battle began. The first to strike was the metal serpent, mutated from the flexible memory metal. Its body could stretch and deform at will like liquid metal, instantly transforming into a silver whip shadow, hurtling with a sharp whistle toward the nearest Night Crow squad member. Watch out, Dr. Angelina immediately raised her alchemical device. I'll use a strong magnetic field to bind it. However, before her words faded, a black lightning bolt, faster, swifter, and more lethal than the silver whip shadow, arrived from behind. It was Lin Ye. With a light tap of her toes on the ground, she closed in on the metal serpent like a weightless black cat. Facing the whip shadow capable of severing steel, she neither dodged nor evaded. Her petite body bent backward at an angle of extreme flexibility impossible for an ordinary person, almost parallel to the ground, letting the whip shadow graze past the tip of her nose by a hair's breadth. Then, with a powerful twist of her waist and abdomen, she sprang up like a spring. The twin resentment daggers in her hands traced 2 deadly crescent-shaped gleams of cold light in the air. Clang, clang. Two crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out. The green dagger representing envy precisely pierced the energy core connection point the serpent's Achilles heel. Meanwhile, the red dagger representing wrath silently sank into the constantly shifting head of the metal serpent from an extremely tricky angle like the fangs of a venomous snake. One strike subduing the enemy. The entire sequence was fluid, exuding a breathtaking beauty of violence and elegance. But the battle was not over. On the other side, the eight-legged spider mutated from the thunderstone, raw, or had climbed onto the cave ceiling. Its massive single eye began to gather blinding blue-violet electrical arcs, clearly preparing a wide-range lightning attack that would engulf the entire area. Its core is in the abdomen. Use impact force to knock it down. Dr. Angelina quickly identified the enemy's weakness and shouted a warning. But once again, Lin Ye was faster than her voice. Just as the thunderstone spider was about to complete its charge, Lin Ye's figure appeared directly above it like a ghost. She had silently climbed up the vertical rock wall. In midair, she deftly twisted her body, her legs wrapping around the thunderstone spider's fragile neck, connecting the head and abdomen like the most precise and ruthless scissors, and squeezed hard. Crack! A crisp sound. With Lin Ye's terrifying explosive power, the thunderstone spider was snapped in two before it could even let out a cry of anguish. The residual electrical arcs flickered feebly on its corpse for a few moments before dying out completely. Having done all this, Lin Ye landed lightly back on the ground. She did not even glance at the monster she had slain in an instant. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Dr. Angelina, who was still holding her alchemical device, yet to fire. Then on her ever-sweet smiling face, a hint of a triumphant, provocative, and exceedingly radiant smile curled at the corner of her lips. As if forming words with her lips silently, she said to him, "Look, this kind of thing I am better at it than you." While the two ladies were engaged in a fierce confrontation in a different manner, Lin Ye's attention, however, was entirely captivated by the material monsters before him. An exceedingly bold, even maddening idea sprang forth in his mind. Purify. No, that would be too wasteful. Purification could certainly eliminate pollution, but it would also unavoidably deplete the most essential part of these celestial treasures, the spiritual nature. And now he possessed cursed power devouring. He gazed at the alchemy slime, a kaleidoscopic entity formed from countless alchemical potions, ceaselessly spewing toxic mucus in all directions with a glint of greedy light in his eyes. Everyone stop attacking and fall back. Lin Ye issued a command that left the others somewhat bewildered. He offered no explanation but walked alone slowly toward the slime that exuded a pungent chemical odor. The slime seemed to sense the threat. Its amorphous body writhed violently, coalescing into a massive fist composed of variously colored liquids, which hurtled toward Lin Ye with tremendous force. Lin Ye did not dodge or evade. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Devour. In an instant, countless black threads darker than the night and thick with ominous energy burst forth from his palm with explosive force. These threads, like venomous serpents starved for eons, instantly pierced the massive liquid fist, riddling it with countless holes. Then an irresistible, domineering suction force erupted from those black threads. Squeal. The alchemy slime let out a piercing shriek like countless glass bottles shattering simultaneously. Its liquid body, visible to the naked eye, was frantically drained away by those black threads. Lin Ye could clearly feel a chaotic energy laced with potent toxins and residual will of rage surging wildly into his body along those threads. His body was a furnace. The cursed corrosion body activated automatically, filtering and crushing the violent energy layer by layer. In the end, only the purest energy and the most fundamental traits remained completely absorbed by his body. Ding! You have successfully devoured the altered alchemy polymer. You have gained 5,000 purification points. Warning. Detected special toxin source. Undergoing trait absorption. Absorption successful. Your physique has been permanently enhanced. You have acquired a new passive ability, basic toxin resistance. A warm current surged through his entire body. Lin Ye felt that his resistance to various toxins had instantly elevated by more than one level. This was the true terrifying aspect of cursed power devouring. It could not only provide energy but also plunder the traits of its target, claiming them as its own. Just as Lin Ye was feeling satisfied with this unexpected boon, in a corner of the laboratory, a communication crystal, long enveloped by the slime's mucus, suddenly lit up without any warning. A distorted projection heavily interfered by bizarre energy and filled with snow-like noise was cast into the air. In the projection, a woman's face slowly emerged. A face of exquisite beauty, alluring to the bone, every glance brimming with endless temptation. The face of lust. She seemed surprised that this mark had been activated at this moment. She let out a tinkling, seductive laugh, her voice imbued with a mesmerizing charm. "Oh my, isn't this our brave and handsome warden? Thank you for clearing out those troublesome brutes who only know how to fight and kill." Her projection blew a flirtatious kiss toward Lin Ye. As a small token of my gratitude, I've prepared a special gift for you two. I hope you'll like that most beautiful rose that blooms quietly in your backyard garden. As the words faded, the communication crystal, its energy depleted, shattered completely, and Lin Ye's face turned colder and more icy than millennial-old frost, exuding a chilling aura. Others might not understand, but he instantly grasped whom this venomously metaphorical message was truly pointing to. Backyard garden. Rose. That innocent, kind-hearted, naive girl now alone in the empty castle waiting for his return. Snow White. Everyone assemble immediately. Return to the capital at the fastest speed. Lin Ye's command, icy and piercing, rang out like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. The undisguised, almost tangible murderous intent caused the temperature in the entire cavern to plummet by more than 10 degrees. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying aura. They had never seen their always calm and composed Warden, who seemed to have everything under control, exude such a dreadful demonic presence. Especially Lilith and Angelina. They knew better than anyone the immense significance the name Snow White held in Lin Ye's heart. She was the first ray of light he encountered after arriving in this world, and the softest, most untouchable spot in his heart, his reverse scale. And now that damned lunatic, Lust, dared to extend her filthy, lustful, malicious hand toward that pure, spotless sanctuary. There's no time. Dr. Angelina was the first to react, her intellectual face etched with anxiety. From the mine back to the capital, even the fastest carriage takes at least 3 hours. In that long time, anything could happen. No, there's a way. As if recalling something, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Our research institute has a spare exploration assault vehicle hidden at the entrance of the mine. That vehicle is not pulled by horses but powered by a specially bred subdragon creature, the land dragon, as its core. It has an alchemical acceleration device. Once fully activated, it can cover this distance in just 1 hour. Lead the way. Lin Ye's reply was only 2 words, yet filled with an unquestionable authority. Yes. The team abandoned the remaining material monsters and rushed out of the mine at top speed. Led by Angelina, they soon found the so-called survey assault vehicle in a hidden hollow near the mine entrance, concealed by bushes and a camouflage tarpaulin. It was less a vehicle than a small steampunk-style iron chariot. The body was forged from sturdy alloy, and even the wheels were wrapped in metal tracks to increase traction. At the front of the carriage was a massive metal harness shaped like a shackle. Secured in the harness, a creature over 5 meters long, covered in hard dark brown scales, and resembling a giant wingless lizard, lay sprawled on the ground, snoring loudly. This was the ground dragon. Shoo, keep your voice down. Angelina lowered her voice, a hint of awkwardness on her face. It is called Hothead. We raised it since it was a hatchling, but because it was left unattended for a long time and slightly affected by the eerie aura in the mine, its temperament has become extremely unstable. We need some time to calm it, and there is no time. Lin Ye cut her off directly. He walked slowly to the still sleeping ground dragon. Seeming to sense the stranger's presence, the creature's huge eyes, like vertical golden slits, burst open, brimming with vigilance and ferocity. Roar! It let out a low, threatening growl, and a sulphurous breath burst from its mouth and nostrils, scorching the ground before it into a patch of burnt yellow. Lin Ye's expression, however, did not change in the slightest. He only raised his right hand, the one wearing the golden monarch's ring, slowly. An invisible supreme law, born from the depths of the soul, embodying desire and domination, instantly enveloped the ground dragon, which was still putting on a fierce display. The ground dragon's savage golden pupils shrank violently. It felt a pressure originating from its bloodline, its soul, and even its most primitive instincts. An absolute, irresistible might. It was as if what stood before it was not an insignificant human, but a supreme sovereign who could command all desires in the world. Listen. Lin Ye's voice rang out calmly, yet like a divine oracle. It branded itself directly onto the depths of the ground dragon's soul. Submit to me, then run with the greatest speed of your life. Carry us to the royal capital. Edict of Desire, activate. Roar. Whine. The ground dragon's roar, once full of savagery, instantly turned into a low whimper of awe and submission, like a puppy's. Its huge, grotesque head lowered slowly. Finally, with reverence, it lay prostrate at Lin Ye's feet. It rubbed its rough, scale-covered cheek gently against Lin Ye's boot. This sight left Angelina and her researchers utterly dumbfounded, their worldview shattered. Was this really Hothead, the one who gave even the director of the research institute a headache? Get on. Ignoring everyone's shock, Lin Ye swung himself onto the assault vehicle first. A race against time had officially begun. Boom. The ground dragon pushed off with all 4 limbs instantly displaying a terrifying explosive power comparable to a top-grade warhorse. Empowered by alchemical devices, the assault vehicle shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, turning into a yellow bolt of lightning on the rugged mountain road as it raced madly toward the royal capital. Amid the violent jolting, everyone clutched the vehicle's handrails with death grips, their faces turning pale. Only Lin Ye remained as steady as Mount Tai. He stood at the front, letting the fierce wind snap his black trench coat noisily. His deep eyes were fixed on the distant silhouette of the royal capital, while the murderous intent in his heart gathered wildly, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. And at that very moment, the main quest, Whispers of the Seven Shadows, which he had just completed without yet claiming its final reward, finally began its final settlement. A vast will, brimming with chaos and evil hundreds of millions of times more immense than any uncanny energy he had seen before, descended without warning across endless space and crashed down upon Lin Ye's sea of consciousness. This was not an attack. It was a gaze. Then an icy, majestic voice, as if formed by countless venomous female voices layered together and filled with supreme authority, spoke directly in his mind. Well done, my agent. It was the Spider Mother. Lin Ye's mind quaked violently. That true mastermind behind the mind, the one he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of before yet, who had brought him an endless sense of oppression, had finally communicated with him directly for the first time. Those 7 unworthy emotion seeds were merely tiny tools I scattered across this barren land to harvest a little insignificant nourishment. And you have successfully ripened them all for me. As a gift for your excellent completion of the task, I grant you their power. The moment those words fell, Lin Ye felt 7 streams of uncanny energy, each completely different, yet sharing the same root, representing the most primordial essence of the 7 deadly sins, suddenly pour from the void and force their way into his body. This was not corruption. It was the purest gift of power, already refined by the Spider Mother and existing at the level of fundamental laws. Ding. The main quest, Whispers of the Seven Shadows, has been settled. You have received a special reward gift of the 7 sins. You have obtained the following 7 single-use epic skills. Gift the Arrogant One's Contempt. Active skill. Consumes a large amount of purification uncanny power. For 10 seconds, forcibly reduces all attack damage dealt to you by the designated target by 90. You shall not be touched by the mundane. Gift the Envious One's Resentment. Active skill. Cost. Mark a target. Whenever that target deals damage to any unit other than you, you automatically deal equal, true damage to that target. Your eyes cannot tolerate betrayal. Gift the Wrathful One's Furious Roar. Active skill. Cost. Release a devastating shockwave, dealing massive physical and mental damage to all enemies in a straight line ahead, and inflicting the fear effect. Your fury will burn everything to ashes. Gift the Slothful One's Sigh. Active skill. Cost. Creates a sloth space. All enemies inside have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 80, lasting 30 seconds. Your rest shall not be disturbed. Blessing Grasp of the Greedy. Active skill expenditure. The next attack forcibly steals a piece of equipment from the target, quality not exceeding 1 major tier above the user, allowing temporary use for 1 minute. What you desire shall ultimately be yours. Blessing Devourer's Gluttony. Active skill expenditure. Instantly devours an elite or below target with less than 20 health, converting its life force and energy entirely into self-recovery. Your hunger is never satisfied. Blessing Seductress's Charm. Active skill expenditure. Forcibly establishes a soul link with a sentient being regardless of gender for 10 seconds, during which the target regards you as their most beloved and absolutely obeys any of your commands, cannot be ordered to commit suicide. Your charm is irresistible. 7 skills. A full 7 with effects that can only be described as overpowered, capable of turning the tide at critical moments. Epic level trump cards. This was the ultimate reward for completing the main quest. Yet in Lin Ye's heart, there was not a trace of joy, because he could clearly sense that accompanying this blessing was also a mark, like a branding iron seared deep into the depths of his soul. A spider-shaped mark brimming with evil and chaotic aura. Spider Mother's mark. Take my blessing and go, my excellent agent. Go to the royal capital. To that city full of lies and desire. Go and find for me more delicious nourishment. The Spider Mother's voice slowly faded away. Yet that feeling of being gazed upon by a supreme existence like a bone-gnawing maggot did not disappear. Lin Ye knew that from this moment on he had been thoroughly branded as the Spider Mother's property. Through this mark, he could vaguely sense the Spider Mother's location at any time. And the Spider Mother could at any moment cast her gaze upon him, watching his every move. This blessing was not a reward at all. It was a heavy shackled advance payment. Lin Ye slowly raised his head, his deep eyes gazing toward the direction of the royal capital. At this moment, there was not a single distracting thought in his heart. Whether it was the Spider Mother's gaze or the so-called agent identity, none of it mattered now. At this moment, nothing was more important than the safety of that girl. Bai Shui, wait for me, please. Don't let anything happen. The wind howled past his ears. The ground dragon, hot-tempered lad, driven by the desired decree, had gone completely berserk. Its steel-like forelegs pounded the rugged mountain path, producing a deafening roar like a runaway heavy chariot charging at full speed. Inside the carriage, even the battle-hardened Night Raven members had long been tortured by the violent jolts comparable to a magnitude 9 earthquake, their faces pale and stomachs churning. Only Lin Ye remained as still as a statue welded to the front of the carriage. His eyes, narrowed slightly by the fierce wind, were locked onto the increasingly clear, magnificent silhouette of the royal capital ahead. That city, which once represented power, intrigue, and opportunity, in his eyes now seemed like a cold, enormous beast about to devour his most cherished treasure. The anxiety and killing intent in his heart with every jolt and every leap of the assault vehicle were stacking and surging wildly at a geometric rate. Suddenly, just as the assault vehicle was about to break out of the mountains and onto the last stretch of flat road leading to the royal capital, a tall, burly figure oozing an ominous and bloody aura appeared without warning in the middle of the road, blocking their way. It was the butcher. "Stop, Dr." Angelina cried out in surprise. Under Lin Ye's mental control, the ground dragon executed an emergency, beautiful tailslide drift, barely stopping less than 10 meters from that man. The wheels screeched against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Ye's gaze fell coldly upon the uninvited guest. At this moment, the butcher appeared exceptionally disheveled. His prideful heavy plate armor, which seemed never to be damaged, was covered with crisscrossing, terrifying dents from massive blunt weapons, as well as black scorch marks melted by high-level energy. His iconic door-sized giant butcher knife had several huge gaps, as if it had just engaged in a brutal clash against something extremely hard. Blood continuously seeped through the gaps in his armor, staining the ground beneath him a dark red. Clearly, he had just finished a fierce battle that had been extremely troublesome even for him. The butcher ignored everyone else, his mad, bloodthirsty eyes hidden in the shadow of his helmet fixed directly on Lin Ye standing at the front of the carriage. Unexpectedly, there was no provocation in his eyes, but rather an unprecedented gravity. "Warden." His hoarse voice, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, slowly sounded. "The situation in the city is much more chaotic than you imagine." He seemed to recall the frustrating battle just now, his tone carrying a hint of suppressed anger. "Those sneaky robe-wearing bastards from the Mages Association, I don't know what madness has seized them. They activated the royal capital's highest defensive array, sealing all the city gates." He paused as if weighing his words. "They want to be king. I advise you going back now would be walking into a trap." Having said that, he fell silent, standing still and looking at Lin Ye, waiting for his answer. Inside the carriage, a deathly silence fell. The Night Raven members dared not even breathe. No one had expected to encounter here one of the most unstable madmen in the royal capital. Even more unexpected was that this madman had stopped them, seemingly to warn them. After hearing his words, Lin Ye's face showed no change in expression. He merely slowly raised his eyelids, his deep abyss-like eyes coldly meeting the butcher's gaze. Then, in a tone colder than the Siberian winter, devoid of any emotion, he slowly uttered a few words: "Move aside, or I'll run you over too." Boom. A killing intent more terrifying, purer, and more heart-stopping than the butcher's thick, bloody aura suddenly erupted from Lin Ye's body. It was no longer mere killing intent. It was a supreme will of destruction born from the impending loss of what was most precious, wanting to drag the entire world into hell. The butcher's towering frame shuddered violently. His frenzied eyes shrank to pinpricks in an instant. He felt it. From the man before him, he sensed an aura. More crazed than his own, more unadulterated than his own. More reckless than his own, more indifferent to consequence. A terrifying aura. If he himself was a beast that knew only slaughter, then the being before him now was an ancient evil deity rousing from slumber, one who delighted in the annihilation of all living things. Faced with this man, his so-called madness was nothing more than a child's antics. The butcher fell silent. The hand gripping his butcher's cleaver, a hand cast of iron, bulged with protruding veins. At last, he slowly stepped aside, yielding the center of the road. This was the lawless, murderous maniac who made the entire royal capital tremble in fear, and for the first time, he voluntarily stepped aside for another person. Lin Ye did not even look at him again. "Go." At the command, the ground dragon roared and charged out, tearing past the butcher amid billowing dust. At the foot of the royal capital's grand northern gate. As the butcher had said, the entire area was already sealed by an enormous magic barrier visible to the naked eye, radiating a faint blue glow. Before the city gate, dozens of arcane guardian constructs, each 5 meters tall, forged wholly from obsidian and adamantite, stood in a single row like an insurmountable steel wall, blocking every route. In the chest of every construct was embedded a massive, slowly rotating arcane crystal, exuding energy fluctuations that made the heart shudder. The city wall above was crowded with battle mages in matching blue robes, standing in solemn readiness. At their head was a middle-aged mage with a goatee and a haughty expression. He watched the scout assault vehicle charging madly toward the gate with unstoppable momentum, and the corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. It's Warden Lin Ye of Green Prison. He certainly chose an interesting time to return. A young mage asked nervously, Captain, what should we do? Should we attack? Attack? No. The goateed mage shook his head, his eyes gleaming with the playful cruelty of a cat toying with a mouse. President Elder has ordered that until Warden Lin Ye understands the situation, we only need to keep him outside the city. Politely. Let him charge. I want to see how he plans to use that heap of junk to smash through our Mages Association's pride, the Wall of Sighs. Even as he spoke, the assault vehicle had already reached a point less than 100 meters from the city gate barrier. Then just when every mage assumed it would slow down and stop, a figure suddenly vaulted down from the speeding assault vehicle. It was Lin Ye. All by himself, he landed steadily less than 50 meters from that steel wall. He slowly lifted his head. His eyes blazing with golden wrath pierced through the magic barrier, pierced through the steel golems, and locked onto the goateed mage on the wall, the one watching him with a sneer. I'll say this only once. Lin Ye's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with perfect clarity, like an ultimatum delivered from the darkest abyss. Open the gate. The goateed mage burst into loud laughter, his laugh dripping with contempt and mockery. Warden, are you giving us orders? I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet. Before he could finish, Lin Ye coldly cut him off. It seems you have chosen the most foolish way to die. As the words fell, Lin Ye slowly raised his right hand. An energy far more terrifying, far more violent, and far more laden with ruin than before began to gather madly in his palm. It was no longer the pure, sacred, golden power of purification alone. Deep within the golden radiance, threads of dark red earth fire representing wrath and wisps of black curse power representing gluttony, a force reeking of devouring hunger, began to intertwine and merge in a frenzy. He had forcibly crushed together the power of purification and the powers of wrath and gluttony from the gifts of the 7 deadly sins he had just acquired. A ball of energy woven from gold, red, and black, extremely unstable, radiating an aura that could annihilate heaven and earth, swelled at terrifying speed in his palm. The air around the sphere began to shriek in distorted agony, as if buckling under an unbearable burden. On the wall, every mage's smile instantly froze. The goateed mage's arrogant eye shot open, his pupils brimming with unprecedented absolute terror. What the hell is that? Quick, maximum output. Activate the Wall of Sighs. Now. He let out a heart-rending shrill scream. But it was all too late. Pay the price for your arrogance. Lin Ye's voice sounded like the verdict of death. The next instant he hurled the tricolored sphere, already swollen to the size of a basketball on the verge of exploding, violently at the steel wall ahead. Annihilation Dragon Breath. It came with Lin Ye's low growl, a decree from death itself. The sphere, fusing the 3 ultimate powers of purification, wrath, and gluttony interwoven in gold, red, and black, and wildly unstable, shot out from his hand. It did not turn into the pillar of light one might have imagined. The moment it left his hand, it swelled violently against the wind. In a blink, it became a savage, roaring torrent of tricolored chaotic energy over 10 meters in diameter, as though it would devour the entire world whole. The golden power of purification formed the torrent's main body like the wrath of a god-king, radiating both sanctity and ferocity. Dark red earth fire wrapped around the edges of the torrent, like demonic fangs, incinerating and distorting everything in its path. And the deepest wisp of black curse power, the embodiment of gluttony, became the torrent's core. Like an eternally hungry serpent of devouring, wherever it passed, light, sound, and even space itself seemed to be forcibly swallowed into nothingness. Time seemed to slow down countless times in that instant. On the wall, every mage's face was frozen with unprecedented terror and horror, an image they would remember for the rest of their lives. They could only watch helplessly as that torrent of annihilation, something that should never have existed in this world, a veritable forbidden curse, consumed everything ahead of it in an instant with an invincible, unstoppable, incomprehensible might. Boom. The first to touch the dragon's breath were dozens of indestructible mana guardian puppets forged from obsidian and adamantite. However, in the face of this energy fused with the power of laws, the so-called indestructibility was nothing more than a laughable, fragile joke. Their magic shields, which could have withstood siege cannons, did not even ripple. They dissipated in an instant like bubbles under the sun. Then their massive forms, forged from the hardest alloys, were completely decomposed, vaporized, and devoured within 0.01 seconds of contact with the energy flood, leaving not even a trace of residue behind. This is crushing. Absolute, unreasonable, law level. Crushing. The steps of destruction did not pause here. After devouring that wall of steel, the remaining force of the annihilation dragon breath, undiminished, slammed fiercely into the final line of defense that the Mage Association had pinned their hopes on, the so-called Wall of Sighs, said to be capable of withstanding a dragon's breath. The enormous pale blue magical barrier blazed to its utmost limit. On the wall, all the mages responsible for maintaining the formation were struck, as if by lightning, spitting out huge mouthfuls of blood simultaneously. They could clearly feel a torrent of destructive energy, far surpassing the formation's limit and savage to the extreme, madly and brutally tearing apart every energy circuit they had constructed. Hold on. The goateed mage let out a piercing scream, but his voice was soon entirely drowned out by a crisp crack that made the entire royal capital tremble. Cracks. A fine yet infinitely fatal crack appeared upon that massive pale blue light screen. Then, like a shattered mirror, crack, 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 boom. The wall of size, the magic barrier that had guarded the northern gate of the royal capital for centuries, sending countless enemies to their bitter end, shattered inch by inch like fragile glass under Lin Ye's strike, which fused 3 laws of power and brimmed with devastating fury, and finally burst apart with a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens. The violent energy aftermath surged outward in all directions like a catastrophic tsunami. The magnificent city gate was instantly blasted into smithereens. The sturdy city wall shook violently under the shockwave as countless massive stones rained down with a rustling sound. As for the mages on the wall, they had already been knocked into utter confusion, toppling and staggering. Worse, that unlucky goateed mage was foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious, utterly dead to the world. Dust filled the entire battlefield. When everything had settled, a huge fan-shaped pit over 50 meters in diameter, bottomless, and with traces of melting at its edges, appeared at the very spot where the city gate had once stood. The entire northern gate of the royal capital had utterly disappeared in a physical sense. Lin Ye with sheer might had blasted open the capital's gate from the front. At this instant, throughout the entire royal capital, whether the queen and king in the palace, lust in the money-burning den, or the various forces lurking in the shadows, everyone's attention was instantly seized by this violent, destruction-laden energy fluctuation. In unison, they turned their gaze toward that black silhouette, slowly lowering his right hand, the hem of his robe fluttering slightly in the blast's aftermath, standing atop the ruins like a demonic god. That man, the warden of Jelen prison, in the most domineering, ostentatious, and unreasonable way, had returned. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Mage Tower in the heart of the capital, which towered into the clouds as if to pierce the heavens, inside a serene chamber, austere in style, yet covered with countless abstruse magical runes, an old man with white hair and beard, a gaunt face, and dressed in a plain gray robe, slowly opened his deep, wise eyes that seemed to hold a sea of stars. He was none other than the current president of the Mage Association, a legendary existence hailed as the greatest mind in the kingdom, the Grand Archmage Elder. In that instant when the gate was breached, the chess piece representing the northern gate on the vast three-dimensional sand table of the capital constructed from starlight before him quietly cracked and dissolved into motes of light. Oh, there was no anger on Elder's face. Instead, a trace of keen interest appeared, the appreciation of a chess player encountering an unexpectedly brilliant move. Before him, a massive magic water mirror materialized silently. Within the mirror, Lin Ye's devastating strike and his current icy-cold murderous gaze were vividly reflected. His strength is at mid-tier gold rank, yet he can erupt with destructive power infinitely close to master level. Moreover, it's not mere energy accumulation. Within it, there seems to be some higher-level law force that even I cannot fully parse. Elder extended his withered fingers, gently tapping the table before him, producing rhythmic tap-tap-tap sounds. An interesting little fellow. The king values him, and the queen fears him. It seems they have good reason. An adjutant in silver robes who had been standing at attention behind him bowed and asked, "President, the northern gate has been breached. Should we dispatch the Mana Arbiter unit to arrest him by force?" Arrest? Elder laughed and shook his head. No, child, that would be too crude and too dull. A gleam of wisdom and amusement flickered in his eyes. A piece of fine uncut jade requires delicate carving, not being smashed brutally with a hammer. He reached out a finger and lightly stirred the sand table a few times. On the section of the capital from the northern gate to Snow White Castle, the pieces representing streets and buildings began to shift under his fingertips, reassembling into an extraordinarily complex and mysterious maze pattern. "Pass my order." Elder's voice was calm and majestic, like one playing a game already won. "All city guards are to cease any form of obstruction against him." But the smile at the corner of his mouth grew meaningful. "Activate the labyrinth quarter defensive formation in the northern district. Let our esteemed warden get lost for just a little while on his way to his beautiful princess's castle. I am very curious. When a stone full of rage charging headlong faces a chessboard that requires wisdom to solve, what amusing choice will it make?" Above the ruins, the dust slowly settled. Lin Ye's cold, solitary figure stood like the only coordinate between heaven and earth, exuding an aura so sharp and fierce that it was unbearable to behold. Without a moment's pause, he turned and leaped nimbly back onto the exploration assault vehicle, which exuded a steampunk aesthetic. His eyes blazing with fury swept over the members of the Night Crow squad and Angelina, who were still utterly petrified by the earth-shattering strike from moments before. "What are you waiting for? Enter the city." The icy voice, like a bucket of ice-cold water mixed with hail, instantly jolted everyone out of their profound shock. Yes, Warden." Angelina fumbled to take control of the ground dragon driving the sub-dragon creature, now rendered docile by Lin Ye's divine might, carefully along the edge of the massive crater into the royal capital's urban area. The war chariot once again sped at full throttle along the broad stone-paved main road. Yet less than 500 meters into the city, a sudden change occurred. A low, resonant, magical hum, as if from the very depths of the earth, echoed through the entire block. Then a scene so bizarre it could drive any ordinary person to madness unfolded. The solid street, paved with grayish-blue stone slabs beneath their feet, suddenly began to undulate like a soft water surface rippling in eerie waves. The towering Gothic buildings on either side, which had stood still now, emitted a grating, teeth-chilling sound as their solid stone foundations, pushed by invisible giant hands, began to move slowly, yet inexorably. Street lamps, like living tentacles, twisted and interlaced to weave impenetrable metal cages. The road ahead was completely blocked within seconds by a bell tower that rose from the ground. The retreat behind was also sealed off by two massive ornate shops squeezing in from both sides. The entire world seemed to have become a colossal, madly rotating Rubik's Cube composed of countless building modules. "It's the Labyrinth District, Dr." Angelina exclaimed in disbelief, yanking the ground dragon to a halt, her delicate face etched with gravity and shock. "This is the highest-level strategic defensive magic array of the Mage Association, used to guard the core area of the royal capital. It can manipulate all buildings in the district for infinite random reorganization and transformation. Unless one can find the hidden array core and break it, any intruder will be trapped alive in here." Upon hearing this explanation, Lilith's face turned grim. "Break it? How much time would that take?" And time was precisely what they lacked most. Lin Ye's expression remained icy. He looked up at the living buildings that kept moving, shifting, and combining, as if mocking the intruder's futile rage, and a flicker of utmost contempt gleamed in his deep eyes. "Array core." He let out a faint, almost self-muttering sneer. "I have no time to play your boring guessing game." The next second, he raised his right hand again. A terrifying, purifying force gathered once more in his palm. Since there was no path, then blast a new one. Boom. A golden beam of energy burst from his palm, smashing fiercely into the bell tower, blocking the way. With a deafening roar, the sturdy bell tower was blasted open, leaving a huge hole. Yet before anyone could cheer, the bizarre scene repeated. The shattered stones and bricks flew back as if alive, wrapped in a pale blue magical glow, reassembling at a visible speed. In less than 3 seconds, the massive hole was restored perfectly. "It's useless, Warden," Angelina shouted anxiously. "Until the array's energy is exhausted, the buildings here are immortal." "Oh." Lin Ye slowly lowered his hand. On his face, handsome as a divine sculpture, a cold, mocking smile curled for the first time. "Don't want me to leave? Then let none of you move." As he spoke, he stopped gathering any violent energy. He simply snapped his fingers. Then, in a tone as soft as a lover's whisper, he uttered a word dripping with infinite lethargy, "Grace, sigh of the slothful." In an instant, an invisible, unobservable force, without even a trace of magical fluctuation, as if embodying the supreme law of cosmic cessation, spread silently from Lin Ye like ripples on water, sweeping in all directions. The next second, the entire world seemed to have its playback speed reduced to 1x. The grinding, earth-shaking sounds of buildings which had been creaking instantly turned into a drawn-out, barely audible moan. The towering structures that had been moving and shifting rapidly now seemed mired in the world's thickest swamp, though every millimeter of movement was agonizingly slow, sluggish, and utterly powerless. Even the dust particles floating in the air seemed frozen, lazily suspended midair. The entire Labyrinth District. This strategic-level defensive magic array, constructed from countless precise formations capable of trapping an army and deemed immortal, was dragged into the abyss of absolute slowness by a mere sigh from Lin Ye. "Let's go." Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and slipped his hands back into the pockets of his trench coat, as if he had done nothing more than a trivial matter. Angelina was speechless, her intelligent blue eyes wide, as if witnessing a miracle. She parted her sensual lips, but her throat was too parched to utter a sound. What was this? Another power that her lifelong knowledge of alchemy and magical theory could neither comprehend, analyze, nor even imagine. A divine realm. She could only instinctively obey Lin Ye's commands, spurring the ground dragon onward once more. Thus, on the streets of the royal capital, there appeared a scene so bizarre and surreal that that it seemed destined for the annals of history, a steampunk assault vehicle moving, with a leisurely, almost promenading grace wove its way through a living labyrinth, a maze in which every building was locked in a slow-motion futile struggle to shift its position. This was no longer a matter of solving the puzzle. This was overturning the chessboard itself, then stepping on the player's face and declaring, "Your rules mean nothing to me." At the summit of the Mage Tower, Archmage Yeld, whose gaunt face forever bore a wise and serene smile, froze completely, for the very first time. Upon the magical sand table before him, the architectural chess pieces that had been whirring along their preordained trajectories now seemed drenched in thick, transparent amber, their movements slower than a crawling snail. His eyes, which seemed capable of perceiving every truth in the world, were fixed intently upon the black-clad figure in the scrying mirror, a man who looked as calm and casual as if he were strolling through his own backyard. The admiration on his face vanished. The amusement vanished too. In their place came an unprecedented mixture of shock, confusion, and a trace of wariness so subtle that even ELD himself had not yet acknowledged it. He didn't dismantle the formation. He didn't even attempt to understand its operational logic. ELD murmured hoarsely to himself. He directly rewrote the time flow of the space in which the formation existed. No, that's not it. Not time. It's law. A supreme law representing inertia and cessation, one I've never heard of a rank too high to fathom. At this moment, the legendary mage, hailed as the kingdom's greatest mind, felt for the first time the foundations of the wisdom he had cultivated and prided himself upon for a lifetime begin to waver. The chess game he had so meticulously devised, believing it would let him toy with his opponent at will, in the face of that absolute irrational law-warping power, appeared utterly laughable. What in the world is he? The assault vehicle advanced through a world mired in absurd, sluggish motion. The once formidable labyrinthine district now resembled a low-quality silent film forcibly slowed 100-fold. The towering structures still made their futile, sluggish attempts to shift, yet their movements, slower than a turtle's crawl, seemed pathetically feeble before the lightning-fast ground dragon. Inside the cabin there was a deathly silence. Whether it was Dr. Angelina or the members of the Night Raven squad, all eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, were riveted upon the man who had toyed with a strategic-level magical formation with a mere snap of his fingers. Awe, reverence, fervor, and a sliver of dread born from the depths of their souls that they themselves had yet to perceive. Lin Ye remained oblivious to it all. His gaze stayed calmly fixed on the ever-closer spire of Snow White's castle. Yet just as the assault vehicle was about to leave the domain of the sigh of the lazy Lin Ye's expressionless, well-like eyes abruptly narrowed. A searing pain, as if a red-hot branding iron had been pressed against his very soul, erupted without warning from the spider-shaped mother spider's mark upon his chest. Then that cold, seductive, chaotic voice, formed from the overlapping chorus of countless female voices, resurfaced in the depths of his mind like a lingering malady. My power. You wield it. Quite well. It was the mother spider. Lin Ye's mind snapped taut. But remember my exceptional agent. The mother spider's voice carried a faint, eerie smile, as though she were admiring a work of art. Blessings are never gifts without a price. Every time you wield this power that does not belong to you, the thread connecting your soul to my web will draw just a little tighter, until one day, you too shall become the most delicious prey upon this web. With those words the voice faded. The searing sting slowly receded. Yet the suffocating sensation of being gazed upon by a supreme being, of an invisible immense net constricting ever more tightly around him, grew clearer and more real than before. Lin Ye's expression remained utterly unchanged, but his deep-set eyes turned colder and more abyssal than 10,000-year-old ice. A double-edged sword. So this so-called blessing of the seven sins truly was a cup of poison exquisitely brewed with power, the most intoxicating and the most lethal of draughts. Even as it granted him godlike power capable of distorting laws, it was also subtly polluting, eroding, and binding his soul, trying to drag him wholly into that boundless abyssal net known as the mother spider. Heh! Lin Ye's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. The mockery was directed at the self-righteous mother spider, or perhaps at himself, the one willing to drink poison to quench his thirst for his goal. So what? Lin Ye slowly raised his head, his gaze settling once more upon the distant castle. As long as he could save her, even if it meant being ensnared in the spider's web. What did it matter if he sacrificed his entire soul to the abyss? Boom. At that very moment, a deafening roar, like Thor's hammer crashing upon the earth, exploded from the end of the street ahead. A towering figure like a meteor wreathed in thunderous lightning plummeted from the sky and slammed into the very center of the road, sending rubble and dust billowing into the air. The dust cleared. A knight clad in a full set of silver-white, master-grade, enchanted armor gleaming with dazzling arcs of lightning and crafted with imposing majesty stood before them. a colossal two-handed warhammer crackling with wild electric serpents in his grip. He was like an immovable thunder god blocking their path. It's the chief arcane knight Thorsten, the Thunderhand. Dr. Angelina gasped in shock. He's Archmage ELD's most trusted guard, and the mightiest single-target warrior in the entire Mage Association. The knight named Austin slowly lifted his face, shrouded by a fully enclosed helmet, and a deep majestic voice, like the grating of metal, emerged from within, by the decree of Grand Magister Elder. Prison Warden Lin Ye, your lawless and chaotic rampage ends here. This will be your final. But before he could finish his words, Lin Ye's icy voice directly interrupted him, charged through. Yes. Yes. Angelina gritted her teeth, yanked the reins fiercely, and the ground dragon roared, charging forward without any deceleration like a maddened bull straight at the Thunder Knight. Reckless fool. Austin snorted in anger, raised the massive thunder warhammer high, with both hands, and countless wild electric serpents began to converge furiously upon its head, radiating a terrifying heat and energy that could melt steel in an instant. He prepared to use his full strength to deliver the most powerful blow, reducing this chariot that dared to challenge him along with everyone on it to ash. Now, in that fleeting instant when the two vehicles intersected and were about to pass each other, Lin Ye struck. He didn't even glance at the knight. He simply uttered a cold command in his mind, filled with an overwhelming possessiveness, grace Greed's grasp. In that instant, a pitch-black chain invisible to the naked eye, forged from the purest law of greed, and exuding an aura of plunder, shot out from Lin Ye's palm, instantly connecting to the thunder warhammer that had gathered cataclysmic energy. Austin, who was fully charging his power and preparing to swing the hammer, froze in shock. He felt that his legendary warhammer, soulbound to him for 10 years, as responsive as his own arm, suddenly transmitted a sense of a brutal, incomprehensible, and irresistible detachment. It was as if the warhammer on a fundamental level of law no longer belonged to him. He let out a scream of disbelief. Yet the next second his eyes, hidden beneath the helmet, widened in terror. For he saw the thunder warhammer in his hand, the vessel of his lifelong glory and power, vanish without a trace from his palm. Next, the warhammer reappeared, as if teleported, in the hands of the man in black who had passed him by. Your possession is quite nice. Lin Ye's cold, emotionless voice drifted into his ears like the whisper of a demon. Austin was utterly dumbfounded. His mind went completely blank for a full second, overwhelmed by the bizarre sight that transcended his comprehension like a divine or demonic act. And that 1 second was enough to decide life and death. Lin Ye didn't even turn his head, nor did he change his posture. He simply held the warhammer he had just snatched, still crackling with the enemy's wild thunder, and swung it casually backwards with a carefree, effortless motion. I'll take it. Boom. A thunderous beam, 10 times more violent, concentrated, and terrifying than Austin's own charged strike, howled as it tore through the air, slamming into the chief magic knight, who still stood with his arms raised, his face frozen in shock. Austin didn't even have time to scream. His master-level enchanted armor, capable of withstanding dragon breath, shattered into pieces under the assault of the power he knew so well. His entire body, like a baseball hit by a home run, turned into a black streak, flying backwards, crashing into a 3-story building in the distance, buried under rubble, his fate unknown. From his entrance to his defeat, the entire process took no more than 10 seconds. Lin Ye casually hoisted the still crackling thunder warhammer onto his shoulder, letting the wild electric serpents dance futilely over his dark crow coat. His gaze never left the castle before him, now within arm's reach. The familiar spire, adorned with white roses, was almost upon them. The ground dragon let out an excited roar, galloping on all fours, about to cross the final stretch of the wide plaza leading to the castle gate. But just as the chariot's wheel touched the first stone slab of the plaza, another change occurred. A mournful howl rose. Countless eerie, agonized wails, as if from the depths of hell, erupted without warning from all directions of the plaza. The once smooth white stone floor suddenly revealed enormous, bizarre magical arrays, formed by dark purple light radiating an ominous and decaying aura. Then viscous black mist like swamp mud erupted violently from the center of the arrays, gushing outward. Within the black mist, translucent, twisted, struggling wraiths, emitting bone-chilling cold, coalesced into form, brandishing their claws. Simultaneously, the eyes of the stone statues lining the plaza lit up with crimson light, and a barrage of curse rays, inflicting slowness, weakness, agony, wove a deadly web of death over the entire plaza. It's the Queen's Ghost Garden. Dr. Angelina screamed in despair, yanking the ground dragon to a halt, her beautiful face drained of color. This is one of her most vicious cursed traps. Once inside, you'll be besieged by endless wraiths and continuously eroded by dozens of malignant curses. Even a master-level expert would be whittled down to death inside. The numbers were in the hundreds, pouring out endlessly from the magical arrays. This was not meant to block the way. It was a death zone designed to devour and drown intruders in the most brutal and hopeless manner. Lilith's face also turned grim. She instinctively placed her hand on the dagger at her waist, bracing for a brutal, desperate battle. Yet in that moment of tension, when even the air seemed to freeze in despair, Lin Ye made a move that no one expected. Slowly he rose to his feet from the front of the war chariot. He did not even glance at the ferocious, vengeful spirits, nor did he pay any heed to the cursed rays that had already locked onto him, reeking of malice. He merely spread his arms wide slowly, as if to embrace the entire world. Or perhaps, to embrace all the attacks that were about to descend upon him. On his face, handsome as a deity's, there curved a cold, infinitely scornful smile, the kind an arrogant god-king might cast down at the dust beneath his feet. An arrogant smile. A swarm of ants without even bodies. How dare you block my path? The next moment his cold, majestic voice, like a divine oracle, resounded across the entire square, boomed the arrogant one's scorn. An invisible, unobservable domain, more overbearing even than the sigh of sloth, seeming to embody the supreme law that divinity must not be violated, suddenly exploded outward, centered on Lin Ye's body. Then, under the incredulous and utterly shaken gazes of Lilith and Angelina, Lin Ye leaped down from the front of the speeding chariot. His entire body became a black meteor tearing across the sky. Without the slightest dodge, and without any defense, in the most ferocious, most tyrannical, and most arrogant manner, he charged alone into that sea of death forged by endless curses and vengeful spirits. In that instant, curse rays descended upon him like an inescapable net. Hundreds upon hundreds of vengeful spirits let out piercing shrieks, madly clawing at his body with their illusory, vicious talons. But then, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. All the curse rays, imbued with the effects of slowness, weakness, and pain, the moment they touched Lin Ye's body, seemed to collide with an invisible yet indestructible absolute barrier. Those cursed lights not only failed to invade his body, but were forcibly weakened, decomposed, and annihilated by a higher-order invisible force saturated with the law of scorn. In the end, what actually landed on him was only a negligible force, like a gentle breeze brushing his face, not even enough to stir the corner of his robe. As for those fearless, vengeful spirits, their fate was even more miserable. Their claws, capable of tearing souls apart, were like fragile ice sculptures striking a red-hot branding iron the moment they touched Lin Ye's body. Sizzle! Amid bursts of piercing sounds like snow and ice melting, the vengeful spirits' bodies were instantly scorched and purified by that invisible law of arrogance. Letting out final howls filled with agony and terror, they turned into wisps of smoke and completely dissipated. Damage forcibly reduced by 90. This is the arrogant one's scorn. You are not to be touched by ordinary mortals. Lin Ye's steps did not pause in the slightest. He strolled with leisurely ease through that garden of vengeful spirits, a place enough to drive any grandmaster into despair. Countless curses grazed past him in vain. Countless vengeful spirits melted away in despair before him. He was like the sole true god walking the mortal world, immune to all magic, forcing every evil to retreat. And so, under the utterly stunned, god-worshipping gazes of Angelina and Lilith, he arrogantly, coldly, step by step, crushed through every obstacle until at last he arrived before the tightly shut castle gate. One man alone was a divine kingdom. Yet when Lin Ye's gaze fell upon that familiar gate, the golden fury blazing in his eyes suddenly shrank to the most dangerous of needle points. Because the sight before him made even that heart, long frozen by boundless killing intent, sink straight to the bottom of the abyss. The castle's enormous door, forged from century-old oak and adamantite, and unbelievably sturdy now, seemed to have been forcibly blasted half to pieces by some brutal, overwhelming force. Countless enormous cracks crawled across the entire door panel like hideous centipedes. The hinges had long since shattered. One half of the door hung there at a grotesque angle, swaying precariously. On the door remained several horrifying bloodstains, already congealed into dark red. Lin Ye's heart plummeted. He did not even have time to concern himself with the chariot behind him, which had finally charged out of the cursed square. His figure turned into a bolt of black lightning and instantly plunged through the shattered gate. The castle's great hall had changed beyond recognition. The once warm and tidy furnishings were now a complete wreck. The priceless carpet had been torn to shreds. Ornate tables and chairs had been smashed to pieces. Deep, crisscrossing gashes, as if carved by sharp blades, covered the walls everywhere. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood mingled with a faint feminine fragrance like roses. And in the center of the hall, the 7 dwarfs, kind, simple-hearted little souls, lay unconscious in the cold pools of blood drenched in gore. Their bodies were covered with hideous wounds. Their beloved tools, their very livelihood, pickaxes, axes, hammers, lay broken and damaged, scattered all over the floor. Lin Ye slowly crouched down. He reached out and checked the breath of Doc, the one closest to him. Thank goodness. Though it was very faint, there was still breath. All 7 were still alive. but they were gravely wounded, sunk in a deep coma. Lin Ye slowly rose to his feet. The eyes that had blazed with golden fury were now completely extinguished. All that remained was a dead silence, an absolute coldness like a black hole in the abyss capable of devouring all light. He had come too late. After all, he was still one step too late. His gaze swept slowly over the devastated hall and finally settled on the deepest pool of blood at its center. There arose sigil, meticulously drawn in blood, enchanting and vicious, belonging to the Crimson Rose Knights, was quietly branded into the floor. And beside that blood-red rose sigil, there was also a line of small handwriting likewise traced in blood, delicate, yet deranged, overflowing with endless provocation and malice. The royal palace. I will be waiting for you. Dead silence. In the great hall, only Lin Ye's cold, heavy breathing remained. Slowly he shifted his gaze away from that blood-red message, full of provocation and malice. Then it came to rest on the 7 dwarfs lying on the ground, barely breathing at death's door. An indescribable turmoil, a volatile mixture of guilt and rage, churned violently in his chest, like molten lava about to erupt from a volcano. He knew that ordinary healing spells were utterly useless against such severe wounds laced with vicious curses, and he had no time to slowly dispel those curses and mend their injuries. His time was meant for revenge. In Lin Ye's eyes a flicker of struggle barely perceptible to others flashed by, but it was quickly replaced by an icy, unyielding resolve. Slowly he turned around, shifting his gaze beyond the castle toward the garden of wrathful spirits that had just been cleansed and swept pure by the contempt of the prideful. Innumerable wrathful spirits had been forcibly purified under the law of pride, but after their dispersion what remained, the purest ownerless soul energy, still floated silently in the air. That was a nourishing tonic, and also the deadliest poison. Lin Ye slowly raised his right hand. My lord, you. Lilith, who had just rushed into the hall, seemed to sense something and let out a startled, uncertain gasp. Lin Ye did not answer her. He simply issued a command in an icy, utterly emotionless tone, gift gluttons devour. Buzz. A terrifying suction force invisible to the naked eye, yet seeming capable of devouring all creation, suddenly erupted from Lin Ye's palm. Beyond the castle in the vast square, all the floating, ownerless soul energy, as if summoned by an emperor, turned into countless streams of pale white light wildly pouring back into the castle. In that instant the entire hall was utterly engulfed by a soul storm, so massive it nearly materialized. Dr. Angelina let out a cry of alarm, feeling as if her very soul were about to be ripped from her body by that terrifying suction. Lilith immediately shielded her, releasing a faint aura of shadowy power, barely managing to block the residual shockwave. At the heart of the storm, Lin Ye's raven-black trench coat flapped violently in the wind. He was actually devouring this soul energy, so full of impurities and resentment. What is he trying to do? Is he attempting to forcibly increase his power through such an extreme method? Just as Lilith and Angelina were both utterly horrified, Lin Ye made his next move. He slowly pressed his right hand, which had devoured a massive amount of soul energy and now seemed somewhat ethereal, against the palm of his left hand. Golden purifying light burst forth without reservation. He was using the most primal power of purification within him to forcibly wash the violent, chaotic soul energy he had devoured. He purified and removed all resentment, impurities, and negative emotions from it, leaving only the purest, most pristine power of life's origin. After all this, Lin Ye's face turned even paler than before, yet his eyes shone like stars in the cold night. He slowly walked over to the 7 dwarves and crouched down. Then he gently placed the palm that had gathered vast amounts of pure life force onto the cold ground. This is what I owe you, he murmured in a low voice. The next second, soft, warm, golden radiance filled with boundless vitality spread from his palm, like a tide splitting into 7 streams that slowly flowed into the 7 dwarfs' bodies. It was visible to the naked eye. The ghastly wounds on their bodies were healing at a speed that defied all natural laws. Their paper-pale complexions began to regain a healthy flush. Their breathing, previously so faint it nearly vanished, became steady and strong once more. Lin Ye had actually reversed that world-destroying power of gluttony and used it as a gift to create life. After completing all this, he slowly rose to his feet. Turning, he issued his final orders to Lilith and Angelina, who had been utterly shaken beyond words by what they had witnessed. Take care of them. As his voice fell, his figure had already transformed into a streak of black afterimage and disappeared through the castle gate. He alone dashed toward the blood-stained imperial palace, the pinnacle of the kingdom's power, which at this moment was nothing short of hell in his eyes. On the outskirts of the imperial palace, security here was already tight. The Empress's most elite guard, the Thorn Guards, had sealed the area airtight with sentries posted every few steps. Not even a fly could slip through. Lin Ye's figure lurked like a phantom in the shadow of a massive statue, his icy gaze sweeping over the murderous guards. Forcing his way in would only waste time. He needed The most convenient key that could open every lock. Soon his gaze locked onto a patrolling target whose rank appeared to be considerable. It was a female knight captain, tall with an ice-cold, beautiful face clad in silver light armor and wearing an ornate command sword at her waist. Lin Ye's figure silently merged into the shadows. As the female captain patrolled to a quiet, unnoticed corner of the palace wall, Lin Ye appeared silently behind her like the Grim Reaper stepping out of another dimension. Who? The female captain reacted, swiftly spinning around and drawing her sword. However, the moment her sharp eyes met Lin Ye's, deep as if containing the entire starry sky, all her movements froze abruptly. Lin Ye did not speak. He simply issued calmly in his mind a command brimming with irresistible allure, gift, seduction of the lustful. The female captain's pupils instantly dilated. All the wariness, killing intent, and vigilance on her originally frosty, beautiful face dissipated within a mere 1 second. In their place appeared an extreme fanatical obsession, like a devotee beholding their one true God. She saw the most perfect, most powerful being in her life, one worthy of her total devotion. With a clang, the command sword slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. The next second, this arrogant Thornguard's captain, who had been radiating murderous aura just moments ago, felt her knees buckle, then knelt devoutly on one knee before Lin Ye, lowering her noble head. My most beloved master." Her voice carried a hint of extreme tremor and fervor, one she herself hadn't even noticed. "What are your orders?" Lin Ye's face showed no expression. He asked in a tone so calm it bordered on coldness, "Where is the queen? And all the defensive arrangements and secret passages inside the palace?" Meanwhile, deep within the palace, inside the magnificent king's hall, a morbid and maddening feast was unfolding. The beautiful and venomous queen was lounging lazily on the supreme golden throne, gently swirling a goblet of wine as red as blood. And at her feet, in the center of the hall, her beautiful, innocent stepdaughter Princess Bai Shui was tightly bound to a cold stone pillar by several black chains entwined with curse runes, still unconscious. That fragile, helpless appearance formed the sharpest, most cruel contrast with the resplendent, power-laden hall. The queen looked at the scene, and a sick, twisted smile of immense pleasure appeared on her extremely beautiful face. At her feet, the captain of the Crimson Rose Knights was kneeling on one knee, respectfully reporting the castle's spoils to her. "Well done." The queen took a sip of the fine wine in her cup, letting out a satisfied hiss like a snake's tongue. "Go tell everyone to guard every door of the palace and activate all defensive arrays. I want a perfect stage that even gods cannot set foot on." Her eyes, filled with madness and possessiveness, slowly fell on Bai Shui's pure, innocent, sleeping face, and her voice turned into a demonic whisper. "Today, I will make that ungrateful man watch with his own eyes how the most precious, purest snow in his heart is step by step dyed in my hands into the most filthy, most despicable crimson in the world." After speaking as if imagining the upcoming scene that excited her immensely, she couldn't help but let out a series of sick, mad giggles. At the same time, her gaze inadvertently glanced at the deepest shadow behind the throne. There, a figure dressed in a ridiculous clown costume, with bizarre paint on his face like a puppet on strings, stood silently motionless. That was her final and strongest trump card. The court jester, the embodiment of lies. Before the majestic main gate of the palace, Lin Ye slowly walked out from the shadows. Through the key of the female knight captain whom he had completely charmed, he had learned everything inside the palace, including the queen's vicious, maddening, disgusting feast plan. Originally, he could have used the secret passages to sneak in silently, but now, he didn't want to. In his deep eyes, the last glimmer of rational light belonging to strategy and forbearance was completely extinguished, replaced by a towering rage that could burn the entire world and consume the abyss. "Halt! This is the royal forbidden ground. Trespassers!" Instantly, hundreds of the most elite royal guards and dozens of defensive towers gleaming with deadly magical light locked onto him. The leading guard captain issued a final stern warning. However, his words were not yet finished. Interrupted by a roar that seemed to come from an ancient evil god filled with endless violence and destructive will, Lin Ye raised his head, opened his mouth. Then he turned all the anger, killing intent, and overwhelming malice in his heart into a most primitive, pure, and terrifying command. Gift roar of the wrathful. Boom. A terrifying shockwave, a mix of holy purification light and vicious, wrathful fire, indescribable and cataclysmic, like divine punishment or a dragon's breath destroying the world, erupted violently from his mouth. In that instant, the sky lost its voice. The earth lost its color. The entire main gate of the palace, that gate forged from 10,000 years sunken iron, immensely sturdy, along with the hundreds of elite guards who couldn't even utter a scream, and the dozens of indestructible magical defense towers comparable to war fortresses, In this roar filled with boundless fury, they were erased from the canvas like by an eraser instantly blasted into the most primitive dust. Lin Ye slowly lowered his head. Before him, there was nothing left. Thus, stepping over the ruins and dust, he walked step by step into that blood-stained palace awaiting his judgment. In the most brutal, domineering, and unreasonable manner, he proclaimed to the entire capital his arrival. Inside the palace, alarm bells rang out. Lin Ye's cataclysmic roar was like a meteorite thrown into a calm lake, instantly turning the strictest power center of the kingdom into a boiling cauldron. Countless thorn guards in elite armor holding sharp halberds surged like disturbed ants from all directions of the palace, flooding toward the invader who had just blasted open the kingdom's door in the most violent way. Gorgeous corridors, wide antechambers, winding courtyards. As far as the eye could see, there were figures, gleaming cold weapons, shouts full of murderous intent. Yet facing this steel torrent that would make any army falter, Lin Ye didn't even bother to use his 7 deadly sins gift that could distort the laws. He also didn't bother to think about any plans of infiltration or cunning. Now he only wanted to do one thing: to kill his way through in the most direct, violent, and unreasonable manner. He slowly clenched his fists. Golden, warm, and holy purification light, like a living flame, instantly rose from his fists, rendering his iron fists like 2 blazing suns capable of burning away all filth in the world. The next moment, his figure moved. No detours, no dodging, just the purest, most primal, straight-line charge. Boom. His entire being, like a golden cannonball shot from the barrel, crashed violently into that sea of despair forged from flesh and steel. Stop him! A Thorn Guard squad leader charging at the front let out a hoarse roar, thrusting his fine steel halberd, inscribed with the armor-piercing rune, with all his might straight at Lin Ye's heart. Yet, what greeted him was a fist wrapped in endless golden light, seemingly ordinary. Fist and halberd collided in midair with a thunderous crash. Crack! A crisp, teeth-grinding sound of shattering echoed through the entire corridor. That fine steel halberd, capable of piercing 3 layers of iron armor, shattered inch by inch from the tip, like fragile glass. Then, the golden fist, its momentum undiminished, slammed heavily into the heavy armor of the guard squad leader, whose eyes were filled with utter terror and horror. No thunderous roar. No explosion. Only a dull thud. The master-crafted chest plate of the guard squad leader, sturdy enough to withstand a heavy hammer's blow, caved inward deeply like paper. The golden flame of purification pierced through his body. In an instant it incinerated all his organs, bones, and even his tainted soul. One punch. Instant kill. This was merely the beginning. Lin Ye's steps did not falter. He was like a humanoid, unceasing, unstoppable siege engine. His left fist swung out. A mighty wave of purification light turned into a golden fan-shaped shockwave, blasting 7 or 8 guards charging from the left, along with their armor, into the wall, turning them into pools of bloody pulp. His right fist struck straight. Pure force even burst the air, forming a visible white shockwave. All guards directly ahead, whether they blocked or dodged, were obliterated into a mist of blood by that irresistible penetrating force. In an instant, the front section of the entire palace was transformed into a bloody hell. Severed limbs, broken arms, shattered armor, twisted weapons, golden flames, and dark red blood interwove into the most brutal yet magnificent symphony of death. Lin Ye bathed in this rain of blood. His body was thoroughly drenched in the enemy's gore, yet his dark raven coat remained spotless. His eyes stayed as cold as ever. He had with sheer force plowed a straight blood-red line across the palace's magnificent white marble floor, a path paved with countless blood remains and fear leading directly to the throne hall. Slay gods if they stand in the way. Slay Buddhas if they oppose. Inside the throne hall, the Empress, her face twisted, watched through a huge magical water mirror Lin Ye's unstoppable massacre. Her beautiful face had long lost its initial composure and mockery. It was replaced by a mixture of rage, jealousy, and a trace of fear she herself refused to admit. Useless. All of you are useless. She let out a hysterical scream, hurling the priceless crystal goblet in her hand to the floor. Stop him. At any cost, stop him. Yet no matter how she roared, she could not prevent the black figure in the water mirror from drawing closer and closer to her throne. That blood-red line had already reached the hall's entrance. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the massive door of the hall, made of gold and magic crystals symbolizing supreme royal authority, was kicked open by Lin Ye in the most brutal and violent manner. Amidst the swirling dust, Lin Ye's blood-soaked, murderous figure, like a vengeful demon returned from the 9 hells, slowly stepped into this golden, splendid, yet sin-ridden place of judgment. His gaze instantly swept past the trembling guards and maids in the hall. He also ignored the court jester in the corner, motionless with bizarre painted patterns on his face. His eyes, like a divine sword tempered with endless ice and flame, locked onto the pale-faced, terrified, beautiful woman on the throne. and onto the small figure bound before the throne as the woman's last shield. The one who made his soul ache and his rage burn. Bai Shui, in that instant. The purification power within Lin Ye, driven by extreme fury heartache and killing intent, surged to an unprecedented peak he had never touched before. He could clearly feel something invisible, shackles and bonds deep within his body, shattering inch by inch under this violent energy impact. Lin Ye slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his originally pitch-black, deep eyes were now completely replaced by a brilliant, almost burning pure gold. That was the majesty of a god. That was the radiance of judgment. Rumble. A purifying divine might 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than before, holy and pure, erupted from his body like an awakened ancient deity. Golden light shot into the sky, even tearing through the palace's magnificent dome. Behind him, a colossal, magnificent, complete phantom of the green prison slowly materialized, woven from countless moving golden chains and billions of flickering judgment runes, as if it could suppress all evil in the world. His aura surged higher and higher like an enraged dragon breaking free from its cage, smashing through the gold rank bottleneck that had bound him for so long. This was the true warden of the green prison. This was the executor of the purification system. This was the sole source of judgment in this fairy tale world tainted by anomalies and filth. Lin Ye slowly raised his hand, which blazed with golden divine flame. From afar he pointed at the woman on the throne, who had already been terrified into a state of utter dread by the miraculous scene before her. His eyes, burning with golden divine fire, held not a trace of emotion. Only the final judgment remained. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Just as Lin Ye's divine judgment was about to descend, a sharp, exaggerated, morbidly theatrical applause echoed abruptly from the corner of the great hall. The court jester, who had been standing motionless like a puppet in the shadows, stepped forward with a grotesque and eerie gait, positioning himself between Lin Ye and the queen. He performed an excessively exaggerated, mocking curtsy before Lin Ye. "But my esteemed warden," the jester said, raising his face painted with bizarre makeup, his mouth splitting into a grin that seemed to tear to his ears, revealing a maniacal smile. "The real game of judgment is only beginning now." As his words fell, he snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. In an instant, the entire resplendent throne hall shattered like a mirror struck by a giant hammer. Countless shards of space sprayed in all directions. The next second, the scene before Lin Ye's eyes transformed completely. He found himself in a bizarre, endlessly extending maze of twisted reflections constructed from countless enormous gleaming mirrors. Every direction, above, below, left, right, was nothing but mirrors. Each mirror reflected thousands upon thousands of Lin Ye from different angles. And thousands of Bai Shui bound to stone pillars with iron chains, her face filled with terror and helplessness. Also thousands of queens standing behind Bai Shui with poisoned daggers pressed against her snow-white neck, grinning maliciously. "Welcome to my realized playground." The jester's voice, dreamlike and mocking, echoed from all sides of the maze. "Every queen here is real, yet also false. They are the incarnations of Her Majesty's jealousy and lies. You must find and personally kill the one incarnation that embodies the essence of her lies to truly harm her true self. Otherwise, here Her Majesty the Queen is immortal. Oh, and one small rule." The jester's voice turned maliciously playful. "Every time you choose the wrong target and kill only an ordinary emotional incarnation, the real Snow White will receive a little amusing punishment." Then let the game begin. What a vicious rule. It exploited Lin Ye's concern for Bai Shui to bind his hands and feet, plunging him into a desperate situation where he dared not act rashly for fear of harming her. Yet facing this malicious game that would drive anyone mad, Lin Ye's eyes, burning with brilliant golden divine flame, remained utterly calm, without the slightest ripple. He did not even show a hint of hesitation or confusion, because in his judgment form, under the gaze of those golden eyes that could see through the essence of all sin, all illusions and lies, were as clear as fireflies in the night. Every detail was evident. "Boring trick." Lin Ye uttered 4 words, cold and devoid of emotion. The next moment he moved. Without any pause, his figure shot straight toward the mirror on his left, the 7th row, 3rd column, a mirror that appeared no different from the others, and punched it with full force. Boom. The iron fist, wrapped in golden divine flame, was unstoppable. The mirror shattered. As it broke, the entire maze world emitted a groaning, agonized crack. Behind the mirror, the queen's incarnation, holding a dagger and grinning maliciously, froze instantly. Her expression was replaced by unprecedented extreme shock and disbelief. How is this possible?" she shrieked in terror. Because she was the sole true one. The golden eyes of judgment form granted Lin Ye the absolute insight to see through all illusions and disguises straight to the essence of sin. To others, there were thousands of targets here, but in Lin Ye's eyes, from start to finish, there was only one. "The game is over." Lin Ye's icy voice was like the death sentence. The prison phantom behind him trembled violently. Then he slowly chanted the final movement that would put an end to this farce. Ultimate Judgment Green's Requiem. The moment the chant ended, the entire mirror maze world collapsed. The surrounding scene reverted to the resplendent throne hall. The grand prison phantom behind Lin Ye seemed to come alive. Countless thick golden chains inscribed with judgment runes and forged from the purest, purifying divine power shot out from the phantom like awakened ancient divine dragons tearing through the air with a sharp shriek. On the throne, the queen, who had just recovered from the shock of the shattered illusion, saw the overwhelming golden chains and let out a despairing, inhuman scream. No. Instinctively she gripped Bai Shui tightly before her, trying to use her as a final shield. If you come closer, I'll kill her. Yet the golden chains seemed to possess their own will. Their target was not her at all. Dozens of chains, like the most agile serpents, instantly bypassed the queen's body and precisely wrapped around the black, cursed chains binding Bai Shui. Sizzle. The divine purifying power erupted. Those chains filled with vile curses were like black iron thrown into aqua regia, purified, corroded, and disintegrated into black smoke in less than a tenth of a second. Then the golden chains gently curled around Bai Shui's delicate body, and under a soft force they pulled her unharmed slowly toward Lin Ye. And the remaining hundreds, even thousands of chains, thicker and more robust, brimming with boundless divine might and the breath of judgment, surged forth like enraged pythons, like vengeful rampaging dragons. Under the gaze of the queen, whose eyes were utterly overwhelmed by despair and terror reflecting the endless golden light, they ruthlessly engulfed her body, already twisted by jealousy and sin. Completely submerged, bound, hoisted. At last she was suspended high in the air of the throne hall, like a sinner awaiting execution, waiting for Lin Ye's final judgment. The court jester was casually slain. Yet at this final moment, when the trial was about to conclude, stop! A roar filled with authority and complex emotions suddenly burst from the side hall. Immediately after, a fully armed, chillingly silent, and mysterious nightly formation stormed into this battlefield already reduced to ruins. And amidst them, a middle-aged man clad in a luxurious royal robe, wearing a golden crown with a haggard face but sharp eyes, walked in slowly. It was the ruler of this kingdom, the king, and his most mysterious ultimate trump card answerable only to him, the royal tribunal. The king gazed upon the hall, nearly leveled to the ground, at the queen miserably suspended high in the air by countless golden chains, at Bai Shui unscathed, gently held in Lin Ye's arms, slowly awakening, and finally at Lin Ye, whose body blazed with golden divine flames radiating a sacred authority that even made the king's heart tremble. An unprecedented, deeply complex expression crossed the king's face. There was shock, fear, anger, but most of all a weariness of being powerless to reverse the situation. He slowly raised his hand and spoke to Lin Ye in a deep voice. Warden, enough. I understand your anger. I recognize your achievements. But his voice turned hoarse and heavy. She is after all the queen of this kingdom. Her trial must, and should, be carried out by the royal family itself. The following family matter. Leave it to me. As he spoke, the knights of the royal tribunal behind him aimed their cold judgment swords in unison at the bound queen suspended in midair. This seemed the most reasonable outcome, one that would preserve everyone's dignity. The king himself would step and display righteousness and cleanse his own house. Lin Ye would obtain the justice he sought. Yet, Lin Ye merely stood still, holding Bai Shui in his arms, who had just awakened and was gazing at him with confused yet dependent eyes. He slowly lifted his head. His eyes, burning with resplendent golden divine flames, rested calmly upon the king, who appeared so righteous and wise. There was no anger, no murderous intent. Only a trace of pity, as if looking upon a pitiable wretched being already rotten to the core on the verge of death. Family matter. Lin Ye spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Your Majesty, your so-called family matter. Do you mean that you, to cling desperately to your throne already riddled with holes by the eerie aura of greed, allowed this madwoman to commit such heinous crimes right under your nose? Boom. The moment these words were uttered, the entire hall fell into dead silence. The king's face, which had maintained its dignity, froze instantly. His sharp eyes narrowed into the most dangerous slits, locking onto Lin Ye. You? What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. A cold, biting sneer curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Do you think you can hide anything from these eyes, eh? As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand and pointed from afar at the king's golden crown, the symbol of supreme authority. That crown is no longer a symbol of glory. It is a curse. A contract set by the eerie monarch of greed. While it grants you the power to maintain your throne, it also devours your reason, your conscience, your humanity, day and night. The reason you turned a blind eye to all the queen's atrocities is not because you were powerless to stop them, but because your soul has long been polluted and corroded by the eerie aura of greed. Completely. You? What difference is there between you and those prisoners I purified in the prison consumed by avarice? Lin Ye's voice grew colder and more thunderous with each sentence, each more deafening than the last. As his words fell, from the king's magnificent golden crown, visible strands of black mist began to seep out thick with the aura of greed and decay. The king's expression twisted completely, from terror to ferocity. Shut up, shut up. He let out a frantic roar. His eyes, which had remained clear, were now utterly consumed by endless black energy. I am the king. I am the sole sovereign of this nation. I am innocent. Watching the king before him, who had completely shed his mask, corrupted and maddened by greed. Bai Shui and Lin Ye's arms looked on with disbelief and sorrow in her beautiful eyes, and the last trace of pity in Lin Ye's blazing golden eyes died out completely. He slowly raised his other empty hand. There is and can only be one sole judge. His voice, cold, devoid of emotion, like the final decree of a deity, resounded through the entire hall. Now, I declare, both of you, guilty. As the words fell, countless golden chains shot out again from the prison phantom behind him. This time, half surged toward the queen, already despairing in midair, and the other half surged toward the king, who had completely fallen. Amidst the king and queen's curses and unwilling roars, they were utterly sealed away by the grand iron doors of Green Prison. Within the throne hall, an eerie silence descended. All surviving guards and nobles gazed upon the man holding the snow-white princess, his body ablaze with golden divine flames, with a mixture of awe for a deity and fear of a demon. Lin Ye had become the sole master of this palace and indeed of the entire kingdom. He paid no attention to the onlookers who had long been scared out of their wits. He simply lowered his head, and with the gentlest motion handed by Shui, who had fallen back into slumber from exhaustion, to Lilith, who had rushed over with fanatical reverence. Take care of her. Yes, my master. Lilith knelt on one knee and accepted Bai Shui with the utmost devotion. After doing all this, the dazzling golden divine flames of Lin Ye's judgment form slowly withdrew back into his body. He resumed his cold, handsome appearance, clad in the dark raven trench coat. But a trace of golden light that occasionally flickered in the depths of his eyes proclaimed that he had completed the ultimate metamorphosis of his very life form. He did not linger long in the royal palace. There would be plenty of time to clean up this mess. Right now he had something more important to deal with. A reckoning and claiming the inheritance. Transmit my order. Lin Ye issued the first command since ascending to the position of supreme sovereign to the royal guards outside the hall. Guards who had been so terrified by him that they could no longer even hold their weapons steady. Seal off the mage tower. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy. Half an hour later. The mage tower in the royal capital. This giant tower, which had once symbolized wisdom and mystery, was now completely surrounded by thousands of royal guards packed so tightly that not even water could pass through. Inside the tower, the remaining mages put up a stubborn resistance, relying on the tower's defensive formations and all kinds of powerful magical puppets. However, their resistance seemed so pale and powerless before Lin Ye. He did not even act personally. He merely raised his right hand slowly. A spear of judgment condensed entirely from the purest power of purification, 10 meters long and blazing with golden flames, took shape above his palm. Break. He softly uttered a single word. Whoosh. The golden spear of judgment turned into a streak of light that tore across the sky, and with an invincible and irresistible force slammed fiercely into the absolute defense of the mage tower. The defensive barrier formed by dozens of magic shields said to be capable of withstanding a dragon's charge. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only silent annihilation. The golden flames of purification and the deep blue magic shields had barely come into contact. The indestructible magic shields were instantly scorched, purified, vaporized, and dissolved like thin ice meeting a blazing sun. One spear, 10,000 spells shattered. Inside the tower, all the mages maintaining the formation spat out blood in unison and collapsed feebly to the ground. Lin Ye then stepped into this most mysterious temple of knowledge in the royal capital, as though taking a leisurely stroll. He went straight up to the top, arriving at Archmage Elder's private laboratory. This was the true goal of his visit. Inside the laboratory were all kinds of intricate alchemical instruments and magic runes that Lin Ye could not understand. And at the very center of the laboratory, a container made of special crystal immediately seized all of Lin Ye's attention. Within it was confined a strand of eerie energy that twisted and writhed, endlessly steeped in the aura of envy and malice. System notification: an anomalous avatar of incomplete envy has been discovered. It can be purified. Estimated reward, 1000 purification points. A glimmer of understanding flashed through Lin Ye's eyes. So the source of the Queen's magic mirror, the one that could answer every question, was this wisp of primordial envy that Elder had captured from somewhere. And beside that container, an open, heavy notebook written in ancient Elvish made Lin Ye's pupils contract sharply. Although he could not read ancient Elvish, that did not stop him from having the system translate it for him. Translating Elders' research notes. The pollution of the 7 deadly sins in this world was not formed naturally. According to ancient records, they all seem to be power leaked from 7 terrifying divine artifacts known as the armaments of original sin, sentient divine artifacts from beyond this world. The crown of pride, the mirror of envy, the battle axe of wrath, the bed of sloth, the coin of greed, the maw of gluttony, and the grimoire of lust. My lifelong goal is to find and master these armaments of original sin. If only I can succeed, I will become a new god. Armaments of original sin. Lin Ye slowly spoke the name aloud. Towering waves surged within his heart. A grander and far more dangerous worldview was slowly unfolding before him. Without hesitation, he reached out and pressed his hand against the crystal container. Purify. Golden flames erupted violently. Inside the container, that avatar of envy let out a silent, piercing shriek and ultimately transformed into the purest energy that surged into Lin Ye's body. Purification successful. Gained 1,000,000 purification points. After all this, Lin Ye put away the priceless research notes, turned around, and left the Mage Tower, which had been thoroughly stripped of its core value. The night had grown deep. Inside Jelen Prison, that absolute private domain belonging solely to Lin Ye, in the deepest depths, there was a cell built of the hardest obsidian and inscribed with countless binding runes. A queen who had once stood high above others, beautiful and peerlessly elegant, was now curled up in a cold corner in utter disgrace. Her once splendid court gown had been torn to shreds during the earlier battle, exposing vast expanses of snow-white delicate skin that was breathtaking to behold. Her once carefully styled silky black hair now hung in disarray over her shoulders, concealing half of a face beautiful enough to topple kingdoms. Yet, even reduced to such a miserable state, her eyes, looking out through the gaps in her hair toward the cell door, remained filled with resentment, venom, and bone-deep hatred. Just then, creak, the heavy cell door was pushed open slowly. Lin Ye's tall, upright figure appeared in the doorway. His gaze calmly fell upon the woman who was as wary as a wounded leopardess. Elvira. He slowly called out the queen's true name. At a name that no one had spoken for a very long time, Queen Elvira's body trembled violently. She raised her head, glared at Lin Ye, and snarled hoarsely, "You demon. What exactly do you want? Kill me. If you have the guts, just kill me." "Kill you?" A playful smirk curled at the corner of Lin Ye's lips. He strode slowly into the cell and crouched down before Iwila. Then, with a gesture almost flirtatious, he reached out and gently tilted her smooth chin upward, forcing her to meet his gaze. "No, no, no. Killing you would be such a waste." His deep, penetrating eyes seemed to pierce through her very soul, staring straight into the depths of Iwila's being. "Look at yourself, Iwila. You've lost all your power, your magic mirror, your army, your throne. You have nothing left. The only thing of value you still possess." Lin Ye's gaze roamed unabashedly over her chest, heaving with fury, and the alluring curves of her long, perfect legs vaguely visible beneath her tattered skirt. "Is this decent body and that rather pretty face? You bastard." Tears of humiliation instantly welled up in Iwila's eyes. When had she ever endured such an insult? But Lin Ye's next words left her utterly stunned. "However, I can give you a chance." Lin Ye's voice was like a demon's whisper filled with deadly temptation. "A chance to survive and even to reclaim your throne." Iwila's breath caught in her throat. What do you mean?" "It's simple." Lin Ye withdrew his hand slowly. "I can purify the original sin of jealousy deep within your soul, the one that drove you mad and twisted. But in return," a flash of absolute, irresistible dominance and possessiveness glinted in his eyes, "your soul will be forever branded with my mark. You will live. You will keep all your memories, your wisdom, and this pride-worthy beauty of yours. But everything about you, your thoughts, your will, your body, from this moment on will exist only for me alone. You will become my most loyal puppet. Now tell me, Iwila, will you choose to die like a mongrel in this dark corner, nursing your pathetic hatred? Or will you accept my gift, become my possession, and then rule the world again?" Silence. Inside the cell, only Iwila's increasingly rapid breathing remained. A fierce battle raged within her heart. Reason told her she should choose a dignified death, but her overwhelming desire for power and life frantically shook her resolve. In the end, the instinct to survive and her greed for power prevailed. Her eyes, filled with humiliation and unwillingness, slowly closed. 2 clear tears trickled down the corners of her eyes. Her body ceased to struggle and resist. It went completely limp. I choose." With a voice barely audible, trembling with endless shame, she uttered the answer that would decide her fate from then on. "To live." "Good." A satisfied smile spread across Lin Ye's face. He reached out once more. This time a flame of purification, pure, warm, and golden, blazed in his palm. Then gently he pressed it against Iwila's smooth, fair forehead. "Then accept my purification. From now on, you belong to me." Golden light instantly enveloped Iwila's entire body. It was an experience that penetrated the soul beyond words. An ultimate sensation. Her soul felt as if it were torn open by a pair of warm, mighty hands. The most corrupt part, the jealousy, ripped out and burned to ashes. Then, a golden brand, sacred, domineering, and irresistible, was deeply etched into the blank slate of her soul's origin. When the light faded, Iwila opened her eyes. Her once venomous, envious gaze had become utterly clear and pure. Yet deep within that purity burned a flame more fervent and devout than ever before. It was the worship of a deity, and the absolute loyalty to her master. She looked at Lin Ye before her, slowly knelt, and with her tender lips reverently kissed the tip of his boot. "My master." Her voice was filled with adoration and infatuation that came from the deepest recesses of her soul. Lin Ye calmly accepted her submission. He reached out, pulled her into his arms, and gazed at her face, now even more exquisitely beautiful and pitiable after the soul's baptism. Looking into her dazed eyes filled with the utmost temptation of absolute surrender, even Lin Ye felt his heart skip a beat. He slowly lowered his head. That night, in the deepest, coldest cell of Green Prison, for the first time it learned what warmth meant. The next day, when Lin Ye walked out of the cell refreshed and invigorated, behind him followed Iwila, now dressed in a new black court gown personally chosen by Lin Ye, one that accentuated her perfect figure even more. Her face bore a hint of shyness and blush from her first intimate encounter, but more than that, it was filled with genuine worship and love for her man. For the first time she understood. Being a woman could feel so wonderful. She was a queen, but had never been intimate with a man before. Not even the king. Lin Ye first went to the cell holding the king, who was still frantically shouting that he was innocent, his soul already utterly corrupted by greed. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to waste another word on him. Judgment. A golden spear of purification flashed. The king's greed-filled roar was cut short. His body, along with his filthy soul, turned to dust. Purified, king heavily corrupted by greed, crown, gained 200 purification points. Having done this, Lin Ye left the prison with Iwila. That very day, news spread through the capital that shocked the entire nation. The great warden Lin Ye, after judging the evil queen, had discovered even deeper, more sinister crimes tainted by an eerie aura on the king. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the king committed suicide out of shame. And Queen Iwila, whose soul had been personally purified and cleared of sin by the warden and who had denounced her own kin, at the critical moment exposing the king's crimes, under the support of Supreme Judge Lin Ye, officially ascended the throne. Thus, she became the first queen in the history of the Green Kingdom. At the coronation ceremony, the new Queen Iwila sat upon the throne that had once haunted her dreams. Yet her gaze was always fixed with infinite love and worship on the man standing in the shadows beside the throne, the true ruler of this nation. The nourishment of purifying divine power was the finest panacea in the world, as Lin Ye's gentle energy flowed continuously into her, Bai Shui's delicate body, which had fallen into a deep slumber from having overextended her vital force, finally experienced a complete recovery. Her long, slender eyelashes trembled like the wings of a startled butterfly, and her clear eyes, as pure as a forest fawn's, slowly opened. What came into view was the familiar and magnificent dome of the royal bedchamber. But what she felt was no longer the coldness and loneliness of the past. Rather, it was an unprecedented warmth and peace of mind, because she could clearly feel a warm, powerful hand tightly enveloping her small one, continuously transmitting that heat, which made her from the depths of her soul feel incomparable dependence and longing. Lin Ye, she called softly in a lazy, sweet, cooing voice tinged with the drowsiness of waking, the name that had long been branded into the deepest part of her soul. She turned her head. Her flawless, exquisite face carried the sweetest and most contented smile. However, when her gaze passed over Lin Ye's shoulder and saw that woman, who leaned naturally against Lin Ye's other side, even resting her graceful head affectionately on Lin Ye's shoulder, watching her quietly, with a faint victorious smile, Bai Shui's smile froze instantly. Her clear eyes, which had just regained their vitality, suddenly constricted. In that instant, all joy, relief, and sweetness were swept away by a huge impact called disbelief. Iwila, the wicked stepmother who had once treated her as a thorn in her side, tormented her by every vicious means, and even wanted her dead. How could she be here? And how dare she lean against the hero who belonged to her with such an intimate, proprietary air? A tremendous cognitive disorder and an instinctive anger and grievance at having her most precious possession occupied overwhelmed Bai Shui's reason like a bursting flood, drowning it in an instant. Why are you here? Bai Shui's voice turned shrill with agitation. She suddenly sat up on the bed, glaring at Iwila with fierce hostility like a small beast protecting its food. Facing Bai Shui's accusation, Iwila remained utterly unruffled. Instead, she extended her exquisitely manicured artistic jade hand and coiled around Lin Ye's arm even more intimately. She pressed her full, proud bosom, enough to drive any man crazy, tightly against Lin Ye's arm, and said softly in a lazy, seductive voice, "Why can't I be here? This is my bedchamber. And I." She tilted her head slightly, gazing up at Lin Ye's handsome, godlike profile, with eyes overflowing with endless adoration. "Am my master's property. Naturally, wherever my master is, there I am." Boom. Master. Property. These two words, charged with shock and innuendo, struck Bai Shui's already chaotic mind like thunderbolts from the nine heavens. She was completely stunned. She couldn't understand what had happened in such a short time. Why was that most vicious woman addressing her savior with the devotion of a religious fanatic? No. Impossible. Bai Shui's eyes reddened, instantly, crystal tears swirling in them. She looked at Lin Ye with a gaze full of grievance and confusion. Lin Ye. She's talking nonsense, isn't she? Seeing Bai Shui's pitiful, on the verge of tears appearance, Lin Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of affection. He gently patted Aiwaila's boneless jade hand in his embrace. He signaled her not to go too far. Then he turned his head and explained to Bai Shui in as gentle a tone as possible, "Bai Shui, things are complicated. Aiwaila, her soul has already been purified by me. In a sense, she is no longer the queen you once knew." However, such a miracle-like explanation was clearly too difficult for a naive girl who had just been brought back from the brink of death to understand. In Bai Shui's eyes, Lin Ye's words were nothing but shield, purify. She repeated the word in disbelief, and her tears, finally unable to be held back, rolled down like pearls off a broken string. "So, you're going to forgive everything she did to me. So, you're going to accept her." Watching her tearful eyes filled with sadness and misunderstanding, Lin Ye felt a headache for the first time. And just then Aiwaila, like the most understanding helpmate, took the initiative to speak. "Princess Bai Shui." She slowly rose and gave Bai Shui a flawless queen's salute. Her beautiful face no longer bore the slightest provocation or pride. What replaced it was a faint calmness and superiority of one who had been there. "I think you may have misunderstood something. My master did not accept me. Rather, he utterly conquered me. There is an essential difference between you and me." She paused, then said slowly in a meaningful tone that only the two women could understand, "You are a treasure held in the palm of master's hand. And I." A morbid blush of extreme loyalty and fulfillment appeared on her face. "I am a tool prostrate at my master's feet, clearing all obstacles for him. A treasure only needs to enjoy master's affection. A tool must share master's burdens and resolve his worries." Having said that, she ceased to pay attention to Bai Shui, who remained lost in tremendous shock and confusion, unable to digest this twisted logic for the moment. Instead, she returned to Lin Ye's side, and in a tone that was both queen and lover-wife, began quietly reporting official matters to her master. "My master, the matter you asked me to investigate earlier has results. After you took control of the capital, the vast majority of nobles submitted. But there is only one exception. In the Yongya forest to the north, the lord, who calls herself the Wolf Grandmother, not only refused my amnesty. She even—" A cold, murderous light flashed in Aiwaila's eyes. "Sent a highly provocative congratulatory gift." As she spoke, she lightly clapped her hands. Instantly, a servant brought in something on a huge tray. It was a huge wolf, head bound tightly by thorny vines, still dripping blood. The wolf's eyes had been cruelly gouged out, leaving only two dark, bloody sockets filled with silent menace. Beside the wolf's head lay an invitation letter written in some kind of crimson liquid, inviting the new master of the Green Kingdom to the Eternal Night Forest for a welcoming feast meticulously prepared by me. The signature read, "Your grandmother." This was a declaration of war soaked in blood and malice. Faced with this blatant threat, Lin Ye's expression remained utterly calm. He had long learned from ELD's notes that the Eternal Night Forest might be connected to the sin armament of gluttony in some unknown way. This journey to the north was imperative. "It seems there are always some blind fools I need to personally clean up," Lin Ye said indifferently. He had made his decision. "Ivira." "Yes, my master." "Convey my orders in 3 days under the pretext of the Queen's northern inspection. Assemble the most elite knights of the capital to accompany me on the campaign. Let the entire kingdom witness." A flash of absolute dominance and coldness passed through Lin Ye's eyes. "The consequences of defying me." "As you command, my great master." Ivira's eyes instantly filled with fanatical reverence and excitement. This was the man she served, a sovereign who spoke and decreed decisive in slaughter. The Black Forest. An ancient forest that remained gloomy and dark even in daylight, brimming with an ominous aura. This was the only path leading to the Eternal Night Forest. It was also the rumored territory of the Scarlet Hunter Little Red Riding Hood. To gather intelligence ahead of time, Lin Ye temporarily separated from the Queen's main force, transforming into a shadow barely perceptible to the naked eye, and infiltrated this perilous land of death. He wanted to see for himself the legendary mysterious girl who delighted in hunting all male creatures. Relying on the Warden's keen perception of sinful aura, he soon located his target in a forest clearing. Even Lin Ye, accustomed to bloody scenes, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. The figure was a young girl of extremely petite build. She wore a gothic cloak hooded as if dyed in blood. At this moment, with her back to Lin Ye, she was squatting on the ground using a massive blood-red scythe, utterly disproportionate to her small frame glinting with cold light, to expertly dismember a mutated dire wolf the size of a rhinoceros. Blood stained the ground beneath her feet. The thick scent of blood mingled with a strange candy-like sweetness in the air. The bloody brutal scene formed a spine-chilling, morbidly beautiful contrast with the silhouette of her delicate, charming back. Just then the girl's movements of cutting the wolf meat abruptly stopped. She seemed to sense something. Slowly she turned around. Lin Ye finally saw her face. It was a pale, almost translucent face, as delicate as the finest porcelain doll, exquisitely cute to the extreme. A pair of disproportionately large, ruby-like, crystal-clear scarlet eyes stared at Lin Ye without a trace of emotion. A smear of blood from freshly devoured raw meat lingered at the corner of her mouth, adding a bewitching allure to her already morbid beauty. She uttered not a single word, nor any warning. After locking eyes with Lin Ye for a tenth of a second, her petite body instantly transformed into a barely perceptible red whirlwind rushing toward Lin Ye with terrifying force capable of tearing steel and overwhelming murderous intent. The massive blood-red scythe, glowing with ominous crimson light, traced a mournful crescent-shaped arc in the air, striking at Lin Ye's neck with a terrifying power that could split a mountain in two. Faced with this sudden lethal blow that could kill any master-level expert, Lin Ye's expression remained as calm as still water. He didn't even move a step. He merely raised his right hand slowly, then precisely caught the immense razor-sharp scythe blade between his index and middle fingers. Clank! A resonant bell-like sound of metal clashing echoed through the entire forest. Thus the massive blood-red scythe was effortlessly suspended in midair by Lin Ye's two fingers. No matter how the girl exerted all her strength, it could not advance a single inch. For the first time, a flicker of emotion named shock appeared in the girl's normally impassive scarlet eyes. Lin Ye, however, ignored her astonishment. His gaze landed with interest on the massive scythe he had caught, which was emitting a humming vibration full of the will of wrath and slaughter. A knowing smile curved his lips, because from this scythe he sensed an extremely familiar and immensely powerful aura of sin. System notification discovered: Sin Armament, Wrathful Reaper. Holder: Little Red Riding Hood, deeply contaminated by the wrath. Sin current state: indiscriminate hunting mode. Warning: this target possesses extremely dangerous aggression. So that's how it is. Wrathful acts, no, should it be called. Wrathful Reaper. Interesting. Lin Ye looked at the red-clad girl before him, who was letting out a low, beast-like growl of anger because her weapon was restrained. A burning gleam like that of a hunter beholding the ultimate prey flashed in his eyes. Little one, this toy is not something you should possess. Now, give it to me. The clang of metal still echoed in the air. The scythe blade clamped between Lin Ye's two fingers seemed pinned by a divine mountain. No matter how the petite red-clad girl exerted her power, the Wrathful Reaper remained utterly motionless. Little Red Riding Hood's scarlet eyes were filled with the emotion of shock for the first time. She could not comprehend. This man before her did not carry the repulsive stench of male that disgusted her. Instead, he radiated a pure sun-like aura that instinctively made her tremble with fear. This aura caused the scythe, the sin armament in her hand, to emit a mournful whine as if encountering its absolute natural enemy. A powerful weapon, yet held by a little one who doesn't know how to control her emotions. Lin Ye's tone was flat, as if evaluating an ordinary tool. What a waste. He decided to claim this armament of original sin that had all but delivered itself into his hands. However, when he attempted to use purification power to forcibly sever the soul link between Little Red Riding Hood and the scythe, he furrowed his brow slightly. He discovered that the scythe and Little Red Riding Hood's soul had already fused into one, indistinguishable from each other. That scythe was her extension. She was the sole vessel of that scythe. If it were forcibly torn away, the girl would die in an instant, her soul shattered into fragments. Troublesome. The moment Lin Ye sank into thought, Little Red Riding Hood seemed to sense his flicker of hesitation. Her beast-like combat instincts seized the opening at once. She suddenly released both hands from the scythe. Her petite frame shot out like an arrow from a bow, pouncing into Lin Ye's arms at a bizarre angle that defied every law of human biomechanics. At the same time, she opened her deceptively cute, delicate mouth, revealing rows of razor-sharp, densely packed teeth, like a shark's. Fangs. She meant to tear through Lin Ye's throat with her teeth. If this sudden strike had been aimed at any other Grandmaster-level powerhouse, they would hardly have had time to react. But Lin Ye merely shifted sideways with a slight turn. He evaded the fatal bite with ease. In the same motion, his fingers, which had been clamping the scythe, loosened just a fraction. He let the enormous scythe trace an arc behind Little Red Riding Hood. Then, with a backward sweep of his hand, he caught hold of the scythe's handle directly. In the space of a heartbeat, offense and defense switched completely. Now it was Lin Ye who held this furious reaper. and the one whose neck was casually locked in his arms struggling in his embrace, like a kitten, was none other than the original master of the scythe. Humph, humph. Little Red Riding Hood let out a hoarse growl of fury and defiance. Her body began to tremble violently. A wave of scarlet energy far more violent than anything before, saturated with the will to destroy and slaughter, exploded out of her body. She actually wanted to detonate every ounce of power within her and drag Lin Ye into death with her. Truly would rather die than yield. A flicker of cold approval passed through Lin Ye's eyes, but he had no interest in playing a suicide detonation game with this little madwoman. Stay in line. He coldly uttered 3 words. An even more immense and sacred wave of golden purification power surged out of him in an instant. Like an inescapable net woven from light, it instantly crushed the crimson energy that was on the verge of erupting within Little Red Riding Hood, forcing it back without mercy. This was a crushing from a higher dimension rooted in the very order of life. As the sun outshines a firefly, as a god towers over a mortal, Little Red Riding Hood's body went stiff in an instant. She could feel with absolute clarity the world-destroying power of wrath inside her, beneath the glow of Lin Ye's golden light. It shivered like a venomous snake caught in deep winter, not daring to make the slightest move. And yet, even in complete suppression, her ruby-like eyes still blazed with the unyielding ferocity and killing intent of a lone wolf. She still used her gaze to declare a will to resist that would never cease until death. It seems pure force won't make her submit. Lin Ye finally abandoned the idea of making her yield voluntarily. In that case, a cruel curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then I'll discipline you the way a prison warden does. He connected with the system. A golden exchange shop, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. He ignored the dazzling array of weapons and equipment. His gaze fixed on the special items section. Soon he found what he needed. Item name: Punishment Collar. Grade Gold, upgradable. Effect: a special alchemical item. Place it around the neck of the target creature and inject the user's soul imprint into it, and it will forcibly establish a master-servant contract. The wearer will be unable to disobey any command from the master. Moreover, with a single thought, the master can activate the collar's power and inflict unbearable soul punishment upon the wearer. Exchange cost 1000 purification points. This is the one. Without any hesitation, Lin Ye chose exchange. In that instant, a collar materialized out of thin air in his palm, forged from an unknown black metal and exuding a dark, forbidden, exquisitely crafted beauty. A collar. The collar was inscribed with countless dense and intricate golden runes. A powerful aura imbued with the meaning of binding and control radiated from it. The moment she saw that collar, Little Red Riding Hood's beast-like intuition finally stirred within her an unprecedented fear. She began to struggle even more frantically. Wah! She even let out a hoarse, desperate roar. However, all of this was futile. With an irresistible absolute strength, Lin Ye pressed her petite body firmly into his chest. Then he reached out, and with a nearly brutal motion forced the cold, dangerous punishment collar around her snow-white, slender, fragile neck. Click! A soft sound. The collar closed perfectly. Lin Ye infused a wisp of his soul imprint into it. In that instant, every golden rune on the collar blazed to life. An indescribable contract force filled with supreme majesty violently erupted. It shattered through all of Little Red Riding Hood's resistance, ruthlessly branding itself onto the very source of her wrath-driven soul. Ah! Little Red Riding Hood let out a shrill scream of agony and defiance. Her body convulsed violently. The light in her scarlet eyes, once filled with slaughter and madness, rapidly began to lose focus. The contract was established. The master-servant relationship was forcibly established. After an unknown length of time, her trembling body gradually settled. Her scarlet eyes regained their focus. But now, the unyielding ferocity and indiscriminate bloodlust in her gaze were gone. What replaced them was a confusion and inner struggle she herself could not comprehend. Because in the deepest depths of her mind, for the first time, a second voice sounded. One beyond kill, kill, kill. It was a cold voice full of majesty and impossible to refuse. It was Lin Ye's voice. Kneel. Lin Ye released his restraint on her and issued the first command indifferently. Little Red Riding Hood's body jolted violently. Her reason frantically resisted the command. Her dignity would not allow her to kneel before anyone. And yet, as if her body had a will of its own, she slowly, involuntarily, knelt down before Lin Ye. She lowered her head. Her lustrous black hair concealed her face, making her expression impossible to read. Yet from her small fists, clenched so tightly that they had turned stark white from the strain, one could still perceive the fierce inner struggle and burning unwillingness that consumed her. Lin Ye looked down at the girl prostrate at his feet. His gaze rested upon the black collar encircling her snow-white neck, a striking contrast to the scarlet cloak she wore, radiating a dark, forbidden beauty. A satisfied expression spread across his face. He knew, from this very moment onward, One of the most dangerous humanoid weapons in the world had become completely and irrevocably his alone, a possession reserved exclusively for him. Very good. He slowly extended his hand. The gesture was like soothing a wild kitten that had only just been tamed. Gently he stroked the silken black hair of Little Red Riding Hood, hair soft and sleek, carrying a faint scent of blood. From now on you shall be called Little Red. As my first collectible, I hope you will not disappoint me. The night was as dark as ink. At the edge of the Yongya forest, the camp of the Royal Knights was brightly lit, with formidable guards everywhere. At the very center stood the Queen's tent, luxurious and imposing. Yet the atmosphere at this moment was subtle and oppressive. Lin Ye had returned. He brought with him his newly conquered pet. The news had already swept through the camp. Everyone had seen it, their godlike Lord Warden. On his shoulder was a struggling girl in red. Around the girl's neck was that black collar laden with forbidden implications. The image struck with immense force. The soldiers' reverence and worship for Lin Ye bordered on the blind. Yet in certain eyes this very scene gave rise to emotions of an entirely different nature. Master. Avira dismissed all the maidservants, leaving only herself and Lin Ye in the tent. She had changed out of her military garb and into a sheer black silk nightgown. The nightgown accentuated every graceful curve of her figure. Her sleek black hair streamed down like a waterfall, striking a powerful contrast with her luminous snow-white skin. Her full seductive curves glimmered in the candlelight, half hidden, half revealed. She exuded a lethal temptation. Slowly she walked behind Lin Ye, reached out a pair of soft, boneless, jade-like hands, and gently massaged his shoulders. Her movements were utterly natural, gentle yet professional, clearly learned with meticulous care. You must have worked hard. Her voice was so seductive it seemed ready to drip with water. That child named Little Red has been taken away by Lieutenant Lilith to be settled in. Lieutenant Lilith says that child's wildness is beyond taming. Even bound by your collar, she is still overflowing with aggression. She has assigned the most elite jailers to stand watch and has locked the girl in a prison wagon with special chains. While reporting this, Avira allowed her fragrant fingertips to trail almost imperceptibly across Lin Ye's neck. It was a probing gesture rife with suggestion and provocation. Lin Ye kept his eyes closed, savoring the service. He did not speak, but his perception keenly detected what lay hidden beneath Avira's calm tone. A strand of tension and hostility. Yes, hostility. Not aimed at him, rather at that newly arrived pet. Avira, once the incarnation of the primeval sin of envy, even though her soul had been thoroughly purified by Lin Ye, that fierce possessiveness born of her very soul. And that acute perception of potential threats had not completely vanished. Instead, it had been transformed and preserved in a more loyal form. She feared her own status would be threatened. Snow White was the treasure in her master's heart. Of that she was well aware. She never harbored the vain hope of contending for it. But that girl in red, equally wild and likewise subjugated by force, made her instinctively catch the scent of a kindred spirit. It was the innate wariness of one tool toward another potentially sharper tool. Master. Avira saw that Lin Ye gave no response. Slowly she bent forward. Her warm, soft bosom pressed gently against Lin Ye's back. Her breath was as fragrant as orchids, and its warmth fanned against Lin Ye's ear. Her voice sank lower, growing more enchanting. That child is very dangerous. I can sense that inside her lurks a terrifying force capable of destroying everything. Even with your collar restraining her, a weapon that cannot be fully controlled is in the end a hidden danger. Her words were so considerate, so thoughtful, as if she were truly pondering deeply for her master's sake. Perhaps a hint of icy allure crept into her voice. Like a venomous serpent. You should purify her in a more thorough way. For example, completely drain the perilous power within her. Or perhaps have her mouth sealed forever. Only so can we eliminate the calamity once and for all. This was a war without the smoke of gunpowder. Avira, in her unique way, was guarding her position as her master's #1 tool. She was displaying her value to Lin Ye. Not only could she delight him with her body, but she could also, with her wisdom and ruthlessness, sweep away every lurking threat for him. Listening to this jealous advice, Lin Ye finally opened his eyes slowly. The corner of his mouth curled into an amused, thoughtful arc. He abruptly shot out a hand, pulling the soft, fragrant body behind him straight into his arms. Oh! Avira let out a short, startled gasp. The entire woman tumbled onto Lin Ye's lap in a shamefully enticing posture. He pinched her smooth, rounded chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. Avira. His voice was calm, yet bore an awe-inspiring authority that saw through everything. Are you teaching me how to do things? Avira's body trembled violently. Panic and dread instantly filled her beautiful eyes. And no, master, I wouldn't dare. Only then did she realize she had overstepped her bounds. She had actually dared to speculate about, and even try to guide, her master's intentions. Remember your place. Lin Ye's fingers gently traced her trembling, moist lips. You only need to execute my orders, not to question my decisions. That girl is a collectible I've taken a liking to. Whether she lives or dies, whether she serves as a weapon or a pet, that is my business. Understand? Yes. Under the absolute crushing oppression of Lin Ye's gaze, Avira abandoned all resistance like a kitten that had been thoroughly tamed. Meekly she lowered her once proud head. I understand, master. Very good. He beheld her enticing, submissive appearance, a picture of humiliation and obedience, an offering awaiting his pleasure. The craving for domination in Lin Ye's heart was supremely gratified. He slowly lowered his head. Now then, let's do what you were supposed to do. Consider it a small punishment for your attempt to pry into my thoughts just now. Outside the tent, Snow White held a plate of cut fruit. She had come to see Lin Ye to ask about that terrifying crimson-clad girl from the day and to ease the tension that had grown between them. However, she reached the entrance of the queen's tent and was stopped by two royal guards as immobile as statues. Princess, please stop. The guards' voices were cold and wooden. Her Majesty the Queen and the Warden are currently discussing confidential matters. No one is allowed to enter. Bai Shui was momentarily stunned. Then her sharp hearing faintly caught the strange sounds coming from within the tent. A series of suppressed, subtle, yet blushing noises. Boom! Bai Shui's fair cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She was naive, but not foolish. She immediately understood what was happening inside. A surge of immense grievance and bitterness welled up in her heart. She bit her lower lip tightly. Her eyes reddened once more. In the end, she said nothing. Silently, she turned around, carrying the plate of fruit that had lost its warmth. She departed utterly dejected. Under the moonlight, her small, lonely silhouette was stretched long. Very long. Under the same night sky, deep within the eternal night forest, a terrifying castle stood silently, constructed from enormous withered black wood and bleached bones. Like a slumbering, ancient beast, gray-black mist shrouded the castle. It was an eerie aura of extreme density. Any living creature that approached would be instantly corroded, reduced to a flesh-eating zombie. At the deepest part of the castle, a vast underground sacrificial hall. The walls blazed with eerie green flames, casting everything in a twisted, sinister light. At the center of the hall stood a massive altar, composed of writhing, seemingly living flesh. Countless vile runes were inscribed upon it. At the top of the altar, embedded prominently, was a huge, hideous, slowly pulsating stomach sack. It was the armament of original sin, the maw of gluttony. A figure stood beneath the altar, piously wiping a rust-stained butcher's knife. His body was immensely bloated and huge. His wide butcher's leather apron was stretched taut by his deformed physique, as if it would burst at any moment. He was the butcher who had vanished from the royal treasury. Compared to before, he had undergone a drastic transformation. A hideous gaping maw had split open on his belly. It was lined with countless fangs and sharp teeth. With every breath that maw took, it brought a gust of bloody, rotting stench. Clearly the power of the maw of gluttony had been completely fused with him in a twisted manner. A raspy, grating laugh like a night owl echoed out. A beautiful woman in a luxurious black dress stepped forward gracefully. She appeared charming, still retaining her youthful allure, seeming only in her 30s. A kind and amiable smile hung on her face, but deep in her eyes flickered the utmost greed and hunger. She was the mistress of this castle, Grandma Wolf. It seems you are quite satisfied with the new cutlery bestowed by His Majesty the Sovereign Butcher. Grandma Wolf walked over to him with elegant steps. Extending a scarlet-nailed finger, she gently traced the gaping maw on his belly. The butcher let out a strange bellows-like laugh. He lifted his greasy, bloated face. Of course I'm satisfied. This is real power. Eat. Devour everything. Just devour, and I'll become stronger. This feeling. It's absolutely wonderful. Mad fanaticism gleamed in his eyes. Grandma Wolf, how are the sacrifices coming along? I'm already getting impatient. My belly. It's screaming. Don't rush. Grandma Wolf's face still wore that false, amiable smile. The finest main course is already on its way. The newly crowned queen of the Green Kingdom, Avila, her soul and flesh bearing the royal bloodline, will be the perfect appetizer for His Majesty the Sovereign's revival. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something. A more intense greed flashed in her eyes. All right. Besides the queen, 2 unexpected side dishes seemed to have arrived. She gave a light wave of her hand. A crystal ball composed of countless eyes materialized. Light and shadow swirled across its surface, clearly reflecting the scene of Lin Ye and Little Red in battle. The butcher's small eyes, squeezed into slits by fat, instantly widened. It's him. Fear crept into his voice for the first time. The warden who destroyed my gluttony workshop. He would never forget. That man beneath the royal capital. The golden, purifying power radiating from him like a natural enemy made his soul tremble. To look at you so spineless. Grandma Wolf watched the butcher's terrified expression. She curled her lip in disdain. What are you afraid of? This is His Majesty's dining hall. Since he dares to come, he's already prepared to become the food on our plates. Excitement sparkled in her eyes. And look at that little girl in the red cloak. The sin on her. Wrath. What a delightful surprise. A sacrifice bearing the power of original sin. His Majesty the Sovereign will be absolutely thrilled. At the mention of His Majesty the Sovereign, the fear on the butcher's face was somewhat suppressed, replaced by a more fervent adoration. That's right. Before the great gluttony sovereign, everything shall be devoured. Everything shall be digested. Then let us begin. Grandma Wolf's smile grew increasingly twisted and ferocious. Let our guests experience a preview of this grand feast. The prelude. As you command, my great High Priestess. The butcher let out a fanatical roar. Dragging his bloated body, he climbed step by step onto the flesh altar. Standing before the pulsating maw of gluttony, he suddenly opened the gaping maw on his belly and plunged his own head deep into it, as if engaging in a spine-chilling kiss with his own stomach. The next second, the core of maw of gluttony, the tooth of voracity, was slowly spat out from the butcher's own mouth. With trembling hands, he reverently inserted it into the groove at the top of the altar. Whoosh! The moment the key was inserted, the entire underground sacrificial hall trembled violently. The maw of gluttony on the altar, as if infused with boundless vitality, began to pulse madly. Wave after wave of gray-black ripples filled with the desire for devouring and hunger burst forth from the altar, spreading outward. These ripples instantly pierced the castle walls, pierced through the thick layers of earth, like a stone cast into a lake, rippling across every inch of the eternal night forest. In an instant, the dead forest seemed to awaken instantly. Countless slumbering corrupted monsters abruptly opened their scarlet eyes. Their rationality was entirely consumed by the hunger originating from their very souls. They began to frenziedly attack every living thing around them, even their own kind. Tearing, gnawing, devouring. A desperate feast of hunting and being hunted had already begun, and this was only the beginning, as more and more flesh energy filled with resentment continuously gathered through the earth's veins to the underground altar. An ancient filthy, eerie aura, 10 million times more terrifying than the butcher and Grandma Wolf combined, enough to make the entire world tremble, was slowly awakening from the deepest recesses of the altar. Awakening. The night deepened. The sensual intimacy inside the queen's tent finally subsided with the passage of time. Elvira, like a languid and contented black cat, curled up in Lin Ye's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Her breathtakingly beautiful face still bore a weary flush. A few crystalline teardrops lingered at the corners of her eyes. Lin Ye, however, was wide awake. He lay quietly on the soft beast fur bed, one hand pillowed behind his head, gazing with deep eyes at the top of the tent, as if he could pierce through the barrier and see the darkness-shrouded forest outside. Just now, at the instant Grandma Wolf and the butcher activated the altar, a faint but exceedingly evil ripple swept across the entire camp. The ordinary soldiers were completely unaware. Even an elite purifier like Lilith felt only a sudden, inexplicable throbbing in her heart. Only Lin Ye, with the extraordinary perception of his curse-eroded body for uncanny auras, clearly captured the source of that ripple, and the nauseating aura of the sin of gluttony contained within it. Finally can't hold it in any longer. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Everything was well within his control. Just then light footsteps came from outside the tent. The footsteps were very soft, tinged with hesitation and uncertainty, but in the end they stopped at the tent entrance. "My lord." It was the adjutant Lilith speaking. Her voice was as cool and crisp as ever, but at this moment it carried a hint of gravity. "The scouts found a messenger outside the camp." "Messenger?" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow slightly. "Yes, a messenger claiming to have been sent by Grandma Wolf." Lilith's voice paused. "She has brought you an invitation. Let her in." Lin Ye's tone was utterly calm, as if he had anticipated everything long ago. Soon the tent curtain was pushed aside. A young girl dressed in gray servant's clothes, escorted by two fully armed jailers, walked in with her head lowered, trembling nervously. The girl's face was pale as paper, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind. Clearly she had been terrified by the camp's grim, murderous atmosphere and the icy aura radiating from the jailers. She did not dare lift her head. She simply raised a letter sealed with black wax high above her head with both hands. Lin Ye's gaze settled on the letter. The envelope was made of an unusual material, a soft yet tough parchment. A faint sweet scent like freshly baked bread still clung to it. But beneath that sweetness lurked a nauseating stench of blood and decay. He didn't even need to open it to guess what was inside. "You may go." Lin Ye did not reach for the letter. He only spoke those words to the girl with a calm, indifferent air. She looked as though she had just been granted a pardon. She almost tumbled out of the tent in her haste. Only then did Lin Ye slowly sit up. The movement woke Elvira in his arms. Her Majesty let out a coquettish whimper and groggily opened her beautiful, still misty eyes. "Master, what's wrong?" Lin Ye did not answer. He merely pointed lightly at the letter floating in midair. Whoosh! A wisp of golden purification flame appeared from nowhere. In an instant the letter, brimming with uncanny energy, was burned to ashes. But before it was completely destroyed, its contents had already turned into a stream of information that surged into Lin Ye's mind. The letter's contents were exactly as he had expected. Its writer was none other than Grandma Wolf. The wording was exceedingly gracious and humble. She first expressed her most sincere apologies for the reckless behavior of her ignorant servants. Then she claimed that she had always yearned for peace. She was willing to pledge her loyalty, submit to the rule of Queen Elvira, and hand over the names of all the rebellious nobles in the Northern Territory as a gift of submission. And she had only one small request. She hoped to have the honor of inviting the esteemed Lord Warden, Her Majesty the Queen, and Her Highness Princess Snow White to come to her cabin in the woods tomorrow evening and attend a carefully prepared peace talk banquet, so as to demonstrate the sincerity of both sides. A blatant banquet of death, a trap laden with venom. Heh! Lin Ye let out a light laugh. The laughter was filled with undisguised mockery. Master, what's happened? Elvira was now completely awake as well. She keenly sensed the wrongness in the air. She sat up, and the black silk nightgown slipped down her smooth shoulders. It revealed a generous expanse of dazzling snow-white skin. But at this moment, she paid it no attention, merely staring at Lin Ye with anxious eyes. Lin Ye briefly repeated the content of Grandma Wolf's invitation. When she heard it, Elvira's face, which had still carried a hint of lazy seduction, instantly turned cold and grave. A trap, she judged without the slightest hesitation. Master, this is an all-too-obvious trap. That woman called Grandma Wolf could never surrender so easily. She must have laid an inescapable net in her cabin in the woods, just waiting for us to walk right in. We absolutely cannot go. The moment her words fell, a voice filled with equal parts concern and determination rang out from outside the tent. Lin Ye, you can't go. Princess Snow White had somehow appeared outside the tent as well. She had clearly heard everything. Now, ignoring the guards' attempts to stop her, she barged straight in. When she saw the intimate scene inside the tent, Elvira's disheveled, alluring appearance, her face went pale once more. But this time she forced down the sourness and grievance in her heart. She only looked stubbornly at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, Queen Elvira is right. This is too dangerous. Who knows what terrifying traps she has set up in her lair. We can't take that risk. Looking at the two women before him whose opinions were unprecedentedly united, and at the genuine worry in their eyes, Lin Ye merely smiled faintly. Who said I was going to take a risk? He rose unhurriedly, casually taking a robe from its hook and draping it over his shoulders. In his deep eyes flickered the confidence and amusement of a hunter sizing up his prey. I'm merely going to a banquet. To a banquet whose ending was decided long ago. A beheading banquet. Inside the queen's tent, the atmosphere was frozen solid. Elvira and Bai Shui, two noble women of peerless beauty. At this moment, they were like two lionesses guarding their prey. No, Elvira was the first to speak. Her voice was cold and resolute. All the softness from before was gone. In its place was the queen's majestic decisiveness. The sheer black silk nightgown she wore only accentuated an austere and dangerous beauty. Master, I acknowledge your power. But the other side is an awakened priest of the first gluttony monarch. That is by no means something a mere butcher can compare to. Venturing deep into the enemy's lair invites too many variables. As your tool, it is my duty to stop you from pointless risk. Queen Elvira is right. Bai Shui spoke up immediately. Her voice was tearful and full of anxiety. She stepped forward. Her clear jewel-like eyes were already blurred with tears. She stared intently at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, I beg you, don't go. If you truly must go, then take the whole night order with you. We can raise that forest to the ground. Why must you personally attend the feast? Her hands tightly clutched her skirt. Her knuckles turned white from the force, revealing the extreme unease inside her. He looked at the two women, clearly divided like a line drawn between them. Seeing the identical worry in their eyes, Lin Ye only smiled noncommittally. He walked slowly to Elvira. Under the queen's astonished gaze, he reached out and gently pulled the fallen silk strap back onto her shoulder. The motion was natural and intimate, yet carried an unyielding forcefulness. Elvira, his voice was very soft, yet it reached the queen with perfect clarity. Everything you said is correct. But you forgot one thing. I am the warden. Judging sinners is my duty, not letting my soldiers die in my place. Elvira's body trembled slightly. She looked at Lin Ye's deep, penetrating eyes. For a moment, she could not utter a single word of rebuttal. Then, Lin Ye turned and walked to Bai Shui. He said nothing. He simply raised his hand, and with his calloused fingertip, gently wiped away the tears gathering at the corner of Bai Shui's eye. Bai Shui, trust me. His voice had become much gentler. There is no place in this world I cannot set foot in, and no sinner I cannot judge. He withdrew his hand. His gaze swept over the two stunning women. His tone finally carried the commanding authority of the warden. Now listen to my arrangement. Elvira. Yes, master. The queen at once lowered her eyes and answered with deference. Tomorrow night, when I go to the feast, you will lead the royal knights and the warden's personal guard to assemble at the edge of the forest. Take my signal as the cue. Once the signal is given, immediately seal off the entire eternal night forest. I want every sinner inside to be unable to escape, even if they grow wings. As you command. Elvira bit her lower lip. Her heart was still riddled with worry, but she could not defy her master's order. This task also made her feel her own worth. She was no longer just a tool in bed. Bai Shui, I'm here. Bai Shui immediately straightened her back. Lin Ye looked at her nervous yet expectant expression. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You? Come with me. Huh. This decision not only startled Bai Shui, but even Elvira beside her jerked her head up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. There was even a trace of imperceptible jealousy. Lin Ye, I'm going with you. Bai Shui stammered. Her heart was instantly filled with the complex emotions of fear and secret joy. Afraid of danger. Glad that Lin Ye had chosen her. That's right. Lin Ye nodded. The unique trait of your pure body naturally restrains eerie aura. In that environment, you can play a greater role than an entire night order. And he paused. Then in a voice soft enough for only the two of them to hear, he said, with me around, nothing will happen to you. This promise, filled with immense confidence, instantly shattered all the unease and defenses in Bai Shui's heart. Her pretty face flushed bright red. Like a ripe apple, she nodded heavily. With everything arranged, Lin Ye walked out of the queen's tent. Lilith was already waiting outside. My lord, take me to see the new pet, Lin Ye said briefly. Yes. Soon, Lin Ye arrived at the most secluded corner of the camp. He saw the prison wagon made of special alloy, and the girl in red locked inside, Xiaohong. The girl was curled up in the corner. Her hands and feet were tightly bound by thick, purifying chains. Hearing the footsteps, she suddenly raised her head. Her dark, crimson eyes instantly erupted with overwhelming hatred and murderous intent. Roar! She let out a low, inhuman growl. She struggled wildly, slamming the chains that could bind a dragon into loud clangs. My lord, be careful. Lilith instinctively stepped in front of Lin Ye. This creature's ferocity is beyond imagination. Lin Ye merely waved his hand, signaling her to retreat. He walked alone to the prison wagon. Through the cold iron bars, he calmly met the beast-like pupils filled with brutality and hatred. One man and one beast confronted each other in silence. After a long while, Lin Ye finally spoke. His voice was calm, yet carried a magic that could see through the soul. Do you want to get out? Xiaohong, struggling, paused for a moment. The ferocity in her eyes grew even stronger. Do you want to tear apart those hunters who turned you into this? Lin Ye continued to ask. Xiaohong began to breathe heavily. A rasping sound came from her throat, a display of extreme craving and extreme suppression. Tomorrow night, Lin Ye ignored her murderous glare. He went on as if talking to himself. There will be a grand hunt. The prey is delicious, filled with the taste of sin that you like most. I would like to invite you to join. As he spoke, he slowly reached his hand through the gaps in the iron bars, holding the cold remote control for the punishment collar. He placed it gently in front of Xiaohong. Now I'll give you a choice. Keep being locked up here like a dog, or a devilish smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Become my hunting hound. Go tear out the throats of those hunters. Inside the prison wagon, Xiaohong stared fixedly at the remote control. Then she raised her head and stared hard at Lin Ye's calm, confident face. Her mind, occupied by wildness and hatred, began to engage in genuine thought for the first time. In the end, she stopped snarling. She stopped struggling. Slowly she extended her hand, still bound by chains. With a posture full of humiliation, yet incomparable longing, she painfully grasped that remote control. That would decide her fate. The next day at dusk, the setting sun was as red as blood. A sinister dark red smeared across the western sky, outlining the Yongya forest like the silhouette of a giant beast. At the forest entrance, Queen Ai Wayla, dressed in a black riding outfit, accentuated her fiery and alluring figure. She personally led Lin Ye's warhorse minion to him. Master, Ai Wayla's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She made one last attempt to persuade him. It's still not too late to change your mind. Lin Ye didn't answer. He simply reached out and gently pinched her delicate chin, looking at her with an unwavering gaze. Ai Wayla immediately fell silent. She lowered her eyelids and voluntarily released the reins. Wait for my signal. Lin Ye mounted the horse. His movements were fluid and exceedingly graceful. Behind him, Princess Bai Shui also mounted a platinum-colored mare wearing a practical hunting outfit. But her pretty face was etched with tension and unease. Her small hands tightly gripped the reins, palms soaked with sweat. We're ready too. At the rear of the formation, Lilith rode on the back of a ferocious armored ground dragon, saluting Lin Ye with a military gesture. Beside her was a massive prison wagon completely covered with thick black cloth. There was no sound from the wagon, a dead silence that made one's heart uneasy. Yet everyone present could sense a violent aura, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, faintly emanating from beneath the black cloth. Let's go. Lin Ye said no more. He gently squeezed the horse's flanks. Meng Yan let out a low neigh, stepped forward, and was the first to enter that forbidden land. Bai Shui took a deep breath and spurred her horse to follow closely. The moment they entered the forest, a chill, damp air rushed at them. It was like falling from summer into winter. The forest was extremely dim, and those fungi emitting eerie green phosphorescent light were now visible everywhere on tree trunks and rocks. They illuminated the surroundings with a ghostly atmosphere. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay and blood like vomit. The ground beneath their feet was black, soft, and spongy, as if at any moment a hand would reach out and grab your ankle. Coo, coo. Unidentified strange birds emitted eerie cries overhead. In the depths of the darkness, pairs of scarlet greedy eyes would occasionally flash, but the moment they caught sight of Lin Ye's minion, they would retreat in terror. Lin Ye. Bai Shui's voice trembled slightly. Subconsciously, she moved her horse closer to Lin Ye. As if only then could she feel safe. This place is so terrifying. This is just an appetizer, Lin Ye said without even turning back. His tone was as relaxed as if he were strolling in his own backyard. The real feast is still ahead. His calm composure somewhat steadied Bai Shui's fluttering heart. She looked at Lin Ye's towering mountain-like back. The fear in her heart was replaced by a strange sense of trust. Yes, with him here. What was there to fear? He was a man who could judge even gods. The two of them, one behind the other, slowly advanced along the dim forest path. Without a map, without a guide, yet Lin Ye seemed to know the path like the back of his hand, always choosing the right direction at the most opportune moment. He accurately headed toward the deepest part of the forest. Of course he knew the way, because the increasingly thick aura of the gluttony primal sin in the air was his best landmark. This aura was a deadly poison to others, but to him it was the brightest beacon in the dark night. It was the evidence of sin that drew him to judgment. After about half an hour of walking, an orange-yellow light suddenly appeared in the woods ahead. That light in the eerie forest seemed unusually warm and out of place, like a hope seen by a lost traveler in despair. A wooden cabin that looked very cozy sat quietly there with wisps of smoke curling from its chimney. The nauseating stench of decay and blood in the air was replaced by a rich aroma of roasted meat and buttered bread. Everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. An ordinary person seeing this would probably not hesitate to knock on the door seeking shelter and food. But in Lin Ye's eyes, this cozy cabin presented a completely different scene. Under the true vision of the curse-eroded body, that cabin was not built of wood at all. It was clearly a horrific nest piled up from countless bones mixed with writhing flesh and tissue. The smoke from the roof was not cooking smoke, but the black vapor emitted by countless devoured souls struggling and wailing in flames of resentment. The tempting aroma in the air was a deadly bait disguised by the extreme eerie aura. Once a living creature was attracted, it would unknowingly have its mind eroded and willingly walk through that door made of human skin, leading to hell, becoming a dish on the table. Indeed, a nice restaurant. Lin Ye reined in his horse, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Ye, are we here? Bai Shui looked at the cabin, radiating warm light, confusion and wariness in her eyes. As the possessor of the pure body, although she could not see through the disguise, her intuition told her that the cabin was dangerous, very dangerous. Yes, we're here. Lin Ye dismounted and then walked proactively to Bai Shui's horse. He reached out his hand, making an inviting gesture. Bai Shui's face flushed slightly. She hesitated for a moment, but still placed her slender, soft little hand gently into Lin Ye's broad, warm palm. With a slight effort, Lin Ye easily lifted her down from the horse. As she landed, Bai Shui's body wobbled and almost fell completely into his arms. Through several layers of clothing, she could clearly feel Lin Ye's steady, strong heartbeat and the reassuring, sunny scent of him. Her heart skipped a beat, and she became somewhat weak in the knees. Just then, the wooden door of that cozy cabin slowly creaked open. Behind the door appeared an exceedingly kind old woman. Her face was wrinkled, her back slightly hunched, leaning on a birchwood cane and dressed in a gray cloth skirt. Her eyes were cloudy but shone with joy and concern. Oh, poor children, her voice was hoarse but warm. It's getting dark. Why are you wandering in the forest? Come in quickly, it's not safe outside. Grandma just baked some bread and made a pot of hot soup. This appearance was enough to make any traveler let down their guard. Bai Shui subconsciously shrank behind Lin Ye. Her intuition was screaming warnings, but what she saw was a harmless old woman. This cognitive dissonance left her utterly confused. However, in Lin Ye's true vision, behind the door was not some grandmother at all, but a stitched monster 3 meters tall, covered in pus-filled boils. It had only one enormous mouth dripping with foul-smelling saliva. He was draped in human skin flayed from some unknown source. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Ye's lips. He did not expose the ruse. Instead, he took Bai Shui's hand and stepped forward. In a courteous, aristocratic tone, he said, "We are truly most grateful to you, good madam. We are indeed lost." He led Bai Shui and calmly stepped into this slaughterhouse. The scene inside the little cottage was equally cozy. A warm fire blazed in the fireplace. A massive rectangular dining table stood at the center, draped in a clean tablecloth and laden with delicacies, roast suckling pig cream cakes, and all manner of fruit pies. The aroma was so rich it nearly turned tangible. Seeing this, Bai Shui couldn't help but relax her guard a little. Perhaps she had truly been overthinking things. But what she didn't know was that in Lin Ye's eyes this place was a living hell. What burned in the fireplace were tormented souls. The dining table was an altar pieced together from human bones. The delicacies on the table were either squirming organs or the anguished faces of children. "Do sit down, children." Grandma Wolf enthusiastically pulled out chairs for them. Those 2 chairs were fashioned from the bones of a young man and woman. Lin Ye sat down without changing expression. He even thoughtfully pushed the chair in for Bai Shui. Bai Shui's body stiffened. She didn't dare sit fully, every muscle taut. "Make yourself at home. Don't be shy." Grandma Wolf smiled and took the seat of honor. Its gaze kept circling Bai Shui's face, and deep within its eyes was utter greed and hunger. What a perfect sacrifice. Once it devoured her, the awakening ritual of the first-generation gluttony monarch would be complete. "Before the main course, have some soup to warm yourselves." It rose shakily, leaning on its cane, ladled out 2 bowls of milky white rich soup, and personally placed one before Bai Shui. "Come now, child." Its smile grew ever more kindly. "This is Grandma's signature dish, lost lamb soup. It's most nourishing for a pure and innocent girl like you." This soup was precisely the trap it had prepared for Bai Shui, a deadly poison brewed from the pure souls of 49 children mixed with the aura of original sin. If she drank it, Bai Shui's soul would be instantly polluted, reducing her to a walking corpse in the blink of an eye. Staring at the thick soup before her, Bai Shui's stomach churned violently. She looked at Lin Ye as if begging for help. Lin Ye didn't even glance at the soup. His gaze remained fixed on Grandma Wolf's performance with amusement. Only then did he speak slowly. "It does sound like a rather nice appetizer. But before I drink the soup, I have a habit. I like to first check whether the ingredients are fresh." As his words faded, he lightly tapped his finger on the tabletop. A barely perceptible thread of golden purification force instantly sank into the thick soup. The next second, a sudden transformation occurred. The delicious milky white soup began to boil violently, with countless bubbles churning and bursting. The creamy broth quickly shed its disguise. It turned into a nauseating black-green viscous liquid. The most horrifying part was that within the liquid the anguished faces of children kept surfacing and sinking. They let out silent, piercing screams. This was unmistakably a hellish potion brewed from the souls of countless children. The rich fragrance instantly transformed into a stench that seemed to reach the heavens. Ugh! Bai Shui could no longer hold back. She covered her mouth and retched violently, her pretty face turning deathly pale. She finally understood where her ominous premonition had come from. Grandma Wolf's kindly smile froze completely. Its pupils contracted violently as it stared at Lin Ye in disbelief. "You? Who exactly are you?" "Me." Lin Ye picked up the potion before him, which had now revealed its true form, and swirled it gently, gazing at the struggling souls within. His gaze was so cold it carried no warmth at all. "I'm just a gourmet who's here to clean up the garbage." Grandma Wolf's expression instantly turned utterly ferocious. It knew it had misjudged him. The man before it was no lost lamb, but a prehistoric beast clad in human skin. It was about to send a signal, but Lin Ye gave it no chance. "Your appetizer disappointed me greatly." His voice remained calm. "Besides, the waiters in your restaurant are terribly impolite, hiding under the table all along. Were they planning to give the guests a surprise?" "What?" Grandma Wolf's heart jolted violently. Its greatest trump card, the butcher, had been discovered as well. At the very moment its mind was shaken, boom. A thunderous crash rang out as the massive table pieced together from bones snapped in the middle and burst upward. Countless rotting delicacies and shattered bones scattered in all directions. A colossal figure like a mountain of flesh roared up from beneath the shattered table. It was the butcher. Wielding a massive hooked chain, it traced a reeking arc through the air, aimed directly at Bai Shui, whose body was unsteady from retching. However fast as it was, Lin Ye was faster. The instant the butcher burst through the table, Lin Ye had already moved. Like a phantom, he overtook the attack and appeared at Bai Shui's side in an instant. One hand gently encircled her slender waist, guiding her out of harm's way. With his other hand, he casually swept it backward and caught the howling hooked chain with pinpoint precision. The terrifying force vanished into thin air in an instant. Time seemed to stand still. The butcher's massive body was still frozen in its forward charge, yet its weapon was now held effortlessly in the hand of that frail human. For the first time, horror appeared in the butcher's eyes. But it wasn't over. Lin Ye yanked the chain backward with sudden force, and an irresistible power surged through it. The butcher's massive body immediately lost its balance and flew forward uncontrollably. Then Lin Ye raised his right foot and sent a vicious kick into the tumbling, broken tabletop. Bang! That half of the bone table shot through the air like a cannonball with a howl that rent the air and smashed brutally back into the butcher's enormous belly. Squelch! The butcher let out a miserable howl of agony. Its colossal body was hurled back by its own table at even greater speed. Like a hurtling meteor, it smashed through the cottage floor, gouging out a massive crater. 1 second. Merely 1 second. From ambush to knockout, the entire sequence flowed like water. an aesthetic of sheer unreasonable violence. The room fell into dead silence. Lin Ye slowly released his arm from around Bai Shui. There wasn't even a single wrinkle on the hem of his clothes, as if he had merely swatted a fly. He turned his head and his icy gaze fell upon the dumbstruck Grandma Wolf. The appetizer was disgusting. His voice was calm and cold. The waiter was also in the way. Now isn't it time for your head chef to come out and see me? For the first time terror flickered across the face of the Grandma Wolf. Lin Ye's words fell like a death sentence. You forced me. It let out a shrill inhuman shriek. It abandoned all hope of victory. It would overturn this blood-soaked dining table. It opened its stitched enormous maw. An invisible sonic wave instantly rippled outward. This was no attack. It was a detonation command. It would turn the entire restaurant into a colossal bomb. It would bury everyone here. Stand behind me, Lin Ye said calmly to Bai Shui. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his face. He drew a frigid remote control from his chest. He gently pressed the release button. The main course hasn't been served yet, so let my hounds stretch their limbs first. A violent, thunderous crash erupted outside the cabin. The specially made prison van burst apart. A blood-red blur smashed through the cabin wall. Xiaohong charged in. Her body had swollen another size. Her beastly pupils held nothing but pure destructive desire. The aura of this cabin was the most potent stimulant for her. She had lost control. Roar! Xiaohong let out an ear-splitting roar. She transformed into a crimson whirlwind tearing apart everything around her indiscriminately. A single claw wind even grazed past the hem of Bai Shui's dress. The Grandma Wolf's eyes blazed with ecstasy. It saw a chance to turn defeat into victory. It attempted to fully subvert Xiaohong with a psychic assault. Impressive savagery. Unfortunately, Lin Ye watched Xiaohong teetering on the edge of madness. A disobedient dog needs disciplining. He pressed the punishment button with a stone-cold expression. The power was cranked directly to maximum. Zap! Dazzling golden arcs of electricity erupted from the collar. It was the thunder of judgment imbued with purifying power. Yowl! Xiaohong's roar instantly transformed into a scream of agony. She crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing violently. The power of the contract crushed her reason like a mountain. In the end, she chose submission. The madness faded from her eyes. In its place was a bone-deep terror. Lin Ye regarded her with an icy stare. Then he tilted his chin toward the Grandma Wolf. Go! Tear out its throat. Roar! Xiaohong let out a deep guttural growl. She transformed into a flash of crimson lightning. She pounced upon the Grandma Wolf with pinpoint accuracy. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Avila stared at the magic crystal in her hand. The crystal suddenly flashed from green to a piercing blood red. Something had gone wrong. Her master was in extreme danger. Avila's heart clenched tight. The order to wait for a signal was cast aside. Clang! She drew the queen's sword. The blade pointed straight into the dark forest. No more waiting. All units hear my command. Objective: the forest center, support the master. For the warden. For the warden. The knights and guards roared in unison. Avila was the first to charge into the forbidden land. Behind her surged a tide of steel. Inside the cabin, the battle had become a one-sided affair. The subjugated Xiaohong now utterly suppressed the Grandma Wolf. Just then the Grandma Wolf heard the clamor of battle cries outside. A bizarre manic grin spread across its face. Too late. All of you are too late. Become the nourishment for my lord's descent. It abandoned all resistance. It sacrificed itself and the grievously wounded butcher. Their bodies began to disintegrate and melt, transforming into the purest dark energy. All in order to invoke a mere glance from that forbidden existence. Rumble. The entire cabin trembled violently. The roof vanished into thin air. An enormous black vortex materialized in the sky. A peerless will that could freeze the soul began to awaken. A colossal eye forged of darkness and greed slowly opened at the heart of the vortex. It was the gaze of a god. Bai Shui instantly collapsed to the ground limp. Xiaohong cowered in trembling terror. Even the torrent of knights charging outside the forest came to a sudden halt. Only one figure remained standing tall and unwavering. Lin Ye slowly raised his head. The suppression of original sin within him repelled all the oppressive pressure. He met the colossal eye's gaze with calm composure. A faint intrigued smile even played on his lips. Finally, have I hooked a big fish? The giant eye seemed taken aback. It sensed a familiar aura from Lin Ye. Meanwhile, the sacrificial energy gathered at the cabin's center, coalescing. Flesh, bones, and grudges were reshaped by an invisible mighty hand. Finally, a figure slowly emerged from within. It was a handsome man clad in a luxurious chef's uniform. He elegantly wiped his fingers with a silk handkerchief. He gave a slight bow toward the giant eye in the sky. Then his gaze swept over Bai Shui and Xiaohong. The look was like one appraising premium ingredients. Finally, his gaze settled upon Lin Ye. He offered a polite, yet distant smile. Forgive me for making our distinguished guest laugh. The appetizer didn't know its place. He performed a flawless aristocratic bow toward Lin Ye. A pleasure to meet you, Warden of Green. I am the first priest serving His Majesty, Lord Gluttony. You may also address me as chef. Welcome to my restaurant. The chef praised Lin Ye as the perfect main course. He admired Lin Ye's soul temperament and vitality. Merely gazing upon him made the chef's fingers twitch with appetite. He spread his arms wide like a conductor. As a token of respect, please savor the first hors d'oeuvre. The moment those words fell, countless skeletons from the pit frantically converged. They pieced together and fused with cracking sounds. A 5-meter-tall bone broth golem slowly rose to its feet. Ghostly green flames burned in its eye sockets. It was wreathed in a soup brewed from vengeful spirits. This bone-clear broth was crafted from the essence of 108 warriors. The chef introduced it with elegance. Slow-simmered for 49 days to retain its original flavor. The bone broth golem roared and charged at Lin Ye. Its momentum was that of a rampaging siege beast. Lin Ye couldn't even be bothered to move. His face bore the look of a fastidious food critic, disdain and contempt. Only when the colossal bone claw was about to strike his head did he slowly raise his right hand. He formed a fist and punched upward. Thud. A dull muffled impact. The indestructible bone claw shattered inch by inch. The terrifying force traveled up the claw, spreading throughout. The entire bone broth golem collapsed in an instant, bursting into a cloud of bone dust and debris. Like a snowfall of white, sinful ruin, Lin Ye withdrew his fist. He looked at the chef, whose smile had frozen solid. With a merciless acerbic tone, he delivered his critique of failure. The selection of bones was too haphazard, compromising the mouthfeel. The heat was insufficient, the texture was too tough and not crispy enough. As for the broth, he dabbed a drop of the soup and sniffed it. His look of disgust deepened. The resentment and fishy stench are muddled together. You failed to draw out the natural umami of the ingredients. This is an absolute catastrophe. Cracks appeared in the chef's elegant mask. His proudest dish had been so utterly destroyed, then ruthlessly criticized using his own refined theories until it was worthless. It was more humiliating than a slap in the face. Since you don't care for the light flavor, chef suppressed his fury with effort. His voice turned icy and sinister. Then savor this rich sauce. He stomped his foot violently. Countless resentful spirits' blood erupted from the ground, like a surging sea of crimson, instantly transforming the area around Lin Ye into a blood sauce swamp. This blood sauce was suffused with binding power and corrosive properties. This resentful blood-thick sauce is infused with the hatred of 1,000 maidens. Chef wore an icy smile. I trust its richness will not disappoint you. Lin Ye glanced at the blood sauce beneath his feet. His disdain was barely concealed. Sigh. He let out a disappointed sigh. Another piece of trash cobbled together from cheap ingredients. The seasoning is a complete failure. Beyond fishy and foul, there's no sense of layering. He spoke while slowly lifting his foot. A ring of golden, purifying flames erupted from him, spreading outward. Sizzle. The blood sauce swamp, capable of corroding steel, evaporated at an astonishing speed. In a single breath it vanished without a trace, leaving only a patch of ground scorched white. Who are you? Chef could no longer maintain his elegance. His face was etched with shock and disbelief. A true gourmet would never treat ingredients so rudely. Lin Ye walked toward him step by step. Each footfall felt like a hammer on the other's already crumbling heart. Chef finally played his ultimate trump card. No matter who you are, as long as sin exists in your soul, you cannot resist the power of a monarch. Let me taste the flavor of your soul. An invisible spiritual shockwave crashed into Lin Ye's soul. Chef was brimming with confidence. Yet the anticipated scene did not unfold. The moment that force touched Lin Ye's soul, it vanished like a drop of water falling into an abyss. Chef was utterly dumbfounded. He saw in terror Lin Ye's soul, where there was no personal, original sin. Instead, there was a vast starry sky. Hanging in that sky were 7 suns. 3 of them shone brilliantly. His puny spiritual assault was nothing but a joke. How is this possible? Chef suffered a violent backlash from his own spirit. He staggered backward, black blood oozing from his 7 orifices. His worldview shattered completely. Want a taste? Lin Ye flashed a malicious grin. I'll let you have your fill. A surge of gluttony, monarch's origin energy 100 times purer than Chef's, erupted from within Lin Ye. Before this imperial aura, Chef's power was utterly suppressed. His legs gave way and he uncontrollably dropped to his knees. It was the absolute suppression of rank from the very source of bloodline and power. No. Chef's reason completely collapsed. He let out a bestial roar. He would resort to the most savage means to decide the outcome. He had no retreat. I will devour you, he shrieked as he activated the final trap. The entire battlefield began to writhe violently. The ground turned into a stomach wall. The sky was covered by mucous membrane. Countless drops of gastric acid fell from all directions. The world transformed into a giant living stomach. Chef merged into the flesh wall, laughing maniacally. In this stomach, I am the god. I will slowly digest you. Heh. Lin Ye let out a soft chuckle. Comparing digestive abilities with me. He shook his head. Slowly he pressed his right hand against the writhing flesh wall, truly showing off one's skill before an expert. The next moment, a cold, eerie light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Cursed erosion body. The devouring power activated in full force. A devouring force far more domineering and voracious than the stomach erupted from Lin Ye's palm. If Chef was digesting, then Lin Ye was devouring. A massive suction force spread through the entire stomach space. The flesh wall visibly shriveled and withered. A torrent of energy was madly sucked into Lin Ye's body. Chef's terrified, distorted scream echoed through the space. He felt his power draining away frantically. This domain was being devoured in reverse by his opponent. No, stop. Stop now. He scrambled out of the flesh wall in terror. His face held nothing but pure fear. Lin Ye merely cast a cold glance at him. Slowly he raised his left hand. Golden sacred purifying power gathered madly in his palm. The entire stomach space trembled violently. Chef sensed a lethal threat. He let out a desperate roar. He condensed all his remaining power into himself. His body began to mutate into a demigod-like monarch form. An absolute gluttony domain instantly expanded around him. This was his strongest defense staked on everything. Lin Ye watched his futile struggle. With a voice as cold and grand as a divine decree, he pronounced the final judgment. In the name of Green Prison, I hereby declare ultimate judgment. Green Requiem. As the words fell, the golden orb of light in Lin Ye's palm exploded outward. There was no thunderous roar, no explosion. Only a silent melody that resonated through the soul. A death symphony that purified all, suppressed all, and ended all. Golden notes materialized into solid form. They drifted and danced within the stomach space. They were the gentlest purifiers and the most merciless executioners. The first note drifted past. The writhing stomach wall instantly turned to ash. The second melody began. The gluttony domain shattered silently like a bubble in sunlight. No. What power is this? Chef's face was filled with despair and confusion. He watched helplessly as the golden notes passed through his body. He felt his soul, his existence, all the sins he had devoured, being purified and erased bit by bit in that solemn sacred melody. Not even a trace would remain. The final note slowly faded away. The stomach space vanished completely. They were back in the desolate clearing. Avalira's knights had just broken through the defenses. They witnessed an unforgettable scene. Lin Ye stood still. Not even the hem of his robe stirred. Across from him, the first priest, Chef, his body like a weathered sand sculpture, began to dissolve from the feet upward into golden specks of light drifting away in the wind. His face held no pain, no fear. Only a blank emptiness remained. Just before his body completely dissipated, his lips moved slightly. With his last breath, he voiced a question only Lin Ye could hear. You? Who are you? Lin Ye watched his gradually fading form and replied calmly. A picky diner. Golden motes of light danced in the air. They were the last traces of the first priest. The world fell into absolute dead silence. Both knights and guards were frozen in place. Every face was frozen in ultimate shock. Their minds blanked, unable to comprehend the holy miracle they had just witnessed. That was a deity's judgment upon evil. At the center of that miracle stood Lin Ye. He simply stood there, as if he had casually completed a trivial task. A faint golden halo lingered around him. In the moonlight, he seemed exalted and majestic, far beyond mortal likeness. At last someone broke free from the dead stillness. It was Iwila. Her violet eyes were fixed intently on Lin Ye's back. Her heart hammered wildly in her chest. The most extreme aftershock and an incomparable sense of safety were tangled together. In the end, it all turned into hopeless fanatical worship. All those emotions shattered the last shred of her reason as a queen. She cast aside the long sword in her hand. With a clatter, the sword hit the ground. She lifted her skirt and broke into a run on her long legs. Under everyone's gaze, she rushed toward that back with all her might. Like a young swallow returning to its nest. Like a faithful devotee who had found her God, she threw herself at Lin Ye from behind and held him tightly, heedless of all else. She buried her soft, delicate body into his broad back, as if she could knead herself wholly into him. Only this could soothe the heart that was on the verge of explosion in her chest. Only this could reassure her that he was still here. Thank heavens, the queen's voice came tearful and trembling. It truly is a relief that you are safe. Lin Ye's body paused slightly. He could feel the breathtaking softness and warmth pressing on his back. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He reached out a broad hand to cover her soft fingers clasped around his waist. He patted them gently. That tender yet powerful reply instantly smoothed away every unease in Iwila. She raised her head, her violet eyes glistening with a watery mist. She gazed in a daze at the man's profile so close to her. The love and adoration in her eyes were nearly overflowing. This image of the queen and the deity embracing thundered into the depths of every knight's soul like a thunderbolt. Their proud queen had actually shown such an expression before a man. What kind of existence was he? Their gazes once again settled on Lin Ye. All worship and fervent zeal replaced all confusion. Thud. No one knew who was first to react, dropping to one knee. What followed was a chain reaction like falling dominoes. Every knight and every guard fell to one knee in that same instant. They lowered their proud heads and pledged their undying loyalty in the loudest, most fervent voices. We swear to follow the Lord Warden to the death. For the Lord Warden. The mountain-toppling, ocean-roaring oath resounded across the entire forest. Yet in the midst of this frenzy, one person seemed out of place. It was Bai Shui. She stared blankly at the two entwined figures. At the possessive happiness on Iwila's face. Her heart suddenly felt as if an invisible hand had squeezed it hard. A sour, stinging pain welled up. The emotion called jealousy took root and sprouted in her pure heart for the first time. She wanted to throw herself into that embrace too, to feel his warmth and pour out her worship. But she could not. She was no longer a princess, only a poor wretch needing shelter. What right did she have to fight over him with a true queen? Inferiority drowned her like a tidal wave, but an even stronger longing lifted her up again. This man was the only light in her life. She could not give up just like that. A determination never seen before flickered in her eyes. She made a decision that staked everything she had. She lifted her skirt. With staggering, yet resolute steps, she walked before that deity. Iwila sensed her approach. She frowned slightly. Wariness flashed through her violet eyes as she looked at Bai Shui. She released her arms around Lin Ye. But she still stood beside Lin Ye in an intimate posture, staking her place. Just as Iwila thought the girl only wanted to express her gratitude, Bai Shui made a move that surprised everyone. Slowly she knelt down before Lin Ye. It was the most devout and humble posture imaginable, like a believer kneeling before the one and only God. She bowed her noble head low. A trembling yet unwavering voice reached everyone's ears. Lord Lin Ye. It was you who awakened me. It was you who rescued me. It was also you who purified this land. Bai Shui Jelen have nothing left. She abruptly raised her head. Tears streaked her pure, lovely face. But her eyes were astonishingly bright. My body, my soul, all that I have that is called my pure body. From this day forward it all belongs only to you. Please allow me to become your humblest follower, even if I can only wipe away the dust at your feet. This declaration of complete self-giving made everyone gasp. Iwila's pupils contracted sharply. She had not expected this delicate princess to be so bold and decisive. She was trying to stay by this man's side through total self-renunciation. Lin Ye looked at Bai Shui kneeling before him, and a ripple stirred in his heart. He slowly stretched out his hand and helped her up with a strength that was gentle, yet brooked no refusal. He gazed at her face, flushed red from shyness and excitement, and gave a faint smile. That smile scattered all of Bai Shui's unease like a spring breeze. Follower. Lin Ye shook his head. With his fingertip, he gently wiped away the tears on her cheek. The cool touch made Bai Shui's body tremble suddenly. Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of teasing amusement and authority. No, that title is too lowly. I will grant you the right to spread my gospel. From now on you will be the saintess, walking the mortal world. Saintess. That word was carved into Bai Shui's soul like a sacred seal. Her mind roared. Ecstasy flooded over her like a collapsing mountain and a crashing ocean. He had accepted her and had even given her such a sacred identity. Hearing that word, Iwila's heart sank heavily. Queen and saintess. She understood Lin Ye's intention in an instant. This man wanted not only royal authority, but also divine authority. She and Bai Shui were his two most essential pillars. They were destined to cooperate, and also to compete. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification sounded in Lin Ye's mind. Mission, attend a Hongmin banquet complete. Final settlement in progress. Overachievement reward calculation complete. The next moment, a long, radiant golden list unfolded raggedly before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 purification points. Congratulations, host. Your purifier rank has been promoted to Master Intermediate. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the epic grade item, the Black Cookbook of Gluttony Devoured. Congratulations, host. You have learned the special passive skill Sin Eater. Sin Eater, gold tier passive. It can devour sin and transform it into energy and has a chance to analyze the target's abilities and memories. Congratulations, host. The proficiency of the Cursed Corrosion body has greatly increased, granting a new trait, Domain Erosion. Domain Erosion strongly counters and erodes enemy domain type skills. Congratulations, host. The proficiency of the Gift of the Seven Sins has increased, enhancing the effect of original sin suppression. Seeing this epic gain, even Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement within. 5 million purification points were enough to elevate his skills to new heights. Sin Devourer was a divine skill tailor-made for him. He suppressed his excitement. His gaze fell upon the last notification. Special event chain, the final feast, has been activated. Regional reputation has reached, worship earning the title Guardian of the Forest. Lin Ye noticed Little Red huddled in the corner. She was filled with terror and fear. Under the pressure of Green's requiem, she was nearly broken. He needed a hunting hound that was obedient and capable. A beating was necessary, but occasionally a bone must be thrown. He made a thought. He separated a fist-sized mass of gluttony origin power. The energy exuded a deadly seductive aura. Lin Ye casually waved his hand. The energy landed precisely before Little Red. He spoke in a cold tone. Well done. This is your reward. Little Red looked at the delicacy before her, and then at the lofty Lin Ye. The beastly instinct and the terror of her soul waged a fierce battle. In the end, hunger triumphed over everything. She lunged forward, devouring the energy ravenously. Her wounds healed instantly, and her aura surged considerably. She licked her lips, and her gaze toward Lin Ye grew fawning and eager. She knew that only by following this man could she continue to eat such bones. After dealing with Little Red, Lin Ye turned his gaze to the still desolate forest. Avila was about to order a purge, but Lin Ye said indifferently, "No need. Too troublesome." With that, he casually snapped his fingers in front of everyone. Snap. A crisp sound like a new command. Hum. A ring of golden sonic waves visible to the naked eye erupted from him, spreading outward like a tsunami sweeping across the entire Yongya forest. Then a miracle occurred. Where the sonic waves passed, the ferocious demonic beasts instantly turned to ash. The dark brown earth revived with life, sprouting new shoots. The twisted trees straightened their branches, returning to normal. The blood and stench in the air were completely purified, replaced by the fresh fragrance of grass and trees. A single snap. Within a dozen breaths, the death ground that had haunted the Yongya forest for centuries was completely purified, restored to tranquility and peace. Witnessing this transcendent creation myth-like power, all the knights who had just risen were once again dumbfounded. Then once again they fell to their knees collectively with a thud. This time their eyes burned with even more fervor. Their faith no longer wavered. Bai Shui and Avila looked at the man bathed in moonlight and divine radiance, their expressions growing extremely complex. For the first time they clearly realized just what kind of great being it was that they loved or swore allegiance to. The battle was over. Avila ordered the knights to clean up the battlefield. Everything was orderly. On a temporary clearing, a long table covered with a snow-white tablecloth was set up, adorned with delicate candlesticks and fine food. It looked exceptionally elegant amidst the desolate battlefield. Lin Ye unceremoniously took the seat of honor. On his left and right were Avila and Bai Shui. Thus began a war without smoke. Lord Lin Ye, you must be tired. Avila personally poured a glass of royal specialty wine for Lin Ye. Her movements were graceful and natural. Her gaze toward Lin Ye was so tender it seemed to drip with honey. Her posture was as if she were the hostess of the place. Bai Shui bit her lips secretly. She too had her advantages. She picked up a plate of sliced roast meat and said in a soft voice, "Lord Lin Ye, you must be hungry. I roasted this for you myself." She gently pushed the plate in front of Lin Ye, lowering her head to reveal a pale, elegant neck. Her shy and expectant look was enough to kindle any man's protective instinct. "Oh, is that so?" A playful smile curled at the corner of Avila's lips. She spoke to Bai Shui in a casual tone. "Princess Bai Shui is truly dexterous and clever. But how could a rough task like this be done by your own hands? My maids will prepare everything." These words, seemingly complimentary, were actually a veiled criticism of Bai Shui's lack of propriety. Bai Shui's pretty face paled slightly, but she did not back down. She smiled and replied, "It is my honor to do what I can for Lord Lin Ye." And she turned to Lin Ye, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "As the saintess personally appointed by Lord Lin Ye, I believe it is my duty to take care of the gods' daily life in the mortal world." The word saintess was like a sharp blade, striking deep into Avila's heart. True, she was the queen, but the other was Lin Ye's acknowledged saintess. On the level of divine authority, she was above Avila. Avila's smile faltered for the first time. In the air between the two women, invisible electric sparks seemed to crackle. And at the center of this war, our protagonist Lin Ye, while savoring the queen's wine and enjoying the saintess's roasted meat, wore an amused smile on his face, thoroughly enjoying this moonlit arena of his own. The moonlit arena came to an end. Lin Ye made a decision. Avila and Bai Shui declared a temporary truce. The peace was fragile. Dawn arrived. Avila stood before Lin Ye, her figure stunningly curvaceous. "Lord Lin Ye." Her eyes blazed with ambition and worship. "It is time. Please return to the capital with me, to receive your glory and homage." Lin Ye nodded. "All right." The procession set out. Banners fluttered. The capital White Jade City was in sight. But the atmosphere was wrong. Before the city gates there were no welcoming crowds. Only a stern army and a group of arrogant old nobles. Leading them was Duke Wellington, a stubborn old man. He fixed his gaze on Lin Ye's eyes like a viper's. Avila's face darkened. "Wellington, are you plotting treason?" The old duke merely gave a perfunctory bow. "Your Majesty speaks too harshly," he declared loudly. "I question the legitimacy of this man. A warden of unknown origin. Why should he be granted the highest authority?" The old nobles immediately echoed yes. Why? He must prove his innocence. This was a blatant challenge. The spearhead was aimed directly at Lin Ye. Avila was furious. Lin Ye placed his hand on hers. He looked at the nobles, his eyes calm as still water. How to prove it? Duke Wellington smiled. 3 days from now, the coronation ceremony. You shall stand trial before the mirror of truth. The divine artifact will reveal every sin you harbor. If even a trace of evil remains, you will be executed on the spot. The mirror of truth. Elvira and Snow White turned pale. It was a divine artifact capable of judging gods themselves. Lin Ye, however, merely smiled. His smile was amused and disdainful. Fine, I accept. 3 days later, the Hall of Truth was packed to overflowing. At the center of the hall stood a colossal crystal mirror. That was the mirror of truth. Lin Ye walked in slowly, all eyes upon him. He approached the divine artifact calmly, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Duke Wellington roared, "Activate the artifact." Buzz. A pillar of pure white judgment light shot forth, completely engulfing Lin Ye. Snow White and Elvira's hearts leapt into their throats. Yet Lin Ye remained utterly unharmed. He even yawned. Is that all? He released a wisp of his aura, the origin of the 7 deadly sins deep within his soul. The absolute sin. A sudden transformation occurred. The judgment beam instantly went haywire. Crack. A crack appeared on the mirror of truth. Impossible. Duke Wellington was stricken with utmost horror. Crack. 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 The cracks spread like a spiderweb. Boom. The guardian artifact burst apart on the spot, scattering into a storm of crystal fragments. A miracle had descended again. The entire hall fell dead silent. All the old nobles turned deathly pale. Only fear remained in their eyes. Lin Ye turned and swept his gaze across the hall, finally settling it on Duke Wellington. Now is my innocence proven. He walked up the steps and seated himself on the throne beside the queen, crossing his legs. I am the law itself. Who agrees? Who objects? No one dared to speak. Lin Ye was crowned king. That night on the palace terrace, Lin Ye declined the invitations of the queen and the saintess. He gazed at the crimson moon and opened the system panel. System upgrade Grim Prison. Please select an upgrade direction. Conceptual Ascension. I choose direction 3. Target the prototype of a divine kingdom. Warning. Extreme risk. Confirm. Confirmed. Command confirmed. 40000 purification points consumed. Ascension target Sky Fortress. Ascension begins. Massive energy crossed space, pouring into the distant prison. Rumble. The entire prison foundation and all was hoisted into the air. Countless golden runes coiled around it. The architecture frantically recombined. Finally, it hovered at a kilometer above the ground like a ferocious steel beast. A new divine kingdom was born. 72 hours later, Lin Ye teleported within the divine kingdom. It was a colossal central control hall. He had become the sole master of this place. A system chime sounded. Analysis of the black recipe of gluttony complete. Now screening high-value purification targets. Target locked. An image unfolded. A castle covered in thorns thick with the aura of sloth. In the castle's tallest tower, a breathtakingly beautiful princess lay sleeping. Aurora, the Sleeping Beauty. Purification target, Sleeping Beauty, Aurora. Corruption source, the embodiment of the original sin of sloth. Hint: the target is an active source of corruption. Ordinary purification methods may be ineffective. The scene shifted. A resplendent ballroom. The prince danced with Cinderella. Beneath her happy smile lurked the aura of envy. Purification target Cinderella. Corruption source locked, the uncanny object. The crystal slipper of envy. Warning. This object is devouring the target's fortune. 2 fairy tales. 2 princesses. Lin Ye pondered the quests. In the end, he looked toward the Sleeping Beauty's castle, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Let's start with the one who loves sleeping in. After all, when it comes to naughty children who won't get out of bed, I have quite a few tricks up my sleeve. The shattered mirror established his authority. The royal capital submitted. The uncrowned king had already taken the throne. But this was only the beginning of Lin Ye bending the rules. His figure vanished from the palace terrace. The next second, he appeared in the central control hall of the Sky Fortress. It was cold. It was majestic yet empty, like a soulless shell. Lin Ye said, "It's time to breathe some soul into this place." He issued a command to Lilith, a full relocation destination, the Sky Fortress. It was an order that would subvert the worldview of everyone. The guards were dumbfounded. Relocate to the sky. Lilith activated the teleportation formation. A pillar of light shot skyward, linking with the steel beast in the clouds. With uneasy hearts, the guards stepped into the pillar of light. When their feet touched the ground, everyone was awestruck by the scene before them. Broad alloy plazas, towering defensive watchtowers, futuristic metal architecture, and above their heads drifting seas of clouds. This was a realm where deities dwelled. Lin Ye's voice came from the high platform. "Welcome to your new home." Behind him stretched the boundless sky. He had become one with the sky city, emanating a majesty that made it impossible to look directly at him. From today onward, you are no longer the grim prison guards. You are the divine kingdom guards, my first and most essential warriors. His voice shook the soul of every person present. The divine kingdom guards. A guard knelt in fanatical devotion. Everyone else followed suit, dropping to one knee. Weapons struck the metal floor in perfect unison. For the divine kingdom. For the Lord. Among the crowd, Dr. Angelina's reaction was the most distinctive. She fell into a scientist's frenzy. She rushed toward a defensive watchtower, caressed the cold metal shell, and studied the energy circuits and assembly techniques. She even took out tools, trying to pry off a piece of metal. A miracle. Her breath quickened, and beneath her white coat her chest heaved violently. A perfect union of theology and science. No. This is a higher dimensional law of creation. She dashed to the foot of the high platform and looked up at Lin Ye with supplicating fanatical eyes. My lord, Lord Lin Ye, I beg you to allow me to conduct a full physical examination of this magnificent city. I want to study its energy core, its anti-gravity system, its spatial structure. Please, you must grant my request. Lin Ye smiled. He needed a madwoman like her. Granted. From today onward, you shall be the first director of the Divine Kingdom Research Institute. I grant you the highest authority and unlimited resources. I have only one request. Analyze it, exploit it, and create more toys that please me. As you command. My God. Angelina let out a jubilant shriek, then dashed headlong toward her new laboratory. Lin Ye's forces finally had their core team. The Divine Kingdom Guards would handle external combat. The Divine Kingdom Research Institute would handle internal research. A war machine had begun to slowly turn. Its engine Xiaohong was currently being upgraded. She developed a voracious appetite for the fortress's energy core. She tried several times to sneak in and taste the grand feast, but every time Lin Ye caught her and brought her back with ease. Lin Ye carried the chef's metal remains to Angelina. Make my pet a new toy. It must be sturdy enough, violent enough. It must resonate with the gluttony force inside her. Angelina looked at Xiaohong, who was tied up at the side, a gleam of experimental specimen shining in her eyes. A very interesting biological specimen. Leave it to me, my lord. I guarantee both you and your pet will be satisfied. 3 days later, in the modification chamber, a dark crimson exoskeleton armor had been fitted onto Xiaohong. Its shape was ferocious, full of the aesthetics of violence. It perfectly followed Xiaohong's body contours. Heavy alloy armor protected the joints. The claws on her hands had been replaced with vibranium blades, and a pair of energy thruster wings like demon wings had been mounted on her back. Lin Ye infused a wisp of gluttony's source essence into the armor's core. The entire armor lit up at once, dark crimson energy veins spreading over every inch of its body. Xiaohong felt an unprecedented surging power. She threw back her head and let out a roar of absolute ecstasy. The thruster wings on her back blasted dark crimson flames. Like a cannonball just fired, she careened through the modification chamber, smashing through several special alloy walls. Angelina was thrilled by the data. It worked. I have named it Tao Dai. It can charge and repair itself by devouring metal or energy. In theory, she is a tireless killing machine. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the excited Xiaohong and spoke coldly. Come back. Just 2 words. Xiaohong's rampaging body abruptly stiffened. She obediently folded her wings and landed before Lin Ye. She lowered her ferocious head like a vicious hound waiting for its master's praise. A mad dog that has been given a bone and a new collar only becomes more obedient and more ferocious. While Lin Ye was building his divine kingdom, Elvira and Snow White were not idle. They had found a new battlefield. Lin Ye told them about the targets of Sleeping Beauty and Cinderella. The 2 heroines immediately displayed astonishing determination. Elvira, in her capacity as queen, mobilized the intelligence network and the elite night order. Standing before the strategic sand table, she said confidently, Sleeping Beauty's castle is located at a border with complex terrain. My people can clear the outer area for you and establish a forward base. I guarantee that when you descend, you will not be disturbed. The look she gave Lin Ye was full of expectation and the desire to claim merit. On the other side, Snow White was equally unwilling to be outdone. She stepped forward timidly and said in a soft voice, Lord Lin Ye, that place is cursed land. Mortal armies might suffer casualties. Then let Snow White go first. She raised her head, her eyes clear and resolute. As your saintess, I have the duty to clear away obstacles on the divine plane for you. Please allow me to build a prayer altar outside the castle. I will gather the faithful, converge the power of faith, and weaken the curse of sloth at its root. One focused on the mortal world, the other on the divine. Their rivalry had turned into a contest of who could do more to help Lin Ye. He saw the unyielding look in their eyes. He found it amusing. Fine. I approve all your plans. Go ahead. I will watch your performance from my divine kingdom. The 2 of them beamed at the approval. They exchanged a glance, competitive sparks flashing in their eyes, then immediately turned and left to carry out their respective plans. Lin Ye watched their retreating figures, then looked toward the research institute, and felt the fervor of the Imperial Guard. For the first time he felt he was no longer fighting alone. A mighty force with him at its center was growing. At that moment a slender figure appeared. It was Lilith carrying a cup of hot milk. "My lord, you have not rested for 3 days." Her voice was calm, but deep in her eyes hid concern. She had seen everything. The queen's dominance, the saintess's piety, the doctor's madness, the guard's fervor. Everyone had found a place in the divine kingdom. Only she remained like a shadow, doing the most tedious and trivial work. She was afraid of drifting further and further away from Lin Ye, so she numbed herself with even more frantic work. Lin Ye took the milk. The cup was warm. He looked at the faint dark circles beneath her eyes and sighed inwardly. "Neither have you." His voice was soft, but brooked no argument. "Lilith, you are the grand steward of this divine kingdom. Without you it is nothing but a pile of cold steel. So from today onward, without my command, you are forbidden to work all night." He reached out and ruffled her soft silver-gray hair. "You have worked hard. Get some rest." One word of concern. One gesture. It shattered all of Lilith's defenses in an instant. Her eyes suddenly reddened. She bit her lip hard, refusing to let the tears fall, and only nodded firmly. "Yes, my lord." After comforting his grand steward Lin, Ye turned his gaze to the strategic sand table. Elvira's intelligence network had already begun to operate, and soon 2 new pieces of intelligence were laid before him. Target 1, Prince Philip, the Thorn Prince. A prince of the Duchy of Roses. He disappeared 3 years ago after trying to awaken Sleeping Beauty. Target 2, Prince Henry, the Crystal Prince. Philip's younger brother, the current heir to the Duchy of Roses. He is extremely possessive. Intelligence shows that he is secretly constructing a forbidden alchemy laboratory. 2 princes, 1 missing, 1 uncanny. Both were connected to the Duchy of Roses. Both were linked to the corrupted princesses. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Interesting. A single mastermind hides behind 2 separate incidents of corruption. He was almost certain. The key to solving the riddle lay inside that alchemy laboratory. "It seems that before waking Sleeping Beauty, I will have to attend a ball." Just at that moment Elvira sent the latest news. "My lord, the Duchy of Roses has sent an official state letter. They will hold a grand ball in 7 days to celebrate the engagement of Prince Henry and Lady Cinderella. The invitation specifically asks that you attend in person." Lin Ye smiled. A pillow had arrived just as he felt drowsy. That arrogant, envious glass slipper could not hold back any longer. It wanted to sweep all threats into one net. Lin Ye issued orders to the communication array. "Reply to them. Tell them I will come to the ball on time. And I will bring my kingdom's most honored queen and most holy saintess with me. Tell them to prepare for our arrival." He ended the communication. Lin Ye's gaze once again fell upon the thorn-covered castle. His eyes were cold and malicious. He leaned down. His voice seemed to whisper beside the sleeping princess's ear. "I will let you sleep a few more days. After I attend the ball and obtain the key I want. Then I will come and give you a good morning kiss you will never forget." The invitation to the ball had been delivered. It was not merely a gilded slip of paper. It was a challenge from the primordial sin of envy. Lin Ye stood in the central control hall of the Sky Fortress. His expression was calm. He felt not the slightest tension over the ambush disguised as a feast that was to come. Instead, he felt the anticipation of a chess player just before setting down a piece. But before placing his piece, he needed to see the entire board. "Lilith." He issued the command through the communication magic array. "I need everything about Cinderella and Henry the Crystal Prince, especially the dark side hidden beneath the fairy tale halo." Lilith's efficiency was astonishing. In just half a day, 2 pieces of classified intelligence that could make one's blood run cold were laid before Lin Ye. The first report was about Cinderella. "My lord, after Cinderella was chosen by the prince, her stepmother and 2 stepsisters who had once abused her disappeared under inexplicable circumstances." Lilith's voice carried a note of gravity. "The royal family claimed that they had fled to a distant land in shame. But our intelligence agents discovered that before their disappearance they had sold off all their property in exchange for a large amount of food." "Yes, my lord, you heard correctly, food. And in the basement of that abandoned mansion we found this." A magical image was transmitted over. It showed a dim, damp basement. The walls were covered with gruesome claw marks. In the center of the room, a dried, dark brown stain of grease remained on the floor. Lin Ye stared at the image, his pupils contracting slightly. He could smell an aura of gluttony, so dense it had turned into something almost material. It was a primordial hunger capable of devouring reason, flesh, and soul. Cinderella's family had not disappeared. They had most likely been eaten by some far more dreadful existence. The second report made the atmosphere even more terrifying. That report was about Henry the Crystal Prince. "My lord, Prince Henry has a secret collection room that he never opens to outsiders. He loves turning everything he considers beautiful into specimens." A sketch drawn from a maidservant's description materialized before Lin Ye's eyes. It was an enormous room. Butterfly specimens covered the walls. Display cabinets held rare gems. But the most hair-raising sight was the rows upon rows of enormous transparent crystals standing upright. Inside each crystal a beautiful maiden had been sealed. They wore gorgeous dresses and were preserved in the most moving postures they had possessed in life. But on their faces were frozen the most extreme fear and despair. Their souls had been imprisoned for eternity. I see. Lin Ye looked at the morbid sketch, his gaze turning icy and incisive. At last he understood why the crystal slipper of envy had chosen Henry. They were a perfect match. One was an eerie being that envied everything beautiful. The other was a twisted prince obsessed with everything beautiful. They had chosen Cinderella together. This magnificent royal ball was never an engagement ceremony. It was a sealing ritual prepared for their most perfect collectible. The chessboard was clear. The pieces were in place. It was time to choose a suitable gown. It was the eve of the ball within the lounge of the Sky Fortress. Elvira and Snow White had simultaneously changed into their carefully prepared battle gowns. They stood before Lin Ye. Elvira had chosen a pure black velvet evening gown. The design was bold and sensual, perfectly hugging her voluptuous figure. At the chest was a daring V neckline. The skirt had an extremely high slit. Her long, shapely legs wrapped in black silk stockings were teasingly visible. She was like a bewitching black rose blooming in the dark night. Snow White, by contrast, went to the opposite extreme. She had sewn a wholly elegant moon-white gown. Its style looked conservative, but hidden little tricks lay in the details. The form-fitting cut delineated her delicate curves. When she bowed slightly, the neckline would open slightly, revealing a glimpse of pristine white that dazzled the eyes. She was like a lily bud about to bloom in the moonlight. Black and white, sensuality and purity, queen and saintess. Two pinnacles of beauty shone in mutual radiance beneath the lights. Lord Lin Ye, which one do you think looks better? They asked in unison. Lin Ye wore an amused smile. He did not answer. Instead, he picked up two exquisite jewelry boxes. He walked over to Elvira and took out a dark gold brooch shaped like a thorn. He personally pinned the brooch at the edge of her V neckline. The cold metal formed a sharp contrast with her warm skin. Very beautiful. Lin Ye whispered close to her ear. But beautiful roses always carry thorns. This brooch can ward off most spiritual contamination. Remember, tonight your beauty is my weapon, and I will protect my weapon. With that, he turned to Snow White. He took out a pair of teardrop-shaped crystal earrings. He brushed aside the hair beside her ear and put them on her himself. Snow White's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Also very beautiful, Lin Ye said with a smile. These earrings can help you analyze the energy fluctuations you sense. Tonight you are not only a saintess, but also my radar. His words did not favor either side, yet they gave both women the affirmation and peace of mind they wanted most. Elvira and Snow White exchanged a glance. The rivalry in their eyes quietly died away, replaced by the tacit understanding of facing a powerful enemy together. All was ready. It was time to set out. Lin Ye had no intention of making an entrance in the conventional way. His destination was the border of the Duchy of Roses. A patrol of Griffin Knights was sweeping the border. They were the most celebrated aerial force in the Western continent. Yet today they witnessed a sight capable of shattering the pride of a lifetime. A shadow too vast to imagine was slowly tearing the clouds apart. It was a city, a steel city floating in the sky. When the colossal sky-blotting silhouette of the Sky Fortress fully appeared, every Griffin Knight was struck dumb. A sense of smallness and terror, like ants gazing up at a god, seized their minds. That is the delegation of the Grim Kingdom. The Knight Captain's voice was bone-dry. He saw the black banner emblazoned with a thorn and a crown. All units, keep your distance. Do not commit any hostile act. The Knight Captain roared with all the strength in his body. And so the most bizarre scene in history unfolded. Hundreds of Griffin Knights, as if they were the most loyal escort, escorted the colossal Sky Fortress with awe and helplessness. It brazenly crossed the border, finally hovering directly above the capital of the Duchy of Roses, casting an immense shadow that covered the entire royal palace. The entire capital fell silent. At the underside of the Sky Fortress, a small dark red figure quietly separated from the fortress. She was clad in the ferocious Tautai armor. Like a bat merging into the night, she slipped toward the royal palace. Little Red's infiltration mission had officially begun. At the same time, in the brightly lit ballroom, the atmosphere had already fallen to freezing point. The host of the ball, Henry the Crystal Prince, wore an elegant smile, but his handsome face already seemed faintly distorted. Amid the mellifluous announcement, the doors of the ballroom slowly opened. Lin Ye walked in with Elvira, like a queen of the night, on his left arm. Snow White, like a moonlight saintess, was on his right arm. He stepped in slowly with the bearing of a sovereign. The moment he appeared, all the light in the hall seemed drawn to the three of them. Every noble instinctively held their breath. Welcome, Grand Duke Lin Ye. Prince Henry stepped forward, suppressing his fury. Your ride is certainly unconventional, isn't it? His tone was thick with sarcasm. Lin Ye seemed not to notice. He gave him a faint glance, then let his gaze fall on Cinderella beside Henry. Indeed, it is quite distinctive. Just like your Highness's collection, it leaves a deep impression, Lin Ye said with a smile. The word collection struck Henry's heart like a poisoned needle. His smile froze instantly. The melodious music began. It was time for the first dance. A trace of malice flickered in Prince Henry's eyes. He resolved to humiliate this man savagely. Smiling, he walked past Cinderella and went straight up to Queen Elvira. He made a flawless gesture of invitation. "Beautiful queen, might I have the honor of inviting you to dance this first dance?" An uproar. The entire hall erupted. This was naked provocation. It was the highest form of humiliation. Everyone's eyes fixed on Lin Ye's face. They wanted to see how he would respond. Yet Lin Ye's face did not show a single superfluous expression. He even threw Elvira a reassuring smile. Just as Prince Henry thought he had succeeded, Lin Ye moved. He turned around and extended his hand to Cinderella, the forlorn cinder girl, left standing alone. In a voice even more elegant and even more overbearing, he said, "Beautiful miss, since your dance partner has made a different choice, then how would you like me to be your partner for this first dance?" Dead silence once again swallowed the hall. Then an even greater uproar broke out. A devastating counterstroke. "You steal my partner, so I'll take your leading lady directly." This was a resounding slap in Henry's face in front of the whole world. Prince Henry's face flushed an ugly purple. He watched as Cinderella slowly raised her hand and laid her icy hand in Lin Ye's palm. At the instant, their skin met a wave of envy, cold, venomous, and mad, surged into Lin Ye's body like a viper. Simultaneously, a shrill voice screamed wildly in his mind. "Get away, you base, filthy thief. You are not worthy to touch my most perfect collection." At the same time, the hollow emptiness in Cinderella's eyes gave way to bitter, murderous intent. Her other hand suddenly held a sharp dagger wrought of crystal, and it stabbed at Lin Ye's heart with lightning speed. Psychic attack. Physical assassination. A two-pronged lethal strike. Yet in the face of that killing stroke, the corner of Lin Ye's mouth merely curled into a cold sneer. Finally, can't hold back. The curse-corroded body within him instantly activated. That surge of envy, like an ice cube falling into a vat of concentrated sulfuric acid, was devoured, corroded, and digested on the spot, becoming nourishment for his body. At the same time, his hand moved later, but arrived first, precisely seizing Cinderella's knife-wielding wrist. The dagger's tip stopped less than a centimeter from the ceremonial robe over his chest, and could not advance a single inch. "Ugh!" The hidden will let out an incredulous grunt. Lin Ye slowly lowered his head, brought his lips to Cinderella's ear, and said in a voice only they could hear, "Your master is far too weak." He paused. His gaze traveled downward to the delicate foot shod in the crystal slipper. The curve of his smile turned even more malicious. "And another thing. That slipper of yours seems to be the wrong size." Those words branded the proud will like a red-hot iron. "Ah!" A scream filled with terror and fury tore through the ballroom. But this was not the end. A cold, hoarse voice abruptly emerged from a shadowed corner of the hall. "Interesting. It seems tonight's script needs a few revisions." Lin Ye whipped his head around. A mysterious figure in a black suit and an eerie crow mask had appeared there silently at some unknown moment. In his hand was a thick, ancient script. He was like an indifferent bystander, the script corrector of Ouroboros. He was actually here too. In an instant, this three-way meeting became an even stranger and more chaotic four-way brawl. The ballroom had frozen solid. Time itself seemed to stand still. Prince Henry's face turned a deep, livid purple. The crystal slipper shrieked through the air. The crow-masked man whispered hoarse, guttural syllables. The nobles were both terrified and thrilled. Thus a bizarre tableau unfolded. And at its center, Lin Ye moved. He released Cinderella's wrist, as if that murderous strike had been nothing but a joke. Under the numb stare of everyone present, he unhurriedly pulled over a gilded chair. Then he sat down. The action carried no trace of fire or fury. Yet it was a soundless slap, struck across the faces of all his enemies. This was contempt distilled to its absolute extreme. Prince Henry's rage was on the verge of explosion. Lin Ye ignored him. With elegant poise, he crossed his legs. His handsome face bore a languid, dangerous smile. He swept his gaze over the enemies around him, then spoke with the courteous tone of a host welcoming guests. "Enough. The children's farce can end here. Let's talk business." Business? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Elvira and Snow White could not make sense of Lin Ye's move. Lin Ye raised one finger, pointing at Cinderella, who lay limp on the floor. "I like this collectible very much. I'll take it." His finger then shifted to the crow-masked man in the shadows. "That ragged little book of yours looks interesting as well. Lend it to me for a few days of research." Finally, his gaze came to rest on Prince Henry. "Oh, and your laboratory too." Lin Ye's smile turned even more radiant. "There are far too many collectibles inside. From now on, it belongs to me. I'll take good care of it for you." The ballroom was dead silent. Everyone stared at Lin Ye as though he were mad. On the enemy's home turf, surrounded on every side, this man was actually distributing the spoils of war. "Ha ha ha." Prince Henry laughed in crazed fury. He rocked with laughter. "Madman, you are a complete madman." He pointed at Lin Ye and bellowed. "By what right?" With his roar, the envy crystal slipper once again erupted in black flames. The crow-masked man slowly opened the script in his hand. Script correction begins. Title: The Madman's End. An invisible force of world rule began to descend. Before the thunderous, three-pronged strike, Lin Ye's smile slowly faded. His eyes turned as cold as 10,000-year ice. A terrifying pressure radiated outward. By what right? He repeated in a voice almost too soft to hear. Because of this. You had all better agree to my proposal before I lose patience. He paused. He tilted his head slightly up toward the sky fortress hanging in the night. A cruel arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Otherwise, that city of mine might by some careless slip fall from the sky. Boom. Those words hit like a bomb, detonating inside everyone's mind. Every noble's face instantly lost all color. Fall. If that steel city actually fell, the millions of lives in all of sacred Diamond City would be ground to dust. This was naked nuclear deterrence. Using an entire city as a bargaining chip. Madman. This man was a devil. Prince Henry's roar was strangled in his throat. The black flames of the crystal slipper faltered violently. Even the chromast man's page-turning hand came to a stop. All of them were rattled by Lin Ye's utterly unscrupulous madness. You dare. Prince Henry's voice trembled. For the first time he felt fear. Feel free to try. Lin Ye flashed a nasty smile. The chromast man only sneered coldly. Cheap tricks. Under the correction of world rule, your city cannot fall. And you will die here. This is your destiny. The moment he finished, the power of the script came crashing down. Prince Henry was augmented by that power. The crystal slipper turned into a streak of black light shooting at Lin Ye. But Lin Ye merely let out a contemptuous sneer. Destiny. Script. Ugh. So noisy. Boom. From Lin Ye's body erupted a power 10 times more dreadful than before. A ring of black-violet runic aura swept across the hall. Sin punishment aura. Wherever the aura passed, the envy black flames were snuffed out in an instant. The crystal slipper hit the ground with a clatter, its light dimming. Prince Henry's crystallization was forcibly halted. He screamed as blood poured from all 7 apertures of his face. The most terrifying sight was the chromast man. The script in his hand gave off black smoke. Its pages seemed splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, charred and burning on their own. Impossible. The chromast man cried, shaken beyond all reason. You actually dare to corrode the vessel of world rule. What on earth are you? Lin Ye stood up slowly. Step by step, he walked toward the chromast man, a sinister runic aura swirling around him. Like a walking god demon, he stopped before Cinderella, bent down and lifted her into his arms, as though holding his most treasured trophy. Then he raised his head. He fixed the script corrector with an icy stare and spoke word by word. Go back and tell your master. From this day on, I am the new world rule. As the words fell, a deafening explosion rumbled from beneath the palace. Boom. The entire ballroom shook violently. The dome was suddenly smashed open by a brutal, overbearing force. Broken stone and dust flew in every direction. A dark red figure shot up from the hole and slammed down in the middle of the ballroom. The floor cracked into a web of fissures. It was Xiaohong. She wore the ferocious Taotai armor drenched in blood and grime. Ignoring the stares around her, she walked straight to Lin Ye and knelt on one knee. Her voice was hoarse and ecstatic. Master, I'm back. With those words, she threw a still twitching thing at Lin Ye's feet. It was a person, or rather half a person. He had no lower body. His torso was pierced with tubes and wires, and his face was startlingly similar to Prince Henry. It was the missing Prince Philip. I found this in the nutrient solution down below. Xiaohong pointed at the mutilated remains on the ground and reported. Looks like his brother. The entire hall was dead silent. A pin drop could be heard. All eyes kept darting between Philip's ruined body and Henry's bloodless face. Slaughtering his own elder brother. This was a crime sufficient to shake the very foundation of the kingdom. Prince Henry's psychological defenses collapsed completely. Lin Ye's demonic voice drifted over unhurriedly. With Cinderella in his arms, Lin Ye lightly set one foot on Philip's ruined remains. Smiling, he looked at Prince Henry. Your Highness, it seems your collectibles are not limited to a single piece. At this moment, every mad rambling Lin Ye had made before became a prophecy of the gods. Every word he had uttered had been fulfilled in the most horrifying blood-soaked fashion. When Lin Ye returned to the Sky Fortress, it was already the dead of night. The clamor faded away. The fortress regained its peace. Lin Ye returned alone to his private quarters. He pushed the door open. A dim yellow lamp still burned inside. Lilith had been waiting for him. She stood up the moment she saw Lin Ye return. She did not ask about the ball's outcome, nor did she care about the spoils of war. She simply handed him something in silence. It was a cufflink. A black cufflink carved from the cornerstone of Grim Prison. My lord. Lilith kept her head lowered, her voice very soft. A person of your current station needs accessories befitting that station. She paused and her voice dropped even lower. Besides, this is the cornerstone of our home. Wherever you may be, it will guide you back home. Lin Ye accepted the cufflink. Its cold, hard touch was enough to wash away the murderous aura clinging to him. He looked at the loyal adjutant before him. The softest place in his heart was touched. He said nothing. Instead, in front of her, he silently unfastened his ornate jeweled cufflink. Then with meticulous care he replaced it with that plain stone cufflink. A tiny gesture, yet it made Lilith suddenly raise her head. Her pale violet eyes instantly shone with a radiance more brilliant than stars. All her exhaustion and anxiety melted away in that instant. Only overflowing joy and ease remained. In the medical district of the Sky Fortress, the air was thick with the warm radiance of holy light. Cinderella woke up on a soft, oversized bed. She blinked her sapphire blue eyes. The madness and fear that had been in them were gone, leaving only emptiness and dazed confusion. She looked around the room. An unfamiliar metal ceiling, unfamiliar luminous walls, and by the bed stood several presences she instinctively dreaded: Snow White clad in a pure white holy gown, Elvira in a black nightgown, Lilith in an immaculate uniform. Surrounded by three beautiful women, Cinderella felt like a little white rabbit stumbling into a dragon's den. She instinctively pulled the blanket over herself and curled into a ball. She's awake. Elvira spoke first, her voice carrying a queenly, appraising edge. She doesn't seem aggressive anymore, but she's like a broken toy. Snow frowned slightly, then stepped forward and said softly, "Her soul has suffered severe trauma. It has entered a self-protective dormant state." At that moment a maid pushed a dining cart in. The cart was loaded with steaming breakfast. "She hasn't eaten for a day and a night." Lilith stated the fact. "She needs nourishment." But the moment the aroma of the food spread through the air, something changed. Cinderella's hollow eyes suddenly blazed with a ghastly green light. The gluttony curse within her body was activated. A horrifying sound rumbled from her lower abdomen, and the next instant she lunged at the dining cart. Her movements were as fast as lightning, like a wild beast out of control. She dropped to the floor, frantically licking up the spilled meat porridge, then cramming whole pieces of bread into her mouth and swallowing them in desperate gulps. She even grabbed the metal cup and tried to bite it. The sound of teeth grinding against metal made everyone's scalp crawl. "Stop her!" Snow cried out. A calm yet commanding voice rang out. "Everyone stand down." Lin Ye appeared in the doorway, followed by an excited Dr. Angelina. All the guards immediately stopped and saluted. Lin Ye walked over slowly, frowning at the frenzied Cinderella. He reached out a hand. In his palm, a black-purple energy candy condensed. He flicked his finger, and the candy flew precisely into Cinderella's mouth. The candy melted the moment it touched her tongue. An icy, overbearing breath of sin soothed the curse inside her, and Cinderella's wild movements lurched to a halt. The green light in her eyes faded away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She sat blankly on the floor, and for the first time raised her head on her own. She looked toward Lin Ye with the cautious, fragile gaze of a nestling, the only person who could feed her. A new morbid relationship of taming quietly took shape. Shortly afterward, in Lin Ye's lounge, the atmosphere was delicate. Lin Ye sat in the main seat with Elvira on his left and Snow on his right. A miniature post-war meeting began. Elvira wore a purple-black silk robe, its neckline cut dangerously low. Her deadly allure shimmered faintly through the sheer fabric. Swirling a glass of red wine, she spoke first. "She's a vessel carrying two curses. Her mind is extremely unstable. She's a ticking time bomb. The safest option is to lock her in solitary confinement or hand her over to Angelina." Her tone was decisive and cold. On the other side, Snow wore a moon-white cotton dress, like a lily blooming in silence. "Your Majesty, she is also a victim. Her soul needs patient repair and healing. Not to be treated as a dangerous object. Please give her more time, my lord." She looked at Lin Ye, her eyes full of entreaty. The seductive queen and the pure holy maiden. Two voices collided in the air. Both awaited Lin Ye's verdict. But Lin Ye took neither side. He rose, took each woman by the hand, and led them to the floor-to-ceiling window. Morning sunlight streamed down. Below, the holy diamond city had returned to calm. She is both a weapon and a patient. Lin Ye wrapped his left arm around Elvira's waist, his right hand resting on Snow's shoulder. "Elvira, I need you to unlock her value as a weapon." He turned to Snow. "Snow, I need you to heal her wounds as a patient." He had not made a choice. Instead, he assigned both of them their own missions. This absolute trust made the resentment between them vanish like smoke. What took its place was the satisfaction of being needed by him. Just then Lin Ye's wristband vibrated. A communication from Lilith. "My lord, the interrogation room is ready. The prisoner has been brought in." Deep within the Sky Fortress, inside the innermost interrogation room, Prince Philip sat bound to a chair like a lump of mud. His eyes were gray and lifeless, his will to survive almost zero. Lin Ye walked in. "Tell me everything about Henry the Glass Slipper and the Ouroboros." Philip's lips moved, but made no sound. His soul was riddled with holes. Lin Ye lost patience. He pressed his palm against the crown of Philip's head and slowly poured in a stream of curse erosion force. Yet an obscure force of contract suddenly exploded outward, and an Ouroboros sigil flashed across Philip's forehead. It was a self-destruct contract. "Trying to die in front of me. How naive." A cold light flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. His sin punishment aura burst open. He intended to eat the contract by force. Philip let out an inhuman scream. In the end, Lin Ye's curse erosion force prevailed. The self-destruct contract was torn away and devoured. At the same time, a piece of encrypted mental communication appeared in Lin Ye's mind. Now you can speak freely. Lin Ye released his hand and said indifferently. A flicker of relief passed through Philip's eyes, and he began to tell the story of that mad plan. Half an hour later in Angelina's laboratory, the mad scientist's eyes gleamed. Genius. That Henry is a real genius. She said excitedly to Lin Ye, my lord. Henry's final goal was not to make specimens. He wanted to use Philip to purify and absorb the power of the glass slipper. Then he would merge it with Cinderella's flesh and blood, making himself a living avatar of original sin. Lin Ye was unmoved. Can this technology serve me? Of course. Angelina grew even more fervent. I have already reverse-engineered the energy amplification module. And I have designed a brand new external accessory for Little Red. She pointed at the gluttony armor under modification, whose metal maw now had a pair of crystal fangs. I call it the crystal feeding jaw. With it, Little Red's combat power will leap to a whole new level. She will become your sharpest blade. Just then Lin Ye frowned. Angelina, do you feel it? A little noisy. The next second the Sky Fortress's entire alarm system erupted in a piercing shriek. The alarm warned that an unknown power was rewriting reality. Then a man in a white smiling mask appeared out of thin air. He called himself the narrator of the Ouroboros. He bowed courteously to Lin Ye. I have been sent to correct a badly written part of the story. He smiled. So according to the latest narration, you will respectfully hand Cinderella to me. Then you will forget everything from tonight. A powerful force of reality distortion enveloped Lin Ye and his memories began to blur. But the black cornerstone cufflink on his wrist suddenly released an icy, unyielding power. Like a mighty anchor, it locked his cognition in place against the tampering. The narrator's mask tilted. Lin Ye's eyes regained their cold clarity. Your narration is poorly written. Before the words died away, he was already in front of the narrator. A hand clamped around the narrator's throat like iron pincers. Impossible. The narrator's voice was filled with terror. His reality distortion was as fragile as paper before Lin Ye. Go back, Lin Ye said coldly. Rewrite it. With a flick of his hand, he cast the narrator's body into a spatial rift, and it vanished. The crisis was resolved. Lin Ye glanced at the cufflink on his wrist, warmth flickering in his eyes. The interlude only made him more certain that he had to grow stronger as soon as possible. Soon an intelligence report and a request for a visit were placed before him. The Duchy of Roses had fallen into a power vacuum, and civil war was about to break out. In the reception hall, an old duke representing the noble council sat uneasily. When Lin Ye entered, he immediately saluted respectfully. He blathered on with diplomatic pleasantries, trying to push Lin Ye into the role of scapegoat. Lin Ye did not bother to listen. He simply tossed the magic crystal recording their crimes onto the table in front of the duke. With the tone of an overlord, he issued his order. The Duchy of Roses needs a new king. I will personally support him to the throne. You can choose to cooperate with me. Or, murderous intent flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. I can choose for you. This naked, puppet manifesto made the old duke feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He realized in despair that Lin Ye wanted the entire Duchy of Roses. After dismissing the old duke, Lin Ye went to the energy detection room. Snow was there, her brows tightly knit. My lord, something has happened at Briar Castle. On the screen, the curse energy index was soaring. And pain flickered in Snow's eyes. I saw another vision. A beautiful princess, driving a black thorn into her own heart. Lin Ye sank into deep thought. A startling conclusion surfaced. Sleeping Beauty, Briar Rose, might not be cursed at all. Instead, she may have willingly signed a contract with the original sin of sloth. She herself did not want to wake up. At that moment, Lilith's voice arrived, filled with excitement. My lord, the sin punishment furnace has completed refining. In the core chamber of the sin punishment furnace, a vast wave of pure energy filled the room. Lin Ye watched the system panel refreshing at breakneck speed, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. It was an epic-grade windfall. Ding. Critical hit on this harvest. Purification points, 50000. Sky Fortress Base, structural strength, 20. Obtained special item Sin Fragment of NV1. Obtained special concept, Eternal Beauty, incomplete. Congratulations. The Sky Fortress has unlocked a new ancillary building module, the Specimen Gallery. Function: powerful enemies can be made into energy specimens with their traits extracted for enhancement. Looking at the splendid gains, Lin Ye was in an excellent mood. Especially the Specimen Gallery. It was virtually a waste recycling artifact tailor-made for him. After sorting through the spoils, Lin Ye returned to the lounge. Lilith, however, stayed behind, which was rare. She hung her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Is there something else? Lin Ye asked. Lilith took a deep breath and suddenly looked up at him. My lord, last night you faced all the danger alone. Her voice trembled with regret and unwillingness. I don't want to remain forever a mere adjutant handling data in the rear. Next time can I stand by your side too? As a warrior, Lin Ye fell silent. He gazed quietly at this stubborn, loyal young woman. After a long while he stood up, took a top-grade cursed core from the spoils, and placed it in Lilith's palm. Lilith froze. This is ammunition for you to fight for me in your own way. A smile appeared on Lin Ye's face. Take it to Angelina and have her forge a unique weapon for you. In his own way, he had agreed to her request. Feeling the powerful energy in her palm, Lilith's eyes reddened instantly. But she bit her lip hard and refused to let the tears fall. Using all her strength, she delivered the most precise military salute. Yes, my master. Angelina's laboratory. The atmosphere was tense on the verge of eruption. Lilith stood at the center with a grave expression. Before her stood Angelina, whose face was equally stern, if not outright furious. No. Angelina slammed the blueprint onto the table. This is the perfect weapon design. This is what I call a weapon. What you want are called toys. Lilith's face remained impassive, but her gaze was unyielding. Doctor, my way of fighting is precise, swift, and silent. I need a weapon that melts into the darkness, not some bulky contraption that requires warming up. She rejected every design. Angelina paced back and forth in fury. It's the energy. The core's power is too wild and violent. Impossible to compress it into a dagger model. Unless you want your hand blown off as well. To prove her point, Angelina activated the simulation device. She extracted a wisp of core energy and injected it into the dagger model. See, just like this. Boom. The simulation device instantly burst into blinding red light. The shrill alarm of energy runaway echoed through the laboratory. The violent energy transformed into a powerful shockwave. Angelina stumbled and nearly crashed into the apparatus. However, a swift figure appeared before her in an instant. It was Lilith. Without the slightest hesitation, she lunged and tackled Angelina to the ground, taking the full force of the shockwave on her back. Uffed. Lilith spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. Her body went limp and collapsed. Lilith! Angelina screamed. She hastily lifted Lilith up only to see that even in the moment of being gravely wounded, Lilith was still clutching that metal case, as if it were more precious than her own life. At that moment the laboratory door was shoved open. Lin Ye walked in, followed by Avila, whose expression was rather unpleasant. Just moments earlier Avila had taken it upon herself to test Cinderella's obedience by deliberately withholding Lin Ye's cursed candy. This triggered a complete rampage of the gluttony curse. Fortunately, Lin Ye arrived in time and fed Cinderella as usual. Then he roughly pinned Avila against the wall. Her body pressed against the cold surface, and she could feel Lin Ye's warm breath brushing past her ear. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Lin Ye stared at her with those eyes that seemed to pierce through everything, his voice low and possessive. Remember, you are just like all my other collectibles. You are mine. Don't try to challenge your master's authority. These domineering words did not anger Avila. Instead, they made her body tremble slightly. A morbid excitement surged within her. She even looked up with a trace of fascination. But at that moment the laboratory alarm blared. Lin Ye released her and cast her a cold, indifferent glance. Follow me. And so they arrived here. The moment he stepped in, he saw Lilith lying in Angelina's arms. And the core she had been fiercely protecting. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy in an instant. A terrifying, murderous intent flickered and was gone. He strode forward quickly. He took Lilith from Angelina and used his curse erosion force to quickly stabilize her wounds. My lord, I'm fine, Lilith said weakly. It's because I'm too useless. Lin Ye said nothing. He glanced at the blueprint, then at Lilith's black uniform. After a moment of silence, he walked personally to the design station and swiftly sketched on the holographic screen. What he drew was not a blade, but a pair of high heels. A pair of black high heels, elegant in form, yet laced with lethal beauty. Forge the body from the hardest alloy. Lin Ye ordered the stunned Angelina. Inject the core energy into the soul via microcirculation. Design a stinger structure in the heel that can spring out in an instant. Unleash the curse power in a single shot injection. A mad yet ingenious concept took shape in his hands. Avila watched from the side, watching the profile of Lin Ye as he focused on designing the weapon for Lilith. For the first time a feeling called jealousy welled up in her heart. Finally, amid the screech of metal cutting and the hum of energy, that one-of-a-kind weapon was born. Its entire body gleamed with an obsidian luster. It resembled a perfect work of art, while the razor-sharp heel betrayed its danger. Lin Ye named it Black Swan's Kiss. He personally slipped this pair of shoes onto the weakened Lilith. The moment she stood up, wearing them, a cold, formidable power surged through her body. It seemed to merge with her very being. Her aura changed instantly. She was no longer just an adjutant, but a midnight reaper. She lifted her head to look at Lin Ye, her eyes shimmering with brilliant light. I will dedicate everything to you. Sky Fortress Combat Training Ground. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Xiao Hong knelt on one knee in the center of the arena. Her Taotai armor looked somewhat dejected. Not long ago, a simulated combat had caused her to lose control. The devouring instinct of the Taotai armor had been thoroughly unleashed, amplified by the crystal-feeding jaw. She actually mistook the Sky Fortress's main energy conduit for her dinner. Fortunately, Lin Ye appeared in time to stop her. He did not attack. He simply stood before the rampaging Xiaohong calmly, extending his hand palm up, holding that shard of the sin of envy. The high-tier aura of original sin made the instinct of Taotai feel threatened for the first time. Xiaohong's system was forcibly restarted. Upon regaining consciousness, boundless fear and guilt engulfed her. She immediately knelt before Lin Ye, not daring to raise her head. Now came the moment of judgment. Lin Ye walked slowly to her. "Raise your head." He spoke calmly. Xiaohong's body trembled, and she slowly lifted her head. Her face was etched with fear and unease, terrified that Lin Ye might abandon her. Lin Ye gazed at her for a long time. Then he slowly extended his hand. He pressed that shard of the sin of envy, like a collar, onto the neck of her Taotai armor. The sin shard instantly merged with the armor. Veins of black-purple chain patterns spread across the armor, firmly locking away the raging, devouring instinct. It was a collar from which there was absolutely no escape. As Xiaohong felt the icy shackle force within her, she felt no pain at all. Instead, a sense of relief washed over her, an unprecedented feeling of reassurance. "This is my trust in you," Lin Ye said indifferently, withdrawing his hand. "And it is my final warning to you." "Yes, master," Xiaohong replied with all her might. Her voice was filled with joy and even more fanatical loyalty. One day later, in the coronation hall of the Duchy of Roses, the atmosphere was solemn yet bizarre. A young Prince Alistair, pale-faced, was trembling as he donned the magnificent royal robe. He was filled with terror at the prospect of ascending to the throne. Behind him, the members of the noble council were all ashen-faced, their expressions brimming with humiliation and helplessness. Just yesterday, the radical faction among them had plotted an assassination. They had tried to frame Lin Ye, but the assassin had been torn to shreds by Xiaohong. Then Lin Ye appeared before the paralyzed Prince Alistair. He roughly placed a crown upon the prince's head and told him coldly, "You have only one job: sit steadily on the throne. Then smile." Having said that, Lin Ye dragged Duke Derek, the scheming mastermind, into the council chamber. Before all the nobles, he ordered Xiaohong to devour the badge representing the duke's family honor in one bite. Absolute violence crushed all illusions. Now Lin Ye sat in the guest seats with a smiling, charming Avila beside him. He simply watched quietly, watching all the nobles pledge allegiance to their puppet king. From this day onward, the Duchy of Roses would completely become Lin Ye's private garden. Sky Fortress new construction module, specimen gallery. The light here was dim. Rows upon rows of eternal crystals stood neatly arranged, waiting for their first resident. That lucky one was none other than Prince Philip. He was secured in the center. Staring at the coffin-like crystals around him, terror filled his eyes. "Don't worry," Angelina said from the side, her tone chilling to the bone. "The process will preserve your consciousness to the greatest extent. You will feel everything distinctly, and then you will attain eternity." The process began. Philip's body and soul were dragged into the central crystal. "Oh!" The excruciating pain tore a shrill scream from his lips. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was undertaking another task, decrypting the enciphered information from Ouroboros. He realized it was a conceptual logic lock, so he decided to counter it with something utterly illogical. Lin Ye directly fused the shard of the sin of envy into the decoding program. At the same time, he channeled the pain and despair radiating from Philip's soul into the sin shard as fuel. Two birds with one stone. Boom. The mixture of sin and anguish instantly shattered the logic lock. The encrypted information was forcibly deciphered. Lines of cold text appeared on the screen. It was a list, the 7 scribes. They were narrator, rhetorician, printer, proofreader, bookbinder, silent reader, and penman. At the end of the list was the next destination of one of them. Proofreader would head to the Library of Lost Fairy Tales. Meanwhile, a crisp chime rang out. Prince Philip's specimen had been successfully created. He was perfectly sealed within the crystal. His face still twisted in extreme agony, he became the Eternal No. One exhibit in Lin Ye's collection. Ding. Eternal specimen, Philip, created successfully. Extracting core traits. Curse filter incomplete. Extraction successful. Your Sky Fortress has gained a permanent passive buff, curse resistance, or a weak effect. All units located inside the Sky Fortress receive 5 less curse damage. Ding. Because you used the power of original sin to intercept an additional part of the trait. Congratulations. You have obtained the one-time special skill Curse Siphon. Effect: instantly forcibly absorb all curse effects from a single enemy and store them. Just as Lin Ye was savoring the joy of his double harvest, Bai Shui rushed over anxiously. "My lord, the curse at Thorn Castle is spreading again." The Duchy of Roses border. The beautiful fields and villages had been covered by black thorns. Countless people and animals had fallen into slumber with serene smiles on their faces. The whole world was deathly silent. Lin Ye led Bai Shui to the edge of the land of slumber. An irresistible wave of exhaustion swept over him. At that moment, countless thorns converged into a colossal female figure, Sleeping Guardian. To be awake is to suffer. It spoke in the sorrowful tone of Sleeping Beauty. Join us and embrace this eternal serenity. A powerful hypnosis force swept over them. However, Lin Ye's iron-willed spirit rendered him easily immune to this attack. He also deduced that this guardian was deeply bound to Sleeping Beauty's soul, making it impossible to destroy through violence. Since you don't want to wake, I'll let you taste the agony of absolute wakefulness. Lin Ye sneered. He extended his palm toward the thorny thicket. A burst of curse erosion force diametrically opposed to the power of sloth exploded outward. This force brought extreme mental stimulation. He forcibly carved out a domain of absolute wakefulness, within which no living creature could fall asleep. They would instead suffer the anguish of having their minds roasted over a fire. The black thorns, which had exuded an aura of peace the moment they touched this domain, seemed to have been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, shrinking back and withering in terror. They feared wakefulness more than fire and blades. Soon a safe path of agony, paved with withered thorns, appeared before Lin Ye and Bai Shui. The path of agony, carved open by the curse erosion force, slowly closed behind them. Black briars once again veiled everything. It seemed to sever every route of retreat. Lin Ye and Bai Shui set foot into the courtyard of Thorn Castle. The air was steeped in the dense fragrance of roses and a faint cloying undertone of decay. The sight was eerie yet tranquil. A grand tea party was underway upon the lawn of the courtyard. Dozens of guests dressed in garments from different eras were scattered across the grounds. A noblewoman in a resplendent gown was gracefully lifting her teacup, seemingly about to bring it to her lips. Two knights in gleaming armor were frozen in the act of raising their chess pieces. A scholar wearing a monocle still had his finger resting on an open ancient tome. All of them were utterly motionless, like a play frozen by a pause button. The only living creatures were the unnatural black briars growing from beneath their feet. The briars were like living blood vessels. They wound gently around ankles, arms, and throats, binding every sleeper together. They formed a vast, silent dream network. My lord, Bai Shui instinctively pressed closer to Lin Ye. Her immaculately white gown set against that black courtyard steeped in decadence and strangeness was like the sole source of light. She could feel it with absolute clarity. These guests still carried faint traces of life within them, but their souls seemed to have been drawn away into another dimension. Just then, a soft, languid voice tinged with drowsiness echoed within the minds of Lin Ye and Bai Shui simultaneously. It was not one person's voice, but a chorus forged from dozens of tones of differing timbre. Ah, new guests have arrived. It is the scent of wakefulness. So nostalgic, yet so unpleasant. Come, weary traveler. Lay down your resistance and join us. Let us together enjoy this banquet that never ends. As that voice heavy with temptation spoke, a wave of hypnotic power 10 times stronger than what they had faced outside the courtyard swept over them. Bai Shui's vision blurred for an instant. She saw herself back in the familiar wooden cabin in the forest. The 7 beloved dwarfs were gathered around her, singing merrily. The table was laden with her favorite apple pies. The flames in the hearth were warm and gentle. Bai Shui, don't go. Stay with us. The outside world is too dangerous. Only here is your home. A tender thought quietly began to grow in Bai Shui's heart. Perhaps staying would not be so bad. Before Lin Ye's eyes, however, an even grander illusion unfolded. Boundless riches were piled up like mountains. Countless beauties, even more enchanting and seductive than Wila, waited in line for his favor. A floating divine kingdom 100 times vaster than the sky fortress hovered silently beneath his feet. A solemn voice spoke to him within the illusion. You have already won everything. There is no need to fight any longer. Enjoy all of this to the fullest. It is all yours. This was the trap of sloth. It wove the most perfect dream of comfort from the deepest desires buried in every heart. Then it coaxed the ensnared to willingly surrender their will and become part of that vast dream network. And yet, Lin Ye looked at the false, perfect empire before him. An expression of profound contempt surfaced on his face. He was a man who had always seized and conquered with his own 2 hands. This kind of unearned counterfeit gift, to him, was an insult. Wake up. He merely uttered those 2 words calmly. Those words struck like 3 thunderclaps. In an instant they split apart the gentle illusion before Bai Shui's eyes. The 7 dwarfs and the warm cabin shattered like bubbles. With a jolt, Bai Shui snapped awake. A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on her face. She had been perilously close to sinking into it. Ah, so you managed to break free. A guest with a remarkably tenacious will. But why? Why refuse tranquility? Doesn't being awake hurt? The choral voice held a hint of bewilderment. Lin Ye smiled. It was a cold smile carrying a trace of pity. Tranquility? No, you were simply escaping. He closed his eyes. Then in an instant he poured his immense spiritual power in reverse into the entire dream network. He He did not use violence to destroy it. Instead, he used a method utterly beyond the understanding of those sleepers to pollute the dream. Since you have already forgotten the taste of pain, then allow me to help you recall it. The next second, the whole dream network began to shudder violently. The serene dreams those sleepers had once enjoyed, warm beds, delicious food, lovers' embraces, collapsed in an instant. In their place appeared forms gleaming with strange runes. On them were written words whose dreadful meaning the sleepers could not decipher, yet could sense instinctively. 996, Blessed Work Plan. KPI Performance Assessment Standards. Detailed mortgage repayment schedule for 30 years. Layoff optimization notice. Sheet after sheet of icy real-world nightmares, filled with numbers and rules, congealed into fetters of the soul. They were forcibly clamped onto the souls of every sleeper. The previously choral languid voice instantly turned discordant. No. What is this? What? I feel my soul burning. The moment I open my eyes, I have to work. Work until I can't see the sun. I only wanted to rest. Why must I carry 30 years of debt? KPI. What is it? Why must I be optimized away if I fail? That false peace was pathetically fragile before the ultimate reality brought from another world by Lin Ye. It was ripped to shreds in an instant. These souls, having slept for centuries and long forgotten what pressure felt like, could hardly bear such a spiritual bomb condensed from the pain of countless people in modern society. The entire dream network plunged from heaven into hell in that instant. Stop. Stop. I don't want the blessing. I don't want KPI. In the courtyard, the guests, who had been perfectly still earlier, began to convulse violently. The serenity on their faces was replaced by extreme terror and agony. Teacups and chess pieces fell from their hands, shattering on the ground. Tell me where the princess's bedchamber is. Lin Ye delivered an ultimatum in an icy voice within their dream. Otherwise, your mortgage will begin accruing compound interest tomorrow. Compound interest. Though they did not understand what that meant, the very word sent a suffocating dread through the souls of the sleepers. At last, one soul completely broke down. It was the soul of a man who seemed to have been a wealthy merchant in life. In the dream, he clutched his head and screamed in heartrending anguish. I'll talk. It's in the bell tower. Atop the bell tower at the very center of the castle. The spindle throne. The princess is on the spindle throne. Please, don't let me see those forms anymore. As he shouted, the entire dream network fractured with a resounding boom. Lin Ye withdrew his spiritual power. All the guests in the courtyard collapsed limply like puppets whose strings had been cut. They were still asleep, but the corners of their mouths twitched unceasingly, as if trapped in an endless nightmare about going to work. Bai Shui stared at all this stunned. She could not understand in the least what Lin Ye had just done, yet she could feel distinctly the spiritual torment those sleepers had endured within the span of a few seconds. Torment 100 times more horrifying than being seared by holy light. The look she gave Lin Ye could not help carrying a trace of reverence. Lin Ye ignored those utterly broken dreamers. He raised his head and turned his gaze toward the depths of the courtyard. There stood the ancient bell tower, towering into the clouds and bound by countless thorns. The road leading to the final boss had already opened. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the courtyard. He locked onto the ancient clock tower that soared into the clouds. It was the very heart of the entire castle. It was also the source of all the curse of sloth. Let's go, he said calmly to Snow White beside him. He completely ignored the sleepers lying on the ground, their souls still tormented by the ordeal of KPI assessments. Snow White nodded. She followed closely behind Lin Ye. They crossed the lawn strewn with messy tea and snacks, and set foot on the stone steps leading up to the clock tower. The entrance of the clock tower stood wide open, yet inside it was far from empty. Countless black thorns of sloth, resembling octopus tentacles, grew wildly from the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. They clogged the entire spiral staircase tightly, leaving only narrow gaps. These thorns were different from those in the courtyard. They were thicker and tougher. A layer of oily pitch-black energy flowed across their surfaces. A pure, bone-weakening exhaustion emanated from the thorns. It seemed to whisper to everyone trying to ascend, give up. Lie down. This is the best destination. My lord, these thorns. Snow White frowned slightly. She could sense that although her holy light could disperse some of the aura of sloth, it was unable to inflict effective damage upon these highly cursed thorns. They seemed to lack physical form, as if they were the physical manifestation of the concept of sloth itself. Lin Ye reached out his hand. He did not unleash the powerfully destructive curse-eroding force. Instead, he condensed a mass of energy as viscous as ink in his palm. Then he gently pressed this mass of energy against the wall of thorns before him. That mass of energy did not corrode the thorns. Instead, it spread rapidly like a virus through the thorn network. Everywhere it passed, the thorns, radiating the aura of sloth, seemed to be injected with a stimulant. They no longer drooped limply, blocking the path. Instead, they began to writhe, grow, and crush against one another frantically. They became like deranged workaholics, pumped full of adrenaline, each one desperately trying to be the first to climb to the top of the clock tower, to strive for the non-existent title of best employee. Under this frantic involution, the originally impenetrable wall of thorns astonishingly squeezed out a narrow spiral passage wide enough for one person to ascend. Snow White was once again dumbfounded. She had gradually grown accustomed to Lin Ye's bizarre, yet remarkably effective way of solving problems that defied conventional logic. The two hesitated no longer. They stepped into the passage yielded voluntarily by the involuted thorns and began to climb upward. The stairs were long, seemingly endless. Around them the thorns continued to writhe and tangle violently, emitting a teeth-grinding scraping sound. This eerie scene made Snow White feel as if she were walking through the esophagus of a colossal monster. They walked for several minutes, just as Snow White felt they had climbed at least 20 stories down. An ancient, prolonged toll of the bell descended without warning from the top of the clock tower. This bell sound was strange. It did not travel through the air. Instead, it rang directly within the depths of their souls. The instant they heard the bell, Snow White's body stiffened. Visions appeared before her eyes once again. But this time it was no longer a gentle wooden cottage. It was the scene of her studying holy light techniques at the convent. No matter how fervently she prayed, only a faint wisp of holy light would respond. The nun who instructed her shook her head in disappointment. The companions around her whispered and mocked her mediocrity. A voice echoed relentlessly in the depths of her heart. Give up. You were never one favored by the gods. Everything you do is futile. This was the voice of surrender. It was one of the core abilities of the curse of sloth. It precisely dredged up every memory of failure and giving up halfway buried in the depths of a being's soul. Then it magnified them infinitely, fundamentally eroding the target's willpower. Snow White's originally resolute gaze began to blur. Her legs felt as though they were filled with lead, unable to take another step. Even maintaining the flow of the holy light became unbearably difficult. Lin Ye's brow furrowed slightly. The bell sound naturally had no effect on him. His will, tempered to unyielding firmness through countless battles, simply did not contain the option of giving up. But he could sense that Snow White beside him was in a terrible state, and the trouble was only just beginning. As the voice of surrender resounded, on the stairs ahead, 3 towering figures formed from countless black thorns and shattered knight armor slowly materialized. In their hands they held great swords woven from thorns. From the gaps in their helmets emanated a hollow, deathly red glow identical to that of the sleepers. They were the dream guardians of sleeping beauty, the most powerful thorn knights that the curse of sloth could manifest. Give up. Awaken once. The 3 knights intoned in a droning, emotionless, sleep-inducing voice. Slumber is the ultimate victory. Why cling to a war that is destined to be lost? Before the words faded, they raised their great swords of thorns and brought them crashing down upon Lin Ye with a crushing pressure that seemed to slow time itself. Suppressed by both the bell's toll and the knight's oppressive aura, Snow White's face turned as pale as paper. She was on the verge of abandoning resistance. Yet at that very moment, Lin Ye suddenly made a move that none of the guardians could comprehend. Instead of blocking the 3 great swords, he closed his eyes instead, as if intently listening to the voice of surrender that kept echoing in his soul. Then, he smiled. This bell. Quite interesting. The next second, a surge of curse-eroding force, countless times more overbearing than the voice of surrender, burst skyward. This power did not attack the 3 knights. Instead, it shot straight up toward the top of the tower against the direction from which the bell toll came, forcibly rewriting the rules of that conceptual great bell. If the voice of surrender was like playing a montage of failures inside one's soul, then what Lin Ye intended to do now was to forcibly switch their channel. To switch to the channel he knew best. The entire clock tower shook violently. The originally long hypnotic toll ceased abruptly. In its place came a frantic, piercing, heart-palpitating telephone ringtone, as if the end of the world had arrived. Ring, 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 ring. And that was not all. Accompanying this death knell-like telephone ring, a greasy male voice, filled with fury and roaring, began to scream madly within everyone's souls. Lin Ye, are you going to pay this month's rent or not? If you don't pay up, I'll throw you and your junk out today. Also, next quarter's property management fee is due too. Then a second voice rang out. It was a colder, utterly emotionless, AI-like voice. Dear Mr. Lin Ye, your credit card ending in 6666 has a bill of 5800 yuan this month, and it has been overdue for 3 days. If you fail to repay today, your credit record will be severely tarnished, and you will bear corresponding legal liability. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth voices. Hey Shaolin, the company hasn't been doing well recently. Next month our department's KPI will have to double. Lin Ye, what's wrong with your performance this month, eh? Don't you want the job anymore? Hello, is this Xiao Yi? When are you going to buy that nephew of yours the latest toy he fell in love with last month? Rent, credit card, KPI, performance, debts of favor. Countless voices of debt collection filled with the pressure of stark realism. Twisted by Lin Ye's curse-eroding force, replaced the ridiculous voice of surrender, like the most terrifying demonic sound drilling into the ears. They frantically bombarded the soul of every being inside the clock tower. Snow White, who had already sunk into utter despair, was jolted completely alert. Compared to this existential crisis that felt like the sky itself was collapsing, the failure at the convent seemed as laughable and trivial as children playing house. The instinct to survive instantly overwhelmed the urge to give up. The haze in her eyes vanished in an instant. In its place was an unprecedented clarity, a conviction that if I don't struggle, I will die horribly. She even felt her holy light becoming more condensed than ever before. As for the three Thorn Knights who had been so fierce just moments ago, they were completely dumbfounded. Their simple minds, forged from the curse of sloth, were utterly incapable of processing this complex and terrifying mental attack. In the depths of their souls, it was as if 10,000 ferocious debtors holding bills had appeared, chasing them and screaming. Rent. What is that? Credit card. Why must it be repaid? KPI? No KPI. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The great swords of thorns in their hands became extremely unstable, as if they might collapse at any moment. Their combat power instantly plummeted from elite boss to trash mob. Lin Ye did not even bother to give them a proper look. With a casual wave of his hand, 3 pitch-black spears of curse erosion instantly materialized, piercing precisely through the chests of the 3 dream guardians who had already fallen into mental disarray. No! The Thorn Knights let out a final cry, filled with confusion and relief. Their bodies shattered and dissipated into countless black thorn fragments. Ding! High-purity curse energy detected. The sin punishment furnace has been automatically activated. Purifying. Ding! Purification successful. You have gained 15000 purification points. Ding! Your follower, Snow White, has sublimated her willpower under extreme pressure. Her spiritual resilience has been greatly enhanced. Lin Ye looked at the points that had instantly been credited and nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his head to look at Snow White, who was still shaken, yet whose eyes were brighter than ever. How do you feel? He asked with a hint of a playful smile. Snow White looked at Lin Ye. She opened her mouth, but could not find the words. In the end, she could only speak from the bottom of her heart. My lord, you are truly too terrifying. This method of toying with a person's very soul was more fearsome than any world-destroying magic. Lin Ye neither confirmed nor denied it. He slowly withdrew the voices of debt collection that shrouded the entire clock tower. The world finally fell silent. He continued upward. At the end of the stairs was an ancient wooden door carved with roses. The door was unlocked. Lin Ye gently pushed it open. Inside was a circular, spacious room. In the center of the room stood an ancient spinning wheel. And beside the spinning wheel, a beautiful young maiden in a court gown lay in peaceful slumber. Her fingers still rested upon the fatal black spindle. Sleeping Beauty Blair rose. Finally found. Atop the bell tower, the atmosphere froze to an icy point in an instant. Lin Ye pushed open the door. What he saw was not only the sleeping princess, but also the spinning wheel radiating a sinister aura, and a man who should not have been there. He stood quietly in the shadowed corner of the room, as if he had been standing there since 100 years ago, perfectly fused with his surroundings. He wore an immaculately tailored black tailcoat and a pair of gleaming gold-rimmed spectacles. His hair was combed with meticulous neatness, not a single strand out of place. His hands were clad in snow-white silk gloves. He looked precisely like an old scholar who had stepped out of a medieval oil painting, or rather a scrupulous butler about to attend a royal banquet. A genteel formulaic smile hung on his face, but the eyes hidden behind the lenses revealed an inhuman indifference. It was as if he were scrutinizing the words on a page. Good day, uninvited new reader. The man spoke. His voice was calm and clear, carrying a peculiar poetry reciting cadence, as though every word he uttered had been precisely calculated. Bai Shui instantly tensed. She pressed her hand to her chest, ready to release her most powerful holy light at any moment. She could sense no aura of a curse from this man, and no evil energy either. He was like air itself, everywhere, and yet as if he did not exist at all. This unknown was more terrifying than any known evil. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. He had long since detected a third presence in the room, and yet the other party was able to suppress his aura with such flawless perfection. Even the system scan could not produce a definitive alert. That was enough to prove his power. I am the proofreader of the Ouroboros. The man gave Lin Ye a slight bow, executing an impeccable aristocratic courtesy. His posture was graceful, yet carried a condescending scrutiny. Ouroboros. That was the code name of the mysterious organization decoded from Prince Philip's specimen, one of the 7 scribes. Lin Ye's eyes instantly sharpened. He had not expected to come face to face with this organization's high-ranking member so soon and in this place. The proofreader seemed to enjoy the fleeting change in Lin Ye's expression. He pushed up the gold-rimmed spectacles on his nose. A cold light glinted off the lenses. He raised a white-gloved finger and pointed from a distance at the still slumbering beauty princess Briar Rose. This story has developed a small printing error. He spoke in the flat tone of someone discussing work with a colleague. According to the original plot, after a handsome prince wakes the princess with a kiss, she should live happily with him, hold a grand wedding, and bear an heir to the kingdom. This was supposed to be a standard fairy tale ending full of love and hope. He paused. Only then did his gaze truly look at Lin Ye for the first time. That look was no longer indifferent, but carried a trace of undisguised disgust for a defective product. Instead, she should not be turned into a source of corruption that pollutes the world here. Nor should she be coveted by a character like you who does not belong to this story collection. As he spoke, a fountain pen materialized in his hand out of thin air. The barrel was made from some nameless white bone, and the nib flickered with a blood-red light. It was a pen radiating a heart-stopping power of rule. My job is to take these typos. He smiled and raised the red pen. And correct them. The instant his voice fell, the proofreader moved. He did not charge at Lin Ye, but aimed the red nib at Lin Ye's brow. Then he lightly drew an X in the air. A scarlet X, as if written in fresh blood, appeared out of thin air before Lin Ye. The instant the X appeared, Lin Ye felt an indescribable force acting on him. It was not any form of energy. It was a pure force of concept. It was as if an invisible hand were trying to delete his very existence from this world. His body actually began to turn ethereal, as if he were about to be forcibly erased from this painting. Bai Shui let out a cry of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her strongest holy light. A pillar of pure white light slammed into the scarlet X. And yet, the instant the holy light touched the X, it was like water meeting a red-hot iron. It was vaporized in a flash without raising even the faintest ripple. Useless struggle misillustration. The proofreader did not even turn to look at her. He spoke in an icy voice brimming with absolute confidence. My red pen corrects the rules themselves. No power that exists under the rules can contend with it. What he said was the truth. This was a dimensional reduction strike. He was the author and the editor, while Lin Ye and Bai Shui were merely characters in the book. How could a character resist the author's edit? And yet at the very instant Lin Ye's figure was about to be erased completely, he smiled. It was a smile full of mockery and contempt. Proofreader. He spoke in a low, grating voice as if metal were scraping metal. His voice brimmed with a malice corrosive enough to eat through everything. Then take a look at this for me. He slowly stretched out his hand. In his palm, a purple-black fragment hovered silently. It exuded a pure aura of evil, chaotic, insane, and utterly unreasonable. It was the sin fragment of envy. Can your pen correct this unreasonable piece of garbled code? The moment the proofreader saw the sin fragment, his eternal formulaic smile froze for the first time. For the first time, an emotion called shock appeared in his calm, ancient well-like eyes. A sin fragment. Impossible. The originals of the 7 deadly sins should all be sealed in the deepest part of the forbidden library. How could one appear here? For the first time, he lost his composure. Because he knew better than anyone what original sin was. It was the bug generated when the underlying logic of this world was constructed. It was a program flaw that even the world's supreme being could not completely delete. It was the purest chaos standing above all rules. His red pen could correct typos, but it could never correct the flaws in the code itself. A forced correction would lead to only one consequence. The entire program would collapse completely. In that instant of his shock, Lin Ye moved. He did not choose to defend. Instead, he charged straight at the scarlet X. At the same time, he viciously pressed the sin fragment of envy in his hand into that X. Garbled code collided with rules. Bug polluted program. There was no earth-shattering explosion and no world-destroying energy impact. There was only a soundless tearing that made the soul tremble. The scarlet X, which represented the rule of erasure. The moment it touched the sin fragment, it was like a painting splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. It began to twist, dissolve, and howl violently. The rule lines forming it were savagely polluted, eroded, and assimilated by the unreasonable chaos of original sin. The proofreader suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. He staggered backward several steps. For the first time, his face showed an expression of incredulous agony. On the tip of his proud rule pen, a faint crack had actually appeared. The rules had been reverse eroded by the garbled code. You heretic! He stared at Lin Ye with eyes full of fury and terror. It was like looking at a virus that could destroy the world. Lin Ye's figure became solid once more. He flicked his hand, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. Then he walked toward the proofreader step by step. Each step seemed to land on the other man's heart. Now, a cold smile like a hunter eyeing its prey spread across Lin Ye's face. It's this typo's turn to revise the plot of your book for you. A true battle that transcended dimensions was on the verge of breaking out. Lin Ye advanced step by step. The chaotic aura of garbled code emanating from him posed an unprecedented threat to the proofreader. It was as if a flawless program faced a lethal virus invasion. Heretic! The proofreader adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. He forcibly suppressed the black blood surging in his throat. His formulaic smile had vanished, replaced by an almost fanatical coldness. I admit I underestimated the contaminating power of this typo. But, to preserve the purity and integrity of the story, an editor is permitted to pay any price. As his words faded, the proofreader made a desperate move. He thrust his gloved left hand into his own chest and tore out a page from within. The page seemed woven from light and words. The moment it was torn away, the proofreader's aura weakened by half. His face turned deathly pale, as if a vast amount of life force had been drained. And that torn page unfurled and transformed in midair. Eventually, a figure identical to the proofreader stepped out from the page. A perfect backup. It possessed the proofreader's power at its peak, yet its eyes were emptier, more indifferent. Like a program existing solely to execute commands. Go. Correct this error. The weakened proofreader issued the order, then retreated to a corner, beginning to repair the cracked rule pen. The backup received the command. Without a word, it raised the intact red pen and swiftly drew a vast circle on the ground. The circle, composed of countless mystic runes, enveloped the entire bell tower top. In the name of the story's order. Within this area, all power beyond the rules is forbidden. It announced the new rule in a mechanical, emotionless voice. Buzz. An invisible yet overwhelming shackle descended instantly. Lin Ye frowned, clearly sensing his connection to the curse erosion power being forcibly severed. His link to the fragment of original sin became faint. A more oppressive rule force locked his world-corrupting, garbled code within a firewall. Bai Shue's expression also changed. She felt her holy light, severely suppressed, dwindling from a surging river to a trickling stream. And this was only the beginning. The backup wielded the red pen again. The ancient furniture, the ornate tapestries, even the walls themselves, all began to warp and twist under the rule. They grew grotesque limbs and faces, transforming into living golems with glowing red eyes. They roared and surrounded Lin Ye and Bai Shue from all directions. The backup stood behind the golems, its red pen tracing red trajectories in the air. Weak and slow restrain. One negative concept after another was written, constantly applied to Lin Ye and Bai Shue. This was an extremely unfair battle. Lin Ye's greatest power was sealed, and he faced an enemy who could arbitrarily modify the rules along with an army of tireless golems. Yet Lin Ye showed no panic. He cracked his knuckles, producing a crisp sound of bone joints. Interesting. Stripped of all supernatural, what remains is pure, unadulterated combat. The next second he moved, his speed was like a phantom. In an instant he closed in on a table golem. Before the golem could swing its leg down, Lin Ye's fist slammed into its tabletop. Bang. Pure ultimate physical force. The hard surface, reinforced by rule power, was blasted into a massive hole by Lin Ye's punch. Wood chips flew everywhere. A glimmer of data flow like light flickered in the backup's hollow eyes, as if calculating Lin Ye's inhuman physical power. Lin Ye didn't stop. He was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, weaving through the golem's siege. Every move was simple, direct, and efficient. Fists, elbows, knees, legs. Every part of his body became a deadly weapon. In the heat of battle, he keenly noticed a pattern. Each time the backup wrote a rule, the original proofreader who was repairing the red pen in the distance grew paler. Clearly, the energy consumed by the backup was ultimately borne by the original. A plan instantly formed in Lin Ye's mind. He no longer conserved his stamina. His attacks became more ferocious. He deliberately exposed a weakness to lure the golems into surrounding him. Then he broke free with even greater force. He forced the backup to expend more power, writing, restrain, repair, and other rules to maintain the battle. The original proofreader's face grew increasingly grim. He hadn't expected that, stripped of all supernatural power, this typo could still be so troublesome with mere physical strength. He felt his ink being rapidly consumed. The battle fell into a strange stalemate, a clash of rules and pure violence. The invisible ripples from this conflict finally disturbed the existence that had been a mere background element. In the center of the room, the beautiful Princess Blair rose, who had been sleeping peacefully. Her long, slender eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then, without warning, her eyes snapped open. What eyes they were! No trace of drowsiness upon waking, no gentleness befitting a legendary princess. Only a clear, icy coldness that seemed to have witnessed millennia, and a deep, ineffable weariness. So noisy. A clear, ancient voice tinged with a lazy, sleepy tone suddenly echoed in everyone's mind. The moment that voice sounded, the very rules of the battlefield faltered. Both Lin Ye and the proofreader snapped their heads toward the source of the voice. They saw the sleeping beauty, the core of the story, slowly sit up from the bed piled with roses. She stretched gracefully and lazily, as if just waking from an ordinary afternoon nap. Then her icy gaze swept across the room. When she sensed the rule prohibiting supernatural power set by the backup, her delicate brows knitted slightly. It seemed she found the restriction unpleasant. So she casually raised a finger as fair as jade and gently tapped the air. Break. She uttered a single word softly. Crack. A crisp sound like shattering glass. It resonated on the conceptual level. The rule circle that the backup had painstakingly inscribed instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, then shattered. Wah! Both the original proofreader and the backup were struck as if by lightning spewing black blood. Their rules had been forcibly overruled by a higher, more unreasonable existence. The moment the rule broke, the living golems lost their energy source and collapsed into a pile of broken furniture. Lin Ye felt his connection to the curse erosion power instantly restored, smoother than before. The entire room fell into dead silence. The princess paid no attention to the two stunned proofreaders. She stepped down from the bed barefoot on the cold stone floor and walked to the ancient spinning wheel, the source of the sloth curse. She reached out and pulled out the deadly black spindle that had kept her asleep for 100 years. She held the spindle before her eyes, examining it for a moment. Her gaze was like that of someone looking at a toy she had grown tired of. 100 years. Still so boring. She murmured softly. Then, to the utter shock of Lin Ye and the proofreaders, she gently squeezed. Snap. The spindle, the source of the curse that could plunge an entire duchy into eternal sleep, the embodiment of the sloth original sin, was crushed to powder as easily as a twig. With the spindle's destruction, the already severely wounded backup began to grow transparent, as if the story it depended on had been fundamentally altered. Finally, with a resentful look, it dissolved into countless specks of light and vanished completely. Having done all this, the princess finally turned her clear, icy gaze toward the only stranger still standing in the room. Lin Ye, you, her lips parted. Are you here to take me away from this boring story? Are you here to take me away from this boring story? Blair Rose's voice was soft, yet it struck like an invisible heavy hammer. It slammed hard against the proofreader's fraying nerves. Lin Ye looked at the barefoot princess before him. Her eyes, clear as glass, held not a single ripple, as if all things in the world were as dull as dust in her eyes. For the first time, Lin Ye came across an existence for which even the Purification System returned and unable to parse notice. I can take you away, Lin Ye replied calmly. He ignored the pale-faced proofreader nearby, as if the man were already dead. But not away from the story, rather to witness more and more interesting stories. More interesting. A faint, barely perceptible curve tugged at the corner of Blair's lips. She seemed to have developed a flicker of interest in that word. Then prove it to me. Prove that you have the power to tear apart the script. And not just be like him, who can only stain the pages. She stretched out a slender jade-like finger and pointed from afar at the proofreader trembling in the corner. For example, right in front of me. Eat him. Not kill him. Eat him. Lin Ye smiled. The request suited him perfectly. He walked forward. The proofreader recoiled in terror, trying to repair the cracked red pen in his hand. It was all futile. No. You can't. The proofreader's voice trembled, losing all its former composure and elegance. Kill me, and the Ouroboros will sense it. You'll face an even more terrifying correction. Lin Ye ignored his threats. Black, cursed erosion power surged from Lin Ye's palm like countless hungry vipers and instantly drowned the proofreader completely. A miserable shriek rang out, then broke off abruptly in an instant. The proofreader's body formed from rules and concepts. Under the unreasonable, garbled code of the cursed erosion power was disassembled, devoured, and digested bit by bit until not a single trace of its existence remained. Ding. Successfully purified Ouroboros cadre, proofreader. A special conceptual entity was detected. Purification reward doubled. You have received 2000 purification points. You have received a special item, pen of rules damaged. You have received some memory fragments of the Ouroboros organization. The system's notification tone rang through Lin Ye's mind. But at that moment, what he cared about more was the keen gaze behind him. Blair looked at Lin Ye like a child seeing a novel toy. The taste is decent, she commented in a tone like she was savoring fine cuisine. It barely passes. Then now it's my turn. Lin Ye turned around. Purify the sloth curse on you. That is my job. Sloth. Blair laughed softly. The laughter was crisp like wind chimes, yet carried a trace of distance. You think that is a curse? No. It is a state I chose for myself. She looked at Lin Ye, and for the first time there was a trace of seriousness in her eyes. The so-called sloth is not the physical unwillingness to move, but the spiritual feeling that everything is meaningless. As her voice fell, an invisible ripple spread out from her. Lin Ye immediately felt his thoughts slow. A powerful weariness surged in his heart, fighting purification growing stronger. All of it seemed to become meaningless and unbearably troublesome. The cursed erosion power in his hand lost its activity, receding into his body like a tide that had lost its driving force, refusing to execute any of its master's commands. This was the true form of sloth, a terrifying power that could deprive all things of meaning at the conceptual level, causing enemies to give up resistance from the spiritual plane. Just as Lin Ye's consciousness was about to sink entirely, the original sin fragment of envy at his heart suddenly shook violently. A piercing emotion full of unwillingness and malice stabbed into his mind like a steel needle. Why? Why do you get to decide what is meaningful? Why can you be so aloof from the world? Why? The intense envy blazed like fire, and instantly burned to ashes the dead embers of sloth in Lin Ye's heart. His eyes became clear and sharp once again. Oh! Blair showed a startled expression for the first time. She clearly sensed in Lin Ye's body another original sin power that was in no way inferior to hers. Remarkable. You are the first person to fight my boredom with another kind of boredom. She withdrew the power that stripped away meaning. It seemed she recognized Lin Ye as qualified to converse with her as an equal. And at that moment Bai Shui, who had been standing quietly behind Lin Ye, could remain silent no longer. She stepped forward to Lin Ye's side, her hand in its holy glove tightly gripping his arm. It was as if she were declaring her existence with her actions. From the instant Blair had awakened, Bai Shui had felt an unprecedented pressure. This princess's beauty and bearing were in no way inferior to hers. Yet the transcendent detachment that regarded everything as nothing and the terrifying might that crushed rules were something Bai Shui could never hope to match. When she saw that conceptual confrontation between Blair and Lin Ye, one in which no outsider could intervene, a strange, bitter emotion began to grow in her heart, like invisible thorns quietly coiling around it, pricking her with faint pain. She was afraid that Lin Ye's attention would be completely captured by this mysterious and powerful princess, and that she herself would become once again the saintess who could only pray silently from behind. Blair noticed Bai Shui's vigilant and hostile eyes. She merely chuckled, letting her gaze rest for a moment on Bai Shui's hand, which was tightly gripping Lin Ye's arm. Then she said to Lin Ye, "The little white dove you raised doesn't seem to like me very much." Lin Ye felt the slight trembling of Bai Shui's hand on his arm. He did not answer Blair's provocation. Instead, he turned his hand and held Bai Shui's somewhat cold hand, wrapping it in his warm palm. A calming force flowed through his palm. Bai Shui's body stiffened slightly, and then a warm current surged into her heart. It scattered her unease and inferiority. She summoned her courage, returned Lin Ye's grip, and raised her head to meet Blair's gaze with eyes as pure as sapphires. Her gaze was resolute. "All right, playtime is over." Lin Ye's voice broke the delicate atmosphere. He looked up at the castle's dome. The source of the sloth curse, the spindle, had been destroyed, but the massive curse system would not fade away immediately. "Before you come with me, first let's take care of the legacy here." As the power of the curse began to slowly crumble, drastic changes took place inside and outside the castle. The servants and soldiers in the castle who had slept for 100 years were awakening, but their fragile souls had long been deeply entangled with the curse. The vanishing of the curse was driving their souls toward collapse. Outside the castle, the thorn thickets that covered the entire duchy were rapidly withering. Before they died completely, they released the final wave of life force accumulated over a century, frantically draining the quintessence of the kingdom's land. The land of the entire Duchy of Roses was turning to sand at a visible speed. Lin Ye released Bai Shui's hand and slowly rose into the air. He flew to the castle's highest point. Spreading his arms wide, the black halo of sin and punishment exploded outward from him, like an inverted black sun enveloping the entire kingdom. Curse siphon, maximum power activated. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. From all directions of the kingdom, countless gray streams of residual sloth curse energy and countless emerald streams of immense life essence were dragged by an irresistible suction, forming two sky-piercing tornadoes that crazily poured into the halo of sin and punishment behind Lin Ye. The furnace of sin and punishment in the sky fortress let out an overloaded roar. Ding. Detected a massive amount of same-source curse energy pouring in. Ding. Detected superscale life energy pouring in. Purification successful. You have received 587420 purification points. Ding. The furnace of sin and punishment absorbed the overloaded life energy and curse energy. Energy overload. The furnace is beginning a forced upgrade. Upgrade successful. The furnace of sin and punishment's level increased. New function unlocked. Forging of cursed armament. Lin Ye slowly landed. Feeling the skyrocketing power in his body and the good news from the system, he was in a rather good mood. "Let's go," he said to Blair. "I'll take you to a new place." With a flash of light, the three vanished at the top of the bell tower, leaving behind only a castle slowly awakening from its century-old slumber. The Sky Fortress. When Lin Ye appeared with Blair, icy in temperament, barefoot, like a fairy beneath the moon, the first to welcome them was Cinderella, who sat at the door of the command room, hugging her knees and gnawing on a curse candy. Cinderella looked up, her hollow gray eyes like dust-covered glass beads, gazed quietly at Blair. Blair also lowered her head. Her clear eyes, like 10,000-year-old ice, calmly returned Cinderella's gaze. One was a vessel of gluttony, the other an incarnation of sloth. Two princesses of vastly different styles met for the first time. Neither said a word, but an invisible confrontational aura filled the air. Suddenly, Cinderella reached into the pocket of her tattered dress and took out her most cherished rainbow-colored curse candy. Carefully, she offered it to Blair, as if performing a sacred ritual. It was also like a declaration of territory. Bai Shui watched nervously from the side, knowing exactly how dreadful a gluttony curse was hidden inside that candy. Blair looked at the candy, one strong enough to poison a dragon, and was silent for a moment. Then she took it, under Cinderella's expectant and nervous gaze. She elegantly placed it into her mouth and chewed slowly, as if savoring a supreme court dessert. The taste is passable. Blair gave the calm evaluation. The terrifying power of the gluttony curse the moment it entered her body was completely stripped of meaning by that sloth aura of all things are in vain becoming utterly silent. Then, she looked at Lin Ye behind Cinderella and said to her, however, he is not your master. He is merely someone I newly found. A new toy, who can tell me new stories. Queen Iwilla received the message upon her throne. It arrived through the communication array as Angelina transmitted the words, the master has returned. She had been reviewing a tedious document concerning the grain reserves of the northern border of the Rose Duchy. Calmly, she set down her quill. Then she rose. She unfastened the intricate royal robe that symbolized supreme authority and casually handed it to her attendant, leaving herself clad only in a sleek black leather battle suit. The armor perfectly accentuated her breathtaking curves, exuding a different kind of majesty than the robe, a coercive presence belonging to a true powerhouse, one that brooked no dissent. Postpone all meetings. Until my return, no one is to disturb me, she commanded in a tone utterly devoid of emotion. With that, she turned and strode briskly toward the exclusive passage leading to the Sky Fortress's landing pad, leaving behind a group of cabinet ministers who exchanged bewildered glances but dared not voice a single objection. When Iwilla's figure appeared before the massive gates of the landing pad, what she saw was not only the man to whom she had devoted everything, but also the two new members behind him. One was Cinderella holding a jar of candy, her eyes vacant. Iwilla recognized her. She was the first trophy Lin Ye had brought back, harmless, obedient like a puppet. Iwilla paid her no mind. But the other one, the moment Iwilla's gaze met Blair Rose's clear, icy eyes, the queen's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. As the former Grand Duke of the Rose Duchy, Iwilla understood better than anyone what the legendary Sleeping Beauty truly signified. She could sense from the other woman a terrifying aura akin to Lin Ye's, yet distinct, one that transcended all rules, emanating a natural judgment of superior over inferior. That scrutiny made Iwilla feel a faint, almost imperceptible sense of being slighted. Her gaze lingered on Blair Rose for more than a second. Just a second. Then she looked away as if nothing had happened, as if she had merely seen an ordinary stranger. She walked over to Lin Ye. Stopping 3 steps away, ignoring everyone else, she bowed slightly and reported in a tone both respectful and tinged with intimacy. I welcome the master's return. Your trophies have been prepared for you. Her voice was soft, yet it reached every ear in the vicinity with crystal clarity. The word trophies was enunciated with particular emphasis, a report to Lin Ye, and also a declaration to someone else. Lin Ye gazed at the valiant queen before him, a flicker of approval rising in his heart. No matter what he brought back, Iwilla always knew how to position herself correctly, always placing his interests above all else. A subordinate so capable and free of trouble, no one could dislike that. Well done, Lin Ye nodded. Take me to see them. Yes. Iwilla turned to lead the way. As she brushed past Blair Rose, the gazes of the two queens met once more in the air. A silent flash of lightning. One was proud and icy, the other deep as the ocean. Iwilla led Lin Ye to a newly built warehouse vast enough to rival the national treasury. As the heavy metal doors slowly opened, a dense, almost tangible aura of sloth curse rushed forth. Inside the warehouse, mountains of rare treasures and magical artifacts gleamed eerily under the light of magic crystal lamps. There was the knight's sleeping sword, its hilt overgrown with moss after centuries of slumber, the dreamweaver's crown, which could trap its wearer in an eternal dream, and a whole chest of lazy dragon's ambergris, harvested from the sighing swamp, capable of inducing drowsiness even in dragons. Each item had once been a national treasure or forbidden object of the Rose Duchy. Now they were piled here like trash. After you left for the Thorn Castle, Iwilla explained calmly from Lin Ye's side. I issued the highest requisition order in the Queen's name and borrowed every cursed item recorded in the Duchy's archives that was related to sleep or sloth. She said the word borrowed with absolute entitlement, as if stating a trivial matter. Such was Iwilla's control and efficiency. While Lin Ye was conquering the boss, she had already cleared the minions and treasure chests of the entire dungeon for him. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Ye's face. Well done, he praised without hesitation. Then before everyone's eyes, he activated Sin Punishment Aura. The black sun rose once more. Curse Siphon activated. The entire warehouse instantly became a storm eye of energy. The mountainous cursed items wailed under the siphoning force. The sloth curse energy they had accumulated for hundreds or thousands of years was forcibly stripped and extracted. It transformed into gray torrents that wildly surged into Lin Ye's sin punishment furnace. The once precious artifacts, having lost their curse power, instantly became mundane objects, some even crumbling to dust. Ding. Detected a massive influx of homologous curse energy. Purification successful. You have gained 352100 purification points. Sin Punishment Furnace's curse reserve has greatly increased. The system's prompts made Lin Ye's mood even more pleasant. Iwilla's gift could not have been more timely. Meanwhile, Blair rose, watching Lin Ye's domineering absorption ability. For the first time, a strange light flickered in her icy eyes, like a child witnessing an unexpected new feature in her toy. It made her find it even more interesting. Master, at that moment Iwilla silently approached Lin Ye and handed him a refined report sealed with wax. This is all the intelligence on Princess Blair Rose, including details not recorded even in the Rose Royal secret annals. Lin Ye took the report, opened it, and flipped through. It contained a detailed record of Blair Rose's life, her legendary personality, and various magical apocrypha about her possible abilities. Its thoroughness surpassed even Lin Ye's own investigation. It was clear that while he was away, Iwilla had not only collected items, but also turned every stone in investigating the princess. Lin Ye's gaze swept to the last page of the report. There, written in a bold, murderous script entirely different from the rest, was a single line of blood-red words: "This woman is extremely dangerous. Her threat level exceeds even that of the Ouroboros organization. Recommend formatting at the earliest opportunity." Lin Ye finished reading, then nonchalantly put away the report. He glanced at the loyal and scheming queen beside him, then at the princess in the distance, who was scrutinizing him with the gaze of a child examining a toy. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. Things, it seemed, were truly beginning to grow more interesting. The moment Lin Ye tucked away that report filled with warnings, a lazy, yet slightly icy voice suddenly echoed through the silent warehouse. A scrap of paper filled with nothing but lies and conjecture. The speaker was Blair Rose. She had somehow already approached. Her bare feet trod upon the cold, hard metal floor without making the slightest sound, like a bodiless specter. Her eyes, clear as millennia-old ice, passed over Lin Ye and stared directly at Elvira. In that gaze there was neither anger nor contempt. There was only a pure indifference, as if she were looking at a lifeless object. "You seem to want me to disappear." Elvira's heart gave a sudden chill. She had not expected her hostility to be detected so directly and so keenly by the other. Nor had she expected the other to attack so brazenly right in front of Lin Ye. But after all, she was a queen who held the power of a nation. Her will was far more steadfast than that of ordinary people. There was not a trace of panic on her face, nor did she even blink an extra time. Meeting Blair's gaze, which seemed capable of freezing one's soul, she curved her lips into an elegant, distant smile befitting a victor. "Your Highness is overthinking. I am merely sharing my master's burden, flagging all potential unstable elements in advance. After all, not every trophy can clearly recognize its own value and place." Her words were courteous, yet every word struck home tit for tat, instantly pushing the conflict between the two to its peak. However, faced with Elvira's nearly perfect verbal counterattack, Blair merely tilted her head slightly, as if somewhat puzzled, or as if she found this whole debate itself tedious. "Language," she murmured softly. "What an inefficient and troublesome thing." The next second, she snapped her fingers. A crisp sound rang out, yet no magical light appeared. But the copy of the top-secret report about Blair in Elvira's hand, the one she had spent several nights compiling. In that instant, without any warning, it became a completely blank piece of parchment. Every single word and symbol on it. At the conceptual level, their very meaning of existence had been erased. Elvira's pupils contracted sharply. And this was not the end. Invisible and irresistible, an aura of sloth instantaneously invaded her mind. She clearly felt that within her thoughts, the dozens of schemes, contingencies, and countermeasures she had painstakingly devised against Blair were rapidly growing blurry and fading away. It was as if a voice whispered in the depths of her soul, "What use is there in thinking about such things? Give up. Struggling is meaningless. Fighting her is also meaningless. Everything is meaningless." This was a direct attack by the primordial sin of sloth upon thought and logic, a nearly unsolvable dimensional strike. It did not destroy your body. Instead, it fundamentally stripped away your motivation to resist. Elvira's face instantly turned pale, and fine cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She bit her lower lip hard, using the sharp pain to combat the weariness eroding her soul. Relying on a willpower far beyond that of ordinary people, she forcibly stabilized her wavering mind. But her gaze toward Blair now carried an unprecedented solemnity and dread. This person, no, this monster. It was 100 times more dangerous than her report had predicted. Just as Blair seemed ready to make her next move, a hand was gently placed on her shoulder. It was not large, yet it carried an undeniable force. "My queen." Lin Ye's voice was calm, yet it was like an insurmountable barrier standing between the two queens. It is not your place to discipline her. Lin Ye did not look at Elvira. His gaze only rested calmly on Blair. That look seemed to say she is mine. Right or wrong, she is for me alone to judge and for me alone to deal with. The force on Blair's shoulder caused her pervading aura of sloth to falter slightly. She felt Lin Ye's unyielding attitude and also sensed the stirring power of the curse erosion force and the primordial sin of envy within him. They were hissing in dissatisfaction at her attack on Elvira. Blair was silent for a moment, then shrugged indifferently. As if she had merely done something trivial, she withdrew the mind-eroding power. Elvira immediately felt the pressure lighten. Unable to help herself, she leaned against the wall, panting slightly. Fine, Blair said lazily, like a child whose prank had been stopped by a parent. She glanced with interest at the pale-faced Elvira, then at Lin Ye's calm expression, a playful smile curling at the corner of her lips. When a toy misbehaves, it is indeed the master's responsibility. With these words, she redefined the relationships among herself, Elvira, and Lin Ye. In an extremely subtle and provocative way, redefining it all. One sentence offended two people at once. Elvira's just soothed face turned cold again. As for Lin Ye, he simply gazed quietly at this princess who delighted in chaos. Slowly he spoke. It seems you also need to learn my rules. Lin Ye's calm, yet infinitely commanding words echoed through the empty warehouse. It seems, he said, you too need to learn my rules. Before the words had faded, he paid no further heed to the pale and unsettled Iwila and simply turned around. He walked toward the warehouse exit, not even glancing back at Blair, as if certain she would follow. Blair Rose stood frozen in place. She watched Lin Ye's back, not particularly broad, yet exuding an indescribable dominance. In her clear, icy eyes, a feeling named confusion surfaced for the first time. She could not comprehend why this man dared to speak to her in such a commanding tone. He was but a mere mortal who had stolen a fragment of jealousy, a slightly stronger toy, and yet, her body's instinct compelled her, as if by some ghostly force, to take a step forward. She followed him like a marionette pulled by invisible strings. Chasing after that figure, the two walked one after another through the long corridor, took the private lift, and ascended all the way to the topmost floor of the Sky Fortress. The luxurious, yet solitary bell tower chamber prepared exclusively for Blair. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the magnificent sea of clouds churned endlessly. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Every detail in the chamber was exquisite to the extreme, yet also cold to the extreme. Like a gilded cage, Lin Ye halted in the center of the chamber, turned around, and finally looked directly at the belated Sleeping Beauty princess. He did not sit down. He simply stood looking down at her and calmly announced, "First rule, do not lay a hand on my possessions." His voice carried no emotion, as if reciting a law carved in stone. Unquestionable, unarguable. Possessions? Blair seemed to find this an absurd joke. On her pale, beautiful face a smile that was almost cruel appeared for the first time. You mean that? Self-righteous queen. So in your heart she is merely an item. How pathetic. She stepped forward slowly, her bare feet treading on the soft Persian carpet, step by step approaching Lin Ye. The faint aura of sloth around her began to spread and rise again. And if I insist on making a move, her voice became soft and alluring, like the whisper of a demon. Will you devour me just like you devoured that useless proofreader? The moment the words fell, the air in the chamber seemed to solidify. The hands of the clock appeared to slow. The terrifying aura of the primordial sin pressed against the space like the pressure of the deep sea, threatening to crush Lin Ye's will, to prevent even the thought of resistance from rising. But Lin Ye merely gazed at her calmly, his eyes utterly unruffled, as if the very aura of sloth that could weary even the gods was nothing more than a gentle breeze. The next moment he moved, with lightning speed. In Blair's astonished eyes, Lin Ye's figure shot forward like a black bolt of lightning, instantly closing the distance between them. He did not employ any power of the primordial sin, nor did he summon the black sun. Instead, he simply reached out, and in a manner so rough it bordered on insolence, precisely grasped her delicate jade-like chin. The sensation under his fingertips was fine and icy like the finest porcelain. He applied a slight force, forcing the proud princess to lift her head, compelling her icy eyes to meet his own deep, abyss-like black gaze. Blair's mind went blank for a split second. She had slumbered for centuries, and after awakening she regarded all things as mere chaff. This was the first time anyone had dared to treat her with such an insolent demeanor. The power of sloth within her instinctively surged, ready to plunge this reckless man into eternal slumber, soul and all. Yet, at that very moment, a force even more unreasonable, even more overbearing and tyrannical erupted from Lin Ye's palm. It was the pure, unadulterated curse erosion force, like billions of invisible black chains along the skin where they touched. It violently invaded Blair's body with an irresistible momentum. These black chains did not attack her soul, nor did they destroy her flesh. Instead, like the most precise hounds, they lunged directly at the slumbering massive core of sloth within her. Then they coiled, tightened, and imprisoned. Blair realized with horror that her invincible sin power had failed. No, not failed. It had been forcibly locked down by a more chaotic, more disordered, garbled code. She could feel her power still there, vast as an ocean, but no matter how she urged it, she could not mobilize even a trace. Like a billionaire who finds his bank card password altered, this unprecedented sense of powerlessness invoked in her a long-forgotten fear. "I will not devour you," Lin Ye's voice sounded in her ear, low, husky, with a hint of dangerous magnetism. Like the pronouncement of death. "Because you are now my collection. I never destroy my collections." But his fingers tightened slightly, causing Blair to feel a clear pain. "I have many ways to make you understand what it means to be powerless." Blair was forced to tilt her head back, looking up at this man. His supremely handsome face bore a cold, predatory smile. His eyes seemed to be appraising a newly captured, unruly prey, filled with scrutiny and absolute control. The proud princess for the first time felt from her new toy the pure, rule-defying brute force suppression. It was an experience more alien to her than death itself. The sin core within her struggled frantically, but was firmly bound by those black, curse erosion chains. Unable to move, this powerlessness, instead of plunging her into despair, stirred deep within her soul a spark of excitement that even she herself had not noticed. Like a stagnant lake that had been still for centuries, suddenly struck by a blazing meteor, she stared into Lin Ye's fathomless eyes. And suddenly she extended her crimson tongue, lightly licking her dry lips. Those icy eyes no longer held indifference and arrogance, but a strange, glistening light, like a child who had found a new game. The sound she made carried a barely perceptible tremor, whether from pain or something else. "This rule? I remember it." She fixed her gaze on Lin Ye, her eyes filled with a new, probing and playful curiosity. "So, what's the next one?" A game of danger and excitement, of taming and being tamed, had officially begun at this moment. Facing Blair's probing and provocative inquiry, "What's next?" Lin Ye's gaze did not waver in the slightest. The reins of this game had been firmly in his grasp from the very beginning. He slowly released his hand from Blair's chin. The cool, delicate sensation still lingered on his fingertips, as if he had not yet withdrawn from that moment of absolute control. The invisible shackles formed by the curse erosion force also dissolved, allowing Blair to reclaim command over her own power. Freed once more, Blair did not launch another attack as Lin Ye had anticipated. Nor did she retreat. She merely rubbed her slightly reddened chin, her icy eyes fixed unblinkingly on Lin Ye, as if she could pierce through his very soul. Lin Ye gave her no time to ponder. He turned and strode toward the luxurious sofa nearby. Seating himself with graceful poise, he crossed his legs, resting his hands casually on the armrests, assuming an air of entitlement. Commanding the seat of honor in this bedchamber, he gazed at Blair, who still stood in place, and announced the next agenda item in a calm tone. "Rule number 2. My treasure must possess the value of a treasure." He paused, letting each word etch itself into Blair's mind. Then he continued, "From today onward, your power shall serve my purpose." This time Blair finally reacted. As if hearing an utterly tedious proposal, she lazily yawned. Even a hint of tears welled up in her eyes. Barefoot, she walked over to the other sofa. But instead of sitting, she languidly lay sideways like a boneless cat, propping her head on her hand. Her snow-white hair cascaded like a waterfall. "Work for you." Her melodious voice dripped with undisguised weariness and disinterest. Too troublesome. For her, the very act of working was the greatest sacrilege against the sin of sloth. Better to continue sleeping, to find the greatest peace in eternal nothingness. Lin Ye seemed to have anticipated her reaction. He neither grew angry nor argued. Instead, he reached out and grasped the air. The next moment, the pitch-black, crack-ridden, ominous rule pen materialized in his hand. "Angelina." Lin Ye toyed with the damaged pen, stating a fact in a flat voice. "Our finest magical scholar spent 3 days and nights without rest, barely managing to analyze 1% of its internal structure." With a flick of his wrist, the rule pen transformed into a black streak of light, silently flying to hover before Blair. Suspended half a meter in front of her eyes, it rotated slowly. "I'll give you." Lin Ye raised a finger. 10 minutes. Blair's eyes narrowed slightly. She seemed to understand what Lin Ye intended, yet she made no move. She merely gazed lazily at the pen, as if it were inconsequential trash. A cold smile curved Lin Ye's lips. A wisp of pitch-black curse erosion force coiled around his fingertip like a venomous snake poised to strike. "Either complete this game, or we resume our previous exchange." His voice dropped low, dripping with menace. "Until you find working more interesting than being punished by me." The curse-eroding aura that made her deeply uncomfortable emerged once more. Like an invisible lash, it struck her newly freed core of sin. For the first time, Blair's languid, carefree expression froze. Her body involuntarily tensed. She fell silent. A flicker of struggle sped through her azure eyes. her mind engaged in an unprecedented sprint. Option A, resist. Result, body will be imprisoned again by that hateful force, prolonged helplessness, extremely troublesome. Option B, accept. Result requires effort to study, a broken pen, troublesome. Ultimately, the instinct of sloth made her choose the slightly less troublesome option. She sighed reluctantly. Finally, she sat up from the sofa, extending her slender jade-like fingers to lightly touch the floating rule pen. She didn't even grasp it, just a delicate touch. Her eyes merely glanced at the pen, like a top student eyeing a kindergarten arithmetic problem. Then, under Lin Ye's slightly surprised gaze, she withdrew her hand. In an extremely impatient tone, as if even thinking wasted energy, she spoke. Using error to correct error. The one who wrote these rules was a self-contradictory fool. Her words made Lin Ye raise an eyebrow. The mystery that Angelina had exhausted herself to uncover was in her mouth, the creation of a fool. Blair didn't pause. As if these conclusions required no thought, she simply saw them and knew the result. Its core logic has 17 redundant conflicts. Like a cripple trying to teach others how to run. Repair it. She sneered as if hearing the most ridiculous joke. Why repair something that is itself an error? Simply use its contradiction to destroy other rules. Isn't that more efficient? A few sentences instantly illuminated the core essence that Angelina had failed to see after days of study. Angelina's approach was repair and utilize. But Blair's approach was a higher-dimensional conceptual attack, using the pen's own logical contradictions to impact, corrupt, and destroy the enemy's stable logic. This was the power of the sin of sloth, omitting all cumbersome derivation, calculation, and verification processes, directly reaching the ultimate answer and the most efficient usage. A brilliant light burst from Lin Ye's eyes. He understood. He finally understood. The true value of this treasure he had obtained was not in combat, but in a dimensional reduction attack on rules and knowledge. With her, any of Angelina's research problems would no longer be problems. Just then the laboratory door burst open. Angelina, with two huge dark circles under her eyes, rushed in frantically, holding a data pad. Master, I've made a major discovery. About the pen. She stopped mid-sentence. Because she saw the rule pen, which had tormented her for 3 days and nights, floating silently before Blair rose. And Blair, with a condescending tone, said, "Your thinking is too complicated. Adjust the force field frequency to 3.7 Hz, inject 7% of your mana, and write the words, 'This wall does not exist,' on a wall. Don't ask why. Just do it. You'll see something more interesting." Angelina was stunned. She instinctively glanced at the resonance frequency of 7,000 Hz she had derived after tens of thousands of calculations on her data pad. Then she heard Blair's casually uttered number. A wave of absurdity washed over her. But out of absolute trust in Lin Ye and awe for the mysterious princess's unfathomable power, she gritted her teeth. She turned and rushed back to the laboratory. "I'll try it right away." 10 minutes later, a deafening roar accompanied by Angelina's ecstatic and incredulous scream echoed from the laboratory throughout the entire Sky Fortress. It worked. Oh my God, it worked. The wall. Part of the wall disappeared on a conceptual level. Master, this is a miracle. A true miracle. In the bedchamber, Lin Ye looked at Blair Rose, whose expression read, just as expected, so boring. The curve of his lips rose even higher. He picked up the wine bottle on the table, poured himself a glass, and poured one for Blair. "It seems you already understand the second rule. Welcome, my chief advisor." Lin Ye decided that it was time to secure the recognition of all core members for Blair Rose's new identity, rather than letting her drift through the castle like a ghost. It would be better to push her directly into the spotlight, making everyone understand the status and power this seemingly languid princess now possessed. Thus, an emergency meeting of the highest order was convened in Lin Ye's study, which doubled as his war room, around a broad circular oak table. Present aside from Lin Ye himself were all the founding members of the Sky Fortress, including Queen Avira, resplendent in her military uniform, poised and commanding. There was Angelina in her white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze sparkling with intellect and curiosity, and Snow White, serene in her plain white gown, seated quietly with a tranquil expression. There was also Cinderella, clutching an old wooden puppet curled up in her chair, nibbling on candies, as if the world around her had nothing to do with her. When Blair Rose walked into the study, barefoot, clad in her magnificent silk nightgown, with sleepy eyes, almost every gaze instantly fixed upon her. Curiosity, scrutiny, wariness, fascination, all mingled in the air like a complex web of unspoken emotions. Avira in particular eyed the woman who had nearly plunged her into utter ruin. Though her face remained regal and composed, a trace of barely perceptible coldness lingered in the depths of her violet eyes. "Everyone is here," Lin Ye said from the head of the table, breaking the awkward silence, and gestured to the one empty seat beside him. "Sit here," he told Blair. It was a profoundly symbolic gesture. That seat sat even closer to Lin Ye than Avira's own. Avira's lashes trembled almost imperceptibly, but she said nothing. Blair, utterly unconcerned, drifted over as if the seat had always been hers by right, and settled into it with languid grace. From today onward, Miss Blair Rose will serve as the Sky Fortress's chief advisor, Lin Ye declared, his voice soft, yet reaching every corner of the room. Her wisdom will guide our path into the future, and her counsel carries the same weight as my own decisions. These words struck like a thunderbolt. Even the ever-composed Avira could not hide a flicker of shock. Now let us welcome Advisor Blair to say a few words. Lin Ye handed the stage to Blair with an amused smile, curious to see how this princess of sloth would deliver her inaugural address. Blair, now the center of everyone's attention, yawned lazily, as if thoroughly annoyed by such a formal occasion. She did not rise, nor even shift her posture. Instead, with those clear, icy eyes of hers, she slowly swept her gaze over each person in the room one by one as though scanning them. At last her eyes settled on Angelina, who had been the first to speak. The science fanatic was staring at her with sparkling eyes, as if beholding a walking embodiment of truth. Blair began, her voice quiet yet extraordinarily distinct. Calculator that tries to explain madness with logic. In a single sentence, the fervor on Angelina's face froze. She felt as though she had been seen through instantly, her very obsession and mania for science laid bare by those few words. Then Blair's gaze turned to Snow White, who was quietly praying. Feeling the gaze upon her, Snow White lifted her head nervously and offered a kind, pure smile. Blair's tone was utterly flat. Worshipper who futilely tries to define darkness with light. Snow White's smile froze on her lips. The words struck like a curse, piercing the deepest doubts and confusions hidden within her heart. She existed to purify darkness, but did she truly understand it? Was her so-called light merely a definition she had willed into being? Next came Cinderella, who had been trying to shrink into the background like a little hamster. Blair's gaze lingered briefly on her and on the puppet in her arms. She said, puppet manipulated by the strings of the past. Cinderella's body trembled violently. She clutched her doll tighter and buried her head even lower. Those words dredged up the voice that kept whispering in her mind, and the buried, unbearable memories she had tried so hard to forget. At last Blair's gaze met Avira's sharp violet eyes, and invisible sparks seemed to fly between them. Avira's eyes were full of vigilance and scrutiny, while Blair simply gave her assessment in a calm, detached tone. And an actress striving to play the role of perfection. Avira's heart clenched violently. All along she had played the queen, the knight, the steward, the loyal retainer, with flawless grace, devoting everything she had to Lin Ye, striving for perfection in every possible way. Yet this woman had reduced her to a mere actress with a single dismissive phrase, as if negating everything she was. Her nails dug deeply into her palms. In an instant the atmosphere in the study dropped to freezing. Except for Lin Ye, who remained smiling, every woman present wore an expression of deep displeasure. Blair's words, which could be described as the ultimate affront, had instantly turned all of them against her. Yet the newly appointed chief advisor did not seem to care in the slightest. It was as though she had simply stated a few self-evident facts. Finally, she turned to Lin Ye and spoke in a tone of finality. Your existence is all too strange, she said. Too noisy. My job is to help my master achieve whatever he wants with the least possible effort. Without even waiting for Lin Ye to adjourn the meeting, she rose of her own accord. Meeting's over. I'm going to sleep. Before the words had fully faded, she turned and walked barefoot out of the study, leaving behind a room full of people who had each in their own way been redefined through the lens of sloth, and who now sat lost in their own tangled thoughts. The gloom of that disastrous meeting lingered until the next morning. When Lin Ye walked out of his room, he felt that the entire Sky Fortress was quieter than usual. When he arrived at the dining hall, he was surprised to find Snow White there alone, already having prepared a lavish breakfast for him. There was warm milk wheat toast baked to perfection and tender-seared meat drizzled with honey. The morning sunlight streamed through the window and fell upon her, gilding her white dress and silver hair with a soft, holy halo. She looked like a serene and beautiful painting. Good morning, Lord Lin Ye. Seeing Lin Ye appear, Snow White immediately rose and smiled with warmth as bright as sunshine, as if the gloom of yesterday's meeting had never left a mark upon her heart. But Lin Ye was far too perceptive. In the depths of Snow White's clear eyes he still caught a lingering trace of worry. Lord Lin Ye. Snow White pulled out the chair for him, and only once he was seated did she look at him with concern and ask softly, You seemed very tired yesterday. Lin Ye knew she was not only referring to the meeting itself, but also to the unsettling aura of emptiness and weariness that had clung to him after his clash of power with Blair. That aura was harmless to ordinary people, but to Snow White, a holy maiden, it was as conspicuous as ink stains upon a moonlit night. I'm fine, Lin Ye replied with a smile. But Snow White shook her head. She stepped forward, naturally standing beside him, and reached out with her slender, fair hand to straighten his collar, which was already perfectly neat. It was an intimate gesture full of a maiden's care and devotion. The moment her fingertips brushed against the skin of his neck, a wondrous scene unfolded. From Snow White's palm, a soft, warm halo of milky white, holy light radiated instinctively. The radiance was not blinding, yet it was steeped in the power of purification and healing. As the holy light enveloped Lin Ye, it moved like water meeting a stain. Gently, and of its own accord, it utterly cleansed and washed away the lingering traces of negativity, emptiness, and fatigue left upon Lin Ye's body from forcibly suppressing the sin of sloth. Lin Ye was instantly overcome by an unprecedented clarity and vigor. It felt as though the taut nerves of days had finally been released in that single moment. It was as if the dust that had gathered over his very soul had been swept clean, leaving his spirit translucent and serene. Feeling this pure and warm power, his heart stirred fiercely. He looked at the maiden before him, who was earnestly adjusting his collar as though performing some sacred rite. Her face appeared even more holy and beautiful in the morning glow, her long lashes quivering slightly, her eyes overflowing with pure concern. Lin Ye reached out and gently took hold of her hand, still resting upon his collar. Her hand was small and soft, carrying a faint coolness like a fine piece of jade cradled in his palm. Startled by his sudden move, a kissable blush instantly bloomed across Snow White's cheeks. Still holding her hand, Lin Ye gently drew her closer to him. He lifted his eyes to meet hers, pure as a fawn's yet tinged with shyness. Then he leaned forward slightly and pressed a feather-soft kiss upon her smooth, fair forehead. "With you here," Lin Ye's voice rang out low and magnetic through the quiet dining hall, "I will never feel weary." His words struck Snow White's heart like the most powerful holy magic. In that instant, the gloom and self-doubt that Blair's words, a feudal worshipper, had cast over her were completely dispelled. Lin Ye's kiss and his affirmation told her own worth more profoundly than any eloquent phrase could. Snow White's cheeks were now so crimson they seemed ready to drip. She lowered her head shyly, no longer daring to meet Lin Ye's eyes, yet her heart overflowed with a vast and honeyed happiness. She felt that at last she too could stand by Lin Ye's side in her own singular way and play an irreplaceable role. She nodded emphatically, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz yet brimming with conviction. Ever since the kiss 2 mornings ago, a kiss as warm as the dawn, Bai Shui seemed to have been filled with new vitality. She was no longer merely the little saintess who prayed in silence and harbored quiet self-doubt. A confident, radiant light began to bloom within her. She had found an irreplaceable worth that brought her even greater happiness and satisfaction than purifying anomalies. That worth was caring for Lord Lin Ye's daily life with her holy light. And so after that tender morning, Bai Shui immediately made a whimsical suggestion to Lin Ye. She hoped to carve out a workshop exclusively hers beside the castle kitchen. She named it the Holy Light Kitchen. Naturally, Lin Ye gladly agreed to this endearing request. He even handed Bai Shui full management of the entire kitchen. Bai Shui, now authorized, was brimming with drive. She poured all of her passion into this brand new career. Before long, the dining hall of Skyhold had become the most beloved place in the whole castle. Bai Shui discovered that her pure holy light power was simply the world's finest magical seasoning. Ingredients blessed by her holy light would not only have every trace of subtle impurity and negative energy cleansed away, becoming purer and more delicious. Even more miraculous, depending on the intent she poured into her prayers, the food would also carry a variety of astonishing beneficial effects. At noon that day, Lin Ye had just finished a tedious document concerning tax reform in the Green Kingdom and arrived at the dining hall, where he saw an extremely amusing and heartwarming sight. Angelina was sporting 2 enormous dark circles under her eyes. Cradling a steaming bowl of soup in both hands, she wore the ecstatic expression of a cat who had just inhaled catnip. On the table before her sat another large, empty bowl. "Miss Bai Shui, one more bowl," she cried, hoisting the bowl aloft with fanatical eyes. "Ever since I drank your potent, brain-refreshing anti-hair loss seafood soup, I feel my brain's processing power has risen out of thin air by a full 10%. And I think I can see signs of my thinning hair coming back to life." Dressed in a spotless white apron with dainty lace trim, Bai Shui darted between the kitchen and the dining hall like a lively little butterfly. She smiled and ladled another bowl of soup for Angelina, reminding her with thoughtful care, "Miss Angelina, although this soup is good for your mental energy, you can have at most 2 bowls a day. Otherwise, your holy light energy will overload and you won't be able to sleep at night." Elsewhere, Awila, who had just finished an intense session of sword training, was also seated at the dining table. Before her was an enormous piece of roast golden brown and brimming with the heady aroma of meat. With every bite, a faint halo of golden light could be seen dissolving into her body, restoring at a visible rate the stamina she had consumed from strenuous exercise. A system panel clearly displayed the attributes of the dish: Holy Light Blessing Rapid Stamina Recovery Meal. Seeing Lin Ye approach, everyone immediately rose to greet him. Bai Shui above all scampered over like a little cat, seeing its master, a look of anticipation and cute pride blooming on her small face. "Lord Lin Ye, you're here." Offering it up like a treasure, she presented a drink that had long been prepared for him. It was a cup of clear lemonade that seemed to hold starlight within. "This is my specially made calming lemonade to ease the fatigue of your official duties." Lin Ye took the cup, and a refreshing presence of holy light rushed to meet him, loosening the taut nerves that had been wound tight for days. He took a sip. A system notification appeared. You have consumed blessed lemonade. Mental fatigue 20. Focus 15 for 2 hours. You have acquired minor chaos resistance. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Looking at the girl before him, radiating such brilliant light because of a single small gesture he had made, a warmth rose unbidden in Lin Ye's heart. He reached out, and out of habit ruffled by Shue's long soft silver hair. Well done. I like it very much. Bathed in his praise, by Shue narrowed her eyes in bliss, her cheeks flushed, and the corners of her lips could not stop curving upward. She felt that she was the happiest person in the world. From that day on, Skyhold gained a place of both wonder and warmth. The members of the castle could make private orders from Bai Shui according to their needs. And in the process of serving everyone, Bai Shui became increasingly cheerful and confident. The entire cold iron fortress truly gained a measure of home because she was there. However, this gentle, peaceful routine could not completely dispel the shadows in some hearts. Awila in particular, Blair's assessment of her as an actress striving to play the perfect role had lodged itself in her proud and unyielding heart like a poisoned thorn. By day she remained the same decisive, strategic, flawless queen. But at night, when she was alone, anxiety and self-doubt surged over her like the tide. Late that night, Awila finished reviewing all the defense reports and stared at the deep sky beyond the window, wordless for a long time. Finally, she seemed to have made some sort of resolution. She returned to her bedchamber. She shed the battle dress and queenly robes that symbolized power and authority. She removed the silver stockings and long boots that encased her slender legs. She shed every pretense, leaving herself in nothing but a thin purple silk nightgown that barely concealed her most vital places. Her stunningly perfect figure, half-veiled in the hazy moonlight, was dangerously alluring. Never had she appeared before anyone in such an unguarded state. Barefoot, she walked across the cold floor step by step toward Lin Ye's study. The study lamp was still burning. Lin Ye was still at work. At the doorway, Awila took a deep breath, then gently pushed the door open. Hearing the sound, Lin Ye looked up. When he saw Awila at the door, his pupils shrank slightly. The sight before him was far too stunning. The lofty, regal, martial queen of ordinary times was gone. In her place stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, radiating mature allure, yet with a touch of vulnerability and confusion in her eyes. Her purple hair spilled freely over her shoulders. The thin nightgown outlined the perfect contours of her body. Her full chest rose and fell softly with each breath, while her long, exquisite legs appeared and disappeared beneath the hem. Moonlight poured through the window and veiled her in a hazy, sorrowful radiance. Before Lin Ye could speak, Awila stepped in and quietly closed the door. Then she did something that took even Lin Ye by surprise. She knelt down slowly on one knee before Lin Ye. From the spatial ring at her waist, she drew her sword, held it horizontally before her with both hands, and placed it in front of her with reverence. She bowed her head deeply, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. "Master, I have come to ask forgiveness for my wavering." Advisor Blair. She was right. I have been acting all along. Lin Ye watched her in silence. He watched her shoulders trembling faintly, and that once proud head bow before him for the first time in such humility. Awila raised her head. In those violet eyes, so often filled with pride and confidence, there now flowed for the first time unmistakable fragility and confusion. By the moonlight, even the glimmering tears at the corners of her eyes were visible. "I'm scared." Her voice was very soft, as though she were talking in her sleep. "I'm afraid I'm not perfect enough. Afraid of falling short of your expectations. I'm afraid I can't become the sharpest, most dependable sword in your hand. So I studied desperately and trained desperately, hiding all my feelings beneath the mask of queen and knight." At this point, she summoned the greatest courage of her life. With a gaze that was almost pleading, she looked at Lin Ye and made a request. "Master, tonight, may I, not as your queen and not as your knight, only be your Awila." Her voice had grown choked. "I want to know, once every title and every value is stripped away, what exactly am I in your heart?" As her words died away, the study fell utterly silent. Only Awila's restrained breathing was starkly audible in the still night. She waited, awaiting Lin Ye's verdict. Lin Ye did not answer. He rose from his seat and walked over to stand before Awila. He did not look at the sword that symbolized loyalty and submission. From beginning to end, his gaze rested solely on her tear-streaked face, a face so beautiful it was heartbreaking. Then he reached out. He did not reach for the sword. Instead, he swept Awila up from the cold floor and cradled her horizontally in his arms. Awila let out a startled cry and instinctively wrapped both arms around Lin Ye's neck. Holding her like that, he carried her to the floor-to-ceiling window in the study. Outside the window lay an endless sea of clouds and a brilliant river of stars. He said no comforting words, nor did he answer her question. He simply lowered his head and gently kissed away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Then, in Awila's shocked, uncertain, and faintly hopeful gaze, he held her close, pulling her tightly into his embrace. With his own body heat, he warmed her cold, trembling frame. This embrace was filled with strength. It was filled with unyielding possessiveness. This embrace, more than any ornate words, soothed the restlessness in Awila's heart. More than any promise, it answered the question she had asked. At that moment, Awila finally understood, whether she was Queen Knight or simply Awila. She was the one and only irreplaceable existence in his arms. She hugged Lin Ye back, tightly burying herself in his embrace, as if trying to dissolve into his very body. The tears she had suppressed for so long finally burst their banks. But this time, they were not tears of weakness. They were tears of happiness. In that moment, their hearts pressed together more closely than ever before. That embrace, woven with tears and warmth, was like a spell that shattered the shackles that had bound Evera for years. The next morning, when she appeared before everyone again, everyone keenly sensed her transformation. She still wore that immaculate silver armor, a symbol of authority and martial prowess. When reporting work, she was still precise, efficient, clear, and impeccable. Yet her entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic change. If before Evera was a drawn, razor-sharp legendary sword, always maintaining a tense, perfect combat stance, inspiring awe rather than intimacy, then now she was like a sword sheathed in a magnificent scabbard, its edge concealed yet enriched with a profound charm and composure. Those purple eyes, once filled with scrutiny and authority, had become incredibly soft, like a pool of spring water. Her usually tightly pressed, somewhat stern lips would often unconsciously curl into a subtle, genuine, serene smile. It was a lightness and relief that came only after shedding a heavy burden, especially during the morning meeting when her gaze met Lin Ye's at the head of the table. That unguarded, overwhelming tenderness and dependence almost overflowed. This obvious change naturally did not escape the notice of the other two women present. Angelina pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of gossipy wisdom flashing behind the lenses, and a knowing smile curled at her lips. Meanwhile, Bai Shui glanced enviously at Evera, then stole a peek at Lin Ye, her cheeks flushed as she puffed out her cheeks like a little squirrel who hadn't gotten her favorite pinecone. The meeting ended. As everyone prepared to rise, Evera made a move that made Angelina and Bai Shui's eyes widen slightly. Naturally, she walked gracefully behind Lin Ye. Extending her slender fair hand, she gently adjusted his already perfectly neat collar. Her movements were so intimate and practiced. Her expression was so natural and unashamed, just like a new bride preparing her husband's attire for the morning. The air seemed to fill with a sweet, possessive atmosphere. This act was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples in the hearts of the other two girls. Angelina's smile deepened, as if witnessing an interesting chemical reaction. Bai Shui lowered her head enviously, her small hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Lin Ye savored this exclusive tenderness, turning to hold Evera's cool little hand as he prepared to leave the study to attend to some prison affairs. Evera for the first time gently tugged at his sleeve as he was about to step out. She rose slightly on tiptoes, leaning close to Lin Ye's ear. In a soft voice tinged with shyness and unprecedented allure only audible to the two of them, she whispered breathily, "Master, tonight, shall I wait for you in your study again?" The warm breath brushed his earlobe, causing a tingling sensation. Lin Ye's mind wavered. He could imagine that at this moment Evera's proud purple eyes must be misted with a charming layer of moisture. He turned, looking at her blushing, exquisite cheeks. He smiled lowly, squeezed her soft palm, and replied in a deep, magnetic voice, "No, tonight come to my bedchamber." Evera's body trembled subtly. Her cheeks flushed instantly like a ripe apple. But her eyes held no resistance, only happiness and shy anticipation. She nodded firmly, then reluctantly released Lin Ye's sleeve. Having resolved Evera's heart ailment, which made the perfect queen even more charming, Lin Ye's mood was quite good. He decided to strike while the iron was hot to deal with another troublesome problem girl in the Sky Fortress, Cinderella. At the top of the bell tower, Lin Ye found the solitary girl who always hugged a puppet huddled in a corner. Unlike before, he was not alone today. Behind him followed a sleepy, reluctant Blair Rose. Clearly the chief advisor had been dragged out of her sweet dreams by Lin Ye. "Woo, why won't you obey? Why won't you obey?" Cinderella repeated her usual scene. She held the worn puppet before her eyes, talking to it in a sobbing voice mixed with fear and pleading, as if a demon dwelling inside the puppet constantly issued commands. And she was just a powerless puppet. Lin Ye's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense that Cinderella's mental state was even more unstable than before. The eerie aura of corruption on her fluctuated with her emotions. If this continued, trouble would inevitably arise. He turned to the lazy, yawning Blair beside him, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. "Advisor, make her quiet." Blair lazily lifted her eyelids, glanced at Cinderella, lost in her own world. She seemed to find it a troublesome affair, pouting her lips slightly in dissatisfaction. But she would not disobey the master's command. She walked silently on her snow-white bare feet to stand before Cinderella. Cinderella was startled by the sudden figure shrinking back like a frightened rabbit, clutching the puppet tighter. But Blair paid no heed to her wariness. She simply looked down with her clear, emotionless eyes quietly examining the puppet in Cinderella's arms. After a moment, she gave her assessment, her tone flat, but incisive, a shoddy transmitter, repeating nothing but boring negative noise. Annoying. Having said that, under the gaze of Lin Ye and Cinderella, Blair extended her slender, fair index finger like a green onion. Amid Cinderella's terrified gaze, she gently touched the puppet's forehead. An invisible, intangible energy infused with the primal power of the sin of sloth instantly surged into the puppet. The next second a miracle occurred. The incessant nagging whispers that had tormented Cinderella's mind like a demon's voice. The evil will full of temptation, threats, and mockery seemed to suddenly yawn hugely. Then it simply became too lazy to speak. It was as if forcibly muted, abruptly ceasing into complete silence. The expression on Cinderella's face froze instantly. She sat there dumbfounded, her gray eyes always filled with fear and anxiety, now showing bewilderment and shock for the first time. The voice that had tormented and dominated her for countless days and nights was gone. The world had never been so quiet. Blair, having done this, as if casually swatting a buzzing fly, turned to the still stunned Cinderella and extended her hand, saying in a matter-of-fact tone, "Now give it to me. The noise from this toy is seriously affecting my sleep quality in the castle. I need to discipline it personally to teach it how to remain permanently silent." For the first time, Cinderella was completely free from the endless, tormenting whispers. She stared blankly at the expressionless, lazy princess who had just solved her worst nightmare. Then instinctively, she turned to look at Lin Ye, who was offering her an encouraging gaze. Finally, after a brief hesitation and struggle, she tremblingly extended her hands. The puppet, which she had both loved and feared accompanying her through countless lonely years, was timidly handed to Blair. Blair took the puppet stained with tears and dust without a care. In her eyes, this thing was perhaps worth less than a pillow that could make her sleep more comfortably. She turned, clutching this new toy, ready to return to her unfinished sleep. And Lin Ye clearly saw on his system attribute panel in the column belonging to Cinderella. Her favorability toward Blair Rose had changed from deep red alert to pale yellow curiosity for the first time. The most autistic puppet, the laziest princess, the most domineering warden, a new wonderful bond seemed to have formed among the three. Wayla and Lin Ye's visibly affectionate changes were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples in the hearts of the girls in the Sky Fortress. Especially by Shui, whose heart was the most innocent and sensitive. She watched as Wayla could so naturally adjust Lord Lin Ye's collar, and Lord Lin Ye accepted it willingly. A vague emotion mixed with envy and bitterness quietly fermented in her heart. She also wanted to do more and more intimate things for Lord Lin Ye, just like sister Wayla. The Holy Light Kitchen could take care of Lord Lin Ye's meals, but it seemed not enough. So, a small sense of crisis and an adorable competitive spirit prompted this pure saintess to make a bold decision. That afternoon, Lin Ye was handling official business in his study when the door was gently knocked. After receiving permission by Shui, carrying a large pile of colorful silk fabrics and an exquisite sewing kit, shuffled in like a timid little rabbit. Her cheeks were flushed, even her snow-white neck tinged with a touching pink. She walked to Lin Ye's desk, took a deep breath, and gathered all her courage to speak in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. Lord Lin Ye, I see that your daily clothes are a bit outdated, and they seem not to fit well. I used to learn some tailoring skills back in my hometown. So, I want to make a new one for you with my own hands. After saying that, she looked up with expectation and nervousness, her clear doe-like eyes fixed on Lin Ye, afraid he might refuse. Lin Ye looked at the clumsy yet extremely sincere girl before him, and a warmth stirred in his heart. How could he not see her cute little thoughts? He smiled gently and put down the documents in his hand. All right, my pleasure. Upon receiving the affirmative reply by Shui's eyes instantly lit up, as if stars were twinkling within them. Then I need to take your measurements now. She proudly took out a roll of exquisite measuring tape from the sewing kit and began her work in a flustered manner. However, ideals were plump, but reality was bony. Due to excessive tension and excitement, Bai Shui's movements were particularly clumsy. She asked Lin Ye to stand up and spread his arms. As she stood on tiptoe to measure his shoulder width, she lost her balance, let out an adorable cry, and fell straight into Lin Ye's arms. Lin Ye, both amused and exasperated, reached out and steadied her firmly. The girl's soft and elastic body collided into his embrace, carrying a faint scent of milk and the aura of holy light, causing his heart to stir slightly. I'm sorry, Lord Lin Ye. Bai Shui's cheeks instantly flushed, so red they seemed to bleed. She hurriedly broke free from Lin Ye's arms, her little head almost buried into her chest. The subsequent measuring process was for Bai Shui a sweet torture. Her fingertips inevitably touched the firm and powerful muscle lines beneath Lin Ye's clothes. Every touch felt like an electric current surging through her body, making her heart race, breath quicken, and almost unable to think. Her small hands trembled, and the measuring tape became unruly in her grasp. Several times, she almost read the measurements wrong. Lin Ye just watched her quietly with a hint of playful smile, letting this cute little creature fuss over him. Although he knew very well that in her current state the final measurements would probably be a mess. But this pure and fervent sincerity was more precious than any expensive gift. Finally, after a hard-fought struggle, Bai Shui finally completed this arduous task. She let out a long sigh of relief, her face covered in sweat, but radiating a happiness of relief. Lin Ye reached out, gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with his fingertip, ruffled her smooth silver hair, and his voice was gentle enough to drip water. You've worked hard. I'm looking forward to the new clothes Bai Shui makes for me with her own hands. A simple sentence like that turned all of Bai Shui's previous tension, unease, and shyness into a huge happiness that was enough to drown her. She nodded vigorously, a determined light shining in her eyes. I will definitely make the most beautiful and best-fitting clothes for Lord Lin Ye. Carrying this sweet resolve, Bai Shui left contentedly. Night fell quietly. Clouds surged, stars flowed. The sky fortress in the quiet night was like a sleeping steel giant. Lin Ye finished processing the last document and returned to his bedchamber. He kept his promise from the day and did not go to the study again. He was waiting for his proud and beautiful violet to bloom for him. Before long, the door of the bedchamber was gently pushed open. Weila's figure appeared at the doorway. She was not wearing her cold armor like during the day. Instead, she had changed into a black lace nightgown specially prepared for tonight, gorgeous yet sexy. The precious silk fabric clung tightly to her perfect body, curves outlining her breathtaking contours vividly. Beneath the hem, her two long straight legs like ivory carvings radiated a deadly allure under the dim light. Her iconic purple hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her shoulders, swaying slightly as she walked. Noble, elegant, yet naturally seductive. She tried hard to maintain her usual composure and calmness in front of Lin Ye, but the slightly trembling long eyelashes and the white hands tightly twisted together at her sides completely exposed her inner tension and shyness. This was the first time she entered her master's bedchamber as a woman, not as a queen or knight. The significance was completely different. She walked to the wine cabinet in the room, poured a glass of crimson wine for Lin Ye, and gracefully walked over to him with the glass. But she kept her head down, not daring to look into Lin Ye's deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. Lin Ye took the glass, but did not drink. He just quietly looked at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him. Then, he reached out, pulled her into his arms, and made her sit astride on his lap. Weila let out a short cry, and her body instantly stiffened. Lin Ye used his other hand to gently lift her smooth chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. He gazed into her purple eyes, which were misty with tension and shyness, his voice low and magnetic. What are you afraid of? This question was like a key, unlocking the last line of defense in Weila's heart. Her body slowly relaxed in his arms. She no longer evaded but actively reached out, her arms wrapped them around Lin Ye's neck and buried her stunning face deeply into his shoulder. Warm breath brushed against his neck. A secret that belonged to Weila rather than the queen, which she had never told anyone, was softly poured out in a voice like a dream. Before my kingdom fell, my father for profit betrothed me to a prince of a neighboring country, a man notorious for cruelty and lust. From that moment I swore I must become strong. Her voice carried a tremble, a hint of fear. I always thought that becoming strong, becoming a queen, was everything I pursued. But it wasn't until I met you, master. I finally understood that what I truly want is not to control everything. But she raised her head, and in her misty purple eyes Lin Ye's figure was reflected, filled with obsession and devotion like fervor. Controlled by you. This bold, straightforward, even slightly humble, sincere confession was like a spark thrown into magma. Instantly, it completely ignited the flame that had already risen in Lin Ye's heart. He no longer needed any words. He lowered his head. With a kiss full of possession and plunder, he sealed those tempting red lips that were still pouring out endless love. The moonlight outside the window seemed shy, as well quietly hiding into the thick clouds. This night was long. The queen finally shed all her armor and disguise. She offered her softest, most vulnerable, and most true self without reservation to her only lord. However, just at the climax of endless romance and intertwined warmth and passion within the bedchamber, a piercing, penetrating alarm brutally cut through the peace of the sky fortress. Alert! Detected unauthorized high-energy spatial teleportation. Target locked, central meeting hall. Alert! Intruder energy level extremely dangerous. The romantic atmosphere in the bedchamber was instantly shattered by the sudden alarm. Lin Ye's eyes turned from warmth to icy sharpness in an instant. Weila in his arms was also startled, instinctively about to rise, but Lin Ye held her down. You stay here. Lin Ye's voice was calm, but carried an unquestionable authority. With a thought, the pitch-black curse erosion power had already transformed into a well-tailored black robe covering his body. He kissed Weila's forehead, and the next second his figure had already disappeared from the bedchamber. Central meeting hall. The space rippled like water. A figure directly teleported, and without triggering any external defense arrays. When Lin Ye's figure appeared at the entrance of the meeting hall, what he saw was a mysterious woman wearing an extremely luxurious Byzantine-style court gown with a proud and elegant demeanor. She had fiery red hair like burning flames coiled into a complex bun adorned with priceless rubies. On her face, she wore half a delicate gold mask covering the upper part of her face, revealing only a beautifully contoured chin and a pair of luscious lips painted with fiery red lipstick. She stood casually in the center of the hall, as if this were not a heavily guarded military fortress, but her own backyard. The powerful yet restrained energy fluctuation emanating from her made Lin Ye's pupils contract slightly. Almost at the same time Lin Ye appeared, Ai Weila in her armor also appeared at his side, holding a long sword, her eyes sharply locking onto the uninvited guest. However, the mysterious red-haired woman completely ignored Ai Weila's hostile sword. Her gaze sized up Lin Ye with interest, as if admiring a rare and intriguing collectible. After a moment, her sexy red lips slightly parted, her voice full of playfulness and a natural, unquestionable arrogance. "Are you Lin Ye, the little jailer who imprisoned Sloth?" She sniffed the air lightly, and the corners of her mouth under the mask seemed to curl into a smile. There is also the scent of envy on you. How interesting. Two completely opposite original sins actually gathered on the same person. She stepped forward and performed a flawless curtsy. "Introduce myself. I am the messenger of greed, codenamed Red Queen. My master, the great lord of greed, is very interested in you and the toys you collected. He wants to make a deal with you." Greed, another clue about the holder of the 7 deadly sins, made its appearance in such a direct and domineering manner. The arrival of this mysterious woman who called herself Red Queen struck like a heavy hammer on Lin Ye's heart. He knew that the peaceful daily life had come to an end. A more dangerous game at a higher level centered around original sin had officially begun. The Red Queen's voice, dripping with arrogance and amusement, echoed through the empty reception hall. Like a composed merchant, she stated her terms. "My master, the great lord of greed, is willing to use 3 fertile cloud islands and 1,000 of the most skilled dwarf artisans in exchange for the Sloth, original sin beside you, Bilier Luasi." Her gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, settling on some corner deep within the castle. A victorious smile curved her crimson lips as she continued. "A useless thing that only sleeps, in exchange for wealth and power enough to make you king of this land. My dear little Warden, this deal is a guaranteed win for you. How dare you?" However, the first to respond was not Lin Ye, but a delicate cry full of fury and murderous intent. Iwila's violet eyes, just moments ago steeped in love and tenderness, were now veiled with icy rage, coveting her master's possessions, and calling the master's cherished companion trash. To the queen who had just devoted her entire being to Lin Ye, with her protective heart swelling to its utmost, this was an absolutely unforgivable blasphemy. "How dare you spout such nonsense?" Without waiting for Lin Ye's command, she transformed into a swift violet lightning bolt. Her devotion to her master and her blazing fury toward the enemy poured into the long sword in her hand. The sword light, like a shimmering pool, rent the air and thrust at the Red Queen's heart with unprecedented speed and resolve. This strike was her first battle as Lin Ye's shield. It was the first strike declaring her resolve to her master and to the entire world. Its power was at least 3-fold stronger than any strike she had ever delivered before. Yet facing this earth-shattering strike, the elegant smile on the Red Queen's face did not change in the slightest. She merely extended her right hand, adorned with a gorgeous ruby ring, with unhurried grace. With her slender index and middle fingers, she tapped forward lightly. Ding! A crisp, teeth-gritting metallic clash rang out. Iwila's sword tip, infused with all her spirit and power, was caught firmly between 2 fingers. The violent force within the blade vanished without a trace, like a stone dropped into the sea. Loyalty is a commendable virtue. The Red Queen sneered, her eyes hidden behind the mask overflowing with contempt for the weak. But the loyalty of the weak is worthless. Before her words faded, the fingers gripping the sword tip gave a slight tremor. An overwhelming torrent of power, like collapsing mountains and surging tsunamis, came raging along the blade. The knight's longsword in Iwila's hand let out a mournful groan of unbearable strain, its blade trembling violently. She felt a tremendous force pour into her body. The webbing of her hand split open instantly, blood streaming down, and her body was flung backward uncontrollably. Just as Iwila was about to hit the ground, a warm and powerful arm wrapped around her slender waist from behind, catching her steadily in an embrace. It was Lin Ye. At some unknown moment, he had already appeared behind her. The tyrannical force invading Iwila's body, the moment it touched Lin Ye, was effortlessly dissolved and devoured by a deeper, darker, cursed erosion force. Leaning against Lin Ye's firm chest, Iwila looked at her split thumb web, and a flicker of deep humiliation and unwillingness passed through her eyes. "Master, Yet Lin Ye felt no urge to blame her. He took her wounded little hand and pressed a soothing kiss to her smooth forehead. Well done. His voice was calm and gentle. Those simple 3 words were more effective than any miraculous medicine, instantly smoothing away all the hurt and grievance in Iwila's heart. She was no longer a queen fighting alone. She had her master. That was enough. Having comforted the queen in his arms, Lin Ye slowly lifted his head. In his deep eyes all warmth had faded, leaving only a cold enough to freeze souls. His gaze fell upon the Red Queen, who still maintained her elegant posture. Now, his voice was not loud, yet it carried a suffocating pressure. It's your turn. Just as Lin Ye prepared to strike, a lazy voice thick with drowsiness suddenly came from the shadows of the reception hall. So noisy. Belier stepped out of the shadows wearing a loose nightgown, her snow-white crystalline feet bare, rubbing her bleary eyes. As if completely unaware of the tense atmosphere, she glared at the Red Queen and mumbled, making a racket in someone else's castle and disturbing their sleep is the most expensive sin. Her small nose twitched slightly, and then an undisguised icy disgust spread across her face. Besides, the stench of money and desire on you makes me sick. Lin Ye smiled. He knew that the most honorable guest in the castle had been thoroughly provoked. He stepped forward and seemingly casually shielded Belier's petite figure behind him. With the queen who had just fought for him in his left arm, and the sin who had stirred because of him under his right hand, he looked straight into the Red Queen's eyes, which for the first time had turned solemn because of Belier's appearance, and declared calmly, "My things are never for trade." A pressure of cursed erosion force far more terrifying and far purer than the Red Queen swept through the entire reception hall like an invisible tide. The very air seemed to solidify and wail under that power. "Go back and tell your master." Lin Ye's voice was like a final judgment from the depths of the netherworld. "If he wants it, let him come and snatch it himself. But you can remind him as well. My prison just happens to have several exclusive cells tailor-made for the 7 deadly sins. I look forward to his gracious arrival." The expression beneath the Red Queen's mask completely changed. The 2 utterly different yet equally terrifying powers of original sin from Lin Ye and Belier interwove, forming a pressure that made even her heart tremble. The smile on her face finally vanished for the first time, replaced by a deep, chilling gloom. She gave Lin Ye a long, hard look, then glanced at the disgusted Belier behind him. In the end, she said no more nonsense. Her figure dissolved into countless spinning, dancing, illusory gold coins, vanishing into the air with a cascade of crisp chimes. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but Lin Ye knew this was only the beginning. He turned, intending to take Iwila back to the bedchamber to treat her wound and continue the ritual that had been interrupted. But a petite figure blocked his way. It was Belier. This chief advisor with a serious expression extended her fair little hand toward him like a dutiful accountant. "My high-quality sleep time was wasted by that noisy woman just now. 13 minutes and 7 seconds. She declared in an unquestionable tone. "According to Article 1 of the Chief Advisor Sleep Protection Act, I just enacted you as the castle's master must compensate me in full." Lin Ye raised an eyebrow at this little one who had come to collect a debt with such solemnity, finding it both amusing and exasperating. He asked, "What compensation do you want?" Belier thought earnestly for a moment, her clear eyes surveying Lin Ye from head to toe. Then she extended her finger and with perfect justification pointed at Lin Ye himself. "I need a high-quality, human-shaped, multifunctional bio-body pillow that can automatically adjust its temperature and firmness and has a calming effect to make up for my severely damaged sleep quality. After evaluation, you are currently the most suitable candidate in the castle." Before Lin Ye and the stunned Iwila beside him could react, Belier, like a little koala whoosh, she directly latched onto Lin Ye's body. She deftly found the most comfortable position, rubbed her little face against Lin Ye's chest, then closed her eyes and, satisfied, prepared to fall asleep on the spot. Watching this bewildering scene, Iwila's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Ye, feeling the warm, soft accessory clinging to him and glancing at Iwila with her complicated expression, could only let out a helpless sigh. He had no choice but to carry Iwila in one arm and support the Belier hanging on him with the other, returning to the bedchamber together. What had been a sweet 2-person world reserved only for him and the queen was thus forcibly transformed into a bizarre journey of 3. The next day, the capital of the Jelen Kingdom, indeed the entire kingdom, was plunged into unprecedented chaos. Overnight, all the gold coins in circulation had simply disappeared. Not stolen, not robbed. As if some strange pact had been reached, all gold currency had evaporated into thin air. Only the lower value silver and copper coins remained. In an instant, the kingdom's entire economic system had fallen into a state of near paralysis. Prices soared and panic gripped the people. Commercial activity, lacking sufficient currency for transactions, almost completely halted. Iwila immediately reported this critical intelligence to Lin Ye in great urgency. "Master, according to intelligence, the finance minister Count Golden Pig is secretly inciting public opinion. He claims that your construction of the Sky Fortress drained the kingdom's gold reserves, causing this disaster. Now many ignorant citizens and lower-ranking nobles have begun gathering in the capital, pointing their fingers at us. Just as Iwila was reporting, a letter made of pure gold and exuding an air of lavish extravagance appeared silently on Lin Ye's desk. On it was a single line of graceful handwriting written in scarlet ink dripping with derision. My dear Warden, do you like this little return gift? This is the power of greed. The rules of money are set by my master. Now are you willing to reconsider my trade proposal from last night? Yours faithfully, the Red Queen. Lin Ye stared at the letter, his eyes utterly cold. What a Red Queen, what a lord of greed. Without spending a single soldier or weapon, merely by using the power of rules, she had pushed him to the opposite side of the entire kingdom. She was using the kingdom's public opinion and economy to pressure him. This was indeed the greed style, the smallest cost in exchange for the greatest gain. Lin Ye understood that he had to make a powerful counterstrike. Otherwise, no matter how impregnable the Sky Fortress was, it would be shaken by this invisible public opinion. But before that, there was something even more important he needed to do. To face future threats relying solely on him, Iwila, and that unreliable Bulier was far from enough. He needed to quickly increase the strength of the other members of the castle. That night, Lin Ye summoned the somewhat timid Zindalula and a visibly excited and expectant Baishua to the castle's training room. From today on, I will teach you the most fundamental defensive techniques for using your own power. Lin Ye looked at the two young women, his expression serious. I don't care what identities you held in the past, but in my castle there is no space for the weak. You must learn to protect yourselves. Zindalula shrank back in fear at Lin Ye's stern expression and dared not speak. Baishua, on the other hand, flushed red with excitement at the prospect of receiving personal coaching from Lord Lin Ye and nodded vigorously. Yes, Lord Lin Ye. The lesson began with the most basic energy condensation. The uncanny power within Zindalula was still unstable, so Lin Ye simply had her try to sense and control it. The focus, however, was on Baishua. Baishua, your holy light power is the bane of all evil forces. But it can do more than purify. It can also protect. Now try to condense your power of prayer into a shield in front of you. Baishua immediately closed her eyes, pressed her palms together, and began praying earnestly. Sacred light began to gather before her. But the light, like a sheet of scattered sand, could never condense into form and quickly dispersed into the air. She tried several times in a row, all with the same result. Baishua was so anxious she was about to cry. I'm sorry, Lord Lin Ye. I can't do it. Seeing the girl's anxious and aggrieved look, Lin Ye sighed. He walked forward until he was behind Baishua. Don't rush. Feel the presence of the light with your heart. Don't command it. Ask it to protect you. He reached out and gently wrapped his broad, warm hands around Baishua's small hands, which were clasped tightly together and as soft as boneless. At the same time, he leaned down, pressing his chest closely against Baishua's slender, soft back. His lips nearly touched her sensitive, delicate ear. His warm breath, puff after puff, brushed against her ear and the hollow of her neck. Like this, relax, focus your mind on your palms. Lin Ye's deep, magnetic voice, as if laced with magic, sounded by her ear. Baishua's body instantly went weak. An indescribable tingling sensation spread from the places pressed against him and from her palms wrapped in his large hands, flowing through all her limbs and bones. Her cheeks burned as if they were about to ignite. Her mind was a complete blank, utterly incapable of thought. How could she concentrate her spirit or sense any holy light? In her entire world there remained only the solid, blazing chest behind her, the warm breath at her ear, and the large hands that completely enveloped her small ones with an overwhelming sense of security. And so, under Lin Ye's patient yet deeply intimate hands-on guidance, no one knew how much time had passed. With a soft hum, a small, rickety, holy light shield, as if it could shatter at any moment, finally condensed into form before Baishua. Though the shield was too fragile to withstand a single blow, this special midnight lesson still brought Lin Ye and Baishua's relationship a huge step closer in an atmosphere of intense intimacy and warmth. Meanwhile, Zindalula, who had been secretly observing all of this from the corner of the training room, watched Baishua, who was held entirely in Lin Ye's arms, from behind, and in her gray eyes there surfaced a trace of envy that even she herself had not noticed. The first ray of dawn light pierced through the sea of clouds and gently spilled into the grand bedchamber of the Sky Fortress. Lin Ye's consciousness slowly floated up from the depths of deep sleep. He was the first to open his eyes. Then he sensed the utterly different yet equally delightful sensations on his left and right sides. On his left was Blair, who clung to his entire arm like a koala baby, hugging it tightly as a pillow, her sleeping face serene and peaceful. Her silvery white hair spread across the pillow like silk, her long eyelashes trembling slightly like butterfly wings with each even breath, and her exquisite face bore a trace of contented laziness. On his right lay Avila, reclining on her side, her waterfall of violet hair cascading down and veiling half her alluring form. This stunning beauty, who had just been transformed from queen to woman, was gazing at him, and the sleeping Blair with complex emotions in her beautiful violet eyes. It seemed she had been awake for quite some time. Their eyes met. In an instant, a subtle and slightly awkward atmosphere filled the air. Avila's eyes held far too many emotions. There was the shyness of having tasted dew for the first time the night before. There was the helplessness of being her master's woman. There was even a trace of jealousy unbeknownst even to herself toward Blair, this outsider, who could so brazenly occupy their master's embrace. She opened her mouth as if about to speak some courteous greeting like a proper, "Good morning, master." But seeing Blair's serene and defenseless sleeping face, she felt that any words she uttered might seem like making a mountain out of a molehill. The pride of a queen made her disdain to quibble with a little girl who knew nothing. Yet a woman's instinct made it unbearable to watch her man being monopolized by another woman. Just as Avila was locked in fierce inner turmoil, Blair, who had been stared at by that palpable gaze for a long while, finally reacted. Her little nose wrinkled in dissatisfaction, as if she too could feel this gaze laden with complex emotions even in her dreams. She shifted her sleeping position, hugged Lin Ye's arm even tighter, nuzzled her face against his chest, and mumbled something in slurred sleep talk. So noisy. Even a gaze has weight. With that, as if staking her claim, she curled up even more forcefully into Lin Ye's embrace. This scene thoroughly ignited the fuse of competitiveness in Avila's heart. Her cheeks involuntarily puffed up slightly. In that expression there was not a trace of the icy queen's majesty left. She was plainly a jealous little woman. Lin Ye took in the whole scene, barely suppressing his laughter. He knew he had to do something to quell this silent storm. Slowly, carefully, he extricated his arm from Blair's relentless death grip embrace. Then turning over, he gathered both breathtaking beauties, each of a different style, into his arms. He lowered his head and pressed a gentle good morning kiss to Blair's smooth forehead. Then, under Avila's gaze, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise, he kissed her equally smooth forehead as well. He leaned close to Avila's ear and murmured in a voice of magnetic low timbre that only the two of them could hear. "She is a little sister who needs care and supervision. And you are my queen, the sole mistress of this castle." These words, like a warm current, surged instantly into Avila's heart. All her grievance, helplessness, jealousy, and unwillingness dissolved in that moment, replaced by sweetness and happiness overflowing within her. She raised her head, and on her own initiative pressed her queenly seal upon Lin Ye's lips. The delicate balance of power within the Sky Fortress was quietly settled that morning, full of tender charm, by Lin Ye with a kiss and a single sentence. After the warm morning, another sweet crisis quietly unfolded in the Holy Light kitchen. Bai Shui was humming a cheerful tune as she prepared breakfast for her most revered master Lin Ye. Yet her mind could not concentrate at all. Uncontrollably, she replayed the scenes from the training room the night before over and over again. Master Lin Ye's broad and warm palm. The feeling of his arms enclosing her entirely from behind. The tingling sensation of his warm breath brushing past her ear. Every recollection made her cheeks flush crimson, her heart race uncontrollably, and her body feel as if all strength had been drained from it. And so, while blessing the bread dough, her mind wandered, and she poured all her holy light power, brimming with love, longing, and shyness, into it in one go. And it was an enormously excessive infusion. Ding! The oven's pleasant chime rang out. Bai Shui, blushing and filled with love for Master Lin Ye, opened the oven door. Yet the golden, fluffy bread she had imagined did not appear. Instead, what greeted her was a spectacle that filled her with astonishment and alarm. Inside the oven, little palm-sized bread angels, radiating soft golden light, and sporting adorable little flower wings on their backs, were fluttering out, wobbling through the air. As they flew, they sang hymns praising the holy light in soft, lilting voices. In the blink of an eye, the entire Holy Light kitchen was filled with these inedible creations of the holy light. How can this be? Bai Shui panicked, completely clutching a plate with no idea what to do, on the verge of tears. Just then a soft chuckle sounded from the kitchen doorway. "It seems our holy maiden is in quite a cheerful mood this morning." Lin Ye's figure appeared at the entrance. Seeing the room full of flying hymn-singing, flying breakfasts, he too found it both amusing and bewildering. Without the slightest blame in his expression, he stepped forward, amused, casually caught one of the still caroling bread angels, and popped it into his mouth. It melted on the tongue, soft and delicate, carrying a strange, refreshing sweetness that soothed the spirit. "Unexpectedly good," Lin Ye commented. He looked at Bai Shui, who was so shy she looked ready to bury her head in her own chest, and reached out to ruffle her silky silver hair. "Looks like from now on I'll have to keep a personal eye on you to help you concentrate." As he spoke, he left another gentle kiss on Bai Shui's smooth forehead. Under the young maiden's gaze, almost melting with shyness, he began helping her clean up this sweet mess caused by love. And the bread angels that were caught became Blair's favorite self-flying snacks of the day. Yet the warm and sweet daily life could not conceal the tense situation brewing outside like a storm before rain. At the royal capital square, instigated and funded in secret by the Minister of Finance Count Golden Pig, tens of thousands of deceived commoners, bankrupt merchants, and low-ranking nobles had packed the square to overflowing. They raised banners high and shouted slogans at the top of their lungs. "Hand over the gold. Disband the Sky Fortress. Lin Ye, return our hard-earned money. You parasite of the kingdom, get out of the capital. The crowd's emotions, stoked by those with ulterior motives, were on the verge of spiraling out of control. A riot targeting the Sky Fortress seemed imminent. Just then, boom, a low rumbling roar came from the sky above. The colossal Sky Fortress slowly descended from the clouds, its immense shadow casting over the entire square and involuntarily arresting all the clamor. A brilliant pillar of light shot down from the castle's base, landing precisely atop the hero fountain statue in the center of the square. The light faded. Lin Ye's tall, straight figure in black robes appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking down from above, he surveyed the faces below, excited, angry, and blindly obedient, with calm eyes. His voice was not loud, but amplified by a sound-amplifying formation. It carried clearly to every corner of the square, drowning out all the noise. Who told you that gold is rare? Before his words died away, he slowly extended his right hand. An invisible yet pure and vast torrent of curse erosion power burst forth from his palm, like water released from a sluice gate. But this power did not directly attack anyone. Instead, blended with a spark of theory about basic material transmutation learned from Angelina's alchemy notes, it surged precisely into the great fountain pool below. The very next second, a miracle that tens of thousands of commoners and nobles would never forget took place. In their eyes widened in utter shock. The clear pool water, along with the ordinary stones composing both the basin and the statue itself, began to radiate a dazzling golden glow from within. As if an invisible deity were reshaping the form of matter with his divine power. The water boiled, the stones dissolved. Before the eyes of all, they rapidly transformed into another substance they had dreamed of. Gold. Pure gold, gleaming with a dazzling luster. Within just a few dozen seconds, the once ordinary stone fountain had utterly transformed out of thin air into a magnificent creation forged entirely of pure gold, shining under the sun with fatal allure. The entire square fell into deathly silence. Everyone, as if struck by a petrification spell, stared blankly at this scene beyond imagination, like a divine miracle, their minds completely blank. Only when someone trembling broke off a small piece from the edge of the golden fountain and bit into it hard did the real texture and weight send him into a mad shriek. It's real. It's real gold. That shriek was like the fuse igniting a powder keg. The entire square instantly erupted into earth-shaking cries, screams, and fanatical worship. Lin Ye stood atop the golden fountain like a deity descending upon the mortal world. His icy voice rang out again, clearly reaching every ear. Gold. I have plenty. Now tell me, who was behind the scenes spreading rumors and disturbing the kingdom's order? The crowd's frenzy immediately transformed into fury against the hidden instigator. Count Golden Pig's carefully laid conspiracy was shattered beyond repair before this miracle wrought by absolute power and wealth. It collapsed without a single blow. Meanwhile, in Count Golden Pig's secret treasury, watching the awe-inspiring scene from the square transmitted through the magic crystal, the Count's corpulent body trembled violently from extreme rage and terror. A miracle. A miracle. He's not human. He's a monster. He roared furiously and hurled a priceless magic vase to the ground. Lin Ye's methods had completely exceeded his comprehension. He realized that conventional public opinion schemes and economic tactics were utterly useless against this man. What was more terrifying was that he could foresee the insane backlash he would face after this golden miracle. He was cornered with no way out. Extreme terror bred extreme madness. Count Golden Pig staggered into the deepest secret chamber of the treasury. He bit his finger and with his own blood mixed with greed and stench drew the final symbol on a magic array covered with countless bizarre runes. He fell to his knees and roared with all his might. "I'm Minister of Finance Gregory Hogg, at the cost of half my soul and all the wealth of my lifetime. To the great Lord of Contracts, I offer my plea. Please act on my behalf and erase the existence of Warden Lin Ye." The blood array instantly erupted in blinding red light. A strange voice devoid of any human emotion, seemingly stitched together from countless icy contract clauses, echoed through the chamber. Contract request received. Price half of Gregory Hogg's soul and all his tangible assets. Price assessment sufficient. Contract established. Target objective: erase the existence value of Lin Ye. Executor, Butler 0, has been dispatched. The voice faded, the array went dark. Count Golden Pig collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, a twisted and maniacal smile of relief spreading across his face. At the same moment, in a remote, unknown, shadowy alley of the capital, a figure silently stepped out from the shadows. He wore an impeccably tailored, spotless tailcoat, butler uniform, white gloves, and a meticulous, genial smile. In his hand, he held an ordinary-looking collapsible metal measuring tape. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through countless obstructions and locking precisely onto the direction of the Sky Fortress. He had only one task: find the target known as Lin Ye. Then with his measuring tape of rules, measure, define, and judge. At last he would erase the existence value of that target completely. A brand new, even more bizarre rule-based enemy had quietly taken the stage of this kingdom called Green. Just as Lin Ye used his divine miracle to overawe the royal capital and reveled in the people's fanatical worship, his queen Iwila had already transformed into the most merciless blade, carrying out the bloodiest purge under her master's will. The estate of the Minister of Finance, Count Golden Pig. This lavish manor, once a symbol of wealth and power, was now shrouded in a thick, cloying stench of blood. Iwila, clad in a fitted purple knight's leather armor and holding a blood-dripping longsword, stepped over the threshold of the count's mansion with an icy countenance. Behind her followed a squad of royal knights with equally cold eyes. Any of the count's guards who dared to bar her way were cut down by the most direct and piercing sword techniques. For traitors who had betrayed her master, Iwila would grant not so much as half a shred of mercy. Wherever the longsword passed, blood flowed in rivers. Iwila, how dare you lead troops into a minister's mansion? This is treason. In a hidden chamber deep within the mansion, Iwila finally found the culprit behind it all, Count Golden Pig, Jelagoli Huaga. At this moment, having sacrificed half of his soul, his body had already become withered and shriveled. His fat, bulging belly like a hide drained of moisture sagged around his waist, looking utterly absurd and ghastly. He huddled against the wall, blustering wildly with hollow bravado. Iwila contemptuously lifted his chin with the tip of her sword. Those violet eyes of hers were filled with unconcealed disgust and murderous intent. Treason. No, I am merely removing from my master you, the biggest, most suppurating tumor on the kingdom's body. Ha ha ha. Count Golden Pig seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world, bursting into manic laughter. Kill me. Killing me will be useless too. His murky little eyes gleamed with venomous smugness. The contract has already been established. I have exchanged everything I had for the final judgment of Lin Ye. The great executor will soon find him and avenge me. He will take everything of that monster Lin Ye, his power, his wealth, his women, everything he has, and wipe it all to zero. Ha ha ha. Amid his mad ravings, a trace of ripple finally appeared in Iwila's ice-cold gaze for the first time. She keenly captured several words of utmost importance. Contract. Executor. Zeroing. She realized that behind this seemed to involve a brand new, unknown enemy. One even Lord Lin Ye had never mentioned. Iwila slowly withdrew her sword. Looking down at the count, who had already sunk into madness, her voice was cold beyond any trace of warmth. Death for you is a mercy, far too cheap. The next second, a flash of sword light. Oh! A piercing shriek resounded through the secret chamber. The count's 4 limbs were pierced through with precision, and blood instantly dyed the ground crimson. Iwila sheathed her sword and turned away, leaving only her icy words echoing in the chamber. You will be locked in the confession room at the very bottom of the Sky Fortress until you spill like beans poured from a jar every piece of intelligence about that contract. The Master's mercy has never been given to traitors, and I will become your eternal nightmare. She ordered the Count's mansion to be completely sealed and the evidence of his secret collusion with evil forces and incitement of popular rebellion to be made public. A crisis born of greed was brought to a complete end under the Queen's iron hand, but a new, even more sinister threat surfaced along with it. Meanwhile, at the Sky Fortress, Lin Ye had just finished handling the trivial matters of the people's tribute and returned to his study when a sulking figure blocked his path. It was Bulier. This chief advisor lady at the moment was wearing a loose sleeping robe, barefoot, with snow-white little feet, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Ye most discontentedly with her clear blue eyes. That appearance was exactly like a Persian cat whose territory had been invaded, its fur bristling. You. She stretched out a slender finger pointing at Lin Ye and accused. Down there, beating gongs and drums again, clinking and clanging away, turning stones into shiny junk. Do you have any idea that this kind of noise and light pollution severely affects the high-quality siesta of an original sin rank advisor? Lin Ye looked at the little one, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Before he could say anything, Bulier rubbed her bleary, sleep-laden eyes and continued complaining with dissatisfaction. And that fat pig-like fellow downstairs, referring to Count Golden Pig, gives off a most repulsive scent, like the smell of transactions and rules. Her little face scrunched into a ball, as if recalling something extremely unpleasant. It's even more uncomfortable than the smell of money on that red woman, to the point that my afternoon dream was all about one contract after another I couldn't finish signing. Utterly terrifying. The speaker was careless, but the listener was attentive. From Bulier's muddled offhand complaints, Lin Ye once again keenly captured the keyword transaction. This formed a wonderful yet precise corroboration with the intelligence Iwila was about to bring back. It seemed that the essential nature of this so-called contract force was very likely connected to the definitions of transaction and rule. And this kind of power happened to be exactly what sloth, languid, free-spirited, and most loathing the fetters of rules, instinctively abhorred. Lin Ye smiled, stepped forward, and reached out with both hands to pinch Bulier's tender cheeks puffed up with anger. All right, it's my fault. I'll make sure to pay attention next time. As compensation tonight, I'll use my embrace to provide you with the highest grade soul-calming service. All right. Humph. That's more like it. Bulier's little face flushed slightly, but she still raised her chin with tsundere arrogance. Having finally been pacified by Lin Ye's words, she turned and swayed back to her room to catch up on sleep. The night gradually deepened. In the study, Lin Ye was perusing the dossiers compiled by Iwila concerning the crimes of Count Golden Pig. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock sounded. Come in. The door was pushed open softly. A graceful, holy figure walked in holding a cup of steaming hot milk. It was Bai Shui. She seemed to have dressed with meticulous care tonight. Her silky silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a white silk nightgown. Sacred, yet carrying a hint of perfectly measured allure. Beneath the hem were her slender straight calves, as if carved from ivory. Her bare crystal-clear little feet stepped on the soft carpet without making a sound. A touching blush colored her cheeks like a fully ripe honey peach that made one want to take a bite. She placed the milk gently on Lin Ye's desk, yet unlike her usual habit, she did not curtsy and obediently withdraw. She simply stood there, head bowed, nervously clutching the hem of her nightgown with both hands. Lin Ye set down the dossiers and regarded her with keen interest. Bai Shui, is there something else? The girl's body trembled slightly. She took a deep breath as if summoning all the courage of a lifetime and abruptly raised her head. With her beautiful eyes, clear as water yet now veiled in a layer of mist, she gazed directly at Lin Ye, nervous yet incomparably determined. Her voice, as faint as a mosquito's buzz yet incomparably clear, reached Lin Ye's ears. Lord Lin Ye. Tonight. Can I serve you? This bold yet sincere request, like a pebble cast into the lake of his heart, stirred ring after ring of ripples in Lin Ye's heart as well. He smiled and reached out his hand to the maiden before him, who had already devoted herself completely to him. Come here. Bai Shui walked obediently to his side. With a slight exertion of his arm, Lin Ye drew her soft, delicate body into his embrace, seating her astride his lap. Feeling the maiden's delicate body trembling slightly from extreme nervousness, as well as her astonishing softness and elasticity, Lin Ye leaned down about to respond to this fervent and pure emotion. Yet just as his lips were about to touch Bai Shui's tender lips, his movements abruptly stopped, because at this moment of intimate contact between his body and Bai Shui's, the curse erosion force within his body clearly perceived from within Bai Shui an extremely faint, yet deeply familiar fluctuation. That fluctuation originated from the same source as his own power. It was a trait of the curse erosion force. His power had, without his knowing, already silently contaminated this holy maiden, merging with the pure holy light within her. This unexpected discovery sent a flicker of extreme astonishment and gravity through Lin Ye's eyes, just as the atmosphere in the study was turning delicate because of this unexpected discovery. An utterly unheralded supreme sense of danger instantly seized Lin Ye's heart. His figure holding Bai Shui vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, the desk he had been sitting at, fashioned from precious obsidian wood, unshakably sturdy, along with the entire space surrounding it, was as if cleanly erased from this world by an invisible eraser. No explosion, no sound. It simply vanished into thin air. Holding the still shaken Bai Shui in his arms, Lin Ye appeared at the other end of the study, his gaze icy as he fixed upon the figure that had at some unknown moment already materialized in the center of the room. It was a man in an immaculate butler's uniform, a scrupulous, gentle smile on his face. He bowed to Lin Ye with impeccable courtesy. Good day, Mr. Lin Ye. A first meeting. My code name is Butler Zero. By order of the master of the contract and the client, I have come to liquidate your value of existence. As he spoke, utterly ignoring Lin Ye's icy gaze, he raised the unremarkable-looking metal tape measure in his hand and aimed it at Lin Ye. Now please allow me to begin measuring. The tape measure extended automatically. A formless power of rules, transcending physical laws, instantly enveloped Lin Ye. On the tape's body, rows of cold golden data flashed and scrolled rapidly. Target Lin Ye. Value assessment commencing. Life value incalculable. Error. Wealth value incalculable. Error. Power value incalculable. Error. Emotional value incalculable. Error. Under the measurement of this bizarre tape measure, all the surrounding scenery began to turn datafied and unreal, as if at any moment it might be defined into nothing. However, when the tape measure attempted to gauge Lin Ye's most core, black hole deep curse erosion force, a sudden mutation erupted. ZZZT. The tape measure's body let out a shrill, agonized scream of unbearable strain. The golden data scrolling on it instantly became frenzied, indecipherable, garbled code. Finally, with a soft pop, several shocking blood-red characters froze on the tape's body. Error. Value inestimable. Warning: the target's existence transcends the scope of contract measurement. Butler Zero's eternal formulaic smile for the first time froze completely stiff on his face. Gazing at his ever-victorious contract armament, which had for the first time produced an inestimable assessment result, his eyes revealed extreme shock and incredulity. Lin Ye meanwhile gently placed the frightened Bai Shui on a nearby sofa. With keen amusement, step by step he walked toward the butler, who stood there stunned. Measured enough. A grim arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Now it's my turn to appraise you. Before his words faded, boundless darkness spread out from beneath his feet like a flood tide. The curse erosion force, dense enough to condense into substance, transformed into tens of thousands of ferocious chains, instantly turning the entire study into a dark prison isolated from the world. For the first time, Butler Zero felt the threat called death from his ever-calm electronic heart. Facing Lin Ye's interrogation, which was like that of an abyssal sovereign, Zero the butler stood frozen in place. His core program, woven from rules, was computing at high speed, trying to parse the profound dark power that had completely surpassed the scope of his cognition. Yet as the manifestation of original sin, the cursed erosion force was essentially chaos erosion, and devouring no logic or rule existed within it at all. At last his calculations reached the only conclusion: mission failed. Initiate self-destruct protocol. Mission failed. Requesting format. Zero the butler's emotionless voice began to fragment, and his body began turning translucent, as if he might dissolve into the air at any moment. Trying to leave? A cruel arc curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Without my permission, no one takes my spoils. With a thought, he reached out to the system in his mind. System, purify this unit. The next moment, a brand new prompt gleaming with golden light appeared on the system panel. Detection special rule contaminated unit. Contract Executor Zero the Butler. This unit's core is composed of pure rule force and qualifies for a special operation, format purification. Consume 1 points of purification energy to forcibly rewrite its core rule from serving the master of the contract to serving the host. 1,000,000 points. That was nearly the total energy required to purify an entire contaminated city. But Lin Ye did not hesitate in the slightest. A powerful servant capable of erasing space and toying with rules was worth far more than those 1,000 points of energy. Confirmed. Execute format purification. The instant the command was given, a golden purifying light, more dazzling and more magnificent than any before, burst violently from Lin Ye's body. Yet the golden light did not spread outward. Instead, it intertwined and merged perfectly with the dense cursed erosion force around him. Gold represented sacred purification and recreation. Black represented overbearing erosion and devouring. The two utterly opposite forces under Lin Ye's will transformed into a spiral pillar of light and blasted fiercely into Zero the butler's fading body. Zzzt, zzzt. A grating noise like countless lines of code being forcibly deleted and overwritten echoed through the study. Zero the butler's body flickered violently. For the first time, his ever-unchanging smile twisted in agony. A moment later, all the light and darkness surged back into Lin Ye like a tide. The study returned to silence. Zero the butler, however, still stood quietly in place. But the aura around him had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. The cold, rigid sense of rules was gone. In its place was an absolute core, deep sense of belonging. Slowly he knelt on one knee before Lin Ye. His posture was flawless. Lowering his head, he solemnly declared in a new tone touched with fervent reverence. My new master. From this moment onward, the existence called Zero will serve only you. For you I will measure all things, for you I will settle all accounts. At the same moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Format purification complete. You have obtained an utterly loyal subordinate contract, Steward Zero. You have obtained a special item, the measure of all things rule damaged version. You have obtained part of the contract faction's core intelligence package. The enormous gains filled Lin Ye with boundless delight. Yet that delight was soon interrupted by the sound of a furious kick against the door. Boom. The pitiful door, which had only just been repaired, was kicked open from outside once again. Blair, wearing her adorable bunny pajamas and clutching a huge pillow, stormed in furiously like a runaway little tank. She had just been about to launch into her usual complaint about seriously damaging my sleep quality when she took in the scene inside the room. All her prepared lines instantly stuck in her throat. Her gaze swept back and forth among the people there. First, there was the huge hole that had inexplicably appeared in the study. Next, there was Lord Lin Ye. And in Lord Lin Ye's arms was Sister Bai Shui, her clothes slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and teardrops still clinging to the corners of her eyes. At the doorway, Sister Elvira, who had just arrived after hearing the commotion, was blocking the only exit with a wary, solemn face. Blair's brain raced at high speed for 0.1 seconds. It instantly reached a conclusion that to her seemed perfectly reasonable. Oh, I see. She threw her pillow onto the floor, planted her small hands on her hips, and pointed at the three people in the room with total self-righteousness. The three of you. While I was asleep, you snuck around behind my back, playing some dangerous game that could even bring the house down. She added with a huff, most importantly, you woke me up. That is absolutely unforgivable. The moment these words were spoken, the air instantly froze. Bai Shui's face flushed so suddenly it seemed about to bleed. She wished she could crawl into a crack in the floor, so ashamed that she nearly fainted on the spot. Even Elvira's eternally frozen, queenly expression cracked. She was speechless, unable to think of how to refute such an outlandish accusation. Lin Ye in turn felt as though his head had swollen to twice its size. He rubbed the space between his brows in frustration. Faced with this sleeping beauty and her peculiar logic, any explanation seemed weak and futile. In the end, this comedy of romantic chaos triggered by the battle's aftermath concluded with Lin Ye signing a series of unequal treaties. These included, but were not limited to, an unconditional 1-week extension of the right to use the exclusive humanoid thermostatic body pillow and a direct doubling of the supply of high-quality sleep aid snacks specially provided by the Holy Light Kitchen. Only after receiving satisfactory emotional distress compensation did Blair yawn contentedly and return to her unfinished, high-quality sleep. The farce was over. Looking at Bai Shui still trembling with embarrassment in his arms over the earlier misunderstanding, Lin Ye could not help smiling. He scooped up the lovable little saintess, ignored the slightly complicated look in Elvira's eyes, and walked straight to his bedroom. On the soft large bed carrying Lin Ye's scent, he gently laid Bai Shui down and wiped away the tears that had spilled from the corners of her eyes because of fright and shyness. It's all right now. His voice carried a reassuring power. But, my lord, I couldn't do anything just now. I only caused you trouble. Bai Shui lowered her head in self-reproach, her voice filled with grievance. Lin Ye said nothing. He simply pressed his warm palm gently against her flat lower abdomen. Don't let your mind wander. Close your eyes and feel the changes in your body. Under his guidance, a thread of pure cursed erosion force slowly flowed into Bai Shui's body, guiding her own consciousness to look inward at the source of her power. In Bai Shui's vision she saw it. Deep within her soul, in the pure white ocean of faith originally formed by holy light. A wisp of overbearing, profound, ink-like darkness had quietly merged into it. Yet that darkness did not repel the holy light, nor did it annihilate it. Instead, like natural-born companions, they intertwined perfectly. Because of the darkness, the holy light became more condensed, no longer ethereal and elusive. Because of the holy light, the darkness had its savage nature restrained, becoming quiet and reserved. Black and white interwoven, a light and dark coexisting. A new unprecedented power, both sacred and mysterious, flowed slowly through her body. Lin Ye's voice, carrying a hint of a smile, sounded beside her ear. This is not corruption. It is evolution. You are no longer a believer who can only beg the gods for blessings. From today on, you are one who can wield both the light of dawn and the shadow of dusk. The Twilight Saintess. This new unique title belonging only to her exploded in Bai Shui's heart like a thunderclap. All her self-blame, unease, and confusion vanished like smoke in that instant. What took their place was endless excitement and adoration. She lifted her head and gazed dazedly at the man before her with beautiful, shimmering eyes bright with emotion. He had not only granted her a new life, but had personally defined the road of her future. In the warm, intimate atmosphere, Bai Shui could no longer suppress the love overflowing from her heart. Summoning the greatest courage of her life, she took the initiative and raised herself slightly. Her soft, slightly cool lips, faintly sweet with the scent of milk, pressed against Lin Ye's. She completed the sacred ritual that had been interrupted in the study. And so, as boundless passion bloomed in Lin Ye's bedroom. In the cold, damp confessional at the lowest level of the sky fortress, Elvira was unhurriedly polishing her longsword with a spotless white handkerchief. On the torture rack before her, Count Golden Pig hung with his limbs pierced through, barely breathing like a dead dog. My patience has its limits, Count. Elvira's voice was even colder than the confessional itself. Count Golden Pig let out a wheezing, unnatural laugh and said weakly, it's useless. The contract's secrecy is absolute. You won't get anything. Elvira stood and sheathed her longsword. She used no bloody instruments of torture. She simply produced an ordinary-looking magic contract and a quill, then placed them before the Count. This is the Sky Fortress's lifetime labor contract. Looking down at the Count, a cruel light flickered in her violet eyes. Sign it, and for the rest of your life, you will live humbly, as the cleaner responsible for hauling the castle's garbage and filth. Of course, you may also choose not to sign. A cruel smile curled at the corner of her mouth. If you refuse, I will throw you exactly as you are into the feeding grounds of the anomalous creatures. Let you experience firsthand what it feels like to have your flesh, bones, and even your soul slowly gnawed clean by monsters that have been starving for months. Survival in the flesh versus eternal torment of the soul. This fear, striking directly at the soul, instantly shattered Count Golden Pig's already fragile mental defenses. No, please, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Completely broken, he sobbed and confessed everything. how he had contacted the mysterious contract organization through an ancient ritual passed down in his family, and at the cost of all his tangible assets and half his soul, issued the mission to erase Lin Ye's existence value. The intelligence he provided was a perfect complement to what Lin Ye had just obtained from Zero's core database. For the first time, the outline of a vast ancient organization, one that wielded rule as its power and contract as its medium, appeared clearly before Lin Ye and Elvira. At the same moment, in the Library of Contracts, a place beyond the dimensions mortals could comprehend formed from countless floating bookshelves and innumerable contract scrolls. A massive tome recording the erasure mission. Lin Ye hovered silently in midair. Then all at once, without any wind, it turned its own pages and quickly flipped to the page recording the Executor Zero. The next second, a mass of overbearing darkness, not of this place, materialized out of thin air on the page. Like thick ink, it completely blackened and covered every trace of Zero's information. A figure appeared silently beside the tome, the librarian, whose face could not be made out, as if he were formed from countless lines of order and rule. He calmly gazed at that patch of corrupted darkness, a sign of failure and loss of control. Then, in a flat machine-synthesized voice, he declared emotionlessly, "Executor Zero confirmed, value returned to zero, and overwritten by an unknown concept. Client Gregory Hogg confirmed in breach of contract, as his tangible assets have been seized, and he cannot pay the final sum. Verdict: contract mission failed." The librarian slowly closed the now invalid tome. Then, from the top of the endlessly stretching shelves behind him, he took down a brand new thick tome, completely blank with a cover made of unknown leather. He extended fingers made of light and wrote two ominous characters on the tome's archaic cover. Lin Ye. For the first time, a faint, almost imperceptible ripple appeared in his flat tone, as if the name had sparked tremendous interest in him. Target: Lin Ye. Threat level raised from unknown to calamity. Existence value extremely high and highly unstable, confirmed to possess anti-rule traits. Mission objective officially changed from erasure to capture and containment. His words turned into new directives that spread throughout the entire library. Deploy the sequence judge with the scale of judgment for secondary contact and on-site adjudication. A more powerful and more sinister threat had already been set in motion. The first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the enormous French windows of the bedroom, spilling across the priceless carpet. Lin Ye awoke from his deep slumber. The moment his consciousness returned, a faint fragrance, a blend of a maiden's natural scent and an aura of sanctity, lingered at the tip of his nose. He turned his head slightly. There lay Bai Shui, who had been so shy yesterday, now curled up peacefully in his arm, her sleeping face serene and holy like a defenseless little silver-haired kitten. Her silky silver hair, like a moonlit waterfall, spread across half the bed, and a few mischievous strands rested against Lin Ye's cheek, tickling him with a faint, itchy sensation. Sensing Lin Ye's movement, her long, delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened those beautiful eyes, clear as morning dew. Their eyes met. After recognizing Lin Ye, the confusion in her gaze quickly faded, replaced by an overflowing tenderness and dependence. "My lord, you're awake." Her voice carried the distinctive languidness and softness of early morning, lacking last night's tension, yet bearing a wife-like naturalness. Instead of rising at once, she took the initiative to snuggle closer into Lin Ye's embrace, gently rubbing her cheek against his chest, as if drawing warmth and strength that belonged solely to him. Lin Ye smiled, reached out, and pulled her even tighter. This tender morning intimacy did not last long. Soon, with a hint of reluctance, Bai Shui rose from Lin Ye's warm embrace. Last night's ritual had completed her transformation from maiden to woman, and it had also made her conviction to serve her master even more steadfast and pure. She slipped on the silk morning robe beside the bed, her alluring figure, holy yet tinged with coquettish charm, faintly visible in the morning light. Then, like the most attentive and devoted little wife, she began to take care of everything for Lin Ye after he rose. She brought him the mouthwash that had been prepared earlier at just the right temperature. She selected the clothes he would wear today. Even while Lin Ye was changing, she blushed and stepped forward on her own, using her tender little hands, still a bit inexperienced, to carefully fasten every button for him and smooth every wrinkle on his collar. Her movements were still somewhat clumsy, but the wholehearted earnestness and focus she put into it filled this simple morning routine with an extraordinary warmth and intimacy. While combing Lin Ye's smooth black hair, Bai Shui's eyes flickered with curiosity and anticipation. She remembered the brand new power that Lord Lin Ye had defined for her last night. Twilight Force. Her heart stirred. She attempted to slowly channel that strange, gentle, and tranquil energy, woven from black and white, from within her body through her fingertips into the ivory comb in her hand. A marvel took place, as the comb once again swept through Lin Ye's hair. Lin Ye clearly sensed a strange power, both warm and cool, both sacred and tranquil, slowly flowing through his scalp into his sea of consciousness. This power, like the gentlest spring, silently nourished his soul, which had grown somewhat weary from successive battles and ceaseless contemplation. The enormous spiritual energy consumed last night, while purifying Zero, was actually recovering and replenishing at a visible speed with each stroke of the comb. This sensation was more comfortable and more efficient than the highest level of meditation. Bai Shui also felt the feedback of this power, and her beautiful eyes instantly brimmed with surprise and delight. My lord, my power. It seems it can soothe your soul and restore your spirit. She excitedly reported her discovery, like an adorable pet eager to show its master a new trick. Lin Ye closed his eyes, savoring this unique, spiritual SBA, greatly satisfied with this unexpected blessing in his heart. He turned to look at the adorable saintess before him, a being who combined sanctity and allure, and who had successfully unlocked the function of a humanoid self-propelled superpower bank. With one motion, he pulled her back into his embrace. As she let out a startled cry, he wrapped his arms tightly around her impossibly slender waist from behind. Feeling the astonishing softness and resilience of the girl in his arms, Lin Ye rested his chin gently on her fragrant shoulder, and his voice, tinged with amusement, whispered a reward into her blushing, delicate earlobe. It seems from now on I'll become more and more unable to leave you, my twilight saintess. This extremely intimate whisper was like the sweetest enchantment. It made Bai Shui's body instantly go limp, so blissful that she nearly melted completely into that warm, domineering embrace. In this very bedroom, where warmth and intimacy still lingered, the atmosphere quietly shifted with the arrival of another presence. Master, the newly appointed contract steward Zero appeared silently in the corner of the room, like a phantom, bowing slightly with the utmost humility. As if completely oblivious to the romantic atmosphere in the room, he calmly awaited his master's command in a voice utterly devoid of emotional fluctuation. Startled by the sudden figure, Bai Shui hastily wriggled out of Lin Ye's embrace, blushing, and obediently stood to the side. Meanwhile, the smile on Lin Ye's face gradually faded. He casually sat down on the sofa by the bed, poured himself a cup of black tea, and his gaze turned deep and calm. Though the cradle of tenderness was sweet, the lurking dangers would not disappear because of it. He turned to Zero and issued an order. Based on the intelligence about the contract organization in your core database, conduct a comprehensive threat assessment of the enemy I may face next. As you command, my master. In Zero's eyes, countless torrential streams of data flashed by at tremendous speed. His brain, reformatted and restructured, was analyzing and synthesizing information at a speed surpassing all alchemical computers. After a moment, he raised his head and began to report in his characteristic, precise, icy tone. Report, my master. According to internal emergency protocol 3 of the contract organization, when an executor fails a mission and is confirmed to have been overwritten by an unknown concept, the organization will automatically raise the threat level and dispatch a higher sequential unit for secondary contact and handling. Above the executors, the unit responsible for handling calamity-level targets is named Sequence Judge. Sequence Judge? Lin Ye gently swirled the teacup in his hand, a flicker of interest piqued by the title. Yes, my master. Zero continued his report. Their rank and authority within the contract organization are far higher than mine as an executor responsible for carrying out specific missions. Their core authority is not execution, but adjudication. Every sequence judge possesses a special rule-based armament called the Scales of Judgment. Even while uttering the term Scales of Judgment, Zero's absolutely rational program showed a subtle, almost imperceptible disturbance in its data streams, as if describing something that even he found troublesome. What is that? Lin Ye pressed. The Scales of Judgment is a conceptual weapon that can directly measure the proportion of crimes and merits within a target's existence concept. It does not rely on any form of energy, is unaffected by any physical defense, and its standard of measurement is directly linked to the most fundamental law of causality in the world. In simple terms, once a sequence judge points the scales at a target, the scales will automatically begin to settle all the target's deeds from the moment of its birth to the present. Killing, destruction, and plundering are judged as crimes, adding weight to one side of the scales. Protection, creation, and salvation are judged as merits, adding weight to the other side. It is an absolutely fair and impartial trial process. And after the trial, Lin Ye's eyes grew increasingly amused and reflective. After that comes the verdict. Zero's voice grew even more grave. Theoretically, if the target's crimes ultimately outweigh its merits as measured by the scales, then the scales will directly declare it guilty. What follows is an unavoidable, non-exemptible, rule-based punishment that cannot be evaded in any form. The intensity of the punishment varies according to the severity of the target's crimes. At the lightest, their power is sealed, and their fortune stripped at the heaviest. Their existence concept is directly erased and completely deleted from the timeline and causality. In the records of the contract organization, no guilty person has ever escaped the final judgment of the scales of judgment. The report concluded. Zero reached his final assessment. In summary, my master, with the Sky Fortress's current conventional defense systems and all known magical and physical defensive measures, the success rate of defense against a trial by the scales of judgment is 0. The air in the entire bedroom seemed to solidify because of this despairing assessment report. Bai Shui, standing by, was so nervous that she held her breath, her little face etched with worry. However, Lin Ye, the very object of the judgment, showed no solemnity or worry on his face. Instead, he revealed a smile full of keen interest and dark amusement. Judge my crimes. He gently set the teacup back on the table with a soft tap. How interesting. I am rather curious. In his eyes flickered a dark gleam, abyss-like and chilling to the bone. An existence that embodies the culmination of all deadly sins, sloth, greed, lust, and so forth, standing upon his fair and impartial scales. How should it be judged? Facing the impending judgment of rules, the entire Sky Fortress was shrouded in a solemn, murderous atmosphere of war preparation. However, Lin Ye, the very eye of the storm, made a decision that left everyone, including even his most trusted subordinates, utterly baffled. Inside the study, Lin Ye sat upright in the master's seat, his gaze calm as he looked at Queen Elvira, who knelt on one knee before him. Elvira, at your command, master. In your name, issue a supreme royal edict to the entire Grim Kingdom. Lin Ye's voice was not loud, but every word carried an unquestionable authority. The edict shall read. He paused briefly, and the corners of his mouth curled into an elusive arc. Declare that from this day forward the Sky Fortress shall officially become the kingdom's asylum for sin. Hearing this, a deep confusion flickered in Elvira's beautiful violet eyes. But she did not ask why, only waited quietly for her master to continue. The edict is to be proclaimed throughout the kingdom. Lin Ye continued. Within the kingdom, all who know themselves to be guilty of grave sin and steeped in misdeeds, whether they be bandits who murder and plunder, deserters who betrayed the nation, cultists who overturned the established order, or any sinner lurking in the darkness beyond judgment by worldly law, as long as they are willing to come to the Sky Fortress of their own accord and seek shelter, then I will pardon every crime they have committed in the past. In exchange, they need offer only two things: their loyalty and their souls. This order could no longer be described by the word madness. It was an outright declaration of war against the order of the entire kingdom, and even against worldly morality itself, voluntarily offering criminals a sanctuary. This was tantamount to proclaiming to the entire world that the Sky Fortress would become the nest and paradise of all sin. Even with Elvira's absolute trust in Lin Ye, a storm raged in her heart at that moment. She did not understand. Her master was about to face a trial concerning merit and sin. At such a critical moment, instead of trying to accumulate merit and clear his name, he was willingly drawing all the sin of the world onto himself. Was this not madly adding weight to the sin side of the scale of judgment? But loyalty forced her to suppress all her doubts. As you command, my master. Elvira bowed her head deeply and solemnly received that edict, an edict powerful enough to overturn an entire kingdom. She believed that her master must have profound reasons for doing so. All she needed to do was to execute it perfectly. Half a day later, as the magical communication crystals in every major city of the Grim Kingdom lit up at the same time, the Sin Amnesty Edict, personally spoken by the Queen, exploded like a heavy bomb across the entire kingdom. For a time, the whole nation was in an uproar. Ordinary people felt unprecedented panic and fury. Those nobles and officials who upheld order saw this as nothing less than self-destruction and a trampling of royal authority. Yet in the countless dark and unknown corners of the kingdom, this edict stirred an entirely different fanatical tidal wave. A bandit gang that had just slaughtered an unlucky merchant convoy and was being heavily hunted by the mercenary guild heard this order. Their leader immediately commanded them to abandon all the loot they had taken and turn the whole group toward the royal capital, the Sky Fortress. In a cult stronghold deep in the mountains where living human sacrifice was the doctrine, the cult leader, facing a siege by the kingdom's knights, received the news and fervently declared to his followers that their god had sent an oracle pointing them to their ultimate promised land. Even some depraved nobles, glittering on the surface, yet laden with countless sins and secret, weighed their options, quietly packed their bags, and secretly set out with their private soldiers toward the royal capital. For these desperate outlaws who had long licked blood from the edge of a knife, what were morality and order worth compared to the 3 words to keep living? What was more, the one providing this refuge was the legendary master of the Sky Fortress, a man who could turn stone into gold, make the finance minister vanish from the face of the earth, and command even the queen's obedience. Rather than passively wait to be liquidated, it was far better to proactively throw themselves in with an even stronger, more unfathomable sin itself. In that moment, the entire Grim Kingdom seemed like a bottle that had been shaken violently. All the filthiest, darkest dregs that had sunk to the bottom began to surge upward in a frenzy. They had only one goal: The sky fortress floating above the royal capital, and now a holy land in the hearts of countless sinners. Meanwhile, in the once abandoned, but now flourishing black garden of the sky fortress, Cinderella was watering her beloved black plants with water mixed with a special nutrient solution, feeling somewhat uneasy. For some reason since noon, she had felt something in the air around the castle, something inexplicable hard to define. It was a cold viscous scent saturated with despair and madness. This scent made her feel very uncomfortable. But the precious plants in her garden seemed to be encountering the most delicious feast in the world, behaving with unprecedented excitement. Their branches and leaves swayed, without wind, frantically shaking and unfurling. The black vines that had been buried deep underground broke through the soil, stretching and writhing greedily toward the outside of the castle like parched tentacles. The entire garden was growing more than 10 times faster than before. What surprised her even more and frightened her a little was this. At the tips of some vines, strange fruits had actually begun to form, each the size of a fist, pitch black, all over covered with bizarre spiral patterns. These fruits exuded a dense, indissoluble aura of ill fortune. Just looking at them, it seemed one could hear countless sinners wailing and confessing in one's ears. Cinderella was terrified. She subconsciously stepped back several steps and almost fell. Just then a gentle, reassuring voice sounded behind her. "Don't be afraid. They won't hurt you." Cinderella turned and saw Lord Lin Ye. Somehow he had already appeared behind her, observing those strange black fruits with great interest. "My lord." She saluted nervously. Lin Ye smiled and motioned for her not to be overly polite. He reached out and casually picked a black fruit from the vine. The fruit was cold in his hand, carrying a slight pulse like a living heart. "Zero," Lin Ye called out calmly. Zero the butler appeared silently. "Analyze it." "As you command, master." Two red rays shot from Zero's eyes as he began scanning and analyzing the fruit in Lin Ye's hand. After a moment, he gave his conclusion. "Report to master. This unit may be named Fruit of Sin. Its composition is a combination of highly concentrated sin aura and the life force of a special plant. According to analysis, if an ordinary intelligent being consumes it, its soul will be instantly overwhelmed by the huge complex information stream of sin contained in the fruit, thus falling into permanent madness and degeneration." But Zero's data stream paused briefly, and then he reached a key conclusion. If the consumer's soul has been pre-implanted with your cursed corrosion brand, then the brand will actively absorb and transform the sin information in the fruit, converting it into the purest dark energy, greatly strengthening the consumer's body and spirit in a short time. Moreover, this process will greatly deepen the consumer's dependence on and fanatical devotion to the cursed corrosion brand at the very core of their soul. In simple terms, master, for your servants, this is an astonishingly effective tonic for berserk frenzy and loyalty. After listening to the report, the smile on Lin Ye's face grew even deeper. He looked at Cinderella, who was still somewhat at a loss, with approval in his eyes. "You have done well, Cinderella." He tossed the fruit of sin in his hand, then placed it back into her hand. "From now on, this garden shall be officially named the Sin Garden, and you are its first and only keeper. I need you to cultivate more and better fruits for me." Having been entrusted with such an important task for the first time, Cinderella's face flushed red with excitement. She nodded firmly, her eyes full of unprecedented drive and brilliance. She understood now. Her seemingly ominous power could also contribute such an important force to her master's grand enterprise. The little maid, who had once been timid and self-abasing, found the true meaning of her existence at this moment. At dusk, on the vast lower square of the Sky Fortress, specially used for accommodating the newcomers, thousands of desperados who had swarmed in from every corner of the kingdom had already gathered. They were fierce and vicious, their auras chaotic, and they eyed one another with vigilance and hostility. The entire plaza was in an uproar like a powder keg about to explode. Just then, at the highest point of the plaza, Lin Ye's figure slowly appeared within a pillar of dark light that soared into the sky. He said not a single word of nonsense. He merely released the pure and refined cursed corrosion force, enough to make even gods and demons tremble. Boom! Endless darkness, like a bottomless sea bursting its banks, instantly flooded the entire plaza. Every criminal, before even letting out a scream, was utterly dragged into a mental illusion constructed from the power of original sin. In the illusion, all the sins they had committed in their lives and the fears buried deepest in their hearts were magnified 1,000 times, transformed into the most cruel punishments that tortured and crushed their souls again and again. When the darkness retreated like a tide, the plaza was dead silent. All the criminals, no matter how brutal and ungovernable they had been before, now lay prostrate like the most pious believers, trembling all over like sieves. As they looked up at the demonic, godlike figure on high, their eyes held nothing but boundless awe and fear from the very depths of their souls. They understood. This place was no refuge. This was the territory of a demon king, more horrifying than hell. Lin Ye surveyed the scene with satisfaction. With a thought, thousands of cursed corrosion brands were precisely implanted into every criminal's soul. From then on their life, death, honor, and shame all depended on a single thought of Lin Ye. Then Lin Ye snapped his fingers. Cinderella carried a basket full of fruits of sin, and under the escort of the Alon mech walked onto the high platform. Timidly, but resolutely. Lin Ye picked up a fruit and raised it high. Now taste the first grace I grant you. As the words fell, countless fruits of sin like black raindrops landed precisely in every criminal's hands. Driven by the instinct to survive and absolute obedience to the powerful, they swallowed the ominous fruits without the slightest hesitation. The next moment, horror, pain-filled yet wild roars shook the entire plaza. The bodies of everyone who had swallowed the fruits began to swell and twist violently. Black, demonic patterns crawled over their skin like living things. Their eyes turned scarlet, filled with bloodthirst and fanatical worship of Lin Ye. A sinner legion composed of the kingdom's most vicious criminals had now taken initial shape. Lin Ye overlooked the army, which was brimming with chaos and destructive power, and the curve of his mouth grew colder. Scale of judgment. Look, I have gathered and bound so much sin in my own hands. Objectively speaking, this has saved countless potential victims throughout the kingdom. A merit like this, one that personally locked hell into a cage. How much is it worth on your scale? Beyond the sky fortress, the wind carried an ominous wail. Above the royal capital of green leaden clouds hung low, so heavy they seemed ready to collapse at any moment and crush the entire city to dust. An invisible heart-stopping pressure filled the air. It was the sign of higher-order laws surging and preparing to overwrite this entire region. It was as though a pair of colossal unseen eyes were slowly opening behind the clouds, coldly scrutinizing the steel castle floating suspended in midair below, a fortress that had already become a nest of iniquity. Judgment could descend at any moment. Yet within the sky fortress a strange, unnatural calm prevailed, especially within the garden of sin under Cinderella's care. After absorbing the colossal aura of sin exuded by thousands of criminals, the garden had completely metamorphosed into a demonic realm that filled all who beheld it with dread. Black roses, their petal edges shimmering with a faint bloody light, seemed to be silently recounting some gruesome tragic tale. Deep purple vines like pythons coiled in slumber crawled along the castle walls. The fruits of sin, adorning them, had grown ever plumper, exuding a cloying sweetness that lured one toward depravity. Even the little brook at the garden's center, formed from an ordinary spring, had run pale ink black, refracting an oil painting-like sheen beneath the sun. Cinderella, dressed in a practical gardening outfit, was carefully pruning a mutated black Venus flytrap. Inside the flytrap's mouth were no longer ordinary insects, instead faint little vengeful spirits, condensed from the aura of sin, could be glimpsed writhing in struggle. Toward all of this, she had long since traveled from initial terror to easy familiarity, and had even grown somewhat fond of it. For she knew that these seemingly ominous plants were her master's most singular army and treasure. Just as she was wholly absorbed in her work, the sky overhead split open without the slightest warning. It was not that the storm clouds had been torn asunder, rather space itself seemed to have been slashed by an invisible razor-sharp utility knife, clumsily crookedly, leaving an irregular jagged gash. Within the gash, chaotic and unstable spatial turbulence churned. Then, Aya, a girl screamed thick with terror and panic erupted. A petite figure clutching a mountain of heavy-looking parchment scrolls tumbled headfirst out of that gash in sheer flustered disarray. The sudden, inexplicable intrusion startled Cinderella. She looked up to see the girl who had fallen from the sky, flailing her legs wildly in midair before with a wet solid splash, and in a thoroughly ungraceful posture, she landed squarely in the middle of a bed of flowers of resentment. Flowers Cinderella had painstakingly cultivated to absorb negative emotions. Those delicate black blossoms were crushed into ruined petals, and dark sap splattering everywhere. After the girl tumbled out, the spatial rift swiftly closed and vanished as though none of it had ever occurred. Only the ravaged flower bed, and the uninvited guest struggling to pick herself up at its center, bore witness to that absurd, surreal moment. Cinderella stared blankly at the scene, at a complete loss for how to respond. The girl, meanwhile, finally managed to extricate herself from the soft, yet sticky flower bed and clamber upright. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, with a head of lovely honey-gold hair that curled around her shoulders. A pair of rather staid gold-rimmed spectacles sat upon her face, yet beneath the lenses were wide, limpid lake-blue eyes, at this moment rendered watery by fright and bewilderment. Hers were the quintessentially sweet, endearing features, a dainty nose, rosebud lips and cheeks, with the faintest baby fat, making her appear utterly unthreatening and irresistible in her charm. At the moment, her close-fitting white uniform, cut in the style of an academician's robe, was smeared with black flower sap and soil, with a few broken petals stuck in her golden hair, making her look thoroughly bedraggled and faintly comical. The most arresting sight, however, was her upper body hugged snugly by that white uniform. Perhaps as a result of the fall, the top two buttons of her blouse had been wrenched open, revealing a stretch of snow-white delicate skin, and the breathtaking heaving curve of her chest rising and falling with each frantic breath, like two trapped white doves straining to burst free from their confinement. It was beyond question an enormously tantalizing view. Yet she herself seemed utterly oblivious to her own predicament. She merely fumbled to brush the dirt from her clothes, straightened her slightly crooked spectacles, and grumbled in a soft, lisping voice laced with tears. Honestly, the seventh seat is far too unreliable. I told him, the karmic route is such an ancient, outdated teleportation method, terribly unstable and prone to coordinate drift. But he just wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. I nearly fell to my death. And I don't even know where this place is. My scrolls. My third edition of the reference regulations for crime adjudication. Oh no, they're all soaked. She stared at the precious scrolls scattered everywhere, drenched in flower sap, her little face crumpling as she very nearly wept from heartache. She had not the faintest idea that she was standing in the very heart of the enemy's stronghold. Nor did she notice that not far behind her a petite figure was eyeing her with the curious, cautious gaze of one scrutinizing a rare and exotic animal. And higher up on the castle terrace a man was taking in the entire spectacle with evident relish. Now that's interesting. A playful smirk tugged at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. He had been braced for a bloody battle. Angelina's rule interference field had already finished preheating. Bai Shui's twilight domain could unfold at any second. Even Blair had been forcibly dragged out of bed and now stood by with a pillow in her arms, wearing a thoroughly put-out expression. But who could have anticipated this? The enemy never came. Yet the enemy scribe had delivered herself to their doorstep, cash on delivery. And moreover, she was clearly a dim-witted airhead. Lin Ye's form flickered off the terrace. The next moment, he stood silently behind the girl, still frantically rescuing her scrolls. He emanated not even a wisp of killing intent. Just like an ordinary fellow who happened to be passing by. Clara, the youngest apprentice scribe of the Covenant, was at this moment too deeply submerged in grief over her ruined documents to notice the presence that had materialized behind her, until a calm magnetic male voice sounded from above her head. Need a hand, miss? Clara started violently, snapping her head up like a startled fawn. And then she saw Lin Ye. It was a face. How devastatingly handsome could a face be? His jet-black eyes, deep as the abyss of night, seemed capable of drawing one's very soul into their depths. A tall, straight nose like the ridgeline of a mountain range delineated a flawless profile. His lips were thin, curved at the corner with a faint, elusive smile. Clad in an impeccably tailored black suit with a tall, proud bearing and an air of preeminent distinction, he stood there like the sole and sovereign master of this eerie black garden, its most noble lord. One glance was all it took for Clara's heart to skip half a beat. Her mud-speckled face flushed crimson in an explosive instant. I. She was so flustered she could not string together a complete sentence, instinctively trying to tidy her disheveled appearance, yet having no idea where to begin. Are you? Clara looked at Lin Ye, then at the plainly artificial garden behind him. She blinked her enormous azure eyes and asked tentatively, are you? The gardener here, sir. The moment those words left her mouth, Angelina, hidden in the shadows, nearly burst out laughing. Not far away, Cinderella, who had been pretending to tend the flower beds, very nearly dropped her shears. The smile on Lin Ye's face deepened. He neither admitted nor denied it, merely giving a non-committal shrug. I suppose for the time being I can be regarded as the person responsible for tending this place. He crouched down, reached out, and retrieved a thoroughly soaked scroll for her. He glanced at the title on its cover. On the paradox of crime adjudication concerning the god of lies, and its amendment. Are you looking for a particular place? Lin Ye asked with a smile. At this, Clara seemed to remember her actual task, and nodded hastily. She took her treasured scroll back from Lin Ye's hand with great care, a lingering look of shock still on her face. Then with impeccable manners, she bowed slightly to the outrageously handsome gardener before her, and asked in a tone edged with urgency. Yes, Mr. Gardener. I'm looking for the Grand Judgment Hall. I'm to meet my superior, the seventh seat there. Could you please direct me? Facing the golden-haired girl's innocent request, Lin Ye's smile was almost brimming over. Trial hall. He repeated the phrase, then nodded with great solemnity and made a gesture of invitation as gracefully as a castle master receiving a distinguished guest. Of course, my beautiful scribe lady. I would be delighted to show a lost lamb like you the way to the slaughterhouse. Please follow me. Clara did not catch the undisguised malicious teasing in his tone. She simply felt that this Mr. Gardner before her was not only handsome but unexpectedly warm-hearted. Hurriedly hugging the sodden case files to her chest, she scurried after Lin Ye, voicing thanks without a pause. Thank you so much, Mr. Gardner. When I see His Excellency the seventh seat, I shall be sure to put in a good word for you in gratitude for your help. Lin Ye did not look back, merely waving a hand casually as he led her out of that eerie garden of sin. Thus began a darkly humorous tour of the demon's lair. Their first stop was the castle's ground floor plaza. At this moment, thousands of members of the Sinner Legion, who had just completed their initial transformation, lay prostrate on the ground, subjected to the relentless erosion and tempering of the cursed erosion force. It was an agony that originated in the depths of the soul. Suppressed, anguished howls reverberated across the plaza, and the air was thick with despair and madness. The instant Clara set foot there, she turned pale with fright at the hellish sight, and instinctively hid behind Lin Ye, peeking out only with half her head trembling as she watched. "G. Gardner. What is this place?" Lin Ye tilted his head, and with the light tone of someone presenting his own back garden, smiled at her, and said, "Oh, this is our employee cafeteria." Clara's wide azure eyes were full of confusion and fear. "See cafeteria. But they are savoring an appetizer called repentance." Lin Ye's explanation was as light as a passing breeze. "Only those who can fully digest this dish are qualified to enjoy the true grace I bestow upon them." Clara did not wholly understand, but she instinctively sensed that this place was 10,000 times more terrifying than any abyss prison in her files. Next, Lin Ye brought her to Angelina's laboratory, packed with all kinds of alchemical instruments and dissection tables. Several Alon matches were precisely guiding mechanical arms, cutting apart, dissecting, and extracting materials from the grotesque remains of creatures that had just been sent from the purification chamber and were still twitching slightly. Liquids of various colors radiating ominous auras flowed slowly through glass conduits. On the walls hung anatomical charts of creatures whose bizarre physiology would be enough to send any sane scholar's SAN value plummeting to zero on the spot. "And where is this place?" Clara's voice was already tinged with tears. "This is the kitchen." Lin Ye pointed to the dismembered creatures, and the smile on his face remained gentle. "You see, we're processing some ingredients that aren't too fresh. After all, if we are to entertain so many employees, the logistics must be properly handled." Clara looked at the tentacles and eyeballs that were still quivering slightly from nerve reflexes. Her stomach churned, and she clamped her mouth shut with her hand, fighting to suppress the urge to vomit. She was beginning to think that the smile of this Mr. Gardner was more chilling than the most terrifying demon she had ever seen. After a series of enthusiastic introductions to signature attractions, Clara's worldview stood on the brink of collapse. She felt like a little white rabbit that had wandered into a demon king's lair. Everything around her was filled with madness and horror that toppled her perception of reality. At last, Lin Ye brought her to the majestic cavernous throne hall. He stopped, turned, and looked at the golden-haired girl behind him. Her legs had gone weak, her face was bloodless, and only sheer willpower kept her from collapsing. "All right, Miss Scribe. Our little tour ends here. This is the trial hall you were seeking." Clara felt as if a reprieve had been granted. She raised her head, looked around the hall brimming with oppression and majesty, and asked in a trembling voice, "Where's the one to be tried?" Lin Ye smiled. Slowly, step by step, he climbed the stairs to the throne. Then, on the seat of onyx and bone, a symbol of absolute authority, he sat down with impeccable grace. He crossed his legs, propped his chin on one hand, and once again fixed that lofty gaze upon Clara at the foot of the steps. A gaze like a god looking down upon ants. "All right. I forgot to give my final self-introduction. I am the one you came here to be tried. At the same time," he paused, and the arc of his lips was full of teasing, "I also serve concurrently as this castle's gardener, head chef, and what you called the culprit behind it all." Boom. That statement exploded in Clara's mind like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Her azure eyes flew wide open, and she stared at the man on the throne in utter disbelief. The Mr. Gardner, who had so warmly guided her along the way. The devil, who had shown her the employee cafeteria and the kitchen. So he was. At that moment, Clara's mind ground to a complete halt. After an endless moment, she managed to drag back a thread of professional instinct from her scribe identity. She remembered her duties and the rules and order she held sacred. A courage whose source she could not name made her tremulously draw a small handbook from her bosom and pointed at Lin Ye on the throne. "Why you?" Her voice still quivered from fear, but the words themselves were filled with a tone of righteous accusation. According to Article 72 of Chapter 3 of the Contract Code, any act of harboring, organizing, or arming high-risk criminals without just cause constitutes the crime of subverting order. And your conduct in transforming the garden and conducting forbidden biological experiments also seriously violates the planar ecological balance regulations. "Why This is illegal." In the face of her accusation, Lin Ye did not argue. Instead, he listened with great interest, his gaze like that of a person watching a kitten trying to bare its teeth and growl, without inspiring the slightest fear. When she finally finished, Lin Ye slowly rose from the throne. Step by step, he descended the stairs and came back to stand before her. He leaned down, gazing into the azure eyes that fear and stubbornness had forced wide, and said softly in a calm tone brooking no denial, "Miss, it seems you've gotten one thing wrong." His voice was soft, yet it carried an authority that could pierce the soul and tolerate no resistance. "In this castle, I am the law. My words are the rules. And everything you said just now." Lin Ye smiled, reached out a finger, and gently tapped her forehead, which was trembling faintly with tension. Are nothing but scrap paper. This casual yet supremely arrogant declaration struck Clara's worldview, built as it was upon rules and order, like the heaviest hammer shattering it into pieces. Her mind was blank. Before she could recover from the shock of those words, Lin Ye straightened up and began his countertrial against her. Your superior, the 7th seat, has committed the crime of dereliction of duty. He failed to manage his teleportation coordinates properly, delivering his important subordinate straight into enemy hands. That is the first crime. And you, Lin Ye's gaze fell upon her again, sharp and predatory, have committed the crime of trespassing on private property. The crime of destroying rare, ornamental, magical vegetation. And his voice dropped a little, taking on a dangerous edge. And the most unforgivable crime, appearing without warning and spoiling my amusement when I was about to enjoy myself. Hearing this bizarre list of charges built on brigand's logic, Clara was utterly stupefied. Looking at her dazed, endearingly pitiful appearance, Lin Ye announced his verdict with satisfaction. In summary, I, in the name of the Lord of the Sky Fortress, sentence you to be stripped of your laughable title as a contract apprentice scribe. From today onward, you shall become my personal scribe. Your job will no longer be to record my crimes, but to record my achievements. Your sentence will last until you have expiated all the sins you have committed against me. He lowered his head to her ear and asked in an almost whispering voice, do you have any objection? His warm breath brushed against Clara's sensitive earlobe, sending a fine layer of goosebumps over her entire body. Confronted by this overbearing, unreasoning trial, and meeting Lin Ye's deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, Clara's courage and will to resist collapsed in an instant. Biting her lower lip, her eyes red, looking aggrieved and pitiful, she forced out a few words in a low voice through her teeth. And no objections. Just as Lin Ye, satisfied with the outcome, was preparing to formally accept his new employee, the space above the throne hall was once again torn open by an even more powerful and stable force. A neat rift cut as cleanly as by a knife slowly spread open. The 7th seat, grave-faced and clad in an old-fashioned judge's robe, stepped out from within, bearing the ancient scales of judgment in his hand. His hollow, emotionless eyes locked at once onto his subordinate Clara, who was being pressed against the wall in the corner by Lin Ye. He also took in her collar, which had been pulled open amid her nervous struggle and her disheveled state. The 7th seat's brows drew together sharply. He showed no concern for his subordinate's safety, nor did he attack Lin Ye immediately. Instead, with the severe tone of a headmaster, he coldly reprimanded Clara. Fix your appearance. On this sacred tribunal, disorderly dress is the gravest blasphemy against the supreme rules. Only after saying that did he turn his glacier-cold gaze to the instigator, Lin Ye. Then he slowly raised the scales in his hand. Heretic, your sins from this moment onward shall be settled. The 7th seat's reproach, utterly devoid of emotion, struck like a cold iron hammer against every corner of the throne hall. His gaze from beginning to end remained fixed solely upon Clara's disheveled appearance, as if that were the most unforgivable sin in all the world. As for Lin Ye, standing before her, the true subject of judgment, he was momentarily ignored. Such was the way of the sequence judges. In their world, the correctness of procedure and regulation always reigned supreme. He slowly raised the scale of judgment in his hand, and complex, sacred golden runes began to illuminate the base of the scale. His target was not Lin Ye, but Clara, who remained trapped in terror and confusion. Clara, the 7th seat's voice was like a mechanical monotone. For the crimes of misconduct and dereliction of duty, I hereby suspend you from all duties as apprentice scribe. Effective immediately, you are to be taken into custody. Before his words, even faded, several golden chains forged from pure runes of order shot forth from the base of the scale, like sentient serpents coiling toward the petite figure behind him. It was utterly sudden. In the 7th seat's view, purging internal dissension and rectifying discipline were merely the due preparations before a trial began. Clara, facing this irresistible, rule-based arrest from her direct superior, was so frightened that her face drained of color, and she shut her eyes in despair. She could already feel the cold, punitive force of order rushing toward her. Yet the binding and the cold she anticipated never came. Time itself seemed to freeze at that moment. Trembling, Clara slowly opened her azure eyes. What greeted her sight was still that man's back, broad and straight like an insurmountable mountain range, shielding her world from all storms. Lin Ye remained in that slightly bowed posture, casually extending his right hand. The golden chains, strong enough to easily bind a lesser dragon and imbued with powerful rule force, were now held effortlessly within his palm. They trembled and thrashed violently in his grip, emitting strained, creaking sounds, yet they could not advance a single inch further. Like loaches encountering a true dragon, Lin Ye did not even turn his head. In a calm, matter-of-fact tone, as though stating an undeniable truth, he said to the trembling young woman behind him, from this moment onward, you are my personal scribe. These words were less a declaration and more a confirmation of an established, unalterable fact. As he finished speaking, his palm clenched abruptly. Crack. The rule chains capable of binding even gods shattered inch by inch like fragile glass under the corrosion of the dense, overwhelming curse erosion force in his grasp. The fragments of golden runes scattered into the air, dissolving into nothingness. Only then, Lin Ye slowly raised his eyes, casting his deep abyss-like gaze upon the sequenced judge across from him, whose face showed shock for the first time. His voice remained calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness that made the entire hall tremble. My people, who gave you the audacity to touch her? This interrogation, brimming with absolute dominance and fierce protectiveness, finally caused a crack to appear on the seventh seat's eternally frozen face. For the first time, his hollow eyes truly looked upon the man before him. He finally realized that this existence was not an ordinary sinner he could define and judge at will with his codex. This was a true lord of original sin, one who dared to establish new rules, blaspheming the rules, harboring a sinner. The seventh seat's voice grew extremely grave. Your sins have increased by one more. He no longer paid attention to his subverted subordinate. Instead, he slowly aimed the scale of judgment at Lin Ye. This was the first time he had elevated a target to a level requiring his full power. As the scale locked on the air, and the entire throne hall seemed to be evacuated. A supreme primordial force of order originating from the very foundation of the world descended with overwhelming presence. The pitch-black tray of the scale of judgment, representing sin, plunged downward at a visibly terrifying speed the moment it aimed at Lin Ye, as if the weight of the entire abyss pressed down upon it. Within the tray, thick black aura representing original sin churned and roared, nearly overflowing, threatening to corrupt and devour the entire scale. Clara watched from the side, her heart pounding with terror. Never had she seen anyone whose sin could provoke such a violent, terrifying reaction from the scale of judgment. This was no longer simple crime. This was the very embodiment of sin, the very source of sin. The seventh seat looked upon this scene enough to drive any deity to despair, yet his expression grew even colder. He raised the scale high, and in a tone utterly bereft of human emotion, like a god delivering an oracle, solemnly proclaimed his judgment, in the name of the supreme contract. By the seventh seat of the sequenced judges hereby decree, Lord of original sin Lin Ye, you are guilty of existing is a crime. The verdict, annihilation. This was the highest judgment the scale of judgment could render. It meant that the target's sin had grown so vast it could no longer be measured or quantified. His very existence in the eyes of this world's order was an error, a bug that must be corrected and eliminated. As the verdict was proclaimed, a thick pillar of pure white judgment light woven from countless causal law runes burst forth from the core of the scale. This light ignored space-time and all physical defenses. What it attacked was existence itself. Once struck, everything about the target, past, present, and future, would be utterly erased from the causal chain of the world, as if he had never existed in this world at all. Faced with this blow capable of annihilating gods, Lin Ye merely stood in place, neither dodging nor avoiding. He even offered a hint of anticipation. A faint smile curled at his lips as he faced the judgment light, carrying world-ending might. Slowly he raised his right hand. A surge of curse erosion force darker than the abyss and purer than nothingness rapidly converged in his palm. The power compressed and refined continuously, eventually forming a fist-sized, slowly rotating, profoundly deep black vortex. Within that vortex, there was no light at all, as if it connected to the ultimate end of the universe. It spun silently, yet radiated a terrifying aura capable of devouring all things and corroding everything. The next second, the judgment light and the black vortex collided with tremendous force. Yet the earth-shattering explosion he expected never came. The entire throne hall fell into a bizarre, deathly silence. The pure white pillar of light capable of erasing causality and judging gods touched the black vortex and vanished like a stone dropped into the ocean, without stirring a single ripple. It was greedily absorbed drop by drop into that small vortex. Not even a wisp of light managed to escape. The expression on Lin Ye's face shifted from anticipation to enjoyment. He even closed his eyes, letting out a satisfied sigh from his throat, like a gourmand savoring a top-tier dessert. That judgment force capable of annihilating everything was to him merely palatable nourishment. This scene completely overturned the worldview the seventh seat had built over millennia. His eternally frozen face finally revealed expressions of horror and utter disbelief. How is this possible? He murmured involuntarily. His judgment, his verdict, the light of causality representing the world's order that he took such pride in, was eaten. In the moment he was submerged in immense shock, Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes. He licked his lips with lingering satisfaction, looking at the dumbfounded judge across from him. In a tone carrying a hint of apology, as if evaluating a dish, he said, "Not bad taste. Pity the purity is too low and there are too many impurities. As an appetizer it barely passes." With that he waved his hand dismissively. The black vortex that had absorbed the judgment light instantly transformed in his palm. A more refined, purer, darker curse erosion force mixed with the newly devoured and converted judgment power coalesced into a pitch-black death spear, its tip flickering with an eerie white gleam. It tore through space at a speed beyond thought, hurled straight at the seventh seat. The seventh seat's pupils contracted sharply. From that spear he sensed an unprecedented death aura, one potent enough to threaten his very origin. Without time to think, he instinctively raised the scale of judgment to block in front of him. Clang! A mournful cry like a great bronze bell resounded through the heavens. The pitch-black spear struck precisely at the center of the scale of judgment. The seventh seat felt an overwhelming, irresistible force. His entire body flew backward like a kite, with its string cut, slamming violently into the distant wall of the throne hall, shattering the unyielding stone into a spiderweb of cracks. The scale of judgment in his hand, that powerful divine artifact of order, had its radiance dimmed considerably. Where the spear had struck, a fine, unrepairable black crack was left behind. In the first exchange, the judge suffered a complete defeat. The seventh seat clutched his chest, which felt nearly shattered, and raised his head with difficulty. He stared at the man who still stood in place, not even a corner of his robe disturbed, with the eyes of one beholding a monster. For the first time within his most confident and powerful domain of rules, he experienced absolute suppression from a higher existence. Gazing at the sequenced judge, once lofty and now struggling like a defeated cur, Lin Ye's eyes held not a trace of pity. He had completely lost interest in the seventh seat, but his gaze toward the scale of judgment in his hand, an artifact capable of manipulating the world's causality, burned with an undisguised fervent possessiveness. This object in the hands of a mere rule-following judge was a pearl cast before swine. Only in his own hands could it realize its true value. It seems our trial game is over. Lin Ye stepped forward, each footfall crushing the seventh seat's crumbling heart. The seventh seat felt the unbridled bloodlust and greed. For the first time, a look of madness flickered across his pallid face. His dignity as a sequenced judge forbade him from becoming a heretic's trophy. Heretic. Sinner. Bubbles mixed with golden divine blood foamed from his mouth, his voice hoarse and resolute. Let you and I be reduced to ash together under the backlash of the supreme rule. So saying, he forcibly attempted to detonate the scale of judgment, which was bound to his soul. The divine artifact erupted with blinding, ear-splitting light, and a wave of destructive energy began to radiate outward wildly. He wanted to die together with Lin Ye. Foolish. Lin Ye merely uttered these two words without even pausing in his stride. Facing the self-destruct might enough to level the entire sky fortress, Lin Ye raised his right hand again. But this time his movement was even faster than before. Just an instant before the seventh seat detonated the scale, Lin Ye extended a finger, pointing from afar at the tiny black crack he had blasted onto the scale. Your weapon is now mine. Hum. The densest curse erosion power, like billions of the finest, most precise black threads, crossed the distance and instantly invaded that crack. Like a precise scalpel cutting into the core of the artifact. Like the deadliest virus furiously polluting and rewriting the rule core within the scale. The madness on the seventh seat's face instantly froze, replaced by an unprecedented soul-deep terror. He was horrified to discover that his unbreakable soul link with the scale of judgment was being forcibly overwritten and erased by a more domineering, more ancient and higher-ranking power. The scale of judgment let out a violent wail in his hands. The sacred golden light on it was visibly being corroded by a deep darkness. Like a drop of pure ink falling into a glass of clear water, dying, assimilating until fundamentally changing its essence. In just a few seconds, the light of the scale of judgment had completely transformed from a dazzling sacred gold to an introverted deep black that seemed to devour all light, the black of original sin. Its form remained unchanged, but its aura was entirely different. No longer rigid, majestic, and aloof. Instead, it was sinister, domineering, and full of aggression and devouring desire. It had been demonized. Lin Ye walked up to the thoroughly devastated seventh seat, reached out, and effortlessly took the new toy that had been branded with his mark, as if retrieving his own belonging from a friend. He weighed the heavy scale, emanating cold, dark aura, then aimed it at its former owner. A cruel yet elegant smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Now, let me teach you the proper use of this thing. I, in the name of the Lord of Original Sin, decree. Lin Ye's voice, amplified by the demonized scale, became a divine oracle that commanded reality. Your existence holds no value to me. Judgment, deprivation. As the words fell, the crime side of the demonized scale blazed with black light. A pitch-black chain filled with a plundering and devouring aura shot out from the scale and instantly pierced the seventh seat's chest. The seventh seat could not even scream. He looked down at his own body in horror. He could clearly feel the contract power within him, his position as a sequence judge, his rule, link with the world's origin, even his causality of existing in this world. All of it was being frantically, greedily, and irreversibly extracted and stripped away by that black chain. No, no, he let out a despairing wail. Watching everything he had be taken away was 10,000 times more painful than being killed outright. But Lin Ye clearly had no intention of ending it so easily. To him, the energy and rule insights stripped away were the most valuable spoils of war. He released the scale, letting it float in midair, continuing to execute the judgment of deprivation. Meanwhile, he spread his arms as if embracing a feast. Your mission is complete. Now become the stepping stone for my ascension. Behind Lin Ye, a massive original sin black hole, emitting an endless, indescribable horror, slowly materialized. The black hole rotated, drawing in all the energy and rule fragments stripped from the seventh seat. Under its terrifying gravitational pull, the seventh seat's body began to twist and disintegrate. His flesh, his bones, his soul, all matter and non-matter that constituted his life form, were forcibly decomposed into the most primal energy, and then completely devoured by the black hole. Like a giant ice cube thrown into the sun without even a ripple of struggle, he swiftly melted, vaporized until completely vanished from this world. A generation of sequenced judge had fallen. As the seventh seat was completely devoured, Lin Ye closed his eyes, savoring the vast pure power surging within him. A series of crisp system chimes rang in his mind. Ding. Successfully devoured. Sequence judge. Seventh seat divine servant level. You have gained massive curse erosion power experience. Your level has increased to LV42. All your attributes have been greatly enhanced. Ding. You have fully analyzed the order rule fragment. You have successfully comprehended and converted it into an original sin side ability. Criminal decree. Criminal decree, words become law. You can consume curse erosion power to enforce a mandatory rule judgment on a target lower in level than you. Example: I judge you guilty and you cannot move. I judge you blind and you lose your sight. Note the effect is proportional to the energy consumed. Effects on targets of the same or higher level are greatly weakened. Ding. Your divine artifact scale of judgment has been successfully demonized, renamed to scale of original sin, and its attributes have been updated. The battle had reaped all its spoils in the most thorough and complete manner. Just as Lin Ye was reveling in the thrill of his surging power and about to put away the new divine artifact, the scale of original sin, a voice thick with sleepiness, languid and impatient, rang out without warning in the hall. So noisy. Blair, cradling her soft pillow, yawned and walked out sleepily from the shadows behind the throne. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she glanced at the residual energy traces left by the seventh seat's disappearance, then at the floating scale of original sin, and furrowed her pretty brows impatiently. Isn't it just a measly scale? Why make such a racket? Can't a person get some sleep? Lin Ye was about to explain, but Blair's gaze suddenly locked onto a certain spot in the void of the throne hall. There, an extremely faint, almost imperceptible golden mark was flickering rapidly, as if trying to penetrate the barrier of space and transmit all information of this incident back to the origin of the contract organization. It was the last rule mark left by the seventh seat before being completely devoured. His last words also an alarm. However, facing this fleeing rule mark, Blair merely extended a slender jade-like finger with utmost casualness. Then she snapped her fingers crisply at the void. Snap. The sound was very light. No earth-shattering effects, no world-destroying energy fluctuations. But the moment the snap fell, the golden rule mark seemed to encounter the most terrifying natural enemy in the world. All its light, all its information, all its concept of existence were forcibly dragged into an absolute state of stasis in an instant. It was not destroyed, but it could never transmit any information again. It would be forever frozen in this moment, trapped in an eternal, stagnant, lazy dream where it could do nothing. Until the end of time. Having done this, Blair yawned again, glanced at the frozen mark, and muttered, "Have a good sleep. When you're asleep, you won't be so noisy." With that, she couldn't be bothered to give Lin Ye another look. Hugging her pillow, she turned and staggered back into the shadows to continue her interrupted nap. The entire process was effortless and serene, as if casually swatting an annoying mosquito. Lin Ye watched her disappearing back, then looked at the void that had fallen, completely silent, and couldn't help but chuckle. This final hidden danger had also been eliminated in the most unreasonable manner possible. At the very bottom of the Sky Fortress lay a colossal training ground vast enough to hold tens of thousands. At this moment, thousands of criminals who had just undergone their initial purification reform were gathering here in small groups. Though the violent and eerie aura radiating from them had dissipated, the unruliness etched into their very bones remained completely undiminished. Shouts, curses, and whistles rose and fell in succession, churning the place into a chaotic marketplace. They were villains and outlaws from countless worlds, scum that even the gods found troublesome. Although they had yielded to Lin Ye's power, making them truly obedient would still require an unforgettable session of re-education. And today Lin Ye was precisely here to conduct that education. He slowly ascended the elevated platform at the center of the square, followed by the blonde scribe Clara, who clutched her record book and appeared somewhat flustered from nervousness. Lin Ye's appearance did not instantly silence the square. Instead, even more gazes filled with provocation and scrutiny were cast in his direction. For these outlaws, the strong prevailing over the weak was the only law. They needed to repeatedly confirm whether the man standing on the high platform truly possessed the qualifications to dominate them for all eternity. Lin Ye did not speak. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he simply raised the scales of original sin which he had just demonically reforged high into the air. The pitch-black scales radiated a bone-chilling aura of dread. Clara took a deep breath, opened her notebook, and gripped her feather quill tightly. She knew that her new master's first public lecture was about to begin. This was also her very first official task as the scribe of the Demon King. Facing thousands of defiant gazes below the stage, Lin Ye lightly activated his newly comprehended ability, Edict of Sin and Punishment. Without even deliberately raising his voice, he issued a simple command in a flat tone, as if merely stating a fact. I decree, those who make noise shall be punished by the deprivation of voice. These words, amplified through the scales of original sin, transformed into an invisible supreme power of law that swept across the entire square like ripples in an instant. The very next second, an utterly bizarre spectacle unfolded. Every criminal who had been shouting, cursing, and whistling moments before discovered in terror that their throats seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand. They frantically opened their mouths wide, straining with every ounce of strength to produce sound. But no matter how ferocious their expressions became, or how desperately their Adam's apples bobbed, not even the faintest sound could escape their lips. Their voices had been deprived out of thin air. Within a single second, the clamorous square plunged into a suffocating, deathly silence. Thousands of heinous criminals at this very moment stared fixedly at Lin Ye on the high platform with eyes that regarded him as a god, no as a demon. Fear spread like a plague, raging through the crowd. This unreasonable power, which struck directly at the conceptual level, was far more terrifying than any blade or sorcery. Standing nearby, Clara watched this miraculous spectacle, her azure blue eyes filled with shock and fervor. Her small hands trembled slightly with excitement, yet her writing never ceased. First year of the new calendar, clear skies. The master tested his divine authority for the first time at the Plaza of Criminals. The word was spoken, and the law followed. Thousands of evildoers were rendered voiceless. Conclusion: the master's power has touched the very roots of rules, unfathomable not to be gazed upon directly. The display of dominance was sufficient. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction, put away the scales, and left the square with Clara, who was still dazed with awe, leaving behind thousands of criminals frozen in immense terror and silent as cicadas in winter. Inside the throne hall, the battle-worn chaos had long been cleaned up by the sluggards, restoring the space to its former grandeur and solemnity. Lin Ye sat casually upon the throne that symbolized supreme authority, his gaze falling upon the blonde maiden who still clutched her notebook and stood respectfully below. Clara, he spoke flatly. Yes, master. The girl jolted, immediately straightened her back, and replied with deference. Having witnessed what just happened, her reverence for Lin Ye had reached its peak. Come here. Lin Ye beckoned to her. Clara's heart tightened, but she dared not show the slightest disobedience. With tiny trembling steps, she walked to the front of the throne. She could smell the aggressive yet pleasing masculine scent emanating from the throne, and her heartbeat involuntarily began to accelerate. Lin Ye casually placed the scales of original sin before her. Your first official task is to rewrite a detailed instruction manual for this divine artifact. From its abilities to every fluctuation of its energy, I need the most precise data. Yes, master. I will. Clara hurriedly nodded. This was exactly within her area of expertise. But before she could finish her words, Lin Ye's body suddenly leaned forward. His impeccably handsome face drew close to her ear, so near that Clara could feel his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Clara's body instantly stiffened, and her mind went completely blank. She could only hear Lin Ye's magnetic, oppressive voice, like a demon's whisper, ringing clearly in her ears. And, from today onward, without my permission, your uniform skirt must not be longer than the knee. Boom. Those words exploded in Clara's mind like a thunderclap. A wave of heat surged across her fair cheeks, flushing them as red and delicate as a ripe apple. What kind of order was this? What did it have to do with her work? This had already exceeded the scope of a scribe's duties. This was clearly, she dared not think further. Yet facing those deep, abyss-like eyes that brooked no doubt, so close before her, she could not conjure a single trace of resistance. In the end, she could only answer shyly, her face nearly buried in her chest, in a voice smaller than a mosquito's buzz. Yes, master. Seeing her adorable mix of bashfulness and obedience, Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction and leaned back into the throne. He knew that from this moment onward, this former contract little nun would be branded thoroughly and completely, both in body and soul, with the exclusive mark of Lin Ye. Just as Lin Ye was savoring the pleasure of conditioning his new secretary, the atmosphere within the distant contract temple, the node of world order, was completely dead and heavy. At the deepest part of the temple lay the soul hall, where the soul lamps of all sequence judges were enshrined. Moments ago, the golden soul lamp representing the seventh seat had flickered violently and wildly several times. Then with a soft puff, it went completely out. The low-ranking priest tasked with guarding the soul hall stared at the golden flame that had entirely dissipated, his legs giving way beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, his face drained of all color. A sequence judge had fallen. This was an unprecedented event that had not occurred for thousands of years. The news spread like a hurricane throughout the entire temple. Ultimately, it was reported before the fifth seat, a stern-faced judge surrounded by countless floating runes of law. A flicker of shock passed through the fifth seat's eyes. He immediately went to the observatory and activated the divine art of causal tracing, attempting to uncover the truth behind the seventh seat's death. Upon the massive astrolabe, the torrent of time began to flow backward. The final moments of the seventh seat began to emerge hazily. Yet just as the fifth seat was about to discern the culprit, the image was suddenly shrouded in an indescribable mist saturated with an aura of laziness and stagnation. This mist, as if it were an existence of a far higher station, simply remained there quietly, rendering his causal tracing completely ineffective. Everything he saw was static and meaningless. The pupils of the fifth seat abruptly contracted. Sloth's authority. How is this possible? He felt an unprecedented sense of dread and shock. To be able to erase the seventh seat so easily, and even employ one of the most ancient, original sin authorities to shield the heavenly secrets. Just what kind of terrifying existence was hidden in that place? The fifth seat fell silent for a long while before finally rendering his judgment. This matter has exceeded the scope of my authority. He issued the order to the priest beside him in a grave tone. Report this immediately to Lord Second Seat. The fall of the seventh seat and the reappearance of the original sin of sloth must be made known to the lords. Not only had the death of the seventh seat failed to uncover the truth of the Sky Fortress, it had instead elevated the contract organization's apprehension toward that place to an unprecedented highest level of alert. A greater storm was brewing silently. Naturally, Lin Ye was unaware of all this. After handling the matters of the plaza and his new secretary, he felt somewhat weary and returned to his spacious, luxurious sleeping quarters. However, when he pushed open the door, he was slightly taken aback. Upon his enormous soft bed, large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, a petite figure was hugging a soft pillow fast asleep. Silver-white hair spread out like a waterfall beneath the moonlight, and her doll-like sleeping face carried a hint of contentment and serenity. It was none other than the sloth, Witch Blair. She had actually made his bed her new nest. Lin Ye shook his head with some helplessness, walked forward, and prepared to wake the little usurper of his bed. Blair, wake up. Go back to your own room to sleep. However, the slumbering Blair merely wrinkled her delicate little nose, seemingly quite displeased with Lin Ye for disturbing her sleep. Without opening her eyes, she mumbled in a vague yet utterly confident tone, as if talking in her sleep. You woke me up. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, you need to compensate me with a more comfortable pillow. As she spoke, her little head, like a kitten catching the scent of fish, naturally rubbed against the bed before nestling with pinpoint precision into the crook of Lin Ye's arm, which he had just rested at his side. Not satisfied with that, she adjusted her position slightly, took his arm as a new pillow hugged it to her chest, let out a contented sigh, and continued sleeping soundly. Faced with this sloth who refused to leave his bed and shamelessly treated him as her compensation, Lin Ye felt a sense of helplessness he hadn't experienced in a long time. He couldn't hit her, and he couldn't wake her with scolding. And at that very moment, "Master, your black tea is ready." Bai Shui entered gently, carrying a tea tray. "Master, this is today's castle data report. Please review it." Clara followed closely behind, carrying a stack of documents. Then the two young maidens happened to witness this scene, a languidly beautiful silver-haired, which was sleeping soundly, intimately pillowed upon their master's arm. And their master seemed to have no intention of pushing her away. Bai Shui's gentle smile froze slightly. Clara's cheeks, which had only just calmed down, flushed crimson again, with a whoosh. The atmosphere in the room at that very instant became incomparably delicate. The air within the bedchamber seemed to freeze in that instant. Bai Shui's gentle smile stiffened slightly, the delicate fingers holding the tray of black tea turning pale from the strain. The newly appointed secretary Clara wished she could instantly transform into a potted plant in the corner. Clutching documents, she lowered her head, her azure eyes flusteredly staring at her own shoe tips, feeling as though she had stumbled upon some earth-shattering secret. And the instigator of all this, the sloth which Blair slumbered on soundly, utterly oblivious to the delicate emotional battlefield before her. Faced with this awkwardness that would make anyone's hair stand on end, the master of the throne, Lin Ye, did not even raise an eyebrow. He did not hastily push Blair away from his embrace, as if guilty of something. Instead, with a gesture that was both natural and tender, he gently adjusted Blair's little head to a more comfortable position, letting her pillow more cozily, as if this were merely the most ordinary of routines. Then he raised his head, his deep gaze first falling upon Bai Shui. A gentle smile curled at the corners of his lips. "You've worked hard, Bai Shui. The tea smells wonderful. Ooh, I happen to be quite thirsty." His voice was calm and magnetic like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the chill in the air. Upon hearing her master's praise, Bai Shui's tense body relaxed slightly, and her gentle smile once again became genuine. "Yes, my master." Then Lin Ye's gaze shifted to Clara, who was nearly shrinking into herself. "Clara." "Yes." The girl started like a startled deer, jerking her head up. "Your record today is excellent." Lin Ye offered her the most direct affirmation. "I am very satisfied. Leave the report on the desk. As a reward for your first day, later join Bai Shui and taste some of my private stash of elf pastries." "Ah, yes. Thank you, my master." Clara, overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, blushed deeply with excitement and nodded repeatedly, stammering. The earlier panic and embarrassment were instantly replaced by immense surprise and the happiness of being recognized. A potential storm was effortlessly dissolved by Lin Ye's seemingly casual words. He offered no explanation, for on his own territory to his own subordinates, no explanation was needed. He simply used the most composed demeanor to give each person the most appropriate affirmation and reassurance. This effortless control, this natural kingly bearing, instead made Bai Shui and Clara wonder if perhaps they had simply overthought the situation. "Clara, please wait in the side hall for a moment. Bai Shui and I have some words to exchange." "Yes, my master." Clara, as if granted a reprieve, clutched her documents and practically fled the bedchamber. As the heavy door closed, the room was left with only Lin Ye, the sleeping Blair, and Bai Shui, who quietly poured tea for him. The atmosphere became delicate once more. Bai Shui carefully placed the steaming cup of black tea on the side table beside Lin Ye's hand. From start to finish, she did not spare a single glance at the silver-haired girl on the bed, as if she simply did not exist. She walked to the bedside and sat down in her familiar spot, the one that belonged to her. Then, extending her hands, soft as if boneless like fine warm jade, she gently took hold of Lin Ye's arm, the one not pillowed by Blair. She began to press the acupoints on his arm with just the right pressure. Her movements were still so gentle, so practiced. But Lin Ye keenly sensed that today's force seemed slightly heavier than usual. "My master." Bai Shui lowered her eyelids, her long lashes casting a lovely shadow under the lamplight. Her voice was still as tender and soft as ever, but on closer listening it carried an unprecedented faint trace of resentment. "Your body belongs to Bai Shui alone." She continued, her voice as gentle as a lover's whisper as she massaged. "It cannot be soiled by others casually." She bit the last word softly, yet it was filled with an unyielding obsession. This was no longer a hint, but the most direct, gentle warning. The intense possessiveness hidden beneath the tender tone created a fascinating and alluring contrast. Lin Ye felt the slightly firmer pressure of her fingertips and listened to these words dripping with jealousy. Instead of feeling displeased, he found it quite amusing. He loved Bai Shui's gentle obedience. He also appreciated this obsessive love shown only to him. He took her hand and raised it to his lips and kissed it gently. "Rest assured, I will always be yours." A simple promise made Bai Shui tremble, and all her grievances and dissatisfaction instantly vanished. Her cheeks flushed with a moving blush, and her eyes shimmered with happiness and contentment. However, just as the romantic atmosphere was about to fully bloom, a cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice intrusively cut in. The holographic projection of the Butler Zero materialized directly in the center of the room. "Master, urgent communication. The envoy from the Heart Fleet has been waiting in the reception hall for 30 minutes. According to standard interstellar diplomatic protocol, our behavior constitutes a minor diplomatic slight. They just inquired through a servant whether you need them to send someone to your bedchamber to invite you over." Zero emphasized the word invite with deliberate weight. This message, laden with threat and pressure, instantly chilled the heated atmosphere of the bedchamber to freezing point. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold in an instant. All tenderness and amusement faded from his gaze, replaced by an unfathomable indifference. Gently yet irresistibly, he moved Blair's little head off his arm and placed it securely on the soft pillow. Then slowly he rose to his feet. He straightened his collar, which held not a single crease, and an invisible suffocating pressure began to gather around him. The lazy lover, basking in the warmth of tenderness, was now transformed into the lord of original sin, overlooking all beings. He said to Bai Shui calmly, "I have some business to discuss. You and Clara enjoy the pastries first, don't wait for me." With that he turned and strode out of the bedchamber. Each step carried the killing aura of clashing arms. He was going to personally meet this Queen of Hearts, who dared to put on airs in his sky fortress even before their first meeting. A meeting full of probing confrontation and strategic games was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Clara, who had just escaped from the main bedchamber, was still trembling with lingering fear, hiding in her own equally luxurious secretary's room. She leaned against the door, her heart still pounding shamefully. Everything that happened today was an overwhelming shock to a girl raised in an orphanage. Whether it was the master's divine authority that made his words reality, or the ambiguous, delicate atmosphere in the bedchamber, she felt her worldview being shattered and reshaped over and over. She took a deep breath, walked to the desk, and pulled out an exquisite diary with a small lock bought with her own allowance. She felt she had to record all of this. Dipping the pen in ink, she scribbled quickly in graceful script, New Era Year 1, a night of chaos. Major discovery. I seem to have accidentally become entangled in the Demon Lord's courtly emotional conflicts. The Master's relationship with that silver-haired, perpetually sleepy, unfathomably powerful sloth, which is definitely not ordinary. I saw with my own eyes that she used his arm as a pillow. And the gentle, kind, angelic lady by Shui seems extremely displeased by this. I could feel the air nearly freezing when she poured tea for the Master. Oh heavens! This is the legendary emotional battlefield. One is a mysterious founding, which the other is the trusted saint deeply favored by the Master. Which side should I take? No. Clara, stay clear-headed. You are just a lowly, insignificant secretary. Your duty is to record, not to participate. From today on, my first survival rule, absolutely do not wander near the bedchamber. Survival rule number 2, no matter what you see, pretend you didn't. Survival rule number 3, work hard. Only by becoming the most indispensable cog in the castle can you survive the future war of the mistresses. Clara grew more excited as she wrote, and finally, she nodded firmly, feeling a sense of reassurance in her own cleverness. She believed she had grasped the ultimate secret to surviving in this Demon Lord's castle. Beyond the Sky Fortress, an extravagantly luxurious convoy of heart-red carriages towed by colossal land ostriches hovered silently amidst the sea of clouds. Inside the lead carriage, a veritable mobile palace. A sweet yet intoxicating fragrance filled the air. Upon a soft velvet divan, a figure with a striking voluptuous silhouette reclined in languid grace. She wore a daringly cut red gown that clung to her body, accentuating every breathtaking, heart-stirring curve with exquisite clarity. A cascade of wine-red hair spilled loosely down her shoulders, her skin flawless as snow, her beauty impossibly alluring. What drew the eye most, however, were the furry fox ears atop her head, twitching ever so slightly. Behind her, a fluffy crimson fox tail swayed lazily from time to time. She was Su Da, the Red Heart Queen, one of the 7 sovereign lords of the domain of greed, renowned across the world for her shrewdness, her wealth, and her fickle nature. At this moment, the Fox Queen was watching with keen interest a colossal floating magic mirror before her. Within it, everything that was happening in the Sky Fortress's reception hall was clearly revealed. Oh, finally willing to show yourself. A playful, intriguing curve tugged at Su Da's crimson lips. Let me see what kind of person could make those old fossils of the contract eat humble pie. She blew a gentle breath toward the mirror, as if teasing the man within its surface. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of the Sky Fortress, Lin Ye pushed the door open and stepped inside. His gaze immediately fell upon the man who was lounging boldly in the guest seat, leisurely savoring a cup of tea. The man wore a magnificent suit of red and white knight armor emblazoned with a massive heart insignia upon his chest. His expression was haughty, his eyes filled with undisguised scrutiny and contempt. When Lin Ye entered, he merely rose halfway from his seat as a token gesture before sinking back down, a posture dripping with the arrogance of one who deemed himself superior. This man was Jack, the loyal enforcer of the Red Heart Queen and the captain of the Heart Knight Order, known by the epithet Mad Hatter. So you're the master of this floating city. Jack slammed his teacup down upon the table with a jarring clatter. Lifting his chin, he spoke in a condescending tone. You kept Her Majesty the Queen waiting a full 35 minutes past the appointed time. According to the rules of our Greed Merchant Guild, anyone who wastes the Queen's time must compensate with double the value of what was lost. He was executing the Queen's orders, applying the first round of pressure and provocation. Inside the carriage, Su Da watched this scene and nodded with satisfaction. She wanted to see how this newly ascended Demon King would handle such a challenge to his authority. Would he rage, or would he haggle with her? However, Lin Ye's reaction in the mirror completely exceeded her expectations. Faced with Jack's provocative words, his face showed not the slightest trace of anger. He even smiled. It was a cold smile, utterly devoid of emotion. He did not refute the so-called rules, nor did he argue about who was right or wrong, because all of that was meaningless. He merely walked slowly to stand before Jack. Under the Heart Knight's bewildered and uncomprehending gaze, Lin Ye extended a slender finger. Then gently he tapped it upon the teacup in front of Jack. There was no sound, no light. Jack only saw that at the instant Lin Ye's finger touched the cup. That cup, crafted from fine-boned porcelain and brimming with black tea, silently from its edges onward began to disintegrate, collapse, and fade away. From the solid cup to the liquid tea, within a mere second, everything was utterly reduced to primordial nothingness. Not even a single speck of dust remained. It was as if it had never existed in this world at all. Corrosion power, the most unreasonable of abilities, the erasure of concept itself. Having done all this, Lin Ye slowly lifted his eyes. Those deep night sky-like pupils calmly fixed upon the heart knight, whose pupils had contracted from shock. In my castle, Lin Ye's voice was soft, yet like the whisper of a demon from the deepest abyss, it burrowed piercingly into every pore of Jack's being. I am the rule. Now I'll give you a chance to rephrase what you just said. Otherwise, your fate will be. Lin Ye glanced at the empty spot where the teacup had vanished. The same as this. Dead silence. The reception hall fell into a deathly stillness. Jack the Heart Knight felt a bone-piercing chill surge from the soles of his feet straight through the crown of his head. Cold sweat instantly beaded upon his forehead, soaking the strands of hair that clung to it. Fear, an unprecedented terror, seized his heart. This was not a suppression of raw power, but a horrifying ability from a higher dimension. Something utterly incomprehensible, capable of arbitrarily rewriting the very fabric of existence itself. He had no doubt whatsoever that if he uttered a single wrong word, the man before him truly would erase him from this world, just as he had erased that teacup. In the distant carriage, the Red Heart Queen Suda, after a brief moment of shock, could not help but burst into laughter. Her voluptuous body trembled faintly with amusement, her eyes gleaming with brilliant fascination. Interesting. How very interesting. She licked her own vivid red lips, her gaze filled with the excitement and admiration of a hunter who had just spotted the finest of prey. He doesn't play by the rules. He simply overturns the table and declares himself the rule. Overbearing, domineering, and above all clever. In an instant she understood that conventional commercial probing was utterly useless against such a man. To speak with him on equal terms, one would have to offer sincerity substantial enough to pique his interest. She issued a languid command to the empty air. Jack, cancel all subsequent probing. Present the gift we've prepared directly. In the reception hall, almost at the very same moment Suda gave the order, Jack the Heart Knight shuddered, as if he had received some kind of signal. He immediately rose from his seat. All traces of his former arrogance vanished without a trace, replaced by deference and fear that came from the very depths of his heart. He bowed deeply before Lin Ye. My deepest apologies, Your Majesty. My words earlier were utterly disrespectful. Please forgive me. Her Majesty the Queen harbors no ill will toward you. She merely wishes to make a friend of you. With that, he cautiously retrieved from his storage space a crystal box inlaid with countless gems, luxurious beyond all measure. He presented the box respectfully before Lin Ye. Lin Ye's gaze fell upon it. The box was transparent, and within it, clearly visible, was a sealed heart, still slowly beating, wreathed in resplendent golden flames. A formidable, vast energy brimming with sacred radiance overflowed from the heart. This is... A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Ye's eyes. This is a greeting gift specially prepared for you by Her Majesty the Queen, Jack said hastily, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Her Majesty heard that your castle recently endured a battle and might have suffered some loss of energy. This heart of the ancient sun god is a small token of appreciation from our greed merchant guild, hoping it may supplement a trifling amount of energy for your castle. A divine heart, and in his mouth it was merely a small token of appreciation and a trifling source of energy. One could discern from this the extraordinary wealth and extravagance of the greed faction. Lin Ye said nothing. He reached out and took the divine heart. It was warm to the touch, as if he were holding a tiny sun in his palm. Yet the very instant his corrosion power touched the crystal box, a cascade of system notification chimes erupted wildly within his mind. Ding. Warning. Detected a combination of ultra-high concentration divine essence origin and authority of fire. This item poses an extreme threat to the host. At the same time, it also possesses immense utility value. System conversion protocols have been automatically generated for you. Option 1, forcible devouring. There is a 30% probability of causing divine contamination of the host. But upon success, you will obtain a massive amount of corrosion power experience points, along with a small chance of comprehending the solar flame authority. Option 2, submit for research. Hand it over to Chief Scientist Angelina for reverse engineering analysis. There is a 75% probability of deciphering the core technology of the artificial eternal sun, which could provide the castle with nearly limitless energy. Option 3, castle integration. Fuse it with the core energy furnace of the Sky Fortress, instantly upgrading the castle to level 2. This will also unlock the castle's ultimate weapon system, the Spear of Seraphim, currently charging 0-1. Seeing these 3 options, any one of which alone would drive an entire faction to madness. Especially the third option, which could directly upgrade the castle and unlock the orbital cannon. A truly sharp gleam finally flashed in the depths of Lin Ye's otherwise calm and unruffled eyes. This gift was far more precious, and far more scorching to the touch, than he had imagined. He raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the barriers of space itself, locking eyes with the Red Heart Queen, who was watching him with seductive silk-threaded eyes before her magic mirror. This woman, what exactly did she hope to obtain from him? To offer such a lavish gift at so little regard for cost. the schemes concealed behind it might very well be even more astonishing than the divine heart itself. The air in the reception hall seemed to crystallize into an invisible amber. Jack the Knight of Hearts held his breath, waiting in rapt anticipation for the Demon King's final response. In the distant carriage, Su the Queen of Hearts was also watching Lin Ye through a magic mirror, her enchanting fox eyes fixed unblinkingly upon him. She had cast a priceless divine heart as a bargaining chip. Now it was the other party's turn to play. Lin Ye toyed with the warm sun-like crystal box in his hand, his expression unreadable. He had accepted this generous gift, but that did not mean he accepted her position as the giver in this game. Equal dealings are never built on one-sided generosity, but on the mutual display of strength. Please convey my thanks to your queen. Lin Ye finally spoke, his voice calm and indifferent. I am very fond of her gift. Upon hearing this, Jack the Knight of Hearts visibly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Ye's next move made his just relaxed heart leap back into his throat. Lin Ye casually placed the divine heart on the table, then retrieved another object from his storage space. It was a black, ancient-styled lantern. The shade was empty, the wick long extinguished, exuding an aura of death and finality. It looked like a worthless, broken antique. As they say, courtesy demands reciprocity. A playful curve tugged at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. He threw the extinguished soul lantern into the Knight of Hearts' arms as casually as if discarding trash. This is a trophy I picked up while cleaning the castle trash recently. Though it's of little value, it's a small token of my regard. Take it back and give it to your queen. It's but a humble gift. Jack the Knight of Hearts instinctively clutched the cold soul lantern. He looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how this broken lamp could possibly compare to a god's heart. But the moment his fingers touched the emblem on the lantern's base, a symbol of order and judgment, his face turned deathly pale. As a high-ranking member of the Greed domain, he recognized that emblem. He knew what such a lantern meant to the sequence judges of the contract organization. When the lantern is alight, the person lives. When the lantern goes out, the person dies. This was proof of a sequence judge's fall. And in the distant carriage, when Su the Queen of Hearts saw the soul lantern clearly, the lazy, seductive smile on her face vanished, for the first time in her life, completely. In its place was an unprecedented solemnity and deep, shocking disbelief. She knew far more than Jack did. She could even discern the owner from the faint, lingering rule aura on the lantern. The contract organization, the seventh seat of the sequence. The Inquisitor Uriel, that stern, rigid, and formidable enforcer of order. He was dead, and his soul lantern had been treated as trash by this man, casually given back as a return gift. In that moment, Pseudo understood. Lin Ye had used this method to subtly convey two terrifying pieces of information that could overturn the entire world structure. First, he had killed the seventh-seat judge Uriel. Second, in Lin Ye's eyes, the relic of a sequence judge, a being that could terrify countless forces, was only fit to be called trash. The weight of this return gift was too immense. It represented not value but a naked, overwhelming declaration of power. The impact of this was even 10,000 times more shocking than the living divine heart. Suda's breathing quickened slightly. Her voluptuous chest rose and fell, forming a breathtaking wave. As she looked at the calm man in the mirror, her gaze completely changed. From initial playfulness, curiosity, and admiration, it turned into profound wariness and an even more intense, burning interest. This man was a true dragon crossing the river, a terrifying beast capable of stirring the entire world's storm. After a brief lapse, Suda quickly composed herself. She leaned back on the soft couch, the enchanting smile returning to her face. But this time her smile held less condescending testing and more genuine equality and respect. She knew she had to show true sincerity. She issued another command into the air. In the reception hall, the Knight of Hearts, just recovering from the shock, received a new order from the Queen. He dared not delay and immediately took out a card made of pure gold with a seductive queen's portrait on the back. The front of the card bore a bright red letter, K, exuding a faint spatial fluctuation. Your Majesty the Demon King. Jack's voice now trembled visibly, his posture extremely reverent. This is our Queen's King of Hearts exclusive invitation. Her Majesty says she holds great respect and curiosity for you and your castle. She cordially invites you to come to her carriage for a face-to-face meeting. There are some important business matters she wishes to discuss with you personally. At the same time, the magical mirror floating in the reception hall suddenly blazed with light. The enchanting, flawless face of Su the Queen of Hearts appeared clearly on the mirror, as if she stood right there. Her fox eyes, full of seduction, stared straight at Lin Ye. The next second, her voice, so sweet it could melt a man's bones, rang directly inside Lin Ye's mind. Lord Lin Ye, you must be curious why I sent such a grand gift as the Divine Heart. And I am even more curious about how you found that interesting lantern. Some things are not suitable to be conveyed through servants. She winked playfully at Lin Ye, her red lips parting. Do you have the courage to come to my boudoir for a cup of tea? This was an invitation filled with deadly temptation and equally unknown danger. Once he stepped into her convoy, he entered her domain. Whether it was a dragon's den or a haven of pleasure was entirely in her hands. Faced with this direct invitation, a genuine, intrigued smile finally appeared on Lin Ye's face. He knew this battlefield across the distance had only now truly entered the main event. He picked up the pure gold King of Hearts invitation and spun it casually between his fingers. Then he raised his head, his gaze colliding fiercely with those enchanting fox eyes in the mirror. "I will have tea." His voice carried an undeniable magic, clearly reaching Su Da's ears. "But the time and place will be decided by me." He accepted the invitation. But once again he firmly seized the initiative and the power to set the rules of this game in his own hands. "The time and place are mine to decide." Lin Ye's casual, indifferent words transmitted through the magic mirror reached the ears of Su, to the Queen of Hearts, with perfect clarity. This greedy queen, who had always played everyone in the palm of her hand, felt for the first time in a contest with another person the helplessness of having the rhythm completely controlled by her opponent. In the mirror, her fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to open her mouth, using the word she excelled at to seize back the initiative. Lin Ye, however, gave her no such chance. He did not even look at the magic mirror again. As if in his eyes, this Queen of Hearts, whose beauty was famous far and wide and whose power was immense, was no longer an interlocutor he needed to take seriously. He turned around and, facing the empty hall, issued a command that made Su Da and the entire convoy behind her turn pale. 0. Integrate the Divine Heart. Upgrade the Sky Fortress to LV2. Upon these words, not only Jack of Hearts, but even Su Da at the other end of the magic mirror was stunned. What was he doing? In front of her, using the gift she had just given him to strengthen his own castle. This was no longer a simple show of force. This was a naked, possessive, high-handed act of declaring ownership. Declaring to her, and to the whole world, what you sent has from this moment on been completely and utterly branded with Lin Ye's mark. "As you command, Master." Butler Zero's emotionless voice echoed through every corner of the castle. "Core Furnace, expand the interface. Divine Essence Infusion Program, initiate." The next second, the crystal box in Lin Ye's hand shattered without a sound. The Divine Heart, burning with golden flames, turned into a dazzling golden stream of light, shot violently into the sky, and pierced through the dome of the reception hall in an instant. Immediately after, a golden pillar of light over 100 meters in diameter, like divine punishment, erupted from the very core of the Sky Fortress. It pierced heaven and earth, enveloping the entire floating city in boundless, sacred, and majestic golden light. Rumble. The entire Sky Fortress began to emit a violent, muffled roar. It was not the sound of collapse, but the roar of evolution. Su Da and her convoy members stared through the windows in dumbfounded amazement at the floating city wrapped in golden light. Countless ancient, mysterious runes they had never seen before lit up and flowed across the surface of the castle like living golden magma. The castle's outer armor, those originally massive and heavy metal plates, was churning, multiplying, and reconstructing at a speed visible to the naked eye. One after another, even more ferocious and massive new armor plates covered the original surface, bristling with barbs and sharp edges that gleamed with a dangerous cold light. In just a dozen or so seconds, the castle's volume expanded by nearly a third. It was no longer a mere floating castle. It was a war fortress, armed to the teeth, suspended above the sea of clouds. A steel colossus filled with the aesthetics of violence. "My God! What is this?" From the luxurious convoy's communication channel came one incredulous cry after another. "He's rebuilding a city. He's using the Divine Heart that your Majesty just gave him. How dare he? How can he possibly do it?" These usually worldly and experienced members of the Greed Consortium felt their worldview being completely overturned by this miracle before their eyes. Inside the Sky Fortress, Butler Zero's comm reports kept ringing through Lin Ye's mind. "Warning. Energy overload at 1200. Castle structure reinforcement initiated. External armor strength raised to S rank. Physical resistance increased by 300. Internal energy conduit reconstruction complete. Energy transmission efficiency increased by 500. Ancient defensive rune array activated. Absolute immunity to attacks below the conceptual level granted. Ding. Sky Fortress upgrade complete. Current level LV2. Ding. New construction module unlocked. Seraph Spear. Seraph Spear charging. 1:5:20. Almost at the same moment, the system notification fell silent. Within the sharply constricted pupils of Su, to the Queen of Hearts, the clouds at the summit of the newly evolved war fortress were violently torn apart. A colossal, ferocious cannon muzzle gleaming with golden arcs and sacred runes was slowly extending from the top of the castle. It looked like an inverted divine sword hanging from the sky, cold, merciless, and full of the aura of absolute destruction. After a brief calibration, the cannon muzzle locked with absolute precision onto the direction of the Queen of Hearts convoy. Dead silence. The entire Greed Consortium convoy was utterly silent at that moment. Everyone felt a tremor rising from the depths of their soul. The energy coalescing inside that cannon muzzle made them have no doubt whatsoever one single shot would completely vaporize this luxurious fleet, a fleet powerful enough to flatten a kingdom, along with the lives they took such pride in erasing them from this world. Inside the carriage, Suda, the Queen of Hearts, her beautiful face still wearing a seductive smile, had finally turned deathly pale. She stared fixedly at the war fortress that had been completely transformed and at the sword of Damocles hanging above her head. Her voluptuous body trembled slightly from the shock she could not suppress. A madman. She squeezed two words from between her teeth. He's a madman. Your Majesty. Her confidant, the diamond handmaiden who had been silent all along, finally couldn't help speaking up. Her voice carried a hint of bewilderment and panic. To win over such a capricious madman, to pay such a heavy price, even giving away one of the keys to opening the golden route, is it truly worth it? At the words golden route, Suda's gaze finally regained a trace of clarity from shock. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She turned her head to look at the extinguished soul lamp placed on the table, and a flash of ruthlessness passed through her eyes. The key, eh? Suda laughed coldly, her voice full of helplessness and grim resolve. If that all-devouring madman Gluttony truly succeeds in corrupting the throat of the world and completely seals off the route to the new world, what use would more keys be to us? They would be nothing but a pile of scrap iron. The death of the seventh seat and the utterly unreasonable power he just displayed, a power that can directly rewrite the rules of the world, prove one thing. He is not an ordinary lord of original sin. He is a unique hammer, one powerful enough to smash every stone blocking our way. This is exactly what we need most right now. Just as Suda was revealing her true scheme to her confidant, Lin Ye's indifferent voice once again sounded directly in her mind like a demon's whisper. Now my castle has finished drinking the tea it was owed. Then, Your Majesty. Lin Ye's voice carried a trace of undisguised mockery and coercion. Do you still want to invite me into your boudoir? To use the gift she had given, turn it into a weapon pointed at her head, and ask whether the previous invitation still counted. There was no response in this world more overbearing, more humiliating, or more oppressive than this. Suda's cheeks alternated between ashen and flushed. She knew that all her probing and scheming seemed utterly ridiculous before absolute power. She gave up completely, gave up the idea of playing mind games with this man. She looked straight into Lin Ye's deep amused eyes in the magic mirror and for the first time chose to lay her cards on the table. Lord Lin Ye. Suda's voice came through the magic mirror, stripped of all coquetry, leaving only grave solemnity. I admit I underestimated you. I apologize for my earlier probing. I came here for one thing only. I represent the Greed Consortium, and I wish to form a covenant of the highest order with you. Because a catastrophe threatening us all is imminent. Gluttony, the sequence lord of original sin, has awakened. According to our intelligence, he is heading for the throat of the world, attempting to devour the spatial fulcrum there and completely isolate the entire old world from the Great Route. If he succeeds, all of us will be like insects trapped in a bottle with no way out. We need your power to stop him. A shrewd light flickered in Suda's eyes as she cast out her final bargaining chip. As the deposit for this covenant, besides that divine heart, our Greed Consortium can provide you with equipment to arm 100,000 troops, as well as all the supplies your territory will consume over the next 10 years. All I ask is that you come with us to the throat of the world and fight together against Gluttony. A brand new game centered on resisting another lord of original sin had finally been laid on the table by the greedy queen. Inside the magic mirror, the Queen of Hearts, Suda, had finished laying out her final bargaining chip. Her azure fox-like eyes sparkled with shrewdness and anticipation. She believed that faced with Gluttony, a threat so enormous even their Greed Consortium balked at it, and with the astronomical advance payment she had offered enough to make any faction green with envy, no one would refuse this alliance. However, none of the expressions she had anticipated, Lin Ye's gravity, contemplation, or haggling, had appeared at all. After hearing her words, Lin Ye merely leaned back on the throne and fell into a brief silence. On his face there even appeared a hint of an odd expression she could not understand in the slightest. It was an expression tinged with novelty, amusement, and appetite, as if the world-destroying calamity she described was not a threat to him at all. Instead, it was a novel dish he had never tasted. Suda had no idea. In the very instant she mentioned the name Gluttony, an icy system notification rang through Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Detected a primal sin keyword from the same source. Gluttony. Warning. Detected a high-ranking primal sin holder corrupting the world's rules. This will cause irreversible damage to the host's world. But the prompt that followed fundamentally changed the nature of the entire affair. Special devouring protocol triggered. System determination: the holder of the Gluttony primal sin is a high-value absorbable energy body. The host may devour the Gluttony primal sin to complete the primal sin puzzle and unlock a new authority, devouring evolution. Quest issued hunt gluttony. Quest objective seize and absorb the primal sin core of gluttony. Quest reward the primal sin authority, devouring evolution, 1 random mythic grade item and 100 million purification points. The system's voice instantly wrenched Lin Ye's thoughts in a completely different direction. Gluttony. A threat. A calamity. No. In the system's assessment, it was just a walking experience pack. A high-value energy body that could make him stronger. Prey. Waiting for him to hunt. Once he understood this, the look in Lin Ye's eyes as he regarded Suda in the magic mirror changed completely. He no longer regarded her as an equal partner seeking help. Instead, she was a messenger who had come to his door of her own accord, bearing intelligence about the prey. Since she was a messenger, she should have a messenger's awareness. How could the terms she offered possibly be enough? And so, under Suda's increasingly startled and uncertain gaze, Lin Ye finally smiled. The tip of his tongue traced lightly across his lips, a gesture imbued with primal hunting desire. To the greedy queen in the magic mirror who believed she controlled everything, he slowly spoke a sentence that could shatter her Tao heart and make her soul tremble. Gluttony, huh? Sounds like a rather nice snack. Boom. The words were like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens exploding in the depths of Suda's mind. Her entire body stiffened. The shrewdness and confidence on her face shattered inch by inch in that instant, vanishing without a trace. Only endless, incomprehensible blankness and bewilderment remained. Snack. He called gluttony a snack. The ancient monarch of primal sin, renowned for devouring worlds of being, even the sequence judges would not casually provoke. In this man's eyes, it was merely food. How is this possible? It completely overturned all her understanding of the world's power structure. Aren't the primal sins supposed to oppose one another and hold one another in balance? Why, when spoken by this man, did it sound like a chef reviewing a menu? Watching Suda so utterly crestfallen, Lin Ye laughed inwardly. He knew he had completely shattered the other party's psychological defenses. Now it was time to present his real price. Lin Ye's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne. Tap, tap, tap. Every tap seemed to land on the rhythm of Suda's heartbeat, pressing down on her with suffocating force. Fighting gluttony. Lin Ye's voice was languid, yet filled with unassailable authority. To me, that's just taking a walk outside and casually clearing away a stray dog by the roadside. It can hardly be called a dangerous matter. But his tone shifted abruptly, and his gaze turned as sharp as an unsheathed sword, stabbing straight into Suda's soul. I don't like doing business without returns. All you mentioned, equipment for 100,000-strong army, 10 years of supplies. Lin Ye shook his head, a trace of contempt curling at the corner of his mouth. Too boring. Those things are nothing but a string of meaningless numbers to me. If this is to be an alliance, you'll have to show some real sincerity. Suda forced herself to recover from her shock and asked hoarsely then, "What does your excellency mean?" She already had a premonition that what he was about to propose would be a condition hard for her to accept. But she had no choice. Before a monster who could treat gluttony as a snack, she had no right to bargain at all. Lin Ye extended 2 slender fingers. "First," he said calmly, "from today onward, I want permanent free passage through all the planets and all the shipping lanes under your greed consortium, as well as highest priority trading rights." Although overbearing, this demand was still within Suda's acceptable range. It essentially made Lin Ye a super VIP of the entire greed consortium. Fine. Suda gritted her teeth and agreed. Very good. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction, then stated his second, and true, demand. His gaze roamed unchecked over Suda's curvaceous and alluring figure. It was less like looking at a woman and more like appraising the value of a piece of merchandise. Second, a malicious smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. To ensure the stability of our alliance, I want you, Suda Queen of Hearts, to come personally to my sky fortress. As a hostage of our alliance. Until that snack has been completely devoured by me. Silence. A deathly silence. All the color drained from Suda's face in that instant. The diamond maid beside her changed expression abruptly and was about to rebuke him, but Suda silenced her with a look. A hostage. He actually wanted her, the queen of the mighty greed consortium, to come personally to be his hostage. This was no longer mere humiliation. This was trampling her dignity underfoot and grinding it into powder. This was placing her, their supreme leader, directly under his control, thereby completely strangling the entire greed faction. It was even more vicious and more brilliant than directly demanding 1,000,000,000,000 gold coins. The atmosphere inside the magic mirror froze to an icy point. Suda's heart wrestled violently. Reason told her she absolutely could not agree. This involved her personal safety and the face of the entire greed consortium. But Lin Ye's words, "a rather nice snack," kept echoing in her ears. She knew that if Lin Ye was telling the truth, then his value would be incalculable. For this ultimate ally who could hunt primal sins, paying with her personal freedom and dignity seemed not entirely unacceptable. This was a high-stakes gamble. The stakes were herself and the future of greed. Lin Ye did not press her. He merely sat back on the throne at his leisure, smiling as he savored the dazzling succession of expressions on the proud queen's face. He cast the final decision back to her. So then, my queen, this sincerity of mine, do you accept it or not? Do you dare to come? In the magic mirror, Lin Ye's words, full of predatory amusement, were like a knife pressed against the proud throat of Su to the Queen of Hearts. Do you dare to come? This was no longer a simple question. It was an ultimate challenge that concerned dignity and the future. Dead silence reigned in the fleet channel of the Greed Consortium. Everyone held their breath, waiting for their queen to make the final decision. Time seemed to stretch endlessly at that moment. Then suddenly in the magic mirror, a smile slowly bloomed on Su Da's stunning face, which had turned somewhat pale with shock. That smile was no longer the seductive pretension of before. It was the madness and desperation of a gambler who, at the instant of going all in, stakes his entire fortune and very life. A fine hostage indeed. Lord Lin Ye, I must admit you are the first man who has ever dared to make such a demand of me. Her voice carried a trace of self-mockery, but even more it carried the thrill of meeting a worthy opponent. She did not answer at once. Instead, she changed the subject. However, since I am to be a guest, courtesy dictates that I should not arrive empty-handed. Think of it as the lodging fee paid in advance by this hostage of mine. The moment her words fell, a deep crimson spatial rift silently tore open before Lin Ye's throne. An enormous, magnificent chest crafted entirely from dazzling gold and variegated magical gemstones slowly floated out and landed with a heavy thud on the floor of the great hall. The lid opened upward on its own. In an instant, countless beams of magical radiance of different attributes burst forth from within, making the entire reception hall gleam and shimmer with brilliance. Inside were not tacky gold, silver, or jewels, but skill crystals, each perfectly sealed within transparent crystal and emanating the aura of a different law. Fire, frost, thunder, space, curse, blessing. Every crystal contained a complete and powerful skill that could be directly absorbed and mastered. At a rough glance, the number was far beyond hundreds and thousands. This is the entire collection of our Greed Consortium, amassed over centuries from lost ruins and fallen powerhouses. 372 skill crystals of rare grade and above. Su Da's voice came through the magic mirror, carrying an unyielding boldness. Now they are yours. Lin Ye looked at the chest full of brilliance. Even he, for all his composure, showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This lodging fee was far too valuable. This was no longer the treasure of one faction, it was the accumulated heritage of an entire civilization. This queen was telling him in this way, I, Su Da, the Queen of Hearts, am worth this price. After presenting the lodging fee, Su Da took a deep breath, as if making her final decision. She turned to Jack, the Knight of Hearts, whose face was full of anxiety, and gave an unassailable command. Jack, from this moment on you have full command of the fleet. All actions are to follow the Sky Fortress's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be punished for treason. After entrusting these final orders, she turned back to the magic mirror and looked directly into Lin Ye's deep eyes. Then word by word she said clearly, then I will come over now. I hope the Demon King's castle has a room worthy of my status. The words had barely faded. A pillar of deep crimson teleportation light, brighter and steadier than the one that had opened the spatial gate earlier, descended from the sky, completely shrouding her graceful, alluring figure. The light faded. The queen in the mirror had already vanished. A second later, beside the golden chest in the center of the great hall, the same crimson pillar of light shot upward. Within the light, the figure of Su Da, the Queen of Hearts, slowly materialized. She had truly come. With the majesty of a queen, she had come in person, willingly serving as a hostage. Su Da looked around, a flicker of wariness and curiosity in her eyes. Though her exterior was composed, stepping into this war fortress that had just completed a terrifying evolution, before her eyes her heart was far less calm than her appearance. Lin Ye, however, acted as if he had not noticed her arrival at all, still leaning lazily against his throne. He merely said flatly to the side zero, take Her Majesty the Queen to tour her new home. Let her understand that this lodging fee she paid is worth every bit of it. As you command, Master. The butler Zero's voice sounded utterly devoid of emotion. A butler's figure formed from light and shadow coalesced before Su Da and made a gesture of invitation. Your Majesty, please follow me. Though Su Da was suspicious, she could only suppress her curiosity and follow Zero, beginning this tour of the Demon King's castle that was about to completely overturn her understanding. The first stop was Angelina's laboratory. The moment she stepped inside, a pungent smell of formalin mixed with energy potions washed over her. The instant Su Da took in the scene before her, her pupils contracted violently. This place was a true devil's factory. Inside, countless enormous culture vats were soaked all manner of terrifying creatures she had never heard of, stitched together and grotesquely modified. A troll with 6 arms, a griffin transplanted with dragon wings, and even a cyclops head that had been refashioned into a mechanical eyeball still throbbing. At the center of the laboratory, that woman in a white coat with a figure so provocative it bordered on criminal was excitedly injecting a tube of bubbling purple potion into a howling chimera. When Angelina noticed them, her emerald eyes instantly blazed with a fanatical light, as if she had spotted a peerless treasure, so intense that it made Su Da's scalp tingle. Good heavens! A perfect specimen. The master actually brought her here. Angelina dashed over almost by teleportation, circled Su Da several times, and kept muttering to herself. This physical constitution is a supreme-grade fusion artwork of original sin and life. I only need a tiny bit, no a barrel of blood. I guarantee that I can decipher the origin of greed for you. Looking at the scalpel nearly pressed against her face, had Zero not stopped her in time, Su Da had no doubt that the moment she boarded the ship, this mad scientist would have dissected her on the spot. The second stop was Cinderella's corrupted garden. When Su Da saw that plants which should have been beautiful and dreamlike in fairy tales had grown into all manner of ferocious, terrifying monsters, she was already somewhat numb. Roses that sprayed potent acid, pumpkins that could strangle dragons with their vines. But what struck her most was the eerie vine at the center of the garden, feeding on a divine crystal, its tendrils bearing fruits like golden hearts. She could clearly sense that each fruit contained vast life energy enough to restore an archmage's full magical power in an instant. The one who had nurtured all of this was merely a timid-looking Cinderella feeding raw meat to a man-eating flower. The third stop was Snow White's prayer room. Utterly different from the madness and weirdness of the previous stops, this place was filled with sanctity and serenity. Su Da could hardly believe that a castle so steeped in original sin and evil could contain a place even purer than the supreme sanctuary of the Holy Light Church. The holy radiance emanating from that white-robed girl praying with closed eyes was so pure that it made Su Da, one bound to the original sin of greed, feel a pang in the depths of her soul, and a strange sense of purification. Evil and the sacred could coexist so perfectly within one castle. The fourth stop was Blair's room. There was nothing in it, only an enormous soft bed. The legendary Witch of Sloth was sleeping soundly, hugging a pillow. But Su Da instinctively sensed from that seemingly harmless girl a terrifying pressure, one enough to suffocate her. It was the ultimate sloth, as if time, space, and even all laws might fall into eternal stillness because they simply could not be bothered to move. Along the way, Su Da's heart had gone from wariness to shock, then to numbness, and finally all that remained was endless bewilderment. What kind of being was Lin Ye after all? His subordinates included a mad scientist, a corrupted gardener, a holy maiden, and an ancient witch. Was this a demon king's lair or a monster containment facility that gathered every anomaly in the world? At last they reached the end of the tour. The core power chamber at the castle's lowest level. The massive door wrapped in countless runic chains slowly opened. An indescribable aura surged forth, a blend of boundless resentment, overwhelming curses, and life force pushed to its absolute limit. Su Da raised her head. Then she saw a sight she would never forget for the rest of her days. At the center of the power chamber, an enormous black heart, seemingly still alive and covered with purple curse runes, was beating slowly. The cursed heart. Every beat made the entire sky fortress resonate with it. Countless thick energy conduits were linked to the heart, endlessly channeling that vast, dreadful curse resentment power into every corner of the castle, making it the most fundamental energy source of this war fortress. What drove this inconceivable floating city was not magic nor technology. It was the heart of a god, a heart saturated with endless curses. At this moment, every doubt, every confusion, and every trace of humiliation in Su Da's mind scattered like smoke. She finally understood. She finally understood why Lin Ye dared to call gluttony a dessert, and why he dared to propose that she come as a hostage. Because the height at which he stood and the power he held had already surpassed the farthest limits of her imagination. He was not putting on a false show of strength. He was merely stating a fact that could not be any simpler. Su Da's heart, frozen for centuries by calculation and scheming, began to pound with unprecedented violence at this moment. It was not fear, nor was it humiliation. It was an unimaginable, incomparable ecstasy. The kind a gambler feels when he wins a 1 in 100 million bet and gains the entire world. She realized that this move of hers had not been a mistake. On the contrary, it was the most correct, the most insane, and the most profitable move in her entire long life. Be a hostage to such an existence. No, this was a heaven-granted opportunity. This was the only shortcut her instinct of greed had found for her, the sole route to a higher plane. I made the right bet. Su Da murmured in a trance, staring at the beating, cursed heart. For the first time on that exquisite face, which had been rather stiff because she had been forced to become a hostage, a radiant smile bloomed from the heart. A smile of sincere, wholehearted submission. The visit ended, yet that pulsing, curse-bound heart had seared an indelible brand into Su Da's mind. When she returned to the main control hall and once more faced the man on the throne, beautiful as a deity, her gaze had changed completely. All her previous wariness, calculation, and resentment had vanished. What replaced them was a genuine, heartfelt mixture of awe, zeal, and a trace of dependence and submission that even she herself had not noticed. She knew that her life was now bound to this man. If she wanted to obtain more, she had to prove that her value was irreplaceable. So Suda stepped forward and bowed her proud body deeply before Lin Ye. The full voluptuous curves beneath her close-fitting red gown traced a breathtaking arc. "Master." She changed her form of address without hesitation, her voice delicate, soft, yet full of strength. "Since you regard gluttony as prey, then, as your most loyal hound, I hope to sniff out for you the most succulent traces of that prey." Seeing the interested gaze Lin Ye cast at her, Suda's heart leaped. She knew her gamble had paid off. She walked to the holographic star map, raised her slender fingers, and operated it with practiced ease. The conventional approach is to head to the throat of the world and intercept gluttony's main body. But that would be too passive. As a believer in greed, I prefer to strike proactively, and to maximize the benefits. A shrewd fox-like gleam flickered in her eyes, and the aura of a queen unconsciously returned to her. She pointed to a moving point of light on the star map. "Before going to the throat of the world, I suggest we visit one of gluttony's mobile lairs, the Gluttony Feast. This is the pleasure cruiser of Bacchus the Wine Knight, one of the 7 glutton knights under gluttony." Suda spoke eloquently, fully displaying her professionalism as the queen of intelligence. "According to my intelligence, he will reach the Mead Star River in 3 days to devour the planetary core there. Its defenses will be hollow, the perfect opportunity for us to strike." She looked at Lin Ye, enticing luster shimmering in her eyes. "And most importantly, the Gluttony Feast carries one of the replicas of the Dagon demon liver, the artifact gluttony uses to corrupt the laws of the world. If we can seize it, we won't only thwart gluttony's corruption plan, we can also dissect the very root of his power, and prepare the most thorough groundwork for your coming feast." Having said that, she looked at Lin Ye with anticipation and confidence, waiting for his praise. She believed that this flawless token of allegiance was enough to make any monarch look at her with admiration. But after Lin Ye heard her out, there was no extra expression on his face. He just leaned against the throne, handling the papers in his hands as though that intelligence, enough to change the war situation, was merely today's weather forecast. After a moment, without lifting his head, he said casually to Suda, still immersed in her queenly aura, "Are you finished? Aren't you tired standing? Come here and knead my shoulders." One simple sentence, yet it was like a basin of ice water dumped over her head. The confidence and brilliance on Suda's face froze instantly. She had just offered such vital intelligence and devised such a perfect battle plan. He neither praised nor comforted her, but instead asked her to knead his shoulders. A violent wave of humiliation surged from the bottom of her heart, spreading a shameful, indignant flush over her fair neck. Was she, the dignified queen of hearts, supposed to do a handmaiden's work for a man? Her body stayed frozen in place, motionless. Lin Ye finally lifted his head. His gaze, calm and distant, settled onto Suda. "What? Didn't you hear me? Or do you, this hostage of mine, have some other idea?" The flat tone carried a pressure that brooked no disagreement. Suda's body involuntarily trembled. She suddenly remembered the beating, curse-bound heart and Angelina's fanatical eyes. She snapped back to reality in an instant. Yes, her current identity was hostage. She was his possession. A possession's value had to be proven, but a possession's dignity depended on its owner. Having understood that, Suda extinguished the last wisp of pride in her heart with her own hands. She took a deep breath, hid all emotions from her eyes, and put on a soft, submissive expression. "Yes, master." She moved her long legs in light, graceful steps and walked behind the throne. Standing still behind Lin Ye, she hesitated for a moment, then at last placed the jade-like hands that had once controlled enormous wealth and signed countless interstellar treaties gently on Lin Ye's shoulders. Through her fingertips came the feeling of firm muscles under the man's clothing. Around the tip of her nose lingered that unique masculine scent that made her heartbeat quicken. Suda's cheeks burned with a stunning heat. She began to knead Lin Ye's shoulders, clumsily imitating the handmaidens in her memory. With her slightly trembling fingertips and the distinctive scent of luxurious perfume blended with the queen's own body fragrance, the atmosphere of the entire hall suddenly became intimate and wondrous. In that intimate atmosphere, Lin Ye finally nodded with satisfaction. "Good plan. We'll do as you say." While enjoying a queen's service, he acknowledged Suda's token of allegiance. But before that, he patted the hand Suda had placed on his shoulder, signaling her to stop. "This lodging fee you brought me. I have to inspect the goods first." Lin Ye stood up and brought Suda to the golden treasure chest full of skill crystals. He gave Zero a direct order: assemble by Shue, Angelina, Cinderella, Clara, and drag Blair out of bed as well. Not long after the young women arrived. When they saw the chest packed with rare skill crystals, they all uttered cries of amazement. Angelina especially stared at the crystals as though at a pile of uncut, peerless gems, her eyes glowing. Lin Ye pointed at the chest and said, "This is a welcoming gift from Queen Suda. Come over and pick a few that serve you. Think of it as a little benefit before the expedition." At these words, Su Da's heart stirred, and the look in her eyes toward Lin Ye could not help turning somewhat more complex. He had actually distributed the heavy gift she had sent him to his subordinates in front of her without the slightest reluctance. This generosity, this trust in his people, and this reproof and co-opting aimed at her had all been done so seamlessly. At that moment her understanding of the word master deepened still further. With cheers the girls gathered around. Encouraged by Lin Ye, Shui hesitated again and again before choosing a crystal radiating brilliant sacred might divine judgment. The instant the crystal merged into her body, it seemed as if a pair of wings formed from pure radiance unfolded behind her. Her entire bearing, already holy, now gained an inviolable majesty. Angelina, however, showed no restraint whatsoever. She scooped up the 2 core crystals, gene editing and living transmutation, and shrieked with excitement, "My God! With this I can even create brand new species. Master, please look forward to my results." Cinderella timidly chose a crystal called All Things Flourish Demonic Mutation. After absorbing it, the ground beneath her feet uncontrollably grew black, bizarre, beautiful vine flowers. The intellectual scribe Clara selected the Eye of Truth, a skill that could see through all falsehood. After absorption, countless streams of data seemed to dance within her originally clear blue eyes. The most preposterous one was Blair, who had been forcibly dragged over. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she rummaged through the chest for a long time and finally pulled out a crystal that looked completely ordinary, even somewhat dim, deep sleep rule grade. "This one is good. It feels like it will let me sleep more soundly." With a yawn she absorbed the crystal. Then, with a thud, she collapsed to the floor and was asleep in an instant. But Suda keenly noticed that an invisible, disquieting rule of stillness was spreading outward from Blair's body. Even the dust in the air around her was moving far more slowly. Seeing his core subordinates, all markedly stronger, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned his gaze to the remaining 300-odd skill crystals in the chest. He said to Suda, who had been utterly shocked by this ritual of granting, "Now, let me show you the true way to use these things." Lin Ye gave Zero a new Order. Zero opened the Sin Armory. Extract the law cores from all the remaining skill crystals and convert them for mass production. Targets Flame Claw Shadow Step. Prioritize equipping the 1st and 2nd Legions of the Sin Praetorian Guard. Suda had not yet fully understood the meaning of those words. But a second later, through the holographic screens in the main control room, she saw a sight she would never forget. The castle's bottom deck opened, revealing a colossal factory that looked like a demonic furnace. The golden chest full of precious skill crystals was lifted up intact by a mechanical arm and dumped into a huge furnace shimmering with decomposition ruins. Those rare crystals, any one of which would have been enough to make legendary powerhouses fight viciously in the outside world, were instantly decomposed, melted, and refined into the most original law cores. Like miniature suns, the law cores flowed along the production line. Then they were injected into blank chip templates one after another. Cooling, shaping, inscribing runes. It was just like producing canned food. Standardized skill chips bearing 2 supernatural abilities, Flame Claw and Shadow Step, were mass-produced by the thousands. At the other end of the production line, row after row of fanatical sinner warriors, bare-chested, were lining up for implantation. Mechanical arms precisely implanted the chips into the ports at the napes of their necks. Shoo! A slight hiss of steam followed. A red gleam flashed in one warrior's eyes. He abruptly raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and a blazing, burning claw of fire materialized from thin air. The next moment his figure blurred, turned into a vague shadow, and reappeared 10 meters away. Success! An ordinary criminal who had merely been physically strong had become, in just a few seconds, a transcendent warrior who simultaneously commanded flaming attacks and shadow stealth abilities. Moreover, this kind of transformation was proceeding madly at dozens of people per minute. In just a few hours, a Sin Praetorian legion of several thousand, every one of them wielding 2 supernatural abilities, had gathered and now stood solemnly on the deck, awaiting the order of their demon king. The whole process was efficient, precise, cold, full of industrial aesthetics of violence. Suda gaped at it, all the hand holding her wine glass, trembling uncontrollably. The army she had been proud of, built with money and interests, looked no different from a group of primitive people holding wooden sticks in front of this extraordinary legion armed by an assembly line. At last she understood completely. The most terrifying part of Lin Ye's sky fortress was not the main cannon, nor those monsters in women's forms. It was this terrifying ability to take precious resources, utilize them to the limit in ways she could not comprehend, and endlessly churn out war machines in batches. She looked at the man on the throne, who was calmly appreciating his own masterpiece. The final shred of arrogance in her heart dissolved without a trace. What remained was nothing but endless zeal and submission. As night fell, the dining hall of the sky fortress blazed with light. Upon the long obsidian dining table were arrayed exquisite dishes personally prepared by Shui. Each dish exuded an alluring aroma enough to bring even the most haughty gastronome to his knees. Lin Ye lounged casually in the seat of honor, unhurriedly cutting into the dragon beast fillet on his plate. At his side, Suda sat bolt upright, her expression somewhat stiff. Before her, a matching set of exquisite silver cutlery was likewise laid out, yet her plate remained utterly empty. The meal had already been underway for some time. Lin Ye had not said a word, simply eating on his own with no intention whatsoever of serving Suda any portion. This unspoken silence tormented Suda more than any harsh denunciation. She could not fathom what on earth this man intended. Finally, Lin Ye cut off a piece of fillet roasted to perfection, crisp on the outside and tender inside. Rather than eating it himself, he slowly brought the fork with that morsel to Suda's lips. His movements were graceful and unaffected, yet a hint of undisguised amusement flickered in his gaze. "Why aren't you eating? Or do you want me to feed you?" Suda's body instantly tensed. A blush of shame and indignation whooshed across her cheeks, spreading swiftly from her face down to her snowy neck. Let him feed her. What a humiliation. She, the proud queen of the Greed Guild, sovereign over countless living beings, was to be fed like a pet in public by a man. At that instant, her dignity let out a final resentful cry. Yet when her gaze met Lin Ye's deep, tranquil eyes, all the resistance in her heart melted away like snow under sunlight. In his eyes there was no cruelty, no derision, only a pure, unquestioned dominion. As if in his sight, she ought to be treated like this and nothing more. This more than any threat made her feel powerless. In the end, beneath that unmistakable gaze, Suda, her long lashes trembling, reluctantly parted, her vividly painted crimson lips. She closed her eyes as if heading to the execution grounds, and swallowed the morsel. The meat was tender and succulent, juice overflowing. Yet in Suda's mouth only bitterness and humiliation lingered. Yet just as she thought this humiliation was about to end, Lin Ye pulled back his fork, gently dabbed the corner of his mouth with a silk napkin, and then pushed his own knife and fork in front of Suda. "No, you've got it wrong." His voice rang out calm and distinct. "From now on, it is not I who feeds you. Rather, it is you who will feed me." Suda's eyes flew open as she stared at Lin Ye in disbelief. Her? Feed him? That humiliation was 100 times greater than being fed by him just now. It meant she was no longer even worthy of sitting at the same table with him. She would be utterly reduced to a maidservant who had the sole right to wait upon her master at the dinner table. Watching Suda's chest rise and fall violently, and the glimmering tears in her eyes, Lin Ye simply looked at her quietly, without urging. Time passed second by second. In the end, Suda slowly extended her trembling hand. She picked up the knife and fork, which felt as heavy as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Her movements were awkward and stiff as she cut a small piece of food for Lin Ye. Then she rose, walked to Lin Ye's side, and bent over. With each motion, her tight red gown traced a breathtaking silhouette, the pale expanse at her bosom swaying unceasingly. She did not dare to look into Lin Ye's eyes. She merely kept her head lowered, and with the fork cautiously brought the morsel to his lips. Lin Ye opened his mouth and calmly ate it. At that moment, Suda felt something inside her body completely shatter. That was her final, most stubborn dignity as a queen. Yet strangely, after this boundless shame, there welled up in her heart a hint of bizarre settled calm. And so the entire dinner proceeded under such a grotesque tableau. The once lofty queen of hearts, now like the most abject handmaiden, fed her new master bite by bite with her own hands. The dinner ended, just as Suda thought she might finally be free. The voice of the AI butler Zero suddenly rang out. "Master, Her Majesty AI Wela from the Jelan royal capital and Adjutant Li Lizi from Huangdu prison are requesting a maximum level encrypted communication." Lin Ye wiped his lips, which had been gleaming with oil from Suda's feeding, with a napkin, and nodded in satisfaction. "Patch them through." Instead of dismissing Suda, he gestured for her to stand behind him. In the next second, 2 holographic projections appeared in the great hall. On the left stood a young queen clad in a magnificent royal robe, a crown of thorns atop her head, her face cold and beautiful, with a trace of morbid fervor. None other than AI Wela. On the right was a spirited woman dressed in tight leather armor, a pair of fluffy black cat ears on her head, and a tail behind her that swished restlessly. None other than Li Lizi. After their appearance, the two first exchanged a glance, as if vying in secret, and then together knelt on one knee before Lin Ye, who sat upon the throne. "Supreme Master AI Wela offers you the highest respect of the Jelan Kingdom. Master Li Lizi offers you the absolute loyalty of Huangdu prison." Suda, standing behind Lin Ye, felt her pupils contract violently. The Queen of the Jelan Kingdom, the Deputy Warden of Huangdu prison. These were both heavyweights wielding immense power in the outside world, yet now they were prostrating themselves so humbly before Lin Ye. She suddenly realized that her understanding of this man was merely the tip of the iceberg. AI Wela was the first to report. "Master, in accordance with your command, I have purged all the stubborn old aristocratic forces within the Jelan Kingdom. This is the list of wealth they plundered over several centuries." An absurdly long list appeared in midair. The string of zeros at its end made even Suda's head swim. 80% has already been transferred through secret channels to the account you designated. AI Wayla's tone was brimming with eager pride. Then Li Lizi the cat-eared girl spoke up, unwilling to be outdone. Master, Huangdu Prison has also become your most steadfast bulwark. In the past 3 months, we have delivered to you over 20,000 physically qualified convicts to serve as supplemental troops. Furthermore, by leveraging the prison's intelligence network, we have successfully turned 3 border generals of neighboring kingdoms. Listening to their reports, Su Da's heart was already churning with towering waves. To purge the nobility of an entire kingdom, to seize control of a nation's finances, to turn a national prison into a private arsenal and intelligence hub. Any single one of these deeds would be enough to provoke a maelstrom in the outside world. But to Lin Ye all this seemed to be merely a quarterly report from 2 insignificant departments within his colossal business empire. You have both done well. Lin Ye's voice was laden with the authority of a supreme overlord. AI Wayla and Li Lizi both revealed genuine joy at the praise. We hear that you are about to launch a great expedition, Master, AI Wayla continued. We too have specially prepared a small token of tribute for you. As her words faded, a new video feed was transmitted. In the frame was a vast training ground. Hundreds of heavily armored knights riding magnificent griffins were conducting formation flight drills. They were the Jelen Kingdom's most elite royal griffin knights. Yet in the very next moment, the bodies of these knights suddenly began to change. Their bodies swelled, muscles knotted, thick black fur sprouted across their skin, and fangs jutted from their jaws. They had abruptly turned into a pack of ferocious werewolves. These transformed werewolf knights, far from losing their sanity, coordinated with their griffins even more seamlessly. Griffin claws, werewolf roars. A force created by fusing and remolding the 2 fantastic creatures of griffin and werewolf, possessing both aerial superiority and savage power. The Griffin Werewolf Aerial Combat Unit thus appeared before Su Da's eyes. This is... Su Da cried out in surprise. AI Wayla proudly explained. This is a perfect creation born from the biomodification technology left by Lady Angelina, combined with the fiercest werewolf death row prisoners delivered by Li Lizi. They shall be the sharpest aerial blade you use to tear apart your enemy's battle lines. Watching that airborne unit circling the sky and emanating a dreadful aura, Su Da was thoroughly stupefied. For the first time, she felt a heartfelt shudder of after-fear at her earlier decision to oppose this man. A fairly nice gift. Lin Ye closed the communication, a trace of satisfaction appearing on his face. He turned his head and looked at the Red Heart Queen behind him, who had become utterly petrified. So, do you still feel it is such a grievance to be my maidservant? Su Da's body gave a violent start. She hurriedly lowered her head, her voice filled with awe and fear. And no, I wouldn't dare. To serve you, Master, is the greatest honor of Su Da's life. At this moment, she was truly convinced in heart and soul. Very good. Lin Ye stood up and stretched. The appetizer has been finished. Now then, let's take a look at the real main course. Su Da had yet to grasp his meaning, but Lin Ye had already issued a command to the system, claimed the mythic grade quest reward. The next second, the light in the entire great hall dimmed. A ray of chaotic light descended from the heavens, shining before Lin Ye. A bizarre chest radiating an ominous aura and continuously shifting between a cube and a sphere slowly materialized. System notification: do you wish to open Pandora's box? Warning: mythic grade items possess the power to distort reality. Their effects are entirely random. They may bring supreme fortune, or they may summon world-ending catastrophe. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed through the hall, causing Su Da's heart to leap into her throat. Mythic grade item. She had never even heard of an item at this rank. Yet facing the system's risk-laden warning, Lin Ye showed not the slightest hesitation. Open. He casually breathed out 2 words. The bizarre chest slowly opened, accompanied by a grating, distorted sound that set one's teeth on edge. There was no brilliant radiance, no cataclysmic power. In the instant the chest opened, there was only a vast, unfathomable nothingness that seemed capable of devouring all light and sound. Then a card made of unknown material, black as pitch across its entirety, yet with edges shimmering with flowing iridescent light, floated silently out of that nothingness and landed in Lin Ye's hand. At the same time, a line of brand new golden text seemed to be branded directly onto Lin Ye's retina. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mythic grade item Black Gold VIP card of the Myriad Worlds Mall. Lin Ye looked at the black gold card in his hand, then at the line of text on his retina, and was momentarily stunned. Myriad Worlds Mall. Black Gold VIP card. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a smile filled with curiosity and a hint of plunder. Things seemed to be growing more and more intriguing. Lin Ye toyed with the obsidian-carved card in his hand, his fingertips perceiving a sensation, both chilling and gently warm. Su Da stood behind him, striving to calm the violently surging emotions stirred by her tribute. Yet when her gaze fell upon that mysterious card, she could not suppress a tremor of palpitation. An item crowned with the title Mythic Grade by the system. Its latent value alone was likely enough to purchase 10 or even 100 greedy merchant guilds. Lin Ye did not hesitate. The instant his consciousness touched the card, a gentle force drew him and sinking him into a kaleidoscopic fantastical world. It was a virtual space formed by hundreds of millions of streams of data light. Countless unheard-of product information swirled and flowed around him like a galaxy of stars. Majestic, boundless beyond imagination. At that moment, a softly glowing orb of white light appeared before Lin Ye's consciousness entity. Respected Black Gold VIP user greetings. Customer service now. 007 of the Myriad Worlds Mall is at your service. What currency is used for transactions here? Lin Ye cut straight to the point. Reporting to your excellency, the base currency of the Myriad Worlds Mall is the world essence, the total sum of primordial energy a complete world can generate from its birth to its extinction. After inspection, your current account balance is 0. The cold number instantly quenched half of the hope that had just kindled in Su Da's heart behind Lin Ye. Without currency, no matter how exalted the mall, it was but an empty shell. However, the customer service orb immediately added, but as the supreme Black Gold VIP user, you shall enjoy an unlimited credit line for 10 epics and receive a newcomer gift exclusive to you. Would you like to open it now? Unlimited credit line. When those words reached Su Da's mind through Lin Ye's spiritual connection, she, the former greedy queen, felt her thoughts stall for an instant. It was an ultimate concept that made greed itself shudder. A faint curve lifted the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Open it. A gift package composed of pure light particles slowly unfolded before Lin Ye. 3 items floated out, suspended in silence. The first item was a complex blueprint flickering with blue light. You have obtained Sky Fortress exclusive upgrade blueprint. Concept stabilization engine. Effect provides your living fortress with absolute defense on the existence level, capable of repelling the majority of attacks targeting space-time and causality. The second item was a handful of golden sand resembling star fragments. You have obtained rare legendary material. 1 cubic time sand. Effect: a miracle sand containing immense temporal power usable to accelerate construction, catalyze life, and even reverse the flow of time in a localized region. The third item, however, was a scarlet warning message laced with an ominous aura. Warning: the holder of the gluttony has issued a predation bounty against you through an abyssal channel in the Myriad Worlds Mall. Countless hunters from Myriad Worlds are salivating over your sin core. Lin Ye's gaze turned ice cold in an instant. Opportunity and crisis always walk hand in hand. Not only had he acquired the key items to strengthen his fortress, but he had also obtained lethal intelligence that his enemies had already cast an inescapable net. When Lin Ye's consciousness returned to reality, he saw Su Da watching him with a complex gaze interweaving fervor, reverence, and fear. She understood completely now. The one she followed was a terrifying being who could casually run a tab across all the Myriad Worlds. Every past scheme and act of defiance before such overwhelming might seemed utterly laughable. Issue the order. Everyone assemble in the main control hall. Lin Ye put away the black gold card and gave the order in a flat tone. Prepare to set sail. Moments later, all core members had gathered in the Sky Fortress's main control hall. Bai Shui stood quietly at the side, as always, while Angelina studied Su Da with curiosity, as if appraising her value for transformation. Lin Ye strode briskly onto the elevated platform and slowly lowered himself onto the massive throne forged from cursed black crystal. He swept his gaze around, finally resting it upon Su Da, who stood below, looking somewhat ill at ease. Su Da immediately assumed that Lin Ye intended to assign her a seat. Instead, he merely reached out and patted his sturdy, armor-clad thigh. His gaze brooked no defiance. Your seat is here. Boom. Su Da's cheeks flushed so fiercely that they seemed to drip blood. On his lap, in front of all these people. This was no longer humiliation. It was a naked declaration saturated with ultimate possessiveness. It declared that from this moment on she would be his most private, most intimate possession. The air in the hall seemed to solidify. A flicker of complexity passed through Bai Shui's eyes, ultimately dissolving into a soft sigh. Angelina let out a whistle, looking thoroughly entertained. Beneath the tangible pressure of Lin Ye's gaze, Su Da's body ultimately yielded to his will. Lifting her skirt, she climbed the high platform with shame-filled, rigid steps. She dared not meet anyone's eyes. Head bowed and trembling, she finally turned sideways and settled gently upon that solid thigh. His warm body heat seeped through the fabric, raising a fine sheen of goosebumps across her skin. She straightened her spine, striving to sit with dignified poise, yet the posture only made her more alluring, her astonishing curves exquisitely outlined by that position. Just then, Master, a voice tinged with a hint of timidity, yet brimming with love, floated in from outside the hall. Cinderella walked in cautiously, carrying a crystal-clear plate. Upon the plate lay several fruits she had just nurtured with magic, radiating a rich aura of life. These were her heartfelt offering presented before her master's expedition. But when she lifted her head and saw the scene upon the throne, the smile on her face froze instantly. That lofty throne that embraced belonging solely to the prince in her heart was now occupied by another woman, a bewitching fox spirit to the bone. Clang! The crystal plate slipped from her powerless hands and shattered upon the gleaming floor. The fruits steeped in her feelings tumbled everywhere in a pathetic mess. Cinderella's delicate face turned ashen in an instant, drained of all color. Her eyes reddened, crystalline tears swirling within them, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She bit her lips, fiercely gazing at Lin Ye on the throne with the aggrieved, wounded beast look of one betrayed by the entire world. Lin Ye's expression did not waver in the slightest. He did not even glance at the mess on the floor. Instead, he calmly shifted his gaze beyond the hall. As though that heart-wrenching scene, enough to break any man, was merely a trivial interlude to him. The Griffin werewolf troops have arrived. He spoke, his voice shattering the suffocating stillness. Follow me to review them. He rose, and Suda in his arms hastily stood, as well smoothing her disheveled skirt. Without a single glance at Cinderella, who still stood frozen and trembling, Lin Ye headed straight for the fortress's external landing pad. The others could only follow in silence. As Suda passed Cinderella, she hesitated slightly, a trace of complex emotion flickering in her eyes, but in the end she said nothing. This was a battlefield unique to women, a war without smoke. And for now it seemed she had claimed the first victory. Outside on the sky fortress's landing pad, gale force winds howled. Hundreds of fearsome warriors clad in the Gellan Kingdom's specially forged heavy armor, yet spreading pitch-black leathery wings from their backs, had already formed a pristine square formation. The griffins beneath them scraped the metal deck restlessly, emitting low growls. Beneath the knights' visors glowed a pair of golden slit pupils, wild and savage, the unmistakable gaze of werewolves. The commander of this unit was an extraordinarily hulking man, a former Kingdom Knight commander whose explosive muscles could not be concealed even by heavy armor. He stood at the vanguard, eyes interweaving knightly honor with bestial arrogance, scrutinizing the man who was about to become their new sovereign. With Suda in attendance, Lin Ye ascended the towering reviewing stand step by step. Overlooking the army that exuded an aura of iron and bloodlust, he offered no impassioned address. He merely slowly unleashed the supreme pressure dwelling within him, the awe-inspiring might belonging to the Lord of Original Sin. In that instant, it was as if an invisible divine hand had seized the very souls of every griffin werewolf present. The savage, bloodthirsty werewolf genes within them seemed in that moment to have encountered their progenitor, the one and only deity who had created them. It was an absolute dread and submission arising from the depths of their bloodline, from the very bottom of their souls. Awu. The knight commander who had earlier regarded Lin Ye with a hint of appraisal was the first to cast aside knightly honor and bearing. His knees buckled, and he slammed onto the ground. Tearing off his helmet, he unleashed the most primitive and reverent roar, a beast's howl of worship, toward Lin Ye. In the next moment, the hundreds of warriors behind him prostrated themselves in perfect unison. They abandoned their human identities and knightly pride. At this moment, they were merely a pack of beasts offering absolute loyalty to their sole king. The fierce wind carried the deafening roars echoing across the sky fortress. Cinderella, who had followed after finally composing herself, was profoundly shaken by the sight. As for Suda, she was struck dumb by this method of dominion that surpassed schemes and profit, a veritable divine miracle. She finally realized that Lin Ye's taming of her had perhaps employed only the gentlest approach. After the review concluded, everyone returned to the main control hall. The atmosphere was utterly different from before. Lin Ye reseated himself upon the throne and, gazing at the red heart queen below, whose eyes now held only reverence, spoke suddenly. Suda, I now possess limitless wealth. Tell me, what should I purchase with it? It was a test. Suda's body trembled slightly. She knew the moment to prove her true worth had arrived. Her mind began to revolve at unprecedented speed. After a brief pause, she lifted her head, and her eyes once again sparkled with the shrewd brilliance befitting the greedy queen. Master, if I may speak frankly, unlimited credit often entails the most terrifying interest. Her first words drew a flicker of approval from Lin Ye. In the myriad worlds mall, that interest could be a world's future or your very soul. Therefore we must not squander recklessly like some nouveau riche. She paused, her tone growing fervent and seductive. Thus I propose we abandon purchasing any expensive finished weapons or artifacts. Instead, we should leverage this credit line to bulk purchase the most fundamental and core commodities, law cornerstones, and technology patents. Then we hand these materials to Lady Angelina for localized analysis and reverse engineering. She extended a slender finger, ambition blazing within her eyes. Master, we must become the upstream supplier of the myriad worlds mall. What we pursue is technological monopoly. We will make all the myriad worlds beg and scream to buy our products. These words carried immense weight, drawing the gaze of everyone in the hall. Lin Ye looked at the woman below, who had once again radiated stunning brilliance, and finally broke into a genuine smile. What he desired had never been a mere vase who served tea and bowed obsequiously. It was a queen who could carry the word greed to its absolute zenith for his sake. Excellent. From this day forth you shall be the Sky Fortress's Chief Financial Officer and Director of Myriad World Trade. I authorize you with full authority to craft for us a plunder blueprint leading to the myriad worlds. The crowd in the main control hall gradually dispersed. Cinderella remained rooted to the spot like an exquisite doll left behind. The shattered crystal and scattered fruit were reflected in her tear-filled emerald eyes, lending the scene an air of desolate sorrow. Her small hand clutched the hem of her gardener's apron, her knuckles white from the strain. Why had her master treated her that way? Could it be that he no longer needed her? Was that vixen really so good? Indignation, jealousy, and a bottomless dread for her future gnawed at her fragile heart like countless icy serpents. Then a pair of gleaming black military boots stopped before her. Cinderella slowly raised her head and saw Lin Ye's handsome face impossible to read. He was back. He hadn't abandoned her. That realization finally made her tears burst through all restraint and stream down in torrents. Lin Ye said nothing, nor did he wipe her tears away. He merely reached out, grasped her slender wrist with a force that would not be refused, turned and walked toward the garden deep within the castle. Cinderella stumbled after him like a child who had done wrong and was awaiting judgment. Passing through the long corridor, the two arrived at the magic-infused botanical garden that belonged solely to Cinderella. This was her own little world, the source of her sense of security. Lin Ye stopped before a strangely shaped vine, its entire body as if carved from white jade, yet still stubbornly unbloomed. "This is the Moonlight Miracle Vine," Cinderella said between sobs, her voice thick and nasal. It needs to absorb 100 years of moonlight essence before it can bloom and bear the miracle fruit. It was her most beloved plant and the gift she had always dreamed of presenting to her master. 100 years. A faint trace of disdain colored Lin Ye's voice. Too long. As he spoke, he opened his palm before Cinderella's bewildered gaze. A handful of golden sand like stardust fragments lay quietly in his palm, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. It was precisely that 1 cubic meter of time sand. Without a word of explanation, Lin Ye casually cast the time sand from his hand over the miracle vine. The next second, something happened that was enough to overturn everything Cinderella knew. The moment the golden sand touched the vine, it transformed into visible time force, flowing like a golden stream and rapidly merged into every branch and leaf. The entire miracle vine began to tremble violently. Under Cinderella's utterly stunned gaze, the previously still vine seemed to have been hit by a fast-forward button. Tender shoots emerged at a visible pace, wild branches climbed and stretched upward. Moon-white buds pushed out from the leaves, then, in a single instant, all of them burst into bloom. It was a beauty beyond words. Every flower seemed carved from the purest moonlight, radiating a soft and holy glow that bathed the entire garden as if it were a divine realm. But this was not the end. After blooming, the flowers quickly withered. Then one after another, pigeon egg-sized fruits, crystal clear with galaxies seemingly swirling inside, swiftly took shape, plumped up, and ripened. A cycle that should have taken 100 years from sowing to fruiting was compressed in this moment into a mere span of less than 10 seconds. Lin Ye casually plucked a warm miracle fruit from the vine and held it out to Cinderella, who had gone completely rigid with shock. His voice was deep and magnetic, as if carrying a seductive, spellbinding charm. "Rather than that woman's position, I would rather see you use your own hands to create for me more miracles, unique like this one." Cinderella looked at the fruit before her, then at Lin Ye's deep eyes. She suddenly understood. Her master had not abandoned her. He had only been telling her in his own way. She was different, she was irreplaceable. That woman's strength lay in scheming and profit. And she, Cinderella, was the one and only gardener who created miracles and life for him. A tidal wave of happiness and fulfillment instantly washed away all the grievance and jealousy from before. Her tear-streaked face bloomed into a smile more brilliant than moonlight. Instead of taking the fruit, she rose onto her tiptoes and, summoning every ounce of her courage, quickly pressed a kiss to Lin Ye's cheek. "Yes, my master." The night deepened. The Sky Fortress sailed steadily through the silent universe. After finishing the matters at hand, Lin Ye arrived at the door of the room assigned to Suda. The door was unlocked. He pushed it open and saw Suda sitting at the dressing table, seemingly lost in thought. She had changed out of her fiery red, tight-fitting gown and put on a sheer silk robe with black lace edges that traced the stunning curves of her body, adding a languid, seductive quality to her nighttime demeanor. At the sound of the door, her body gave a barely perceptible tremble. She knew he had come. What was coming had finally come. This was another duty she had to fulfill as a maid, as a war trophy. Lin Ye said nothing. He only walked behind her and looked at her face in the mirror. Exquisitely beautiful, yet tinged with tension and resignation. "What is it? Is Her Excellency the Chief Financial Officer worried about the Sky Fortress's fiscal deficit?" he teased. A blush rose to Suda's cheeks. Meeting Lin Ye's eyes in the mirror, she spoke with a barely noticeable tremor. Master, please, stop teasing me. She slowly stood up and turned to face Lin Ye. Then she did something that even took him by surprise. She extended a slightly shaking hand and began to undo the sash of her robe. With her chin lifted, she tried to keep her expression as proud as it used to be, but the glimmer of tears in her eyes betrayed her inner panic. Since this day was bound to come sooner or later. Then please, master, enjoy. Her tone carried a tragic, self-abandoning resolve, like a holy maiden about to offer herself as a sacrifice. This was her pride. Even at this point, she would still be the one to take charge. And yet at the very instant she was about to undo the sash, a warm, powerful hand closed over her icy little hand, stopping her. Lin Ye looked at her and shook his head. What I want is not a soulless body. Suda froze. She could not understand what this man intended to do now. Lin Ye did not explain. He simply took her hand and guided her back down into the chair before the dressing table. Then he picked up the comb from the table and began to gently brush her flowing waterfall-like red hair. His movements were soft, tender, stroke after stroke, as if he were brushing not hair, but a priceless treasure. Suda had gone completely stiff, her mind blank. She had imagined countless possibilities, rough possession, cold commands, even being wantonly toyed with like a plaything. But the one thing she had never imagined was this, gentleness. This man was actually showing her a gentle side. This was more able than any harsh tactic to shatter the hard psychological defenses she had built with arrogance and pride. You did very well today. Lin Ye's voice came from above her, warm and calm. That plan concerning the Myriad Worlds Mall is very valuable. I like intelligent women, and I like even more women who know how to create value for me. He paused, put down the comb, and gently placed both hands on her smooth, rounded shoulders. Suda, remember this. You are not my slave, nor are you my plaything. You are my chief financial officer, the most important key to the trade route I will open through all the heavens and myriad worlds. So put away that self-abandoning act. I need you to serve me with your clearest mind and your most vigorous energy. With that, he bent down and left a kiss as light as a dragonfly skimming water on Suda's smooth forehead. Now rest well. Tomorrow I have something even more important to assign to you. As his words fell, he turned and left the room without the slightest reluctance. Suda was left alone, sitting blankly in front of the mirror. She reached up and touched the forehead where she had been kissed. The warmth there seemed to linger. In the mirror, the woman's face was already streaked with tears. But this time, they were not tears of humiliation. Rather, they were a complex emotion she could not name. A mix of fluttering excitement, surrender, and a faint trace of sweetness. That night, her first night as Lin Ye's woman, had no intimacy of skin. Yet her heart had been filled completely, more than ever before. The next morning, in a vast circular conference room of the Sky Fortress that had never been used before, a huge round table polished from a single piece of obsidian stood at its center. Lin Ye sat at the head. On his left were Bai Shui, Cinderella, and Blair, who was still asleep in Bai Shui's arms. On his right were Suda, Angelina, and Clara. This was in the truest sense the Sky Fortress's first meeting of all core members. I have gathered you all here to clarify the future responsibilities and direction of our group. Lin Ye's voice echoed through the hall as he got straight to the point. Starting today, we will establish a formal departmental system. He looked to his left. Bai Shui continued to serve as head maid, responsible for the entire fortress's logistics, security, and my personal daily life. Bai Shui immediately rose and bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Cinderella, Lin Ye's voice softened somewhat. You will become the head gardener of the Miracle Garden. I need you to use time sand to cultivate more powerful, magically enhanced plants and rare materials for us. Cinderella's face glowed with the happiness of being valued, and she nodded firmly. Leave it to me, master. After saying that, she even cast a provocative glance at Suda across the table. Suda merely returned her an elegant, composed smile, entirely unruffled. Lin Ye went on. Angelina, as director of the research department, you will have full charge of constructing the concept stabilization engine and upgrading the skill chips. No problem, master. Angelina excitedly pushed up her goggles. I promise to overfulfill the task. Clara, he said, looking at the meticulous nutcracker clerk, you will establish the intelligence department and integrate all intelligence networks from the prison, the Grim Kingdom, and the Greed Merchant Guild. I need to know anything valuable that happens in this star sector. As you command, Lord of the Fortress, Clara answered precisely. At last, Lin Ye's gaze fell on Suda. And you, Suda, as our chief financial officer, I authorize you to establish the trade department. You have two missions. First, make the greatest gains for us through the Myriad Worlds Mall. Second, a sharp, cold glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. I want you to rebuild the Greed Merchant Guild's business empire in the shortest time possible and turn it into a dagger thrust into the heart of our enemies. Suda rose and bowed deeply to Lin Ye. Her fiery red gown spread across the floor like a rose in full bloom. I will not fail my master's trust. Her voice was filled with unprecedented conviction and confidence. An embryonic empire with clearly defined responsibilities and Lin Ye, as its absolute core, had quietly been born around that round table. The first round table meeting of the Sky Fortress had come to an end. With clear responsibilities and a clear division of authority, every gear of this war machine began spinning with unprecedented efficiency. Angelina and her assistants from the research department plunged into analyzing the concept stabilization engine. Suda, surrounded by the vast intelligence Clara had gathered, forgot sleep and food as she mapped out a commercial blueprint leading toward the countless worlds of the heavens for her new master. Cinderella, meanwhile, arrived at her miracle garden with drive and anticipation unlike ever before. Deep within the garden, protected by layers of twisted demonic plants, the divine blood soul-devouring vine, pitch black all over with faint blood-red patterns flowing across its surface, was emanating a sinister heart-stopping aura. It was her trump card, her strongest creation. In the past, she could only water it every day with her own blood in exchange for its agonizingly slow growth. But now she had a better choice. Cinderella took a deep breath and carefully took out from a specially made container the handful of time sand Lin Ye had given her. The golden grains flowed slowly in her palm, as if alive, radiating an ancient, solemn aura of time. Please. She closed her eyes and whispered a prayer, then poured all the time sand in her palm onto the roots of the divine blood soul-devouring vine. Hum. A resonance like a colossal temple bell instantly rang through the entire garden. The power of time, like a breached flood, wildly rushed into the divine blood soul-devouring vine. The whole vine began to pulsate violently like a heart. Cinderella could even hear from within the vine the sound of blood surging like a mighty river. The next moment, under Cinderella's stunned gaze, the divine blood soul-devouring vine began an inconceivable 100-year evolution. Its black vines grew thicker and harder at a visible speed. The once smooth surface began to arch into dense patches of black carapace, glinting with metallic light, just like the scales of a legendary evil dragon. Countless ferocious thorns extended from the gaps among the vines, each exuding a razor-sharp, cold gleam capable of tearing space apart. Originally only a few dozen meters long, the vine wildly grew to several hundred meters in a few short breaths, like an awakened ancient python coiled at the center of the garden, releasing a suffocating, terrifying pressure. But this was not the end. At the end of the evolution, the huge bud at the vine's very top burst open like a man-eating flower. There were no seductive petals, no intoxicating fragrance. Inside the bud was only a fruit the size of an infant's fist, crystal clear and perfect, as though carved from the finest ruby. Inside the fruit, tiny specks of golden light were slowly flowing. An overwhelming life force mixed with a faint, elusive, noble, and majestic aura of divinity spread out from the fruit. System notification: your exclusive plant, divine blood soul-devouring vine, has completed the 100-year evolution. System notification: you have obtained an ultra-rare legendary fruit, newborn divine blood fruit X1. Cinderella looked at the perfect fruit before her, and a bewitched, fanatical smile blossomed on her face. She carefully picked the fruit, wrapped it in the softest silk, then hurried all the way to Lin Ye's room. She would present this first and most perfect miracle to her master. This was her most gorgeous and most irrefutable declaration of worth, aimed at that vixen. Lin Ye took the still slightly warm fruit and felt the surging power within it. A trace of approval flashed in his eyes. You did very well. Such a simple sentence made Cinderella feel happier than any praise in the world. Without hesitation, Lin Ye swallowed the divine blood fruit in one gulp. Boom. A torrent of incomparably pure life force exploded inside his body. That power was warm, yet domineering, wildly washing through his limbs and bones, nourishing every single cell. And the faint wisp of divinity within it was like a key, producing a wondrous resonance with the blasphemer trait inside his body. System notification: you have consumed the newborn divine blood fruit. Your level experience value has skyrocketed. All of your attributes have received a slight permanent increase. Your resistance and affinity to divinity have been moderately increased. Feeling the warm power in his body, Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. Although the numbers weren't huge, a permanent boost like this was something one could only hope to encounter by luck. More importantly, this proved that Cinderella's miracle garden would become a stable and efficient source of high-grade supplies for the Sky Fortress in the future. He reached out and gently ruffled Cinderella's flaxen hair. Keep up the hard work. I look forward to you bringing me even more surprises. Cinderella nodded emphatically, her emerald eyes gleaming with light even more dazzling than the stars. A few days later, Master, we have arrived. Suda's voice sounded in the main control hall, carrying a hint of gravity even she herself had not noticed. Lin Ye opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the giant holographic star map in front of the throne. The next second, even someone with his temperament could not help being momentarily dazed by the scene. The Sky Fortress had left that barren void behind. What stretched before them was a dreamlike river of stars beyond words. The entire vast star field was drenched in a viscous amber-like, dazzling gold. Countless bands of light flowed slowly through the star river, like honey dissolving into water. Planets of varying sizes hung silently within the golden ribbons, their surfaces reflecting alluring luster, like plump fruits carefully selected and soaked in exquisite honey wine. Everyone could even smell a faint cloying sweetness mingling the aroma of wine and fruit seeping through the fortress's energy shield. This was the Meadstar River. According to legend, it was a land of plenty watered by an ancient deity with divine blood and divine power. So beautiful. Snow gazed at the sight and could not help but utter heartfelt admiration. Even Angelina temporarily set aside her research, captivated by this fairy tale splendor. However, Lin Ye's brows slowly knitted. Too quiet. His voice broke the beautiful atmosphere. At his reminder, everyone suddenly realized an extremely eerie fact. This river of stars was indeed far too quiet. Quiet like a breathtaking painting with the pause button pressed. Suda's face had already turned somewhat pale. She quickly called up the fortress's long-range scanning system, her voice a little urgent. Something's wrong. According to the Greed Merchant Guild's past shipping records, the Meadstar River, though remote, was an important route for energy and specialty goods. At least 100 merchant ships passed through here every day. But now, she pointed at the dead radar chart on the scanning screen and said with difficulty, "Never mind merchant ships. We haven't even found a single automated patrol drone. In this entire starfield apart from us, there isn't a single active energy signal." As if to confirm her words, Zero spoke coldly at that moment. Warning: high concentration of residual, original sin, aura detected. Determining aura type. Beep. Determination complete, gluttony. In an instant, everyone felt a bone-deep chill shoot up from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. This sweet star river, beautiful as paradise, had long since been transformed into a colossal dining table covered with leftover scraps. And their uninvited sky fortress, was it a late-arriving diner? Or the fresh main course about to be served as the finale on that table? Silence. A deathly silence enveloped this sweet, yet eerie river of stars. Rather than sit here waiting for death passively, letting unknown danger descend upon him, Lin Ye preferred to take the initiative and hold his fate firmly in his own hands. Zero lock onto the nearest planet. Lin Ye rose from the throne, his gaze sharp as a blade. Prepare a landing craft. I'm going down to take a look myself. Master, please take me with you. Bai Shui stepped forward first, her sapphire blue eyes filled with determination. This evil aura. Perhaps my holy light can be of some use. And me? Cinderella also stepped forward, her small face filled with urgency and longing. Behind her, a pitch-black vine covered in dragon scale-like keratin slowly extended outward like a living venomous snake. It was the divine blood soul-devouring vine that had completed 100 years of evolution. She could hardly wait to show her master her newly acquired power. Lin Ye swept a glance over them and nodded. One possessed formidable powers of purification and healing. The other could control terrifying demonic plants in battle. Indeed, they were the most suitable candidates for this exploration team. Suda, Angelina, you two will remain and guard the fortress. Lin Ye issued the final order. Maintain the highest state of alert. Do not make contact with any unit until I return. A moment later, a sleek black landing craft broke away from the sky fortress, and like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, silently sliced through the golden river of stars, speeding toward the nearest planet, the one gleaming with the enticing luster of a candied fruit. As the distance closed, the scene on the planet's surface became increasingly clear. The ground of the entire planet was covered in a thick, translucent crystal amber-like syrup, refracting a dazzling yet dreamlike radiance in the light of its star. Towering clusters of city buildings stood quietly upon this crystal land, preserved with exceptional integrity, showing not even the faintest trace of battle or destruction. The landing craft set down smoothly in a broad city square. The hatch opened, and a thick, cloying sweetness that was almost too dense to dissolve surged toward them, enough to turn one's stomach. Lin Ye was the first to descend the boarding ramp. His combat boots landed on the crystallized ground with a crisp crack that sounded especially grating in the deathly still city. Bai Shui and Cinderella followed closely behind, warily scanning their surroundings. Before them, the city's streets were wide, and its buildings stood in dense rows, and all kinds of vehicles remained in their final parked positions. Shop windows still displayed a dazzling array of goods. Everything resembled a prosperous metropolis frozen by time. The only difference was that here there was no life. No pedestrians. No birds. Not even the faintest whisper of wind. Master, the air here is filled with that kind of corrupting energy. Bai Shui's brows drew tightly together, and a soft ball of holy light had already gathered in her palm. Wherever its glow reached, the cloying air seemed to be purified. Cinderella, meanwhile, drove her divine blood soul-devouring vine. The tip of the vine, like the most vigilant hound, kept probing the surroundings, and not the slightest energy fluctuation could escape its perception. Lin Ye said nothing. He simply walked calmly toward a tall building in the center of the city that resembled a department store. Pushing open the half-shut glass door, the sight inside made by Shui and Cinderella involuntarily suck in a cold breath. The mall's interior was still exactly as it had been during its final hours of business. Countless customers filled every corner of the mall. Some were reaching out as if about to take goods from the shelves. Some were sitting on benches in the rest area with contented smiles on their faces. Others were gathered around a counter chattering happily, as if picking out something. All of them remained in the postures they had held while alive, uncannily lifelike. But they were no longer living people. From skin to internal organs, their bodies had completely crystallized, turning them into glittering translucent sugar people. Sunlight streamed in through the huge dome above, reflecting a riot of colors on their bodies like a grand and bizarre art exhibition. What was most hair-raising was that every sugar person wore a smile of extreme contentment, absolute happiness, even something that could only be called ecstasy. It was as if while immersed in the sweetest dream, all their life essence had been soundlessly drained away. This is... Bai Shui stared at the bizarre and terrifying sight, her little face turning pale and her stomach roiling. She had never seen such an evil power. It caused no slaughter and brought no pain, instead it erased an entire civilization from existence in the gentlest, sweetest way. Cinderella was also utterly horrified and instinctively pressed herself closer behind Lin Ye. Lin Ye's expression remained calm. He walked up to a sugar person, reached out and tapped lightly on the crystallized skin with his fingertip, producing a crisp sound, like jade striking jade. Their souls were eaten, he spoke coolly. When they voluntarily abandoned resistance and sank into the most beautiful illusions, they were devoured by a higher law. At that very moment, SSS, Cinderella's divine blood soul-devouring vine suddenly emitted a warning hiss. The vine snapped taut like a spear ready to be launched, aiming at a dark corner deep inside the mall. Master, there is something there, Cinderella shouted nervously. Almost before her words faded, a black shadow burst out of the corner. It was a monster that had likewise been crystallized. Its form resembled a hound, but its body was bloated and several tumors constantly oozing viscous syrup bulged from its back. In its hollow eye sockets burned 2 greedy points of red light, and its gaping maw was filled with countless crystal-sharp teeth. It moved with tremendous speed, and its target was Lin Ye, who stood at the very front. Watch out! Bai Shui cried out, the holy light sphere in her hand, already poised to hurl. But someone was even faster than her. Go! Cinderella let out a sharp shout. The divine blood soul-devouring vine, already coiled and poised, instantly transformed into a black bolt of lightning, launched later, yet arriving first. Squelch! A grinding muffled thud. The vine's savage tip, covered in barbs and dragon scales, effortlessly pierced the crystal hound's hard body and nailed it firmly to the ground. The crystal hound struggled frantically, letting out a soundless screech. But the divine blood soul-devouring vine suddenly trembled violently. A visible dark red energy instantly burst out from within the vine. With a rapid series of crisp crack sounds, the unyielding crystal hound was within seconds drained of all the energy in its body by the vine, turning into a pile of glittering translucent powder. Seeing her ace dispose of the enemy so cleanly, a proud expression appeared on Cinderella's small face. Lin Ye glanced at the powder on the ground, looking thoughtful. It seems this city still retains some residue, driven mad by sweetness. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of the mall toward the very center of the city. There, one towering spire-like building stood above all others. A faint, unsettling energy ripple was radiating without pause from that place. Let's go. Let's go see the kitchen of this feast. Lin Ye gave the order in a flat voice. The three advanced, and along the way they encountered several more attacks from monsters like the Crystal Hound, but every one was effortlessly dealt with by Cinderella's divine blood soul-devouring vine. Soon they arrived beneath the spire-like building. A sign still hung on the building's entrance. The words on it had long since become blurred, but traces reading Sweet Dream and Beverage Factory could still be vaguely made out. A cloying sweetness 100 times more intense than the outside seeped out from within the factory. The factory gate stood open, revealing a darkness with no visible end, like a giant beast gaping wide, waiting for prey to walk into its trap. And deep within that darkness, a faint skin-crawling, gurgling sound of flowing liquid drifted out. As if in that place a river formed from the purest desire and depravity was flowing silently. The gurgling sound of flowing liquid was like a demon's whisper in the darkness, luring every soul who set foot here toward the abyss of depravity. Lin Ye's gaze did not waver in the slightest. He strode forward without an ounce of hesitation into that boundless, fathomless darkness. Bai Shui and Cinderella exchanged a single glance, then immediately followed close behind. Sacred light and pitch-black vines, one on the left, one on the right, became the only two radiant sources and the only two fangs in this expanse of darkness. The space inside the factory was far vaster than it appeared from the outside. Thick blood vessel-like pipes coiled across the ceiling and walls, their surfaces coated in a layer of viscous, slimy syrup pulsating faintly with a steady rhythmic beat. The cloyingly sweet rank stench in the air grew even denser. Just as the three passed through a narrow corridor, the space before them suddenly opened up, revealing an enormous clearing that resembled a production workshop. Roar! A bellow brimming with savagery and hunger exploded from the far end of the workshop. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy, ponderous footsteps drew closer and closer. An immense silhouette so vast it nearly stuffed the entire workshop slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a monster, a chef of terror forged from nothing but pure obesity and insatiable greed. Its height exceeded 10 meters, its body bloated like a mountain of flesh draped in a chef's uniform whose original color had long been drowned by every sort of filthy syrup. Upon its head sat a comically tall chef's hat. But beneath that hat was a maddened visage hideously contorted by insatiable appetite. Its tiny eyes blazed with covetous crimson light, and from its gaping maw dripped rainbow-hued corrosive drool that reeked of acid. In its right hand it dragged a colossal lollipop, formed entirely of high-density crystal sugar. This so-called lollipop rivaled a siege hammer in size, its surface gleaming with an ominous, dangerous radiance. And behind it followed a dense, seething horde of candy soldiers, grotesque patchworks of biscuits, cakes, and confections, and new, fresh ingredients. The chef monster gurgled out a garbled roar like the mutterings of a dreamer. Its greedy little eyes locked dead onto Lin Ye and the other two. Make, dessert, eat, eat. You're courting death. Cinderella's delicate face was instantly veiled in a layer of frost. How dare it covet her master with such filthy, desecrating eyes? Go! With a sharp, commanding cry, the long-primed, divine blood, soul-devouring vine lashed out in an instant. A black bolt of lightning rent through the dim workshop, its piercing shriek tearing the air, and lashed viciously toward the chef monster. Bang! A thunderous crash. The chef monster reacted with startling speed, swinging its lollipop warhammer crosswise, deflecting the lightning-like strike with unerring precision. Under the colossal impact, even the ground beneath its feet split open. Roar! Having failed in its strike, the divine blood, soul-devouring vine erupted into an even greater frenzy. Countless razor-sharp barbs thrust out from the vine's surface, coiling upward like the most agile serpents attempting to wring that giant hammer into scrap. At the same time, the inexhaustible horde of candy soldiers let out strange crack-crack sounds, surging toward the three like an incoming tide. Holy light, purify the filth of this world. Bai Shui's gaze sharpened. Both hands raised high, sacred radiance gathered in her palms, condensing into a dazzling orb of light like a miniature sun. Sacred judgment. The orb launched from her hands, transforming midair into a vast rain of golden light, precisely blanketing the entire charging path of the Candy Legion. Sizzle. A piercing screech like searing oil meeting water rang out without end. Those seemingly indestructible candy soldiers, the moment they touched the holy light, dissolved with the swiftness of snow under the sun, wailing in mournful agony before collapsing into steaming pools of reeking black smoke-emitting syrup. With a single strike, nearly half the minions were erased from existence. Yet the chef monster seemed utterly unconcerned about the slaughter of its own ranks. It abruptly released a thunderous roar, and a colossal force erupted from its bloated frame, actually blasting the divine blood, soul-devouring vine back several meters. Then it hoisted the lollipop warhammer high, aimed at the crown of Lin Ye's head, and smashed down with savage fury. The howling gale of that descent was so fierce that even space itself warped around it. Confronted with this mountain-toppling strike, not a single flicker of emotion crossed Lin Ye's face. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. In the breath before the hammer descended, Lin Ye extended a finger. Yes, just a single finger, pale, slender, and perfect as a work of art. Then gently he tapped the very center of that colossal, onrushing lollipop warhammer. For one eternal instant, time itself stood still. All the raging energy, all the apocalyptic force dissipated into nothingness at the touch of that one finger. The chef monster's face, frozen in maddening greed, congealed in an instant, supplanted by an expression of absolute supreme terror. It strained with every shred of its strength. But that warhammer might as well have been pinned beneath an immovable divine mountain. It could not advance so much as a hair's breadth. Too weak. Lin Ye finally raised his eyes slowly. In those deep pupils as profound as a starry sky, the chef monster's horrified face stared back at it. Next, the words had barely left his lips when he curled his finger and flicked it lightly. A force beyond all description erupted from that single finger as its epicenter. Crack. A crisp sound. On the surface of that unyielding warhammer of high-density energy crystal sugar, a hairline fissure appeared. Then the cracks spread like a spider's web, consuming the entire hammer in an instant. Bang! Before the chef monster's disbelieving eyes, its most prized weapon exploded into oblivion. It shattered into a sky of glittering translucent candy shards. And the terrifying force undiminished tore through the fragments and slammed dead center into its grossly obese chest. Pop! The chef monster's body, like a water balloon stabbed by a pin, instantly collapsed inward, leaving a massive indent. The next second, its entire body burst open as if a bomb had been detonated from within, exploding into a sky-filling shower of filthy, reeking syrup that drenched the whole workshop. System notification: you have purified the aberrant candy head chef. You have obtained a legendary grade equipment, the Glutton's Apron. Glutton's Apron, a piece of equipment deeply contaminated by the primeval sin of gluttony. While equipped, the wearer gains extra energy replenishment when eating and slowly regenerates stamina. Lin Ye cast a single glance at the greasy apron that flew out from the rain of syrup and into his hand, then with undisguised disgust tossed it straight into the system's storage space. A boss battle that could have wiped out an entire ordinary exploration squad came to a close in such a ruthlessly contemptuous, crushing fashion. With the gatekeeper boss defeated, nothing further stood in their way. Threading past the ravaged workshop, a room bearing a sign reading Manager's Office materialized before them. Lin Ye pushed the door open. The office within was lavishly appointed, yet every surface was caked in thick layers of sugar, filth, and dust. Behind an enormous desk sat a manager who had likewise become a sugar person, still dressed in a suit, frozen in the middle of a frantic writing posture. And there, spread open before him, lay a work log. Curiosity piqued by Shui stepped forward, brushed away the dust, and began to read aloud in a low voice. Star calendar 345, July 3rd. Clear skies. Damn it. Raw materials went up in price again. At this rate, the factory will be in the red this month. July 15th. A miracle. We received an anonymous, mysterious formula, and the sweet dream beverage produced according to that formula is simply a gift from the gods. Everyone who tasted it sang its praises. August 1st. We're rich. Orders fly in like snowflakes. The entire planet has gone mad for our beverage. August 20th. Something's wrong. Everything is wrong. People are starting to become strange. They no longer work. They no longer live. Day and night, all they do is drink our beverage. And every face wore that smile of bliss, so terrifying it chilled the blood. By this point, Bai Shui's voice was trembling. The handwriting in the log grew increasingly scrawled and frenzied. September 1st. I saw them. Those who drank the beverage, their bodies began to crystallize. They turned into sugar. Dear God, what kind of monsters have we created? September 5th. The factory can no longer be stopped. Those pipes, they've come alive on their own. It's forcing us to produce more beverage. Outside, there's no one left alive. September 7th. He came. That envoy who called himself the god of food, that clown. He smiled and told us that the great gluttony monarch was most pleased with this after-dinner dessert we had presented. So from the very beginning, we were never the chefs. We were merely ingredients, cooking ourselves. The final page of the log bore only a single line scrawled in long-dried dark crimson liquid, suspiciously like blood in a despairing hand. That was never the god of food at all. That was a demon. It intends to devour us all. The diary closed and the office plunged into deathly silence. Horror and fury were etched upon the faces of Bai Shui and Cinderella. This diary, in the most visceral and brutal way, revealed to them how this very planet had step by step descended from a thriving civilization into a mere dessert upon the dining table of gluttony. Lin Ye's expression remained placid, yet within those deep, unfathomable eyes flickered a sliver of icy cold. He turned, walked out of the office, and cast his gaze toward the deeper, darker core of the factory. The three pressed onward. This time they finally discerned the source of that gurgling liquid sound. They arrived at a colossal space like an underground cavern. A conveyor belt broad as a river stretched across the entire space. What flowed upon it was that very same viscous, golden, seductively sweet-smelling, corrupted primal liquid. This was the mother river of desire. And at the end of the mother river lay something even more dreadful beyond the power of words to describe. It was a fleshy heart so colossal it resembled a small mountain. It pulsed slowly with a hideous regular rhythm. Thump, thump. Each beat felt as though it were stepping directly on the heartbeats of everyone present, sending waves of palpitations and nausea through them. Countless thick conduits were connected to this heart, converting that corrupted primal liquid into an even deadlier finished beverage, delivering it to every corner of the factory. And directly above that evil colossal heart, a figure hovered silently in midair. It was an angel. A female angel with pure white wings, her countenance holy and beautiful. But at this moment her face was steeped in endless agony and desperate struggle. Her eyes were sealed shut, her brows knitted tightly, as though she were enduring torment beyond imagination. Countless black conduits gleaming with sinister runes pierced deep into her sacred body, like the most venomous parasites frenziedly draining the divine power within her. It was precisely this divine power, twisted, corrupted, and converted by that evil heart, that became the terrifying poison capable of turning every living being on the entire planet into sugar people. She was the energy core of this living hell. Heretic. At the sight, Bai Shui's azure eyes instantly burned crimson with boundless rage. Blasphemy against the divine. This was the most vicious, most unforgivable trampling of her faith. A holy light of unprecedented, awe-inspiring magnitude erupted from her petite body. Pure white flames of light shot skyward, illuminating the entire pitch-black underground space, as bright as day. The holy flame that soared into the sky was the perfect embodiment of the fury and faith burning within Bai Shui's heart at this moment. In her azure eyes not a trace of fragility remained, only the fierce resolve to sever all evil. Master, please allow me to purify this. Blasphemy. Her voice was cold, clear, and unyielding. Mere destruction will only cause her to fade away completely. Lin Ye watched the angel writhing in agony, yet his eyes flickered with a light utterly different from Bai Shui's. The scorching, covetous gleam that appears in a hunter's gaze when he spots the ultimate prey. Bai Shui, use your holy light to resonate with her soul. Lin Ye issued the command, his tone calm, yet carrying unassailable authority. I want you to tear her soul away from this defiled vessel. And I. A demonic, almost bewitching curve tugged at the corner of his mouth as his gaze slowly descended, finally settling on that evil heart, still throbbing as enormous as a small mountain. Time to enjoy my appetizer. Bai Shui was momentarily stunned, then immediately grasped her master's intention. Without the slightest hesitation, she nodded firmly. Yes, master. To her, Lin Ye's command reigned above all else. Even if it ran contrary to the holy light she held sacred. But if it was his will, then it was nothing less than a divine oracle. Bai Shui drew a deep breath and folded her hands before her heart in a prayerful gesture. Her majestic holy light poured out from her body without any reserve. But this time the radiance was not a raging, purifying flame. It became gentle, sacred ribbons of light, soft as water. The ribbons wound around the angel's two-pierced body like living threads. Guided by the holy light, I will listen to your cries of grief. Bai Shui closed her eyes and sank all her mind and spirit into resonance with the angel's soul. Almost at the same moment, Lin Ye moved. He took a single step forward. With that one step, the nauseatingly sweet miasma filling the underground space was instantly swept away by an even more overbearing, more primal wave of terror. That was the absolute pressure of original sin at its apex. Greed. Before me you dare to speak of devouring. A mocking light flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand. In the next second, a huge void hand, formed from pure dark energy imbued with an endless desire to plunder, silently took shape behind him. The giant hand was covered in profound and eerie runes, each of which seemed to proclaim the overbearing law that all things could be taken away. Come, let me see. What exactly does this heart of gluttony taste like? With Lin Ye's icy words, the enormous hand of greed shot forward, shadow blocking out the sky, and viciously grabbed at the still throbbing heart of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Bai Shui's consciousness had entered a broken soul space, shrouded in sorrow and despair. This was the angel's inner world. Black rain fell from the sky. The ground was strewn with tattered hymns. A figure in pure white curled up at the center of the world, weeping in despair. That was the angel's soul. Who are you? Sensing Bai Shui's arrival, the angel's soul raised her tear-stained face. I am here to take you home. Bai Shui's voice was gentle yet resolute. She reached out her hand toward the angel's soul. Within the angel's broken memories, Bai Shui saw her miserable fate. Her name was Leah, a young seraph who had just come of age and gone out into the world to gain experience. She was kind and naive, deceived by the demon of gluttony, Gelachuoni, disguised as a dying civilization in need of salvation. When she descended upon that planet full of compassion, what awaited her was a vicious trap that had long been set against divinity. She was captured alive, imprisoned, and made into an energy source for this evil factory. Day after day, torture and draining nearly destroyed her will completely. Give up. It's useless. Leah's soul shook its head in despair. His power is too great. We can't escape. No. Bai Shui stepped forward and gently took her cold hands. You still have me. More importantly, you still have light. From Bai Shui's body emanated a dazzlingly warm light. It scattered the black rain and illuminated the shattered world. Meanwhile, outside, roar. The colossal heart of flesh seemed to sense a lethal threat. It realized that the insignificant human before it actually dared to plunder its power in return. This was the ultimate provocation against the authority of gluttony. The rhythm of the heart's pounding suddenly accelerated. Countless blood-red fleshy tendons like octopus tentacles madly sprouted from the surface of the heart, and like an all-covering net shot up to meet the hand of greed descending from the sky. Boom. The two collided with tremendous force. A violent shockwave of power instantly swept through the entire underground space. Zindalula hastily activated the divine blood soul-devouring vine, weaving a tough vine shield in front of her, and barely managed to withstand the terrifying aftershock. Her young face was written with awe. Whether it was her master's peerlessly imperious hand of greed or the heart's frenzied counterattack, the energy levels contained in both had already far surpassed her imagination. The blood-red tentacles and the pitch-black giant hand were locked in a frenzied, strangling battle. Every collision made the entire space tremble violently. In the end, that heart was merely a programmed creation left behind by gluttony. But Lin Ye was the genuine lord of original sin. Get over here. Now. A cold glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. The hand of greed jolted violently, pushing the overbearing law of seizing all things to its very limit. A series of sickening tearing sounds, squelch squelch, was heard. All the blood-red tentacles entangled around the giant hand were forcibly snapped at the same moment. Then under the flesh and blood heart's disbelieving gaze, the hand of greed broke through every defense and tightly clenched its mountain-like body in its palm. No. A vague wail filled with terror came from the heart. But it was already too late. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Ye's face. Now you are mine. The hand of greed suddenly tightened. It began in an almost barbaric manner to madly devour the vast energy inside the heart. A power born from the law of gluttony mixed with divine strength. System notification: you are devouring the aberrant heart of gluttony. You have obtained 50 million purification points. Your level has increased to LV 46. Your level has increased to LV 47. A torrent of system notifications cascaded through Lin Ye's mind like a waterfall raging endlessly. At precisely the moment Lin Ye was devouring the heart in the soul space under Bai Shui's holy light, the angel Lia's soul, once on the verge of collapse, finally rekindled its hope. Come take my hand. I will take you out of this nightmare. Bai Shui's voice was filled with strength. Lia trembled and at last placed her hand in Bai Shui's palm. Two streams of holy light, same in origin yet slightly different, fused perfectly at this moment. In the name of the holy light, break every shackle. Bai Shui shouted solemnly in her heart. Outside, the imprisoned angel Lia's tightly shut eyes burst open. A beam of pure, flawless golden light shot out from her eyes. Crack, crack. The sinister black tubes embedded deep in her body broke apart inch by inch like rotten wood before that pure sacred force. Ah! Finally freed, the angel Lia let out a high-pitched cry, filled with release and freedom. Her pure white wings, once tainted and stained with filth, became sacred and immaculate once more under the baptism of holy light. And at that exact same moment she was freed. Lin Ye's hand of greed had at just that moment completely drained the last trace of energy from the enormous heart of flesh. The once invincible heart of gluttony finally turned into a cloud of ash without the slightest trace of energy fluctuation. On one side was sacred redemption. On the other side was greedy plunder. Two utterly different things had been completed simultaneously in perfect harmony at this moment. The newly freed angel Lia slowly descended from the air. Looking at Lin Ye and Bai Shui before her, a grateful smile from the bottom of her heart spread across her exquisite face. But soon her smile turned into deep worry and weakness. Although her soul had been redeemed, her body and divine nature had, through prolonged extraction, already reached the edge of collapse. Her body began uncontrollably to dissolve into specks of golden light. Thank you, powerful humans from a distant land, and kind sister of holy light. Her voice was ethereal and weak. My name is Lia. There is no time left. The demon called gluttony is far more terrifying than you can imagine. This planet is only the least conspicuous one among his countless kitchens. At the center of the Megiostar River, inside his main dining hall, even more and far more powerful beings are imprisoned. This is a small token of my gratitude. Lia extended her hand, which had already begun to turn translucent. In her palm, a key-shaped rune glowing with sacred light slowly condensed into form. This is the divine key formed from a fragment of my divine nature. It can open the vault of that demon where he stores his finest ingredients. Please, you must stop him. After speaking those final words, Lia's body could no longer maintain its form. With a smile of release, she dissolved into specks of light that filled the sky, and the divine key floated quietly to rest in front of Lin Ye. The pitch-black landing craft completed its docking in perfect silence. The hatch opened, and Giolina and Suda had already been waiting there. Welcome back, Master. Suda bowed in greeting. Her bewitching fox-like eyes flickered with curiosity, clearly intrigued by the outcome of this expedition. And Giolina's gaze was like the most precise scanner imaginable. It swept past everyone else, locking dead onto Lin Ye. She could clearly sense the immense leap in energy level between her master's departure and return. A perfect evolution, she murmured with fanatical fervor. The data model on my master's body has grown even more alluring. Lin Ye ignored her little antics. He strode straight for the throne hall. Summon all core personnel for a roundtable meeting. His voice echoed through the cold metal corridor. Moments later, beneath the throne, around the enormous black round table, the Sky Fortress's ruling core had all arrived by Shui X Imbrella and Giolina Suda. Also present was the nutcracker scribe Kulala, who handled intelligence and logistics. Lin Ye sat upright on the throne, his calm gaze sweeping across every person present. This operation yielded a rich harvest. He concisely related what he had seen on the Candied Planet and the truth of that world's fall, giving everyone a brief account. When they heard of that angel's tragic fate and Gluttony's outrageous culinary methods, every woman present displayed fury and disgust. Even Angelina, who was usually interested only in her research, knitted her brows. To farm and process intelligent beings as mere ingredients, that sort of conduct has no aesthetic worth whatsoever. Suda's eyes, however, flashed with a deep wariness. She understood better than anyone that being able to toy with an entire civilization in the palm of one's hand represented a horrifying, overwhelming, crushing power. Master, so does this mean that we will soon have to face Gluttony's true self directly? She asked with cool analysis. Exactly. Lin Ye's words confirmed her speculation. He flicked his finger. The sacred key, formed from the angel Leah's last power, silently hovered at the center of the round table. This is the key to opening the door of his main dining hall. Angelina Su de Kulala. I need you in the shortest possible time to decipher the precise star chart coordinates to which this key points, as well as all usable intelligence contained within it. As you command, my master. Angelina was the first to rise, excitement gleaming in her eyes, as if it were not a key, but a perfect specimen waiting for her to dissect. Suda and Kulala also immediately accepted the order with respect. Of course, before we formally declare war on one of the 7 deadly sins. A slow smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. We need a small upgrade. His gaze fell on his status panel. The purification points, a staggering 182 million, rested there quietly, radiating an alluring luster. 0. Lin Ye's voice carried no trace of emotion. Consume 100 million purification points and upgrade the Sky Fortress's power core, the Cursed Grudge Furnace, to the 2nd stage. Command confirmed. Consuming 100 million purification points. Upgrade of the Cursed Grudge Furnace initiated. Estimated time, 24 standard hours. Almost the instant Zero's electronic voice faded, the entire Sky Fortress let out a low, deep rumble, like a colossal beast waking from slumber. Everyone felt the metal floor beneath their feet tremble faintly. A terrifying energy 10 times vaster than before was slowly awakening in the fortress's deepest recesses. It flowed to every corner of the fortress with unprecedented efficiency. This is. Suda felt this energy fluctuation, which made her very soul tremble. For the first time, an expression of incredulous horror appeared on her beautiful face. Just one upgrade had already caused the energy level of this war fortress to undergo such a terrifying qualitative leap. Next, Lin Ye did not stop. As casually as if he had just spent a few copper coins, he continued issuing orders that would bankrupt any kingdom. Consume 30 million purification points. For Angelina's laboratory. Unlock the Tier 3 gene editing and Tier 2 equipment enchanting tech trees. Command confirmed. Tech trees unlocked. Angelina's breathing immediately turned rapid upon hearing this. Tier 3 gene editing. Tier 2 equipment enchanting. This meant she could not only achieve perfect mass production of the Dragonborn Sacred Blood Potion, but could even enchant the standard issue equipment of the Primal Sin Guard Legion with powerful magical attributes. The Sky Fortress's overall combat strength would thereby rise to yet another level. Master. Her voice trembled slightly from excess excitement. I promise that before the next expedition, you will see a brand new Primal Sin Guard Legion armed to the teeth. Lin Ye nodded as if he had merely done something trivial. After all this, his purification points still numbered 52 million. Everyone go prepare. He waved a hand, bringing the short, yet highly efficient throne council to a close. Tonight hold a victory banquet in the dining hall for Bai Shui and Xindrila. When night fell over the Sky Fortress, a night simulated by Zero as a deep starry sky, the dining hall was brilliantly lit. A small victory banquet exclusively for core members was underway. The long dining table was laden with all kinds of rare delicacies, all produced from Xindrila's enchanted botanical garden. They were brimming with pure energy. Come, master, try this. This is a newly cultivated molten dragon fruit. It does wonders for improving fire element resistance. Xindrila offered a bright red fruit to Lin Ye, as if presenting a treasure, her small face full of anticipation. Angelina, meanwhile, held a syringe that glinted coldly. With fanatical zeal, she tried to extract a little after-dinner dessert from Lin Ye's arm. Naturally, Lin Ye silenced her with a single glare. Suda, by contrast, gracefully held a glass of blood-red wine from her private collection. She walked over to Lin Ye with elegant willowy steps, her breath as sweet as orchid. Master, on such a beautiful night, won't you have a glass? This was brewed from the dew of the blood rose that slumbered for 1,000 years. Her foxtail gave a faint casual sway behind her, stirring a subtle current of intimacy in the air. Bai Shui as always sat quietly beside Lin Ye. She said nothing superfluous. She simply served Lin Ye, attentively cutting the tenderest portion of the roasted dragon beast haunch. Placing it on his plate, Those azure eyes never once wavered from gentleness and adoration, watching him quietly like starlight. It was as if her entire world had been reduced to this one man before her. A relaxed, harmonious atmosphere temporarily dispelled the looming clouds of war. After the banquet, everyone drifted away. Lin Ye returned to his spacious bedchamber at the very top of the sky fortress. The moment he pushed the door open, a warm breath laden with sanctity and faint fragrance rushed to meet him. Bai Shui had long since been waiting here. She had already bathed and changed into a sheer, almost translucent, pure white silk nightgown. Her silky silver hair still carried the dampness of her bath, casually draped over her shoulders. Her sacred, graceful figure was faintly visible beneath the thin silk, outlining a breathtakingly perfect curve. In the dim lamplight, her skin resembled the finest white jade, glowing with a faint sacred halo. That exquisite face, ordinarily so holy that it forbade the slightest irreverence, now carried a heart-stirring blush of shyness. "Master." She walked up to Lin Ye, lowering her head slightly. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. "Tonight, please allow me to serve you." Lin Ye looked at her long eyelashes quivering from nervousness. He looked at her fair, delicate hand clutching the hem of her gown. He could sense that Bai Shui was somewhat different tonight. She had shed some of the saintess's constraint and reserve, and gained more of a woman's longing and devotion. "Why?" Lin Ye reached out and gently tilted up her small snow-white chin. He made her sapphire-like beautiful eyes look straight into his. "Because." Bai Shui's breath caught slightly. Her blush deepened. "Because you saved Lia's soul, master. And you saved my faith." Her eyes became incomparably clear and resolute. "You made me understand that following you is the only road on which I can truly uphold the light. I do not know how to repay this divine grace of yours. So, I can only offer you everything. My soul, my body, all that I have. All of it, I offer to you." After saying these words as though she had spent every ounce of her strength, she seemed to have made some resolution. She rose onto her toes and gently pressed her soft, sacred lips, still bearing the moisture of her bath, against Lin Ye's mouth. At that instant, time seemed to stand still. An unprecedented flood of vast faith energy, mingling holiness and love, poured ceaselessly from their joined lips into Lin Ye's body. It was even purer and more intoxicating than the sensation he had felt when devouring the heart of gluttony. 24 standard hours passed in the blink of an eye. The low rumble of the sky fortress gradually subsided. An unprecedented sense of vast power filled every inch of the fortress's steel structure. The upgrade of the cursed furnace was complete. Almost at the same time, the heavy metal doors of the throne room were pushed open. Angelina and Suda walked in side by side. Their expressions carried a hint of exhaustion, but more than that, it was barely concealed excitement. "Master." Angelina presented an optical chip shimmering with data streams. "The preliminary analysis of the holy key is complete." Suda added immediately. "The results are astonishing." Lin Ye's gaze swept over the chip. A massive torrent of information instantly flooded his mind. Not only did this key accurately mark a star chart coordinate, that location was named the Gluttonous Feast. It was a colossal biological spaceship like a moving continent. It was precisely the main dining hall of Gluttony Gelachuoni. More importantly, the key itself was a special invitation. Gluttony Gelachuoni was about to hold a grand banquet there. He had invited many dark forces from different star regions, and the most important main course of the banquet turned out to be a true god he had recently captured. A banquet with a god as the main course. A hint of amusement flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. This gluttony does have some nerve. He is too arrogant. Suda's tone carried a hint of gravity. Flaunting his trophy so ostentatiously will inevitably attract countless covetous gazes. "Chaos brings opportunity," Lin Ye said calmly. "It will make it easier for us to sneak in." Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered he had an unclaimed reward. With a thought, he opened the system panel. He chose to claim that random mythical item X1. System prompt: you are opening a random mythical item. A dazzling light bloomed in Lin Ye's palm. The light faded. A silver mask, as if made of liquid metal, with no facial features, lay quietly in his hand. Thousand-faced mask. A mythical item with a simple yet incredibly powerful effect. It could perfectly simulate any being Lin Ye had seen. The aura and appearance of any creature whose strength did not exceed his by one major rank. It was practically a divine artifact tailor-made for this infiltration mission. It came just in time. Lin Ye was in a rather good mood. However, this good mood did not last long. Just then, a massive surge of energy came from outside the throne room. Then, a petite figure, carrying a large velvet pillow, walked in with sleepy eyes. It was the one awakened by the energy tide of the cursed furnace upgrade, the sloth which Belier Luasi. She was barefoot, her tiny white feet stepping on the cold metal floor as if unaware. Those beautiful purple eyes were half open, half closed. They precisely locked onto Lin Ye on the throne. Then, like a koala that had found its home tree, she wobbled over. Under the astonished gazes of Angelina and Suda, She directly climbed onto the throne and hung her entire body on Lin Ye, found a comfortable position, buried her face in the crook of his neck, and continued to emit steady long breaths. The most comfortable pillow. She murmured a sleep talk indistinctly. She fell completely asleep. Lin Ye patted her soft back with some helplessness. He had long been accustomed to the closeness of this sloth witch. Below the throne, Angelina and Suda exchanged a glance. Both saw a hint of envy in each other's eyes. To be able to get so close to the master without restraint. It was probably only this special status sloth witch. The atmosphere in the hall momentarily became subtle and warm. But this warmth was broken by a series of urgent communication requests. Master, it's an encrypted communication from the Royal Capital Prison. From Lieutenant Lilisai. Zero's electronic voice sounded. Lin Ye frowned slightly. Lilisai rarely contacted him at this hour, unless something urgent had happened in the Royal Capital. Patch it through. A virtual light screen unfolded before Lin Ye. The cat-eared adjutant Lilisai's heroic pretty face appeared on the screen. But at this moment her face was full of anxiety. The background seemed to be her office. Yet faint sounds of energy collisions came from around. Master. Lilisai's voice was urgent. Something has happened in the Royal Capital. Recently, a highly addictive drink has appeared in the noble circles. It's called Immortal Joy Water. After investigation I found. Its effects are extremely similar to this sweet dream beverage you described earlier. Lin Ye's eyes instantly turned icy. The tentacles of gluttony had actually infiltrated the core of the Green Kingdom. I followed the clues and tracked down their hideout in the Royal Capital. Lilisai reported quickly, but the other side was very alert. I was exposed. Now I'm trapped in the Warden's office. They have many people and are very strong. At least 3 or more superhumans. Before she could finish, a violent explosion roared from the office door. Boom. The screen shook violently. Lilisai's figure was swallowed by flames and smoke. Damn rat daring to contact the outside directly. A hoarse and cruel voice came from the smoke. Kill her, then evacuate immediately. Our whereabouts have been exposed. A muffled groan from Lilisai came from the light screen, along with the crisp sound of blades clashing. She was clearly putting up her final resistance. Lilisai, Lin Ye shouted solemnly at the light screen. But in reply, there was only a crackling snow. The communication was forcefully cut off. Inside the throne room, it instantly became deathly silent. Suda and Angelina could clearly feel a terrifying aura cold enough to freeze the soul, slowly emanating from the man on the throne. It was a pure fury, mixed with brutality and majesty. Belier, who had been sleeping soundly on him, shivered from the cold aura. Subconsciously, she curled deeper into his arms. Lin Ye slowly lowered his head, looking at the virtual screen that had turned pitch black. His face showed no expression, but in those deep starry eyes burned a raging flame enough to incinerate the entire galaxy. His people, right on his turf, had been bullied to the brink of life and death. This was no longer a provocation. This was a direct slap in the face. Zero. Lin Ye's voice was terrifyingly calm, but every word was like ice from the depths of the underworld. Sky Fortress immediately changed course. Target Royal Capital of the Green Kingdom. Estimated arrival time. Zero immediately replied. Under the effect of lazy navigation. Full speed ahead estimated. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Lin Ye repeated softly. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of armor of the Sky Fortress, as if he could already see that capital city seething with undercurrents. I hope you can survive 3 more minutes. Imperial Capital Prison. The alloy gate of the Warden's office had been twisted into a lump of scrap metal. Thick acrid smoke filled the air. Lilith knelt on one knee, using the nearly shattered Warden's long whip to support herself. Blood slid down her smooth brow. It soaked her silver-gray cat ears, lending her a tragic, striking beauty. Before her, 3 men in black bodysuits, with eerie swirling masks on their faces, stepped closer step by step. The leader let out a hoarse, cruel laugh. A stubborn little cat. But your master is far, far away and can't save you now. Lilith bit her lip. Her hand, gripping the whip, trembled from exhaustion. She had done everything she could. Their strength was far beyond what she had imagined, especially the leading man whose power was close to the level 35 threshold. It's over. That was the last thought flashing through Lilith's mind. Just as that man raised the poisoned dagger in his hand, ready to stab it toward her heart, the entire world suddenly went dark. Not the dim light of dusk, but a pure absolute darkness, as if the sun had been completely swallowed by some colossal being. All the clamor of the imperial capital, in that same moment, eerily vanished. Whether peddlers hawking goods or guards patrolling the streets, everyone instinctively raised their heads. They looked at the shadow-shrouded sky, and then they saw a scene that would remain etched in their memories forever, a war fortress of indescribable vastness. Pitch black in its entirety, like a floating island, it hovered silently above the imperial capital. It had torn through the clouds, blotted out the sunlight. Its ferocious metal structure and energy core, glowing with ominous crimson light, brought this prosperous city An unprecedented apocalyptic pressure. That. What is that? The black-clad assassin leader's voice, for the first time, trembled. His instincts screamed a frantic warning. A deadly crisis enough to grind him to dust was descending from above. The next second, before he could react, the ceiling of the office, reinforced with special materials, silently disintegrated into the most fundamental particles. A slender figure bathed in the single beam of light pouring through the gap, slowly descended from 10,000 meters in the sky. His black trench coat stirred without wind. His handsome face was utterly expressionless. In his deep eyes was nothing but an icy indifference that could freeze everything. Lin Ye had arrived. 3 minutes. Not a second more. Not a second less. He did not even glance at the 3 black-clad assassins standing frozen as if made of wood. His gaze landed first on Lilith, still kneeling on one knee. Looking at the blood at the corner of her mouth and the cat ear stained crimson, the warmth in his eyes dropped a little further. Who gave you the courage to touch someone of mine? He spoke. His voice was quiet, yet it reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. The assassin leader seemed to snap awake from that overwhelming dread. With a strange shriek, his body transformed into an afterimage, not charging at Lin Ye, but rushing toward the window. He had chosen to flee. Lin Ye did not even turn his head. He merely snapped his fingers with casual ease. Snap. A soft sound. The transcendent assassin, comparable to level 35, was midair when, without the slightest warning, his body was instantly dismantled by an invisible dark energy filled with curse and malice. Not even a single drop of blood remained. He simply vanished into thin air. The other 2 killers, having witnessed that incomprehensible horror, felt their legs go weak and collapsed directly to the floor. A stinking sour odor rose from their crotches. They had been scared into pissing themselves. Only then did Lin Ye slowly turn around and sweep a glance over them like one looking at garbage. Then he walked up to Lilith, reached out, and helped her to her feet. I'm sorry, master. Lilith's voice was thick with tears and self-blame. Say no more. Lin Ye cut her off. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth with his fingertips. His touch was so gentle that he seemed a completely different person from the terrifying devil who had just killed a transcendent expert in a single move. You did very well. He handed the unsteady Lilith to Bai Shui, who had just arrived. Then he took out a communicator and connected directly to the highest priority line of the Green Royal Palace. A light screen lit up, revealing the gorgeous and imposing face of the puppet Queen Evola. But when she saw Lin Ye on the other end of the call, all that majesty vanished in an instant, replaced by the fear of a startled rabbit. Master. She did not even dare ask about the terrifying fortress in the sky. My warden was almost killed in her own office. Illegal goods capable of destroying an entire nation are circulating through the noble circles of the imperial capital. Lin Ye's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Evola, how have you been ruling as a queen? Evola's face instantly became deathly pale. Cold sweat soaked her magnificent court dress. Master, I didn't know. I'll give you 10 minutes. Lin Ye did not listen to her explanation at all. Use every authority you have. Bring me the list of all nobles connected to Immortal Blisswater, along with their communication records for the past month. Otherwise, the Green Kingdom may need a new queen. With that, Lin Ye hung up directly. That absolute life-controlling dominance made even Su De, who was standing nearby, feel her heart pound in fear. Then Lin Ye turned his gaze to the 2 terrified survivors. The authority of greed stirred faintly. An invisible spiritual force instantly invaded their minds. A moment later, a cold smile curled around Lin Ye's lips. Interesting. A marquee account and a collateral prince of the royal house. This web is woven quite large. The Sky Fortress. Inside the medical room, Lin Ye personally operated the nanobot treatment machines, tending to the wounds of Lilith, who lay on the medical bed. Her external injuries were not severe. The main problems were the shock to her internal organs and traces of erosion left by a strange energy under the Sky Fortress's medical technology, far beyond its era. Her injuries were soon brought under control. Lilith had changed into a clean hospital gown, though her face was still a little pale. She had recovered considerably. Watching Lin Ye, who was focused on adjusting the treatment device for her, her eyes brimmed with gratitude and reverence. There was also a hint of adoration that made her cheeks burn and her heart race. Master, I failed in my duty this time. I exposed the existence of the Sky Fortress, she said guiltily. I've told you before. Lin Ye's voice softened. The Sky Fortress was built not so that it could be hidden underground forever. Sooner or later, this world was meant to see what it looks like. He walked over to the medical bed, reached out, and gently rubbed Lilith's uninjured, fluffy silver cat ear. Lilith's body went stiff at once. An odd, numb, tingling rush shot from the root of her ear down to her tailbone. It made her let out an adorable whimper, and her pretty face flushed so deeply that it seemed ready to bleed. Ears were the most sensitive part of the Nakomata clan. Only the closest people could touch them. This is your reward for loyalty. Seeing her shy, flustered appearance, a faint smile curved at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Rest well. Once you're healed, there's still a good show to watch. With that he turned and left the medical room, leaving Lilith alone, clutching her burning cheeks, her heart pounding shamelessly fast. A little later Lin Ye returned to the Imperial Capital Prison. But this time he gathered all the prison guards in the prison's central square. These guards looked up at the colossal war fortress suspended above their heads, and then looked at their warden, a man once rumored to have vanished for a long time, yet now returning with overwhelming authority. On every face, awe and fervor were written. Lin Ye stood on the high platform, his gaze sweeping across the dense crowd below. He did not waste a single word. Instead, in a glacial tone that merely declared fact, he announced his decision. From today onward, in the name of the Warden of the Imperial Capital Prison, I will carry out a thorough great purge of this city. Everyone connected to the contraband, immortal Blisswater, whether noble or commoner, marquis or prince, will be defined as criminals, and I will personally arrest them, throw them into the lowest level of the prison, and subject them to judgment. From this moment on, this city, I am the one who decides. Lin Ye's declaration struck like a thunderclap, echoing across the square before the Imperial Capital Prison. Then he made a decision beyond anyone's wildest expectations. He took the first list delivered by Queen Avera at the highest clearance level and handed it directly to Lilith, whose wounds had only just stabilized at his side. The first name on the list was none other than Marquis Langston, the very figure who had secretly backed the worshippers of gluttony and provided them with a hiding place. Lilith, Lin Ye said, his voice calm and measured. This is your battle. I entrust you with command of the Great Purge. Take your people and bring back the first sinner on that list. Lilith paused for a heartbeat, and then a torrent of warmth flooded through her heart. This was her master's trust, and also an opportunity to exact revenge with her own hands. She straightened her spine, her exquisite feline ears quivered with excitement. Yes, master, she answered with all her strength, then turned to face the fervent jailers assembled in the square. Her face once again bore that valiant and ruthless resolve. First action squad, everyone. Target Marquis Langston's estate. All who resist will be shown no mercy. Move out. At her command, dozens of elite jailers boarded the menacing armed assault skiffs, and following Lilith's flagship, roared out of the Imperial Capital Prison. Under the terrified gaze of the city's citizens and nobles, they were like a flock of vultures swooping toward carrion. They plunged straight toward that lavish marquis's mansion in the eastern quarter of the city. Lin Ye, in the meantime, ambled back to his office and through the immense floor-to-ceiling window, watched with unhurried relish the opening battle he had staged and directed. Marquis Langston, unsurprisingly, had no intention of waiting for death. When Lilith's fleet appeared above his mansion, dozens of well-equipped private soldiers had already formed ranks. An old man in mage robes went so far as to rise into the air, attempting to negotiate with Lilith, but she gave him no chance to speak. Open fire. Her order was ice cold. Thick beams of energy burst from the assault skiffs. In the blink of an eye, the mage, still chanting his spell, was reduced to flying ash. Then dozens of jailers descended from above and slammed violently into the Marquis's private soldiers. Lilith led the charge, her jailer's long whip in hand. Reinforced by the power of cursed resentment, it was akin to a ravenous black viper. Each lash found the gaps in the enemy's armor or the joints of their limbs. Every private soldier struck, shrieked, and crumpled to the ground. Their bodies withered under the black, corrosive aura of cursed resentment and lost all strength to fight. In those accomplices, she vented every ounce of the humiliation and rage she had suffered. The battle was a one-sided slaughter. The prison's elite jailers, whether in equipment or in personal combat prowess, were a cut above the cosset private soldiers of the nobility. In less than 10 minutes it was finished. Lilith kicked open the study door of the Marquis's residence. There sat the once invincible Marquis Langston, now collapsed in his chair, his face the color of death. By order of the Warden, Lilith's whip lashed out, looping around the Marquis's neck with surgical precision and dragging him from the chair. Langston, you sinner. You will come with us. Half an hour later, Marquis Langston, tightly bound by the long whip, was personally hurled by Lilith into the deepest level of the prison, into a special cell that had just been renovated, its surface engraved with countless runes. As the heavy alloy cell door clanged shut, a system notification long absent echoed through Lin Ye's mind. Ding. A sinner meeting the requirements has been detected and confined. The new prison system function, prison purification, has been activated. Function description: you may imprison beings marked with the sin tag in special cells. Through the prison's purification field, the sin energy within their life force and souls will be slowly drawn out and converted into pure purification points. Current target: Marquis Langston, LV 32. Projected daily output: 500 purification points. The corner of Lin Ye's mouth curled upward in satisfaction. This was an unexpected windfall. It meant that the entire imperial capital would become a pasture from which he could endlessly harvest gains. The prison was his automated harvester. Night deepened. As the day's blood and clamor faded, the lights in the warden's office of the Imperial Capital Prison still burned bright. Lin Ye sat behind the wide desk sorting through the preliminary intelligence on the gluttony organization compiled by Zero and Clara. A soft knock came at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a mature, willowy figure entered with graceful steps. It was the puppet queen of Era. She had changed out of her elaborate court dress into a black high-slit silk gown that delineated her full, impeccably preserved mature figure with stunning clarity. On her seductive face was a humble smile tinged with deliberate fawning. It erased every trace of her usual majesty and replaced it with a certain willing submission, an astonishing seductiveness. "Master." She came to the desk and bent low, revealing a deep, soul-stirring cleavage, laid fully before Lin Ye's gaze. I am here to beg your forgiveness." Lin Ye leaned back in his chair. He watched with keen interest as this queen who had wielded a kingdom's authority during the day now trembled humbly before him like an errant maidservant. "The list you sent was useful," Lin Ye said coolly. "I have already taken the first one." Is that so?" Avera's voice was a little dry. Then, "Master, are you still angry?" She raised her head tentatively, her alluring eyes misty and pitiful. "If the atonement you speak of only amounts to this," Lin Ye's gaze swept over her chest, which was threatening to burst from her gown, "then I'm afraid your sincerity is still lacking." Avera shuddered. She bit her full red lips as if making up her mind, then slowly walked around the desk. She came to Lin Ye's side, and amid the soft rustle of fabric, she gradually knelt down. She rested her noble head upon Lin Ye's knee. A fragrance that mingled a mature woman's natural scent with costly perfume shrouded Lin Ye's senses. "Then, what about this?" Her voice trembled with humiliation, but carried a subtle hint of morbid thrill. "Is this sincerity, master? Satisfactory?" She lifted a face beautiful enough to drive any man insane, and gazed up at Lin Ye. Her eyes were full of submissive willingness waiting to be plucked, and in their deepest recesses lay concealed a wild ambition longing to be conquered. The day after Marquis Lancedin was captured, the entire imperial capital was enveloped in a suffocating, panic-filled atmosphere. Every noble mansion stood with its gates tightly shut, fearful that the formidable returning Warden would set his sights on them next. Yet Lin Ye gave this city an entire day of respite. He went nowhere. He simply remained in the Warden's office, quietly watching Iwila and Lilisai. They laid a series of consolidated intelligence reports before him. All clues, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, pointed toward one source. Prince Jelen, the king's younger brother, one of the de facto commanders of the kingdom's army and the leader of the old noble faction. "So he's the biggest fish." Lin Ye's finger tapped lightly on Prince Jelen's name. "Master." Suda stood nearby, a shrewd light flickering in her enchanting fox-like eyes. "The prince's mansion is heavily guarded, and his royal griffin knights are the kingdom's ace combat force. If we attack head-on, I'm afraid we'd take heavy casualties." "Who said we're attacking head-on?" Lin Ye rose slowly to his feet. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the city shivering under his oppressive aura. "What I want is to crush them." He raised his hand and spoke into the communicator. "Zero, teleport the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd original Sin Guard 100-man companies to the Imperial Prison Square." Command confirmed. Spatial teleportation channel establishing. A moment later, above the Imperial prison, 3 spatial gates gleaming with scarlet light appeared out of nowhere. Then 300 soldiers clad in pitch-black heavy armor, holding standard-issue energy halberds, terrifying soldiers exuding an aura of iron and cursed resentment, marched out in perfect unison. They emerged from the spatial gates and silently formed ranks on the prison square. A terrifying killing intent enough to freeze the air itself suddenly enveloped the entire prison. The moment this force appeared, everyone present felt a shudder from the depths of their soul. Lilisai and Suda's faces were filled with shock. They knew their master had a formidable private army, but seeing it in person, they finally understood what true power meant. "Lilisai, Suda." Lin Ye turned around. "Assemble your people. We're going to the palace. Time to meet this prince." Half an hour later, while the citizens and nobles of the capital were still guessing the Warden's next move, the colossal sky fortress tore through the clouds, once more slowly moving to hover directly above Prince Jelen's palace. Immediately afterward, dozens of sinister landing craft, like a swarm of wasps leaving their nest, flew out from the sky fortress, escorting a single massive command ship. They descended slowly toward the palace's central square. Panic spread through the palace at once. Thousands of palace guards in golden armor surged from every corner, sealing the square airtight. Over 100 griffin knights launched from the towers, wheeling through the air. They faced off against the landing craft fleet in the sky. The tension was at its peak. The command ship's hatch slowly opened. Lin Ye, in a black trench coat and flanked by Suda and Lilisai, was the first to step out. Behind him, 300 soldiers of the original Sin Guard stepped onto the palace square with heavy, measured strides. At every step, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. The perfectly synchronized clash of metal and the ice-cold killing intent formed an invisible pressure that forced the opposing palace guards to retreat half a step involuntarily. At that moment the guard ranks parted to create a path. A tall, imposing man, with features somewhat resembling the king's, yet more sinister, walked out surrounded by a throng of ministers and generals. It was Prince Jelen. He glanced up at the sky-blotting war fortress, a trace of wariness flashing through his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by blazing anger and arrogance. Warden Lin Ye. His voice was filled with overbearing interrogation. You bring such an enormous army to surround the palace. Are you planning rebellion? Lin Ye looked as if he'd heard an absurd joke. Step by step he advanced toward Prince Jelen. Rebellion. Prince Jelen, have you misunderstood something? This kingdom's throne, I placed it there. Do I need to rebel? His voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in everyone's ears, especially those ministers who knew nothing of the truth. Their faces were full of disbelief. Prince Jelen's expression turned exceedingly ugly in an instant. Why you? You mustn't speak nonsense. He blustered. I order you in the name of the guardian of the kingdom to lay down your weapons at once. Otherwise what? Lin Ye was already in front of him, less than 3 meters away. He looked at the prince with the eyes of one staring at a dead man. Otherwise will you rely on these rabble who aren't even fit to be my honor guard? You? Prince Jelen trembled with rage. He suddenly drew his ceremonial sword and pointed it at Lin Ye. Arrest this rebel. The palace guards behind him hesitated for an instant. Yet they steeled themselves and raised their weapons. Ignorant fools. Lin Ye shook his head. He didn't even make a move himself. He merely said coldly, deal with them. The instant the order was given, the 300 original sin guards moved. They transformed into 300 black torrents of death, charging into the palace guards' formation in an instant. A wanton, horrifying slaughter began. The soldiers of the original sin guard each boasted strength approaching LV 30 and knew no fear. They fought with tacit coordination. Every sweep of their energy halberds easily tore open the gilded armor of the palace guards. Each blow threw up spatters of blood. Meanwhile, the palace guards' attacks landed on the curse-tainted heavy armor, only producing feeble scraping sounds. The Griffin Knights above attempted to dive and attack, but what awaited them was merciless energy cannonade from the landing craft. Griffin after Griffin exploded into fireballs in midair, the knights' screams ringing endlessly. Prince Jelen was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that his vaunted ace force was before this mysterious Black Legion, like paper, fragile and falling apart. In less than 5 minutes, thousands of palace guards had utterly collapsed. All who survived threw away their weapons. They knelt on the ground shivering. The square was awash in blood. The 300 original sin guards suffered not a single death. They reformed their lines. They stood silently behind Lin Ye, as if the massacre had been merely an insignificant post-meal exercise. Only then did Lin Ye turn his gaze to Prince Jelen, who was pale as death, his sword lying on the ground, and the terror-stricken crowd behind him. The prince's faction. Now, Lin Ye stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the prince's fallen sword. With the tip of the blade, he gently lifted Jelen's chin. Now can we have a proper talk about Immortal Blisswater and your business partners? That afternoon, the lowest level of the Imperial prison was packed to capacity. With Prince Jelen at its head, dozens of core old noble members and their accomplices were all locked into specially constructed cells. As the last criminal was incarcerated, the system notification in Lin Ye's mind sounded manically. Ding. Imprisoned LV 38 criminal Prince Jelen. Daily purification points output 30000. Ding. Imprisoned LV 35 criminal finance minister. Daily purification points output 15000. Ding. Imprisoned LV 34 criminal royal knight captain. Daily purification points output 12000. Ding. After a torrent of notification sounds, Lin Ye opened his status panel. Under the daily extra output column, the figure had wildly surged to a level that even made his own heart pound. Daily extra output 285000 points. This meant now even if he did absolutely nothing, he could gain nearly 3 million purification points each day. This imperial prison had become a super money printing machine, ceaselessly churning out purification points for him. The shift of power in the imperial capital took just 1 day. With the old nobility uprooted, Lin Ye did not linger in the capital. He entrusted the subsequent work of pacification and control entirely to Ivira and Lilith. He himself, accompanied by Su De, returned to the Sky Fortress floating above the clouds. Inside the throne hall of the Sky Fortress, Lin Ye looked at the information panel, which displayed a daily output of nearly 3 million purification points, and his own balance, as high as 52 million. Without the slightest hesitation, he issued a series of commands to Zero. Consume 30 million purification points. For Angelina's laboratory. Unlock the level 4 gene editing and level 3 equipment enchanting tech trees. Consume 10 million purification points. Set the Sky Fortress's main weapon system from the dormant state and activate it to Phase 1. After the flurry of commands, 40 million purification points were spent like a torrent. The entire sky fortress rumbled faintly once more. A sharper and more dangerous aura slowly stirred awake at the very front of the fortress. In Angelina's laboratory, an even wilder cheer burst forth. After a moment, Angelina, wearing a white lab coat, stained with all sorts of unknown liquids, rushed into the throne hall, her face burning with excitement. Master. Her eyes glittered with fierce fervor. Level 4 gene editing is more than enough for us to perfectly optimize this sacred dragon blood. I am 100% certain that the average level of the original Sin Guard Legion can be raised by another 5 levels. Not only that, level 3 enchanting technology will enable us to add to their armor and weapons the dual attributes of energy deflection and armor piercing. A brand new, truly extraordinary legion is about to be born in your hands. Very well. Lin Ye nodded contentedly. How long will it take for me to see this new army? 3 days. Angelina raised 3 fingers, her eyes full of confidence. Give me 3 days and sufficient materials, and I will present you with a terrible army capable of trampling any duchy. I grant you the authority. Lin Ye waved his hand. All resources in the fortress are at your disposal. Just as Angelina dashed back to her lab to burn the midnight oil, an original Sin Guard came to report that Queen Ivara of the Jelen Kingdom requested to ascend to the Sky Fortress and offer to its master her tribute. Shortly after, guided by guards, Ivara stepped for the first time onto this iron stronghold floating in the sky. Her face was etched with shock and reverence when she entered the imposing throne hall and saw Lin Ye seated upon the throne. Like a deity, she knelt on one knee without the slightest hesitation and swore her loyalty. Master. She presented a spatial ring. This is the first batch of tribute I have prepared for you after consolidating the wealth of all the rebel nobles. Together it amounts to 530 million gold coins, as well as all kinds of jewelry, artworks, and property contracts. Lin Ye accepted the ring. His spiritual sense swept through it. The wealth inside was enough to make any kingdom envious, but he simply set it aside with indifference. He looked at the mature and seductive puppet queen kneeling before him and spoke slowly. Ivara, you have done very well. But this is only the beginning. I want you to use this wealth to establish in the shortest time possible a chamber of commerce directly under the royal family. I want you to control all of this kingdom's grain, minerals, salt, and iron. I want the economic lifeline of this nation to be completely held in my hands. Hearing these words, Ivara's eyes blazed with bright light. She understood. What her master needed was not a plaything that would please him in bed, but a capable assistant who could control secular power and wealth for him. As you command, my master, she answered, her voice extraordinarily fervent. After you complete your mission. Lin Ye stepped down from the throne, walked before her, reached out, and gently lifted her delicate face. There will be a reward to your liking. A reward. With that, he bent down and pressed a kiss full of possessiveness and majesty upon Ivara's smooth forehead. A kiss of reward. At that moment, Ivara's body nearly melted with happiness. However, this victor's leisure and this composure of total control did not last long. Just a few hours after Ivara left the Sky Fortress contentedly with her new mission, a sudden catastrophe erupted in a way no one had foreseen. In the imperial capital in the lower district, inside a cramped and shabby dwelling, a boy named Tom stared anxiously at his mother lying on the bed. Since the afternoon, his mother had been constantly crying out in thirst and drinking vast amounts of water. But as evening fell, her body began to undergo a terrifying transformation. Her skin gradually drained of color until it was as pale as frosting, and a faint cloying sweetness began to emanate from her. Mom, what's wrong with you, Mom? Tom wailed in terror, but his mother seemed to be beyond hearing. Her pupils lost their focus and went clouded. A guttural sound of unknown meaning rattled in her throat. Abruptly, she sat up in bed. She turned her head stiffly and looked at her son. It was no longer the gaze of a loved one. It was a gaze of one looking at food. Hungry. Her mouth opened and drool seeped unceasingly from the corners. Where the saliva dripped onto the wooden floor, it let out a sizzling, corrosive sound. So hungry. She lunged forward, opened her mouth, and bit hard into her son's arm. Ah! A shrill scream tore through the night sky of the lower district. Yet this was only the beginning. At the same time, in every corner of the lower district, countless civilians who had drunk contaminated tap water began to develop the same horrifying sacarification symptoms. They lost all reason and turned into monsters with nothing left but the instinct to bite and gnaw, crazily attacking anyone still alive around them. Panic screams, wails, and the sounds of gnawing. Within barely half an hour, the entire lower district had erupted. An unprecedented sacarification plague like the fiercest flood and beasts had taken this city that had just undergone a power reshuffle and dragged it into the abyss of the apocalypse. In the throne hall of the Sky Fortress, a piercing red alert suddenly blared. Alert! Alert! High concentration energy contamination detected in the imperial capital's lower district. Source type suspected derivative of the gluttony authority. The scale of infection is expanding geometrically. Lin Ye suddenly rose to his feet from the throne and a massive virtual screen unfolded before him. On the screen was the real-time feed of the lower district sent back by reconnaissance satellites. In the streets, sugar people were chasing and biting everywhere, while normal residents scattered in all directions. Fires had begun to ignite in many places. The entire city had turned into a living hell on earth. Lin Ye's expression instantly darkened. He had only just taken control of the city, and those accursed rats had, in the most extreme way, given him a vicious return gift. They meant to destroy the city. Inside the throne hall, the piercing alarm and the hellish scene on the light screen interwove into a symphony of the apocalypse. Master Zero's voice sounded calm and swift. According to the infection spread model, a standard cleanup protocol would require at least 72 standard hours. Projected civilian deaths would exceed 200,000. Even if we deploy the main cannon for a regional cleansing, it would only shorten the time to 12 hours. And it would cause irreversible structural damage to the city. Whichever plan is used, none can stop this disaster from worsening. Lin Ye listened quietly. The flames of the city below were mirrored deep in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Suda and Bai Shui, who had just been startled by the alarm, and the other women all held their breath, waiting for their master to render his final verdict. A moment later, Lin Ye spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an unyielding resolve. Zero. Abandon every conventional plan. Inject all 10 million purification points I possess into my body. Target. Fully activate the blasphemer title and original sin purification mode. Upon hearing this, everyone present was astounded. Master, no. Bai Shui was the first to cry out. She knew better than anyone. Such an immense and chaotic infusion of energy into his body would exact a terrifying toll. It will destroy you. Destroy me. A cold, arrogant curve lifted at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. No, it will only make me their god. He no longer hesitated. With a thought on the system panel, the purification points that had just been accumulated, amounting to 12 million, instantly burned 10 million. Boom. A terrifying energy beyond all description erupted within his body. It was not mere holy light nor pure darkness, but a fusion of divinity, demonic nature, humanity, and the power of original sin. A chaotic storm. Over Lin Ye's body, countless black, incantation-like patterns began to emerge. His hair stirred without wind. In an instant it turned pure white. His eyes in turn became an abyss burning with black flames. A terrifying pressure surpassing mortal understanding erupted from his body and swept across the entire sky fortress. Every woman in the hall, Bai Shui, Suda, Angelina, Cinderella, was under this pressure, and involuntarily knelt down in submission. They raised their heads, gazing up at the figure floating in midair with eyes of reverence, as if before a deity. In this moment, Lin Ye was no longer human. He was a black sun, the god of purification walking upon the earth. Without another glance at anyone, his body transformed into a streak of black light, pierced straight through the dome of the sky fortress, and appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Then he spread his arms wide as though embracing the whole world, and turned toward the city below, already a hell on earth. He threw himself downward. From the ground it seemed as though beside that scarlet moon in the sky, the symbol of despair and death, there appeared yet another orb, deeper, more terrifying, radiating an endless aura of destruction and purification. A black sun. That black sun was falling toward the earth in an unstoppable manner. The survivors of the imperial capital, whether civilians hiding amid the ruins, or Lilith and Elvira who were leading their troops in a desperate resistance, all witnessed this magnificent and terrifying sight. In every heart surged the same thought: divine punishment. This was true divine punishment. The black sun arrived in an instant. It caused no physical explosion. Instead, it descended silently upon the great central plaza of the imperial capital. The next second time seemed to freeze. Immediately after, centered on Lin Ye's landing point, a jet-black purifying halo erupted with explosive force. That halo was like the first ripple at the dawn of creation. At a speed beyond that of light, it swept toward every direction of the city. There was no sound. There was no explosion. Only pure light and the ultimate purification. The black purifying halo, like a tsunami, engulfed the streets and pierced the towering structures. It swept through every corner. Every sugar man touched by the halo, those mad, twisted, nauseating monsters, froze in an instant, all their movements ceasing. The frenzy and greed on their faces congealed. Then, before the absolute power of purification, their bodies began to melt soundlessly like candles set alight, dissolving and decomposing. Ultimately, they turned into wisps of the purest golden light and vanished into the air. 1, 10, 100, 10,000, 100,000, countless sugar men beneath this city-wide purging tide were like winter snow under a scorching sun. Within mere seconds, they were wholly erased from this world. As for the surviving civilians and the soldiers still fighting when the black halo swept over them, they felt only a warmth as if bathed in the gentlest sunlight. Their wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fear and despair within their hearts were quietly soothed by an immense and majestic force. At the same time, inside Lin Ye's mind, the system's notification chimes had become a ceaseless waterfall. Ding. You purified a sugar-infected and gained 10 purification points. Ding. You purified a sugar-infected and gained 10 purification points. Ding. You purified a severe sugar-infected and gained 50 purification points. Ding. You purified. Ding. You completed a large-scale regional purification, gaining an additional 100 purification points. Ding. Your title blasphemer proficiency has increased dramatically. In just a few seconds, the 10 million purification points he had just consumed were not only fully recovered, but had even doubled. When the black halo had swept across the entire city and finally faded beyond the horizon, the imperial capital's clamorous hellish night fell once more into a deathly stillness. On the streets, no wandering sugarman could be seen anymore. Only the still shaken survivors remained, along with, standing at the center of the central square wreathed in black flames like a demon god descending into the world. Lin Ye. He slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless void fixed upon a certain direction in the city, that resplendent Imperial Capital Grand Theater. Now, his voice, devoid of even a trace of emotion, resounded beneath the silent night sky. It's your turn. Black flames silently burned on Lin Ye's body. He did not pause for a single moment. His form turned into a black lightning bolt that pierced the night sky. He flew straight toward the Royal Capital Grand Theater. That place was the ultimate source of the plague, and also the spot where the city's resentment was most concentrated. Inside the Royal Capital Grand Theater, a man in extravagant robes, obese in figure, was trembling as he stared at the image in the magic crystal ball. He was the Gluttony Organization's overseer in the Royal Capital, a high priest of esteemed status. When he saw the black sun descend upon the world and witnessed the purifying tides sweeping through the entire city, the arrogance and madness on his face had long been replaced by boundless terror. Impossible. This is impossible. He let out a neurotic shriek. This is the power of a god. How could a mortal? Before he could finish, the sturdy dome of the theater was silently torn apart like tissue paper. Lin Ye's figure, wreathed in black flames, descended slowly before him like the true Grim Reaper. Up! The gluttony high priest screamed in terror. He poured all his power into a massive chunk of flesh before him. That chunk of flesh rapidly swelled and writhed, transforming into a colossal candy monster dozens of meters tall, composed of countless mouths and twisted limbs. Eat him! Eat him! He roared maniacally. The monster let out a deafening bellow and lunged at Lin Ye. Lin Ye's face was utterly expressionless. He slowly raised a single finger, and on its tip a wisp of black purifying flame flickered gently. Too ugly, he murmured. The next second, that wisps of black flame left his fingertip and transformed into a black butterfly. It flapped its wings elegantly, lightly, and flew toward the roaring colossal monster. The moment they touched, there was no earth-shattering explosion. The enormous candy monster was like butter thrown into concentrated sulfuric acid. From the spot where the black butterfly touched it, it silently dissolved, disintegrated, and in the span of a single breath, turned completely into nothingness. Not even a trace remained. The gluttony high priest was utterly stunned. He stared blankly at the black butterfly as it danced and circled before his eyes, as if admiring the despair on his face. Finally, the butterfly gently landed on his forehead. No! The piercing scream abruptly ceased. The gluttony high priest, along with the magnificent theater behind him, and all the filth related to the plague within it, were purified together in the black flames into the purest nothingness. The night wind blew past, leaving only an empty ruin. The storm had subsided when Lin Ye deactivated his original sin purification mode and returned to the Sky Fortress with a hint of weariness. What greeted him was the extremely complex gazes of all the girls. Master! Bai Shui was the first to rush forward, but she stopped 3 steps away from him. Her eyes were filled with worry and love, but even more so with awe and distance, as if facing a deity. It wasn't just her. Suda bowed her head, not daring to meet Lin Ye's eyes. Angelina, holding various instruments, had a fanatical glint in her eyes, yet she also dared not rush forward as before. Xindui Rue La even hid behind Bai Shui, only daring to steal a glance at him. Lin Ye noticed their change. He sighed inwardly. It seemed this time he had indeed caused too much of a stir. He walked up to Bai Shui, ignoring her somewhat restrained and evasive gaze, and directly reached out to pull her into his embrace. I'm fine, he whispered in her ear. Just a little tired. Feeling the genuine warmth and familiar scent in his arms, Bai Shui's body gradually relaxed. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. I thought you were going to. I told you I would be fine. Lin Ye gently patted her back. Then he raised his head and swept his gaze across the other girls. He looked at Suda. Lift your head. My chief financial officer is not a coward. Suda's body trembled, and she slowly raised her head, meeting Lin Ye's gaze that held a hint of a smile. The awe in her heart seemed to dissipate somewhat. He then looked at Angelina. Want data? Once I've rested you can study me all you want. Angelina's eyes instantly lit up, as if she had received the most beautiful promise in the world. Finally, he reached out his hand toward Xindui. Come here. Xindui hesitated, but still obediently walked over, letting Lin Ye ruffle her hair. A small miraculous aftermath gradually dissipated under his seemingly casual yet precise soothing. The girls understood that no matter how powerful he became, he was still there. Master, someone they could approach and rely on. 3 days later, under Lin Ye's thunderous measures and AIWLA's full cooperation, order in the royal capital was quickly restored. All civilians who had died from the plague received generous compensation, and the mysterious warden who had descended as a black sun to purify the entire city became spoken of by all with awe and gratitude as the god of purification. Lin Ye entrusted the daily management of the kingdom entirely to Aiwei and placed the military defense of the royal capital in the hands of his adjutant Li Si. He also left behind a 100-strong squad of original Sin guards, enough to suppress any petty troublemakers. After doing all this, he summoned all his core members and returned to the throne hall of the Sky Fortress. He sat upon the throne that symbolized supreme authority, his gaze sweeping over the girls below by Shui, Angelina, Xindui, Relasuda, Kulala, and Bulayer, who was still clinging to him and sleeping soundly. The matter of the Jelen kingdom has come to a close, his voice echoed in the vast hall. This country under the control of Aiwei and Li Si will become our most stable rear base. He paused, then slowly spread his palm. The sacred key, radiating sacred and spatial energy, floated quietly in his hand. Now, he said, it is time to go to that gluttonous feast that awaits us deep in the starry river. He rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the enormous star map before the throne. On the map, a coordinate point flashed with a dangerous red light, looking particularly striking. 0, he commanded. Use the sacred key as a navigation beacon. Target confirmed the star map coordinates of the gluttony feast. Activate lazy navigation. Sky Fortress set sail. After countless adventures, Lin Ye had gathered the 6 authorities of original sin: greed, sloth, gluttony, envy, pride, and wrath, leaving only the last and most mysterious one, lust. His own level had long since transcended the limits of the mortal world, and the Sky Fortress had evolved into a true divine domain stronghold, the Scales of Sin. Every legion under his command had grown into a god-tier force capable of standing alone. And their final enemy's true face had at last revealed itself. Not some particular god or demon, but the law of finality, by which this fairy tale universe itself was rushing toward heat death, and the executor of that law, the primordial ancient god of light. He was the Father who had created this universe and despairing sought to reset it, erasing every emotion and every color. Now the final decisive battle was about to erupt at the singularity of the cosmos at the end of time. The singularity of the universe. Here there was no time, no space, only an endless expanse of pure white. At the very heart of that white floated a fortress whose magnificence defied all language. It was wrought from the wreckage of countless stars and black crystals of original sin. It was the ultimate form evolved from the Sky Fortress, the Scales of Sin. And now upon the bridge of the Scales of Sin, Lin Ye sat upon a throne woven from the 6 authorities of original sin. His black hair was like the abyssal depths of space, and his eyes reflected the birth and death of universes. He was no longer the prison warden of the imperial capital. He was the lord of original sin, wielding the 6 primordial laws of the cosmos. At his side stood breathtakingly beautiful figures in utter stillness. They were his harem, and also his most formidable divine legion. One was clad in pure white holy armor, by Shui holding the spear of sacred light and judgment. She had become the new high god of light. Then Angelina in a gothic research gown with countless genetic sequences and mechanical creations floating behind her. She was the mad creator of the law of life. Cinderella in a flowing green dress with endless demonized vines and the tree of life spreading beneath her feet. She was the goddess of withering and bloom who governed the cycle of nature. Sudo, wearing a luxurious red gown, toyed with the laws of desire and contract at her fingertips. She was the greedy queen of hearts of the myriad world trade routes. And Clara, the scribe who had merged with the entire Scales of Sin as flowing data light. Lilith, the cat-eared war goddess, whip in hand, commanding the countless Praetorian legions of original sin. And, at last no longer asleep, yet still languidly reclining against the armrest of the throne, Blair, the witch of sloth, twisted the laws of space with her slender fingers. All their gazes converged upon the far end of the pure white expanse. There a figure slowly materialized. He wore a simple white robe, and his face was ancient, yet full of compassion. Behind him were countless phantoms of fairy tale worlds on the brink of collapse and extinction. He was the creator of this universe, the primordial ancient god of light. And he was the executor of finality, the one who intended to erase all things and return the cosmos to its origin. My child, the ancient god of light's voice, resonated in the depths of every soul. You have reached the end. Lay down the so-called mistakes you have gathered. This universe has grown sick, filled with endless desire, suffering, and strife. Only by returning to nothingness can final peace be attained. Lin Ye looked at him, then slowly rose from the throne. Peace. His voice was calm and clear. The peace you speak of, does it mean erasing all laughter, tears, love, and hatred? I have walked through countless worlds. I have seen a sleeping beauty wait 1,000 years for a promise. I have seen a Cinderella who even after being corrupted still yearned for her glass slippers. I have seen a queen of hearts who, bearing every infamy, protected her people in her own way. With each word he spoke, one of the girls at his side burst into even more radiant light. Their emotions, their desires. Perhaps in your eyes they are mistakes. But in my eyes this is the world's truest color. The ancient god of light shook his head with pity. You have been tainted by original sin far too deeply. If that is the case, then let me personally erase you altogether with this failed creation. The instant those words fell, boundless pure white light erupted from the ancient god of light's body. It was not holy radiance, but the light of nothingness that annihilates all matter and laws. The entire singularity of the cosmos began to shudder violently beneath that glare. Engage. At Lin Ye's command, the scales of sin erupted with an unprecedented roar. Angelina's eyes blazed with frantic streams of data. Analysis initiated. The target is performing conceptual erasure on us at the level of fundamental laws. All defensive systems, activate at maximum output. Clara's voice rang through the bridge. Main cannon cursed, binding heart charging to 120%. Target locked. Fire. A pillar of pitch-black light powerful enough to rend space-time itself blasted out from the main cannon of the scales of sin. It smote the light of nothingness with devastating force. A cataclysmic storm of energy erupted in that instant. Bai Shui, Cinderella, cast guard and growth upon the fortress. Lin Ye issued his commands with icy composure. Bai Shui held her spear aloft. Holy radiance solidified into an unbreakable bulwark shielding the scales of sin. Beneath Cinderella's feet, the phantom of the world tree towered from the ground. With colossal vitality, it ceaselessly restored the fortress's battle-damaged structures. Lilith, Suda, lead the legions, and strike at his divine kingdom from the flanks. As you command. Lilith and Suda turned into streaks of light and shot away. The countless Praetorian legions of original sin and the Heartcard Legion, like twin arrows of black and crimson, launched a suicidal charge toward the ancient god of light's incandescent white divine kingdom. The final battle that would decide the universe's survival had begun. The ancient god of light's power was creation and annihilation, the two most fundamental laws of this universe. Every attack he loosed could reduce an entire galaxy to nothing. Yet under the flawless coordination of Lin Ye and his harem legions, the scales of sin, a war machine condensing the power of the seven sins, held its ground tenaciously. The battle raged for an unknowable span, perhaps a single breath, perhaps eons. The scales of sin was battered and scarred. A thread of divine blood seeped from the corner of Bai Shui's mouth. Cinderella's phantom world tree had also dimmed. The legions of Lilith and Suda suffered devastating losses beneath the irradiation of the light of nothingness. In the end, they were still one move too slow. The ancient god of light's power drew upon the entire universe. As long as the cosmos continued its march toward finality, his power would never run dry. It is over. The ancient god of light's voice sounded once more. A still vaster, still more terrible light of nothingness began to gather in his hands. He prepared to deal the final blow. At the very moment despair clutched at every heart, Lin Ye smiled. No. He looked at the ancient god of light. Not yet. Aren't you curious? I have already gathered all 6 original sins. Why have I still not fully mastered the last and the most powerful one? The ancient god of light was momentarily taken aback. Lin Ye reached out and gently took the hand of Bai Shui, who had always supported him silently by his side. He then looked toward Angelina, Cinderella, Suda. His gaze swept across every girl's face. His eyes held an unprecedented gentleness. The extreme of desire is greed. The extreme of avoidance is sloth. Then what is the extreme of adoration? The extreme of protection? The extreme of possession? Lin Ye's voice swelled into something immense, echoing across the entire singularity. You created the 7 sins, yet there is one of them you have never understood. You took it for a mere urge to procreate, a base instinct. But you were wrong. Lust was never meant for taking. It is for giving. When that last word left his lips, Lin Ye's body blazed with a brand new, unprecedented light. It was a radiance of love in which every color was mingled, dazzling beyond measure. The 7th sin, the authority of lust, under his determination to give freely and protect all whom he loved, had finally awakened completely. At this moment, the 7 sins formed a perfect cycle within his body. Breathtaking, sloth, stillness, Gluttony's devouring, envy, distortion, pride solitude, wrath's eruption, and that which threads them all together, and gives them all a new meaning, lust's giving. At that moment Lin Ye's presence soared beyond even the ancient god of light, beyond every limit this universe could contain. In my name, he raised his hand high. The power of the 7 sins coalesced into a long sword forged from pure emotion. I will give this world a brand new fairy tale, and that is love and desire never ending. He swept his sword downward. That glorious blade of light did not point at the ancient god of light, but cut instead at the cosmic law itself, the one that was still endlessly rushing toward its end. Boom! The entire cosmos let out a final sorrowful cry. Then the irreversible momentum of finality was by that sword forcibly severed. The pity on the ancient god of light's face froze. He could feel the power of finality within him draining away at a dizzying speed. An expression of disbelief overtook him. He had lost, defeated by the very emotion he had created and held in the deepest contempt. So, that is how it is, he murmured. His ancient body began to dissolve into specks of light. Perhaps your world will be more beautiful than mine. Before he faded away completely, he left behind a blessing. Then the endless pure white began to recede. In its place emerged a resplendent starry sky reborn with vibrant life. Lin Ye had won. He had saved this universe and delivered it from an ordained death. He had become this cosmos' sole sovereign, the one and only omniscient, omnipotent God. He slowly descended onto his throne, but a tired wry smile touched his face. Omniscience and omnipotence. How dreadfully dull, he murmured. With a single thought, he could witness past and future. No secret remained left in the universe. This sensation granted him an unprecedented emptiness. Just then a pair of soft hands gently covered his eyes from behind. It was Bai Shui. Guess who? She asked, her voice tinged with laughter. Lin Ye chuckled. Don't be silly. Before he could finish, he realized that he truly could not see or sense who was covering his eyes. He was momentarily stunned. Then more girls crowded around him. Angelina held out a brand new potion. Master, try this. I've just invented an omniscience blocking potion. I promise it will fill your life with surprises. Cinderella brought a plate of fruit glowing with bizarre light. Master, taste this. It is a fruit of forgetfulness I grew with chaos soil. Eat one, and it will let you forget a worry. Suda tossed a gold coin. Boss, care to make a bet? Let's bet on which one tonight. Whose name card you'll turn over? Blair yawned, and using the authority of sloth, lazily disabled Lin Ye's omniscient perspective. Lin Ye looked at them, at these smiling, teasing girls, and suddenly understood. He had sealed away his own omniscience and omnipotence, turning himself back into someone who could anticipate, be delighted, be blindfolded, and never know which room to choose that night. Lin Ye. He rose from the throne and gathered every girl into his arms. All right, he said with a smile. Then let's play a fairy tale game that never ends. At this moment, the bridge of the scales of sin became the warmest palace of all. Outside the windows stretched an endless river of brilliant stars. Inside the windows reigned love and laughter that would never bow to an ending. In the new universe, the 7 sins were no longer the root of destruction, but the cornerstone of emotion. And their God, blissfully, was surrounded at the very center by the treasures he cherished most, savoring the most perfect, happy ending.